A synopsis of histories beginning with the death of the Emperor Nikephoros, the ex-minister of finance, and extending to the reign of Isaac Comnenus, composed by John Skylitzes, the Choropalates who served as commander-in-chief of the Watch. Foreword. After the ancient writers, the best compendium of history was written first by George the Monk, Syncellus to the Most Holy Patriarch Tarasisus, then by Theophanes the Confessor, Hegemonus of the Monastery of Argos. These men carefully read through the history books, making a summary of them in simple, unaffected language, touching exclusively on the substance of the events which had taken place. George began with the creation of the world and continued to the time of the tyrants, Maximian and Maximinus his son. Theophanes took the other's conclusion as his starting point, and brought his work to an end with the death of the Emperor Nikephoros, the ex-minister of finance. After Theophanes, nobody continued their effort. There were those who attempted to do so, such as the Sicilian schoolmaster, and in our own time, the supremely honourable consul of the philosophers, Michael Psellus. There were others too, but because they took their task too lightly, they all failed to write with the requisite degree of accuracy. Many important events they omitted altogether, and their works are of little value to posterity. They are little more than calculations of the duration of each reign, and reports on who held the sceptre after whom, no more. Even when they appear to mention certain events, these writers do their readers a disservice and no good, because they fail to write about them accurately. Theodore Daphnopates, Nicetas the Paphlagonian, Joseph Genesius, and Manuel, these two of Constantinople, Nikephoros the deacon from Phrygia, Leo from Asia, Theodore the Bishop of Side, and his nephew of the same name who preside over the church of Sebastia, Demetrius Bishop of Cyzicus, and the monk John the Lydian. These all set themselves their own goals, maybe the glorification of an emperor, the censure of a patriarch, or to extol a friend. Each attains his own end under the guise of writing history, and every one of them falls far short of the mentality of those godly men of whom we spoke. For in composing a rambling account of his own times, and a little before, as though he was writing history, one of them writes a favourable account, another a critical one, while a third writes whatever he pleases, and a fourth sets down what he is ordered to write. Each composes his own history, and they differ so much from each other in describing the same events that they plunge their audience into dizziness and confusion. For my own part, I took great pleasure in reading the work of the men first mentioned above, and I hope that a continuation of their summary will be of no small benefit to those who love history, especially to those who prefer that which is easily accessible to that which has to be striven for. A summary, that is, which will provide them with a brief overview of what has taken place at various times, and thus free them of the need to consult massive tomes of memoirs. I read the histories of the above-mentioned writers with great care. I conjured away from them all comments of a subjective or fanciful nature. I left aside the writers' differences and contradictions. I excised whatever I found there which tended towards fantasy, but I garnered whatever seemed likely and not beyond the bounds of credibility, and, to this, I added whatever I learned from the mouths of sage old men. All of this I put together in summary form, and this I now bequeath to future generations as an easily digestible nourishment, finely ground up, as the proverb has it. Those who have already read the books of the above-mentioned historians will have in this little book a reminder of their reading, which they will be able to take along with them and consult as a handbook. Reading provokes recollection. Recollection nourishes and expands memory, just as, quite the contrary, negligence and laziness provoke forgetfulness, which darkens and confuses the memory of what has happened in the past. Those who have not yet encountered the histories will find a guide in this compendium, and when they go in search of the more fulsome writings, they will gain a more comprehensive impression of the course of events. And now it is time to begin. Michael I Rangabe, the Kuropalates, AD 811 to 813. After the Emperor Nikephoros was slain in Bulgaria, his son, Staurakius, having survived mortally wounded in the capital, relinquished both his life and his throne only 2 months later. The emperor's brother-in-law, who went by the name Rangabe, found himself holding the Roman sceptre at the behest of the Senate and people. He would have refused the office, alleging that he was not competent to sustain the burdens of such grave responsibilities. He was in fact prepared to relinquish the power in favour of the patrician Leo the Armenian. This Leo gave the impression of being a choleric and vigorous type of man. He was serving as commanding officer of the Anatolikon army at that time, and had no desire to accept it should it be offered to him. He protested his unworthiness of the imperial throne. It was in fact he who persuaded Michael that it was fitting for him to assume that power. Leo took it upon himself to be Michael's most faithful and vigorous servant, and adjutant for as long as he lived. These promises he confirmed with most terrifying oaths. Once Michael had thus, somewhat against his own intention, come into possession of the reins of the empire, Crum, the ruler of the Bulgars, puffed up by his previous successes, together with his subjects, now become presumptuous on account of their victories, burned and devastated the western regions. So Michael decided to mount a campaign against them, to do the best he could to restrain and throw back the Bulgar foraging parties. He therefore quickly sent out orders in all directions, and troops were hastily assembled. When Crum heard of the emperor's mobilization, he recalled his own men from foraging and concentrated them in one place. He established a heavily fortified camp there, and awaited the arrival of the emperor. When Michael arrived, he encamped over against Crum, who was sitting near to Adrianople. There were frequent skirmishes and battles within archery range, and in all these encounters, the Romans seemed to have the upper hand. This went to the soldiers' heads. They urged and yearned for hand-to-hand fighting, and a general engagement. Either out of cowardice, as they said in the ranks, or because he was looking for the opportune moment, the emperor delayed and held back. The host became mutinous and shouted at the emperor, to his face, threatening that, if he did not lead them out, they would break down the palisade themselves and fall upon the enemy. Overwhelmed by this argument, the emperor opened the gates of the encampment and drew up his battle line. Crum did likewise. He got his men into line and stood them over against the emperor. Each ruler harangued his army at length. Each spoke words of encouragement and praise, words capable of inciting men to prowess in arms. Finally, they gave the signal with the trumpets for battle to commence, and each side charged the other. The Romans now withstood the enemy with such heroism and fought so bravely that the Bulgar forces were worn down. The enemy would even have considered a general retreat, for Crum himself was already growing weary, riding in all directions and taking in hand those units of the army which were being sorely pressed. And then Leo, the strategos of the Anatolikon theme, who wanted to be emperor, and with him the troops under his command, whom he had corrupted, broke ranks and took themselves off in flight, for no reason whatsoever. The remainder of the army was astonished at the sight. The men's courage began to wither away. The Bulgars, on the other hand, regained their courage, and came howling at the Romans as though the thought of retreat had never crossed their minds, and theirs now became the winning side. The spirit of the Romans was broken by what had happened. They did not wait for the Bulgars' assault, but immediately turned and fled. Many of the soldiers were killed, not a few of the commanders also fell. The emperor only just managed to find refuge in Adrianople, together with a portion of the army still intact. From there he proceeded to the capital, leaving the above-mentioned Leo and his entourage in Thrace. They were to stand their ground against the plundering of the Bulgars and interrupt their onslaughts. Once he was alone, Leo brought out into the open the defection which he had been secretly nurturing within. He shared it with his fellow enthusiasts, telling them the time was ripe to accomplish what they intended. By the mouths of these people, he spread the word throughout the whole army that it was on account of the emperor's incompetence and his lack of training in military studies that the Roman forces had been reduced to flight, and that the former glory and renown of the Romans had departed. Thus too he corrupted the soldiers who, having been dispersed in the rout, came back on foot, devoid of arms and equipment, to join the army that was with him, and thus he persuaded them to accept the possibility of revolt. Suddenly they flocked around his tent, hurling improper and shameless words against the emperor, calling him an unmanly coward who had destroyed the Roman forces and besmirched the distinction and glory of the empire by his incompetence. On the other hand, they openly acclaimed Leo and declared him to be emperor of the Romans. When he made light of it, and would have rejected the supreme command, Michael of Amorion, the Stammerer, himself a commander of a unit of the Roman army, drew his sword. He invited others who were party to the affair to do likewise, and then he threatened to execute Leo if he did not of his own free will accept the supreme command. It was thus that the diadem was set on the brow of this man, and thus that he was proclaimed emperor of the Romans. Prior to this, as the Emperor Michael was returning after the army had been put to flight, he was met by John Exebulius as he approached the capital. He encouraged the emperor to endure the unfortunate occurrence in a noble and magnanimous way. Then he sought to know whom he had left in command of the army. The emperor replied that he had left Leo, the commander of the Anatolikon theme, a very intelligent fellow, and devoted to the empire. When Exebulius heard this, he said, "O Emperor, it seems to me that you are very much mistaken in so far as the intentions of this person are concerned." This is what he said, and even before the emperor arrived at the palace, the public proclamation of Leo was reported. The sovereign was deeply disturbed by that report. He was trying to decide what action to take when some of his entourage urged him to do everything in his power to hold on to the supreme command, and to resist the usurper to the full extent of his capability. But he was a man of peace, with no wish to involve himself in an affair the outcome of which was unpredictable. So he ordered those who were saying such things not to incite him to engage in a murderous civil war, and he sent off to Leo one of those close to him, bearing the imperial insignia, the diadem, the purple robe, and the scarlet buskins. He undertook to cede the throne to Leo, for he judged it better to pass from his own life than to see the shedding of a single drop of Christian blood. Leo should set aside all fear and uncertainty. Let him come and take possession of the palace, said the emperor. The Empress Procopia, however, was opposed to what was being done. She said the empire was a fine winding sheet, and when she failed to convince the emperor, in order to have the last word, she said it would be strange, indeed even more than merely strange, if the upstart's wife were to deck herself out in the imperial diadem. She made fun of her, alluding to her name, calling her Barca. Then she began to think about her own situation, and that is what was going on around the emperor. The usurper, on the other hand, entered the capital by the Golden Gate, acclaimed by the army, the Senate, and the people. He proceeded to the monastery church of the Forerunner at Studios, and from there, accompanied by a guard of honour, he arrived at the palace. As he was about to offer to God a prayer on his return in the Chrysoklitainos, He took off the overgarment he happened to be wearing and handed it to Michael, the head groom, who promptly put it on himself. To those who saw it, it seemed to be an omen that he would mount the imperial throne after Leo. The emperor then put on another garment and set out for the church in the palace. Michael was walking behind him without paying attention to where he was going. In this way he recklessly stepped on the hem of the imperial vestment. Leo took this to be a bad omen, and he began to suspect that an insurrection would originate with that man. This is how the usurper entered the palace and came into possession of the throne which could have been his without a struggle. Instead, he took it with considerable trouble and disturbance. The Emperor Michael, his wife Procopia, and their children now took refuge in the Church of the Mother of God, known as the Church of the Lighthouse, where they sought sanctuary. The usurper expelled them from there and separated them from each other. Michael he exiled to the monastery on the island of Prote, where his layman's hair was tonsured, and he spent the remaining portion of his life. Theophylact, the oldest of Michael's sons, he castrated and sent him into exile, together with his mother and brothers. That is what happened, and here it is worthwhile recalling the prophecy of the monk installed near Philomelion. There was a person, one of the most distinguished of people, whose name was Bardanius Torquus. He was one of the principal members of the Senate, a patrician in rank, and at that time domestic of the Skylitzes for the East. He was always contemplating the possibility of attempted usurpation, and, if it could be, of seizing control of the empire, but he was tossed by conflicting emotions. He burned with longing for the throne, but he trembled and feared at the uncertainty of the outcome. Then he heard that at Philomelion there was a monk, a solitary who had attained the acme of virtue, of whom it was said that he could foretell the future. Bardanius knew that he simply had to share his plans with this man and obtain his judgment. Since this is what he thought, he devised a hunting party. He took Leo with him, a good-looking, fine figure of a man, with sound judgment in political matters, who served him as equerry-in-chief. He also took with him the above-mentioned Michael of Amorion, the Stammerer, and in addition to these two, a fellow named Thomas, an Armenian by race, who had his home on Lake Gazoro. At a certain point, he told the large company of men that was with him to stay where they were, while he and the men just mentioned went to the monk's cave. Bardanius went in alone to the solitary and told him what he had on his mind. When these things reached his ears, the monk immediately discouraged him from what was proposed. He asserted that if Bardanius did not obey him and desist from his plan, he would both lose the sight of his eyes and be deprived of his fortune. The commander lost heart at these words and was very close to losing his mind. However, when the customary prayer had been said and the commander was about to leave, his horse was brought forward and he mounted it. Holding the bridle was Michael. It was Thomas who steadied the right stirrup, and Leo who gave the commander a leg up into the saddle as he mounted the horse. At that point, the monk leaned out of his window, peered down at the men, and told Bardanius to come back again, a recall which the latter received with gladness. In less time than it takes to tell, he leapt from the saddle and ran into the monk, expecting to hear something to his liking. Getting him to come and stand close beside him again, the monk said, "Commander, yet again I advise and counsel you in no way whatsoever to have anything more to do with what you have in mind. Otherwise, make no mistake about it, it will cost you the crippling of your eyes and the confiscation of your goods. But of the 3 men who brought up your horse, the one who gave you a leg up when you were about to mount, he will be the first to gain possession of the throne, and secondly, the one who held the bridle. As for the 3rd man, the one who held the stirrup for your right foot, he will be proclaimed emperor, but will never reign. Furthermore, he will lose his life by a most pitiful death." When Bardanius heard this, he brushed aside what had been said as though it were a laughing matter, and reversed his opinion of the monk. Now he rallied against him as a sorcerer, incapable of foreseeing any forthcoming event, rather than as a seer and one who had foreknowledge of what was about to happen. All he did was take stock of this or that person from his appearance, and as such people usually do, proceed to bring prophecy into disrepute. Thus he could claim that a man of patrician rank, occupying the position of domestic, a man of distinguished birth and family, entrusted with ultimate authority, would fail to obtain his object, while persons of no distinction, hired hands incapable of saying from whom they were descended, were to be raised to the summit of imperial authority. Jesting and sneering like that at what had been said, he made his way back to his own command, and there, once he had spoken to his fellow conspirators, he raised his hand against the emperor. It was Nikephoros, the ex-minister of finance, who was holding the reins of the empire at that time. Bardanius assembled the largest force he could, had himself proclaimed emperor, and established his camp in Bithynia. As soon as the emperor heard of Bardanius's movements, he sent a substantial body of men against him. At the very moment when the armies were about to fall on each other, however, Bardanius asked for a pardon for himself and amnesty for his misdeeds. This Nikephoros granted him on the strength of an oath, and sent him into exile on an estate of his on the island of Prote. Shortly afterwards, some soldiers arrived from Lycaonia, whether of their own accord or at the secret instigation of the emperor, who knows. They attacked the estate and blinded Bardanius. Then they took refuge in the great church of God. Leo, Michael, and Thomas, the attendants of Bardanius, as we said, ranged themselves on the side of the emperor Nikephoros once the rebellion was declared. Of these three, Leo was appointed colonel of the corps of the Federati, and Michael the Stammerer was entrusted with the authority of the Count of the Tent, while Thomas remained faithful to his own master, right to the end. A Saracen attack on Roman territory took place at that time. Leo, who was then a subaltern of the commander of the Anatolikon theme, confronted the Hungarians with the forces under his command, and triumphed gloriously. This gained him a reputation which reached the ears of the Emperor Michael. Nikephoros had already been killed, who conferred upon him the rank of patrician. That is how these matters came about. It might not be impertinent to record here too the manner in which it was revealed to the Emperor Michael how he would lose his throne. Michael had a maidservant working in his immediate household. She used to be afflicted with mental derangement at the time of the new moon. When she was prey to this disorder, she would come to the palace where the ox and the lion stand sculpted in stone, for which reason the place is customarily known as the Bucolion. There she would cry out to the emperor in a resounding voice, come down, get away from what belongs to others." When this had occurred several times, the emperor became alarmed, and it caused him no small anxiety. So he shared his concern about the matter with one of his customary and familiar associates, Theodotus, the son of the patrician Michael Melicinos, also known as Cassiteres, urging him to look closely into the things she said. Theodotus gave the following advice. When the maid was prey to the madness, she was to be apprehended and asked to whom the residence in the palace belonged, and by what marks this person could be identified. Which is what they did, with Theodotus managing the affair. When the woman was apprehended while she was in the grips of madness and asked the question, she revealed the name of Leo, his physical features and form. She went on to say that if one were to go to the Acropolis, one would meet two men there. Of these two, the one riding a mule would surely mount the imperial throne. She said her say, and Theodotus, for his part, paying very close attention, went to the place she had mentioned. There he recognised the man from the indications she had given. Then he knew that the woman had said nothing false. However, he repeated not a word of what he had learned to the emperor. He said the woman's words were mere idle talking, sheer nonsense without a word of truth in them. But he took Leo by the hand and went into the church of Paul the Apostle by the orphanage. When they had given each other their word, he revealed what had been indicated, but he withheld the whole truth. He said that it had been made known by divine revelation that Leo would certainly take over as commander-in-chief of the Romans. He asked that as the bringer of this good news, he might not go unrewarded once it was fulfilled. Leo undertook that Theodotus would not be disappointed in his request if what he said was borne out by subsequent events. That is how these things fitted together. It so happened that the war between the Romans and the Bulgars mentioned above now broke out, this for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the one about to be related. There were some Bulgars who had left the accustomed dwelling place of their forefathers and come into Roman territory, together with their families. They were received by the Emperor Michael, and were settled in various areas. There were also some Romans who had been taken prisoner in the wars of which we spoke, who now broke their bonds asunder and returned to their fatherland. Crum, the ruler of the Bulgars, demanded the return of all these men. There were advantages in effecting this return, according to some of the Romans. The emperor and some monks worthy of consideration subscribed to this opinion, thinking that by returning the refugees, they would prevent the barbarian from laying the land waste. There were others who were of the contrary opinion, led by the patriarch Nikephoros, the magister Theophilos, the leading man of his time in virtue and intelligence, and by no means a few others. They said it was better to commit personal interests to God, and not, by the surrender of the fugitives, to set aside the all-powerful aid of the deity merely to propitiate the false pretensions of the barbarian. As there was no agreement whatsoever on this vexed question, the above-mentioned war with Crum broke out, which brought about the defeat of the Romans and the destruction of many of them. It would appear that God, in his providence, was directing affairs otherwise. Leo V the Armenian, AD 813 to 820. Meanwhile, having assumed the office of emperor, Leo appointed Thomas the Slav colonel of the corps of the Federati. This was one of the free men who, as our narrative recorded, accompanied Bardanius when he visited the monk at Philomelion, a young, impetuous man. The emperor made Michael the Stammerer, who was godfather to his son, and also one of the free, patrician, and count of the regiment of the excubitores. As for the other affairs of state, Leo disposed of them as he pleased. Puffed up even more by the recent defeat of the Romans, the Bulgars overran Thrace, laying waste and devastating wherever their foot trod. The emperor decided to send an embassy to initiate peace negotiations, but when the Bulgar rejected the peace proposal with an angry snort, he had no choice but to fight. Accordingly, once the armies were assembled, a violent battle ensued, and again, the Roman forces got the worst of it. The Bulgars fell to pursuing them, and the emperor, standing on an elevated site with his retinue, saw what was happening. He realised that, in pursuing the fleeing troops, the Bulgars were not following any plan, and that they had completely broken ranks. He therefore rallied the men accompanying him, exhorting them to be of good courage, and not to let the reputation of the Romans waste away to nothing. Then he made a lightning assault on the enemy, a move so unexpected that he was able to turn back those whom he encountered, and to throw the rest of the Bulgar forces into confusion by this unexpected attack. They were so filled with terror and dismay that nobody gave a thought to valour. Many were those who fell in this attack, including the commander-in-chief, although he was quickly placed in the saddle of a very fast horse by his close associates, and was able to save his life by running away. Many more were taken prisoner than fell in the field. This action humbled the high-minded Bulgars, while giving new courage to the Romans, whose hopes had been flagging and falling low. Re-entering the capital with illustrious trophies and much booty, the emperor applied himself to the affairs of state. It was at this point that the emperor recalled to mind the matter of the monk of Philomelian. He resolved to reward him with gifts and offerings for the prophecy concerning himself. So he sent one of the men in whom he had the most confidence, entrusting him with offerings, furnishings, vessels of silver and gold, and sweet-smelling goods, such as are sent to us from India. But it emerged that the monk in question was dead, and that another monk was installed in his cell as his successor. This monk's name was Sabatius, one who was filled with the godless heresy of those who oppose the icons. When the man sent by the emperor arrived in the presence of this monk, he urged him to accept the gifts which the emperor had sent for his master, and to reward the sender with a letter and his prayers. But the monk, unwilling to receive what was sent, urged the bearer to retrace his footsteps. The emperor was unworthy of the purple, he said, because he was addicted to the idols, and moreover, he put his trust in what had been said by the Empress Irene and the Patriarch Tarasius. Of these he called Irene Panther and Folly, while this evil man renamed that ever-memorable Patriarch Taraxius, Troublemaker. He threatened that the emperor would soon fall from his imperial rank and lose his life unless he were quickly convinced by the monk's argument and overturned the divine images. When the sovereign received the letter and learned from the messenger what he had heard the monk say with his own ears, he was deeply troubled. He sent for Theodotus Melicinos and discussed with him what should be done concerning this matter. Now Theodotus had been in the church of this iconoclastic heresy for some time, and was only waiting for the right moment to speak openly of such impiety. Some such advice as this he gave to the emperor. There was a monk living in Dagisthi, he said, who performed extraordinary deeds. The matter must be prescribed to him, he said, and whatever he prescribes, that is what must be done. That is what he said to the emperor. Then he came out quickly and went to the monk in question, and said to him, "Tomorrow night the emperor will come to you in ordinary clothing to ask about the faith and other pressing matters. For your part, you are to remember to threaten him with the imminent loss of his life and his fall from the throne, unless he choose of his own free will to embrace the dogma of the Emperor Leo the Isaurian, and to cast out the idols," that is what he called the holy icons, "from the Church of God. Nor must you forget to promise him that, if he adopts the way of life you suggest, he will enjoy a long life, and a fortunate reign of many years." Having given the monk his instructions, and coached him in what he ought to say to the emperor, he went his way. Shortly after, taking the emperor with him dressed in ordinary clothing, he came to the monk by night. When the conversation was under way, the monk, standing right next to the emperor, said to him, as though it had just been revealed to him by divine inspiration that this man was of imperial rank, "What you are doing is not sensible, O Emperor, deceiving us with private citizens' clothes and concealing the emperor hidden within them. Do what you will. The grace of the divine spirit has not allowed us to be outsmarted by you any longer." The emperor was taken aback when he heard this, and realised that he had not succeeded in concealing his imperial rank beneath a simple costume, but this is hardly surprising in one who did not know the mischief that was being practised on him. Taking the monk to be a godly man, he obediently undertook speedily to execute what he proposed. He accordingly decreed the taking down of the sacred icons. First of all, he made a secret inquiry whether it was possible for him to accomplish what he had in mind without stirring up a storm in church circles. Then he brought the dogma out into the open, and the leading citizens and churchmen bowed to his command, some willingly, some against their will. Even the great patriarch Nikephoros of eternal memory was being coerced to set his signature to the document, ordering the holy icons to be taken down. And, when he refused to be coerced, this patriarch Nikephoros, who had observed some time beforehand the sinister intentions of Leo, and how he would harm and disturb church affairs, was exiled by the emperor to Proconnesus. Indeed, when the blessed Nikephoros was setting the diadem on Leo's head, it had seemed to him as though his hands were being pierced by prickles and thorns, which he set down as a symbol and omen of the evils which ensued. When the great patriarch was being taken into exile, Theophanes the confessor, hegumenus of the monastery of Argos, was staying on an estate of that monastery. Perceiving the other's approach by divine inspiration, he accompanied him with incense and lights as he went by in a ship. As for the patriarch, he received this salutation with profound acts of obeisance, greeting Theophanes in return by stretching out his hands in blessing. Neither man saw nor was seen by the other, but beholding each other with the eyes of the spirit, each one offered the other the customary reverence. One of those who travelled with him asked the patriarch, "Lord and master, whom were you greeting with your hands raised on high?" "The most holy confessor, Theophanes, hegumenus of the Argos monastery, who accompanies us with incense and lights," he replied. Not long afterwards, the patriarch's prediction was borne out by the event, for, before long, Theophanes, along with many others, was banished from the church. After being subject to many and unlimited woes, he received the confessor's crown, never again being permitted to set eyes on the patriarch, so that not even in this particular did the prediction fail to come true. Once the patriarch had been sent into exile, as we reported, on the very day of the resurrection of the Lord, Theodotus Messallinus, also known as Cassitrius, as our narrative said, unworthily acceded to the patriarchal throne. Once he had mounted the throne, having acceded to the imperial authority, he proclaimed the heresy of those who were opposed to the icons, no longer in secret and in corners, but openly and boldly. Puffed up by the above-mentioned victory against the Bulgars, Leo had also recently achieved some success against the Arabs. He was now unbearable in his attitude, inclined to be harsh and very cruel. He became implacable in his anger and excessively severe in punishing faults. To those who wished to plead with him, he had nothing to say and was very hard to deal with. For small offences he awarded heavy punishments. For some he cut off a hand, for others a foot, or in other cases some other vital member. The pieces which he had ordered to be amputated he now caused to be hung up along the main thoroughfare, no doubt to strike consternation and fear into those who beheld them. Thus he earned the hatred of all his subjects. Subsequent events increased that hatred yet further, for it was not only against men of equally distinguished origin that he raged and stormed. He was also filled with frenzy against the sacred faith itself, and against God. As his efficient agent for this business, he employed a man well known for villainy, the master of the order of Palatine choristers. Outwardly, he seemed to be worthy and God-fearing, but within, as though beneath a thick fleece, he was really a wolf lying in wait. This wicked man found a suitable occasion to strike. It was when, as custom dictated, one read aloud in church the prophecy of the most eloquent of the prophets, Isaiah, the one who says, "To whom will ye liken the Lord? Or with what will you compare him? Was it not the carpenter who made the image, the goldsmith who melted gold and gilded it, and made a likeness of himself?" And the rest of the prophecy. Then he approached the emperor and whispered in his ear, "Give understanding to what is said here, O emperor, and do not let the truth elude you. Embrace the pattern of devotion which the prophet proposes for you." And so saying, he implanted yet more of the poison of the heresy in Leo's mind. The result was that the manner of worship which formerly he was at pains to proclaim sparingly and with hesitation, he now proclaimed brazenly and shamelessly. Or, to speak more plainly, he compelled people to follow the heresy by threats and afflictions. From that day, all those who chose the softer path and betrayed the truth were safe and sound, but those who disobeyed his most sacrilegious command were handed over to irredeemable tortures and afflictions. In spite of such impiety and criminality, he was extremely vigilant in his handling of affairs of state, to the point that nothing necessary or useful was left unattended to. They say, too, that, after his death, the Patriarch Nikephoros opined that, although the Roman state had indeed lost an irreligious ruler in Leo, he was nevertheless a great one. And, in addition to the diligent and attentive administration of public business, he was the implacable foe of those who acted unjustly. Thus, one day as he was leaving the palace, a man came up to him and complained that a member of the Senate had taken his wife away. I complained to the prefect of the city about this, but received no satisfaction. Having heard what the man said, the emperor immediately ordered the accused senator and the prefect to appear before him when he returned. Immediately, when he was home again, the aggrieved man who sought justice, the one who had committed the alleged deed, and the prefect himself appeared before him. When the emperor commanded the plaintiff to relate what had befallen him, the man explained the matter from the beginning to the end. As for the one accused of the offence, since he was unable to escape from the accusation, and could see that he was hemmed in on every side by the allegations against him, he confessed his transgression. When the emperor asked the prefect why he had not awarded a fitting punishment for this crime, he was struck dumb and incapable of offering any excuse, so the emperor dismissed him from his office. He handed the adulterer over to suffer the punishment prescribed by law. For most of the time, the emperor used to sit in the Lusiac Hall appointing commanders, generals, and governors, choosing them from among the most worthy and incorruptible of men, being disdainful of money, and very parsimonious himself. He was very proud of his voice, and aspired to be something of a musician, but his natural gifts were not commensurate with this aspiration. He could not keep time, and he had little talent for singing in tune either. He would intone the odes with his strident but untrained voice, and when he intoned the verse of the 7th Ode for Christmas, which begins, "For love of the sovereign supreme they poured contempt," he opened himself up to being laughed to scorn by those who heard him. He who had poured contempt upon the fear of God, and thrown in his lot with the demons by denying the all-sacred icons. So much for the emperor in those matters. Michael of Amorion, ever attempting to advance and to rise to higher things, was accused of high treason. Having, albeit with difficulty, cleared himself of this charge, he was sent by the emperor to drill the troops under his command. Now, Michael was prone to all the other vices, but he was especially incapable of disciplining his tongue, the very member which is capable of divulging the secrets one hides within the heart. He spoke all his thoughts openly, and even uttered some unseemly remarks against the emperor himself, threatening to deprive him of the throne, and to take his wife in an unholy union. When the emperor heard about these things, he first attempted, resourcefully, without revealing the nature of this knowledge, to turn Michael aside from his imprudent loquacity and evil counsels, for he knew that the man suffered from the terrible affliction of an unbridled tongue. But when he had taken recourse, to the extent practicable, to threats and exhortations, he discovered that Michael not only denied saying the things that were said, but also, once he had again gained the courage, did not distance himself from what he intended to do. He secretly sent out spies and eavesdroppers against him, who frequently encountered him at banquets and drinking parties. When detached from his wits by wine, he quite enthusiastically added to his former statements. They duly reported this to the emperor, and their testimony was endorsed by Hexabulius, a man of good sense and a frequent companion of the emperor, not unknown to Michael. He often tried to turn Michael aside from talking indiscreetly. He counselled him to be silent and not to speak out so inopportunely, attracting such obvious danger to himself. But since he would not heed the warnings, the man made a clean breast of everything concerning Michael to the emperor. So, on Christmas Eve, being in possession of these allegations, the emperor presided over a court of inquiry in the chamber of the principal secretaries, discharging the role of a diligent examiner of the charges that had been laid. Michael was now convicted of attempted usurpation. Indeed, he was obliged to admit it himself, such was the weight of the evidence against him. He was condemned to death by fire. They were to throw him into the furnace of the palace bathhouse, and the emperor was going to witness the execution. He was led away, a prisoner condemned to death, the emperor following after, eager to see what was going to happen next. As they made their way to the bathhouse, the Empress Theodosia, Arzabar's daughter, heard what was going to take place. She came flying out of her boudoir, burning with rage and fury. Approaching the emperor, she told him that he was an offence to heaven and an enemy of God if he failed to exercise forbearance on this sacred day in which he was going to receive the communion of the divine body. And she blunted his determination, for he was afraid of offending God. So he straightway reversed his judgment and granted Michael a reprieve. But he put him in leg irons and kept the key himself, giving the keeper of the palace charge of the prisoner. Then he turned to his wife and said, "Woman, thanks to your ravings, I have done as you required, but before long, you and my offspring will see what bad fortune is in store for us, even though you have delivered me from sinning this day." Thus he, who was by no stretch of the imagination a prophet, accurately predicted the future. It is said that an oracle had been delivered to him some time earlier, which said that he was destined to be deprived both of the imperial dignity and also of his very life itself on the day of the birth and incarnation of Christ our God. It was a Sibylline oracle, written in a certain book in the imperial library, which contained not only oracles, but also pictures and the features of those who had been emperors, depicted in colours. Now, there was a ferocious lion portrayed in that book. Above its spine, and going down to its belly, was the letter X. There was a man running after the beast, and striking it a mortal blow with his lance, right in the centre of the X. On account of the obscurity of the oracle, only the then questor could make sense of its meaning, that an emperor named Leo was going to be delivered to a bitter death on the day of Christ's nativity. The emperor was no less dismayed and frightened by his own mother's vision. It seemed to her, who was a frequent visitor at the Holy Church of the Mother of God at Blackernay, that she met a maiden there carrying a lance, escorted by two men dressed in white. But she also saw that sacred church filled with blood, and the maiden in the vision ordered one of those dressed in white to fill a vessel with blood, and give it to Leo's mother to drink. She protested that throughout her long widowhood she had eaten neither meat nor anything else containing blood, and this was her excuse for not touching the vessel. "Then why," the maiden angrily exclaimed, "does your son not refrain from filling me with blood and from angering my son and God?" From then on, she used to intercede with her son to desist from the heresy of the iconoclasts, recounting the vision in tragic tones. And there was yet another vision which troubled him more than a little. In his dreams he saw the patriarch Teresius of blessed memory, long since passed from this life. He seemed to call upon the name of a certain Michael, inciting him against Leo to deal him a death blow. The prediction of the monk at Philomelion disturbed him too, as well as the exchange of garments which Michael had effected, which we related above in the course of the narrative. Frightened by all these things, the emperor fell prey to fear. His soul was tossed hither and thither. Hence, he was frequently awake all night long. Wiser counsels prevailing, or at least an attitude more becoming of an emperor, Leo forced the door leading to the palace keeper's quarters and looked in to see what was happening. As he entered a room, a sight met his eyes which left him dumbfounded. He beheld the condemned man lying gloriously ensconced in a high bed, while the palace keeper lay on the bare floor. He approached and looked more carefully at Michael. Did he have a shallow and troubled sleep of those whom destiny tosses around and whose life is a gamble? Or did he, on the contrary, enjoy a calm, untroubled rest? When he found him sleeping calmly, he couldn't waken him even when he touched him. His anger became yet more inflamed at this unexpected revelation. He went off at a deliberate pace, inveighing not only against Michael, but against the palace keeper too. So much for the emperor. This visit, however, did not pass unnoticed to the palace keeper's staff, for one of Michael's chamberlains recognised the purple buskins and reported everything in detail. Greatly perturbed and almost beside themselves at what they had heard, the palace keeper's staff puzzled their brains as to how to escape from danger. Day was breaking when Michael came up with this insidious plan. There were certain grave sins on his conscience which he wanted to confess to a godly father, using as intermediary Theophilos, whom he later promoted to be prefect of the inkpot. The emperor gave his approval, and Michael, having summoned up his courage, said to Theophilos, "Now is the hour, Theophilos. Threaten the conspirators that unless they make haste to get me out of danger, I am going to reveal the whole business to the emperor." When Theophilos had done as he was bidden, those who were privy to the plot encountered an unfortunate difficulty. They cast around in their minds how to save themselves and how to rescue Michael, who was now in even greater danger of death than before. They devised a plan to deliver themselves which would not only save Michael's life, but gain him the office of emperor. In those days it was not the custom, as it is now, and has been since the time of which we are speaking, for the clerks who sing in the Palatine church to live in the palace, but each in his own home. About the third watch of the night they would assemble at the Elephantine Gate, and proceed from there to the church where they would sing the dawn service. The conspirators mingled discreetly with the clerks, their daggers hidden in their cloaks, and went in with them. Then they assembled in a dark corner of the church, awaiting the prearranged signal. As the hymn was being sung, the emperor, who was already there, led off the singing, as was his custom. For love of the sovereign supreme, they poured contempt. As we remarked, he had a strident voice. It was then that the conspirators struck en masse. Their first attack went awry because they mistook the master of the clerks for the emperor, perhaps because he bore a certain physical resemblance to him, or because he was wearing the same kind of headgear, for it was a cold winter night, so everybody was in heavy clothing, and each man had covered his head with a closely fitting pointed felt hat. The master of the clerks averted the danger by removing the cap from his head, and accomplished his survival with his baldness. When the emperor realised that he was being attacked, he went into the sanctuary and seized the thurible by its chains. Some say it was the sacred cross, with which to ward off the blows of his attackers. But the conspirators attacked all together, not one at a time. One struck him on the head, another in the belly, each wounding a different part of his body. He was able to resist for some time by parrying the sword thrusts with the sacred cross, but then he was set upon from all sides like a wild beast. He was already beginning to flag from his wounds when, finally seeing a giant of a man about to deal him a blow, he invoked the grace which inhabited the church with an oath, and begged to be spared. This good fellow was one of the Crambonitai family. "This is not the time for swearing oaths, but for killing," he declared, and dealt Leo a blow that cut the right arm through, not only severing it from the collarbone, but also sundering a branch of the cross. Someone also cut off his head, which was already damaged by wounds and hanging down. Such was the end of Leo's life, in the month of December, about the 10th hour of the night, when he had reigned for 7 years and 5 months. He was the most cruel man who ever lived, more sacrilegious than all his predecessors, which rather detracts from both the care with which he conducted affairs of state and his excellence in war. It is said that a voice from heaven immediately resounded, announcing the good news of his demise to many people. Among those who heard it were some sailors who noted the time and the hour of the night. Later, when it was all over, the announcement was found to have been quite correct. Michael II the Stammerer, 820 to 829 AD. After Leo was put to death, his assassins callously dragged his corpse through the Skylitzes gate and brought it into the hippodrome, fearing nothing, because the imperial palace was guarded at all points by their own forces. His wife was hauled off from the palace, together with her 4 children, Symbatios, whose name was changed to Constantine after his proclamation as co-emperor, Basil, Gregory, and Theodosius. They were thrust into a skiff and brought to the island of Prote, where all 4 were castrated. Theodosius succumbed and went to share his father's grave. As for Michael, he was now released from the prison of the Papias, his feet still restrained by fetters because the key to the irons was kept in Leo's bosom. It was thus that he now sat on the imperial throne, fetters and all. That is how he was when all those then holding palatine appointments acclaimed him and fell down before him. Then, towards midday, when the rumour had spread in all directions, by now his fetters had been struck off with a hammer, without even washing his hands, with no fear of God in his heart, nor with any thought of what else ought to be done. Off he went to the great church of the Holy Wisdom, anxious to be crowned by the hand of the Patriarch, and to be publicly acclaimed. He trusted nobody other than his fellow conspirators who had carried out the assassination. At this point, one might well wonder at these 2 emperors' lack of judgment. The outgoing one, who had no one to help him among such a large and varied group of flatterers, all of whom took refuge in their holes like snakes, and the disorderly, shameless nature of the one after him, who went into church, not like some murderer or executioner with blooded hands, but rather like a victorious athlete and conqueror, exulting over what had happened. He who had just shed the blood of a fellow countryman, not in any common place, but in God's sanctuary, where the Lord's blood is daily poured out for the forgiveness of our sins. This Michael was from a city named Amorion in Upper Phrygia. In former times, numerous Jews, Athinganoi, and other impious people took up residence there. Out of their contact and constant communication with each other, there emerged a sect of a novel kind, one with absurd doctrines. Following in the religious tradition of his family, Michael was a member of this sect. It permitted its adepts to partake of the godly and salvific rite of baptism, but otherwise reverently observed the Mosaic law, except for circumcision. Michael had living with him a Jew, or maybe a Jewess, as his teacher, and almost his governor, by whom he was inducted into the sect. This person not only gave him spiritual instruction, but also dictated how his household was to be run. Under this tutor, he retained nothing that was pure, but rather an agglomeration of disbeliefs, for he debased Christian doctrines, counterfeited Jewish beliefs, and corrupted all the rest. From a religious point of view, he was as diverse and varied as those African beasts, which, they say, impelled by thirst, gather together at the rare watering holes, and all mate with each other. Once he acceded to the imperial power, he solemnly maintained and gloried in these doctrines, more so than in the diadem and the purple. As for literature and education, which could have modified his beliefs, and taught him better things, these he rejected and scorned, eminently favouring those skills in which he excelled. These consisted of such abilities as being able to predict which of a litter of newborn pigs would fare well and not fail to develop large bodies, which would fall prey to adversity, standing close to kicking horses, having the knack of restraining kicking asses from far away. He was an excellent judge of mules, able to tell which would serve best as beasts of burden, which would be serviceable mounts and not be suddenly affrighted into throwing the rider and breaking his neck. He could even tell just by looking at horses, which would have speed and stamina on the road, which would serve the riders valiantly in battle. As for sheep and cattle, he could tell to which it had been befallen by nature to produce fine young, or an abundance of milk. He could discern by which mothers newly born animals had been born, and just from their appearance. Such then were the skills in which he gloried, not only in his youth, but it must be said, towards the end of his life too. By the time he reached manhood, persistent poverty was his lot, but he left no stone unturned in his attempts to remedy this situation. One day, when he was accompanying his commander, the latter noted that he had stammered when reporting to him. One of the Athinganoi, a man with whom the commander was acquainted, disclosed to him that this Michael and another person would soon become famous and attain the imperial throne before long. This so impressed the commander that, thinking he was seeing the future in a mirror, he was loath to postpone an opportunity which might not easily be recaptured. So he immediately prepared a feast and invited the two men to dine, to the exclusion of all others, even of those who were of superior birth and rank. When the wine was flowing freely, he introduced his daughters and gave them to his guests, announcing that they were to be his sons-in-law. At first, the two were quite overcome by the strange and puzzling nature of the proceedings, but they accepted the offer and gave their undertakings, thinking that such a thing had to be the work of God, not of man. That is how it was. Having accepted the pronouncement of the aforementioned adherent of the Athinganoi as a divine prediction, Michael took the second pronouncement of the monk of Philomelian. We have already spoken of this, as a prophecy too. Then he was more eager and determined than ever to assassinate Leo. Having showed himself treacherous towards his former benefactor, the man named Bardanius, he would now do even worse to his second, meaning Leo, who was the godfather of his own son. Nevertheless, having brought about the atrocious murder of Leo, he did stipulate that a portion of Leo's confiscated possessions be set aside for the maintenance of his children and of their mother. Also, some of his own servants were seconded to wait upon them. Leo's spouse he ordered to be confined in the monastery known as Despotai, the male children on the island of Proti, as we said, where Theodosius died after they had all been castrated. Constantine, whose name had been changed to Basil, was struck dumb after the castration. He prayed to God to release his voice, and prayed also to Gregory, famous among theologians, of whom there was an image there. The saint received his prayer, and his sacred image appeared to Constantine proclaiming, "Take this candle, and, at the dawn service this morning, read." Trusting in what was said, he entered the church and read the prayer, "Yet again, O my Jesus," with a clear, pure voice. Once he had regained his voice, he held the hereditary madness of iconoclasm as anathema and converted to the right attitude towards the sacred icons, but that was later. Once Michael had arrogated the imperial power and was doing with it what he would, Nikephoros, the Patriarch of Eternal Memory, sent him a letter imploring him to re-establish reverence for the sacred icons and to restore godliness. Michael replied that he was not come to do any mischief to the established religious practices, nor in any way to attack or damage the received traditions. Let each one do what seems right and desirable to him, free of punishment, and knowing no affliction. But he, who was no true Christian at the beginning, certainly did not maintain this attitude to the end. As his hold on the empire became more firmly established, so did he, with his extremely crude and diabolically malignant nature, renew the war against the Christians, his fellow countrymen. Now he would assault the monks, afflicting them with a variety of terrors, and devising one punishment after another. Now he would throw others of the faithful into jail, or send them into exile. Methodius, who a little later was thought worthy of the patriarchal throne, and Euthemius, then Bishop of Sardis, withstood him, refusing to renounce the practice of revering the sacred icons. These he expelled from the capital city for their pains. He imprisoned the sacred Methodius on the island of Acritas, and put the blessed Euthemius to death by a merciless flogging with bull's sinews at the hands of Theophilos, Michael's own son. In the same measure by which he thus afflicted Christ's heritage, he also relieved the Jews of taxes and restraints, for these he loved and cherished most dearly above all men. As a pattern and model for imitation in his own life, he took the life of Copronymus, and made every effort to be like him. Thus he attained the very acme and meridian of godlessness, now ordering fasting on Saturdays, now sharpening his tongue against the sacred prophets, now denying the resurrection to come, and decrying the good things promised in the next world. He would affirm that there was no such thing as the devil, because there was no mention of him in the Mosaic law. He embraced every form of illicit sexual activity in thought, word, and deed. He stipulated that swearing should always be by God, and with his unbridled tongue he located Judas among the saved. He ridiculed the feast of salvation-bringing Easter for being celebrated badly and out of season, portraying it as a pagan tradition. He was so alienated from our own sacred teaching that he would not even allow the young to be educated. This so that nobody would be able to withstand and condemn his mindlessness. Nor any man whose eye had been sharpened and his speech quickened by education get the better of him. He was so slow in constructing his letters and reading syllables that it was easier for one to read a whole book than for this slow-minded fellow to decipher the letters of his own name. But I should leave aside this matter, which has been sufficiently dealt with elsewhere, and get on with the history. A civil war broke out in the East at that time, which filled the inhabited world with all kinds of evil. There was a great loss of life, and consequently, depopulation. Thomas was the originator of this uprising, of whom they tell two different stories. One says he was the child of insignificant poor parents of barbaric origin. After living in poverty for a long time, gaining the necessities of life by manual labour, even as a hired hand sometimes, he left his native land and came to this great city. Here he entered the service of a senator, but became so undisciplined and arrogant that he even dared to insult his master's marriage bed. Caught in the act, he could not bear the reproach, and he was terrified of the kind of punishments reserved for such crimes, so he fled to the Hagarenes. He gained their confidence by performing appropriate deeds and by confirming the deeds with constancy, for his stay with them lasted 25 years, also by forswearing the holy religion of the Christians and embracing that of the cursed Mohammed. He was designated chief of a war band and dispatched against the Christians, for he had undertaken to deliver the empire of the Romans into their hands. To ensure that his difference of race and religion provide no obstacle to his reception by the Romans, he gave it out that he was Constantine VI, the son of Irene. On account of his evil-mindedness, his disgusting manners, and his odious habits, she deprived her son of both his throne and of his eyesight. Subsequently, he lost his life. So huge was the undertaking, and so powerful the aspirations which ruled Thomas, that a colleague was necessary to cope with the situation. He could not possibly have dealt with it alone, having undertaken to wage war both by land and by sea. He adopted as his son a man the mere physical appearance of whom declared the vacuity of his soul. He committed a sufficient force to this man, whom he renamed Constantius, and dispatched him to one region with orders to devastate Roman territory. As for himself, he went off to another region, wasting and ravaging everything in his path. Leo V the Armenian, who was holding the reins of the empire at that time, sent out an inadequate force against him, which suffered a total defeat, thus rendering Thomas yet more bold and impetuous. Such is the first story of this uprising, and it is widely believed. According to the second story, Thomas was the man who was formerly with Bardanius, and concerning whom the monk uttered his prediction at Philomelian. He had already been put in command of the regiment of the Federati by the Emperor Leo, when he learned that Leo had been assassinated by Michael. So, under pretence of avenging his benefactor, but also to serve his own interests, for he and Michael had been rivals since their youth, he raised a hand against the emperor, the fear inspired by what the monk had prophesied of him at Philomelian notwithstanding. His revolt began in the Anatolikon theme where he was stationed. There he assembled a force by no means weak and small, but weighty and courageous. Every man capable of bearing arms of any kind he obliged to follow him, some by force, others for the sake of their friendship towards him, some by the prospect of the booty they might seize, others because of the hatred they had for Michael. He was indeed so widely hated for being so crude, for adhering to the sect of the Athingonoi, for his stammering, and on account of his baseness and indolence, that everybody agreed to fight with the upstart. But, as for Thomas himself, even though he was disabled in one foot, and the descendant of barbarians, he was of venerable appearance, with his grey locks, and he spoke well, in a civilized manner. These are all things which the soldier admires, and in addition to these, he was second to none in the nobility of his physical appearance. This Thomas now gained control of the entire East, and brought the collectors of the public taxes under his thumb. By his magnanimity and outstanding liberality, he went from small to great, from weakness to strength. There were those whom he brought over by persuasion and friendship, the sort of people who were enamoured of coups d'etats and acquiring wealth. There were others whose obedience he gained by coercion and violence, those who held civil disturbance in horror. Then, when the civil war broke out, it was like the cataracts of a river, not of water, but of blood, which inundated the earth. Asia in its entirety was overrun and laid waste, suffering a fate worse than death. Some of the cities there submitted to Thomas out of fear. Some kept faith with the emperor until they were sacked and their citizens led into captivity. The whole of Asia fell to the rebel, except for the Opsikion theme, whose governor, Catachylus, remained faithful to the emperor to the end, and for the Armeniakon theme, where Olbianos was governor, who also remained faithful to the emperor. As a reward, the emperor settled upon them the income accruing to the imperial treasury from the public tax, which is usually called the half-tax. The Hagarenes rejoiced and were glad at the news of the civil war, seizing the opportunity of freely invading every island and territory. Thomas began to fear that his followers might abandon him and go back home for fear of the onslaught of the Hagarenes, for, as we have said, they seized everything they could get their hands on, and took captive everyone they came across. He realised that he would have to withstand their attacks by making a personal appearance. He would dismay them by the size of his superior forces, and craftily bring them to sue for peace, and that is what happened. While the Saracens were ravaging the east, he frightened them by a sudden appearance. Talks ensued, at which he promised to deliver the Roman lands into their hands, and to place these under their authority. Once relieved of fear of the Hagarenes, he proclaimed himself emperor, placed a diadem on his head, and had himself recognised as sovereign at Antioch by Job, who was at that time chief pastor of the church there. He assembled a great company of men, and received others from the Hagarenes, not only from our neighbouring peoples, but from those afar off, Egyptians, Indians, Persians, Assyrians, Armenians, Chalcidians, Iberians, Czechs, and Kabirs. When he had defended and strengthened himself with all these troops, he thought it best to take a colleague and co-ruler, someone whose name he would change and who he would adopt as his son. He then set out, ravaging and laying waste all of Anatolia. When the emperor heard of this, he made preparations to resist the upstart. He sent an army and a commander against him, neither of them fit for battle. Thomas descended on the army in force, destroying it, killing one half of it and putting the other half to flight. Being now free to move as he wished, he sought to strengthen his position by equipping warships and other vessels to carry supplies and horses. He made himself master of the imperial navy and mustered the entire fleet off Lesbos. He himself marched off to Abydos at the head of 80,000 men, intending to cross the Hellespont there. He overran all the places on the way there and reduced them to ashes, not just humble and defenceless ones, but even the most important ones, very difficult to take. There was one borough that remained faithful to the emperor, against which he sent his own adoptive son. Under the impression that there were no forces opposed to him in the place, the young man rashly led a disorganised cavalry attack on it, and fell into an ambush set by Olbianus, who cut off his head as a lesson to him not to be rash. He sent that wretch's head to the emperor, who, in turn, sent it to Thomas, the man's father, as he advanced in insolence and boasting all the way. Thomas received it, but made no change in his plans. He passed through Thrace as far as the township they call Horcosion, where he crossed the straits at the new moon. This had already been a matter of concern for Michael before it happened, for he had anticipated such a crossing. He had personally confirmed the loyalty of the towns, reinforced their garrisons, and fortified their weaker places. But none of this was to any avail, for, as soon as he returned to the capital and Thomas crossed over, they all broke faith with him, and rallied to the apostate, anxious to campaign against the capital with him. The emperor concentrated what troops he could, and raised an army which had the appearance of being sufficient for the task. He appointed the aforementioned Catechilus and Olbianus to be its commanders, and sent them into action against the upstart. He also gave his attention to the navy, so far as possible. But sweeping down like a spring flood from the high mountains, the upstart came and scattered the imperial forces by land and sea, putting such fear into the emperor that he stretched an iron chain from the Acropolis to the opposite township, rendering the inner sea inaccessible. There was a former commander named Gregory, living in exile on Skyros, a nephew of the Emperor Leo V. After Leo's assassination, he frequently spoke out boldly and accused Michael of murder to his face. That is why he had been sent into exile. Thomas had taken him as a companion and set him in command of a land force of about 10,000 men. He prepared the fleet for action and set another person over that. Then he dispatched these two forces as vanguards against the capital, under the impression that it would be advantageous to launch the attack both by land and by sea. So it was. The naval and land forces appeared together in the gulf before Blackernay, for the iron chain, stretched out the way I said, was totally incapable of withstanding them. A general assault on the walls ensued. Thomas arrived soon after, and the siege was vigorously pursued on all sides, but nothing worthy of note was accomplished, because those within made a spirited defence and repulsed the siege engines. Thomas thought that he had only to appear before the capital, and the citizens would open wide the gates to him out of hatred for Michael. This is why he sent Gregory ahead, as we said, himself following with all his forces, and with Anastasius, his adoptive son, who had recently abandoned the monastic life and returned to lay status. When none of his hopes was fulfilled, rather he was reviled and derided by the besieged, he set up a fortified encampment in Paulinus Quarter, where the church of the wonder-working Anagyroi stands. Troops were sent out as far as the Euxine Bridge and the so-called Hieron to sound out whether the township would join him and to ensure that there was no enemy at his back. He took these precautions and gave himself a few days for preparations. Then, from a high place, he observed that Michael had set up his war banner on the roof of the Church of the Mother of God at Blackernay, and that, from that location, he was issuing orders and taking command of his forces against the enemy. Meanwhile, Theophilos, his son, together with the Patriarch and his retinue, was processing around the entire rampart of the city, carrying the life-giving wood of the cross, together with the raiment of the all-pure Mother of God. Now, Thomas began to despair of the undertaking, and to be of two minds. Not knowing what on earth to do, but trusting in his superior manpower, he thought that all would be decided by a battle. Accordingly, next day at first light, he signalled for the onslaught to begin, and led out his men. He committed the attack on the land walls to his son, while he himself, with the greater forces, powerful siege engines and machines, assaulted the towers of Blackernay. Ladders as long as the walls were high were brought up against them. In some places there was an attack by testudo, in others by battering ram. Using archery and catapults, he thought that a show of force would frighten the citizens and deliver the city into his hands. He blockaded the rest of the wall with his naval force, terrifying the citizens with fire and arrows. But great though this show of strength was, it accomplished nothing for him that might be advantageous. A contrary wind suddenly blew up and dispersed the fleet, causing the ships to scatter in all directions, for the storm was of considerable violence. On land, the citizens fought bravely and disabled his siege engines. Short of all supplies, he withdrew. The besieged citizens took new heart, and pursued the supporters of the apostate more boldly than ever. Some of those within even opened the apertures in the city gates, sallied forth and engaged the enemy. On account of the severity of the winter in Thrace, the apostate decided to go into winter quarters elsewhere. He left with his host for milder climates. Having done this, once spring began to shine, he decided to attack the city of Constantine again by land and sea. But he found that Michael, unlike the first time, had now assembled a businesslike army and put to sea another fleet. Thomas gathered his strength and attacked the same part of the fortifications as before, the gulf at Blackernay. Once the signal to attack was given, he gathered up his siege engines and attempted to breach the walls. Meanwhile, Michael engaged some of the apostate's comrades in discussion. He promised them an amnesty for their offences and plenty of fine rewards if they would change sides and stop staining their hands with the blood of their fellow countrymen. Nothing was accomplished, rather the opposite, for he rendered those to whom he addressed his offer even more bold, while freeing them of the fear which had paralysed them, and of confirming their loyalty to the apostate. So he abandoned that project. He spoke to his companions at length, urging them to be good men and true, and not to throw away their liberty on an execrable upstart. Then his men suddenly and unexpectedly rushed out from several posterns and attacked the enemy. By the element of surprise, the emperor was able to throw his fear-stricken foes into disarray, many of whom he slaughtered, and to gain a significant victory. The fleet of the apostate also fared badly. Just as the imperial ships put to sea and were about to engage it, the enemy fleet was assailed by panic and disorder. The enemy ships turned tail and were driven aground. Some of the sailors threw in their lot with the emperor, while others took refuge in the camp of their land army. Thus was the upstart's navy effortlessly brought to naught. It was then that Gregory, nephew of the Emperor Leo, realised that Thomas was not a very dangerous adversary, and suspected that he would become even less dangerous with the passage of time. He made contact with the emperor through a monk of Studius's monastery, and conceived the idea of seceding, together with a portion of the company he commanded, and of attacking the upstart from the rear. This was partly to strike fear in Thomas, partly to reconcile himself with the emperor, and partly to ensure the safety of his wife and children, for they had been in custody since he threw in his lot with Thomas. But before the emperor heard of this, Thomas, fearing that Gregory might suddenly increase in importance, and wishing to inspire his own men with fear, without moving his encampment before the city, for fear of being pursued from the rear, took just so many experienced soldiers as he needed to engage Gregory, and went out to meet him. Gregory was overthrown in battle, taken in flight, and executed. Thomas returned in haste to his forces besieging the city, and sent out letters everywhere, boasting that he had won a victory, which was not the case. He ordered the fleet that he was keeping in the Helidikon theme to approach with all haste, once again to contend for mastery of the sea. Making a direct voyage, the fleet came quickly and anchored off a place called Berenice, 350 warships and supply vessels in all. When the commanders of the imperial fleet learned of their arrival, they attacked by night while the enemy ships were riding at anchor. So sudden was the attack that they were able to capture several panic-stricken vessels, crews and all, and to burn other ships with Greek fire. A few escaped from the disaster altogether, and hastened to gain the gulf at Blackernay, where they could join the land army, which they succeeded in doing. Such was the state of affairs at sea. On land it was continuous skirmishing. First Michael, then Theophilos his son, would sally forth against the rebels, together with Olbianus and Catechilus. Sometimes the emperor's men prevailed, sometimes Thomas the Apostate's, but there was no sustained and significant battle waged in a brave and orderly way, because the imperial forces were inferior in numbers, and unable to withstand the strength of the upstart. Meanwhile, the word having gone out through the whole world that the Roman emperor lay besieged and confined within his own walls, Mortagon, king of the Bulgars, sent him a secret message announcing that he would send help of his own free will, and conclude a treaty with him. Either because he really did have pity on his fellow countrymen, or because he resented the expense, he was the most parsimonious emperor there ever was. Michael thanked the Bulgar for his intentions, but refused the proffered aid. Mortagon, however, delighted in war, and was very fond of acquiring the spoils of it. Seeking to revitalise and strengthen the 30-year treaty made with Leo V, the previous emperor, he raised an army against the upstart, and once he was inside the Roman border, encamped near the place called Caductos. The matter became known, and the apostate could not be unaware of it. He was shaken without a doubt, and deeply moved in his inner being, but when he had regained his composure, he armed his own forces. It seemed to him that if he divided his forces, he would be greatly weakened and easily overcome, for it needs no small force to besiege the capital, rather a numerous and significant army. The emperor had now assembled a formidable host, well able to withstand the enemy face to face. No small company would have sufficed to withstand the army of the Bulgars. It required a large and above-average army to succeed. Thomas now withdrew from the city to avoid rendering himself easy to defeat by dividing his forces. Under the impression that he was a worthy opponent for the Bulgar, he drew up his forces in battle order at the place just mentioned. An engagement ensued in which the upstart was worsted and many of his people slain. The survivors saved their lives by taking to their heels, and assembled in an inaccessible location where they waited to see what would happen. The Bulgar chieftain took the prisoners of war and the great amount of booty he had captured, and returned to his own land, exulting in and boasting of his victory. The fleet of Thomas, which was still left blockading the city, went over to the emperor in its entirety when news of the upstart's reverse arrived. The apostate was brought to such a pitch of madness by the demons which it seemed were fighting on his side that he continued to dream of seizing the imperial throne. Harassed on all sides and reduced to a mere shadow of his former strength, he still carried on the siege, when he finally came to the conclusion that this was wasted effort. Off he went with his entire army to the plain known as Diabasus, some furlongs from the city, a place rich in pasture and flowing streams. There he set up camp, from which he made forays to pillage the splendour of the city's suburbs, but the people of the city saw no more of him, unlike the way it was before. When Michael perceived this, he assembled a considerable force, appointing Catechilus and Olbianus to command it, taking the 2 corps of palace guards. The Scolae and Hetaeria, under his own command, he marched out against the upstart, wishing to have the matter decided by a formal battle. The upstart awaited the emperor in a firmly established position, intending to get the better of his adversaries by a feint once battle was joined. He ordered his men to turn and run away when the adversary charged. But when Michael's men came in pursuit, his own was suddenly to turn on them and rout them by this unexpected manoeuvre. Such were his orders, but it was not to turn out as he intended. The soldiers of his company had been deprived of their wives and children for a long time on his account. They had stained their hands with the blood of their fellow countrymen, and they were distressed by how long it had gone on. For they had now spent 3 years in serving the ambitions and aspirations of one man, with nothing to show for it. Thus his orders were an opportunity not to be missed for these men. When the trumpets signalled to arms, and the ranks engaged in hand-to-hand combat, they made no pretence of running away, as they were ordered to do, but simply broke ranks in a disorderly, undisciplined manner, and scattered in all directions. At first a few, then many more of them, went over to the emperor. Thomas found refuge with a few others of his men in Adrianople. His illegitimate and bastard son Anastasius fled to the fortified town of Byzantine and occupied it. Following on their heels, the emperor decided first to besiege Thomas, so he set up a blockade around him. He was, however, in no haste to reduce him with siege engines and war machines, partly to spare his fellow countrymen a civil war, partly because of the civs living around Adrianople. He did not want them to acquire the ability to reduce cities by the use of machines. So he sought to reduce the adversary by famine and by depriving him of the necessities of life. Thus he invested Adrianople, encompassing it with ditch and stockade. Thomas expelled all the people who were unfit for service, and every useless animal from the city. Then, when the famine became intense, and there was no hope of relief, some of his company secretly let themselves out through the apertures in the gates, while others slid down from the walls by night. These then went and surrendered themselves to the emperor, while others fled to the apostate's bastard son, Anastasius, in the town of Byzantine. The besieged were now seriously in need of the necessities of life, and were reduced to eating some strange dishes, forced by necessity even into partaking of boiled hides and boot soles, with which they were perforce nourished. They entered into secret negotiations with Michael, asking pardon for their misdeeds, which they received. Then they laid hands on Thomas, and brought him bound before his enemy. First performing a deed which was customary for the emperors of old time, but which is no longer in use, Michael placed his foot on the apostate's neck as he lay sprawled on the ground. Then he cut off his hands and feet, set him on an oss, and made a spectacle of him around the camp, him crying out nothing other than, "Be merciful to me, you who are truly the emperor." Then the emperor asked Thomas whether any of his own friends might be supporters of Thomas, at which the apostate might have named several of them, had not the patrician John Hexabulius objected. "My Lord Emperor, it is incorrect and quite insane to believe one's enemies testifying against one's friends." With this protest, he delivered some unfortunate citizens and friends from the punishment which would otherwise have been unleashed against them. In his agony, the apostate died a slow death, yielding up his soul in mid-October. At first, he had seemed to be a bold fellow, capable of great things, one who achieved what he set out to accomplish. But the further he went, it became clear that there was much less to him than he himself believed, and than what others expected of him. The men in the fortress of Byzantine quickly changed their minds when they became aware of the fate which awaited them. For once they heard of the fate which had befallen Thomas, fearing a similar one for themselves, they laid hands on Anastasius, bound him hand and foot, and brought him to the emperor. This one suffered more or less as his father had suffered, and died a violent death. Even after the upstarts had been executed, Panoion and Heraclea, coastal cities of Thrace, still persisted in maintaining the rebellion out of hatred of Michael, and for his refusal to restore the sacred icons. Panoion was reduced after an earthquake had thrown down its foundations, while Heraclea was taken by a naval assault. Such was the end of the revolt of Thomas. The emperor returned from the Thracian cities swathed in triumph, and chose to take no further action against those who had risen with Thomas, now his prisoners of war, than to parade them mounted on asses when the hippodrome was full, and to send them into exile. The fortified towns of Cabala and Saniana were still hotbeds of insurrection, one held by Quirius, the other by Gazarenus. From these towns they set out to rob and plunder. Before they had yet received the imperial letter granting them amnesty and promotion, in fact, the emperor made each of them magister, they went out as usual to forage. But on their return, they found the gates of the fortress closed in their faces, the men within having been bribed to shut them out. They fled to Syria, but the governors of the frontier regions arrested and impaled them. That is how the uprising was completely extinguished and stamped out. But the sequence of disasters was not going to end there. For after the two landmasses, I mean Asia and Europe, like the head and tail of the same body, underwent the wrath of the Lord, even though not conscious of it, afflicted by killings, burnings, earthquake, brigandage, civil war, hopeless dislocation of cities, portents in the sky and in the air. Then it was the wretched islands, located as it were in the middle, that disasters struck in order to afflict the entire body. But there was no correcting those who refused to revere the likeness of the God-man. The revolt of Thomas had scarcely begun, but word of it was going out into all lands. The Hagarenes inhabiting the western Gulf of Iberia, facing onto the Atlantic Ocean, the ones called Spaniards, had become too numerous. They realised that the land they occupied was poor stuff, incapable of sustaining them. So they went to Abu Hafs, their leader, called Amir Mumenes in the language of those parts, and asked him if he could settle them elsewhere and give them a change of land, for they were oppressed by their numbers, and bereft of the necessities of life. He gave their request a ready welcome. Warships were immediately prepared and manned by a force recruited from among those people. The purpose of the exercise was kept secret while the fleet was permitted to ravage the eastern isles which are ours. Thus he was able to assuage the hunger of his subjects by filling them with others' bread, while spying out whether there was one of the islands suitable for them to colonise. He sailed out in springtime and attacked several islands without finding anybody to oppose him. The islands were all destitute of help, as the fleet which usually defended them was away fighting with Thomas. Thus he was able to reap much gain from every island he attacked. One day he came to Crete, overran it, and took as many prisoners as possible. When he perceived the excellent and pleasant nature of that island, this is what he said to his subjects: "Behold, a land flowing with milk and honey." That was all he said at the time, but having charged his fleet with all manner of good things, he thought about it on the way home. When winter was over and spring began to shine, he filled 40 ships with fighting men, then, chancing on a favourable wind, set sail for Crete, more or less bypassing the other isles. When he got to Crete, he anchored off the promontory called Carax. As there was no military resistance, neither to his arrival nor to his disembarkation, he set up a fortified encampment and sent out capable men to forage, himself remaining with the others. Then a wind began to get up, and when the foragers were more than 10 or 15 furlongs away, he put fire to the ships and burned them all. No one of them did he save. The army returned at once, terrified and amazed by the unexpected nature of this occurrence. They demanded to know the reason for it, and began to utter mutinous threats. What they heard was something they had long yearned to hear. You yourselves are the cause of these events, for you sought to settle elsewhere, and in a good land. As I could think of no land better than this, I chose this way of granting you your heart's desire, and ridding myself of your objections. When they brought to his mind their wives and children, Abu Hafs said, "You take these prisoners here for wives, and soon enough they will give you children." They were reduced to silence by these words, for they felt that what had been said was an adequate explanation. They excavated a deep ditch and fortified it with a stockade, from which the place took the name by which it is still designated, Kandax. There they passed the nights. Before very long, the emperor was made aware of what had happened. He designated everything concerning Crete to the Proto-Spartharinos, Photinos, commander of the Anatolikon theme. He went there, learned all about it, and reported the matter to the emperor, requesting that forces be sent sufficient to frighten the enemy away. The emperor now dispatched the Proto-Spartharinos Damian, a count of the imperial stables, with a large, well-equipped force to assist Photinos the commander. Once their forces met up with each other, they prepared to attack the Hagarenes, but in the end achieved nothing worthwhile. Damian himself was mortally wounded in the first encounter. His death provoked a reversal of fortunes for all the rest. Photinos got away in a fast ship by the skin of his teeth, and himself reported to the emperor what had happened. As he always stood high in the emperor's favour, he was now transferred to govern Sicily instead of Crete. The Saracens, for their part, were still leading a troubled and worried existence, when a monk came down from the mountain of the island and told them they were making a mistake if they thought they could live in security if they established themselves in that place. Saying this to them, he pointed out Kandax, a favourable spot with abundant crops of all kinds. They founded a city there, which was like an acropolis for the whole island. Setting out from that base, they conquered the entire island, and others too. They enslaved the indigenous population, and took all the cities of Crete except one. It was at that time that Cyril, Bishop of Gortyn, achieved the martyr's crown rather than deny Christ. This was how Crete was conquered. Once he was delivered from the civil war, the Emperor Michael did not ascribe this victory to God, but to his own cunning and tactics. Hence, puffed up with pride, he could not master his own impulses. After his wife died, he pretended to lead a bachelor life, but he secretly sent notes to leading senators, urging them to beseech him to marry another wife, and to threaten him with violence if he refused. They were to offer the elegant argument that it was unbecoming for them to be subject to an emperor while their wives were deprived of a sovereign lady and empress. At some length he was finally convinced by their artificial arguments. First, he demanded of his subjects a handwritten statement of loyalty, stating that after his death they would most certainly honour her who was to be his wife and the children born of her, that they would accept one of these to be the next emperor and her as sovereign lady. Thus he believed he had made provision not only for his own generation, but for the next one too. Then, won over by the specious requests of the Senate, he took to wife a woman who had formerly been betrothed to Christ, having espoused the monastic profession, and lived as a nun in the Principal monastery since she was a child. She was called Euphrosyne, and her father was said to have been the Emperor Constantine VI, whom his mother Irene justly blinded for his disorderly conduct. So much for the story thus far. Michael sent another fleet against the Saracens in Crete under the command of Craterus, commander of the Kibyriote theme. This man took the 70 ships already under his command, plus all he could muster from the other isles, and arrived in Crete in great pomp. He did not find the Hagarenes bowing to his authority, but rather boldly withstanding the danger. They locked horns just as the sun was illuminating the mountain ridges, and until midday neither side gave an inch, each persisting in a determined resistance. But as the day began to wane, the weakened Cretans took to their heels. Many of them died in action, more threw down their arms and were taken prisoner. The city might have been taken the same day if night had not fallen, and completely changed the situation. The Romans were now as if they were already conquerors, expecting to make very short work of the little that was left of the enemy the next day. They proceeded to indulge themselves in drink and other pleasures, as though they were at home, and not stationed in a foreign country. They gave no thought to posting sentries, or to any other safety precautions. They could think of nothing other than sleep, repose, and relaxation, which can so easily undo everything. Thus, around midnight, the Cretans, who were wide awake and deeply worried, learned from their own sentries that the men in the Roman encampment had fallen prey to sleep and wine. They promptly attacked with loud shouting, and finding the Romans overcome with wine, slew them to a man, leaving not even a messenger, as the proverb says, to tell the tale. Only the commander managed to save his life, by embarking on a merchant vessel. The Saracen commander mounted an intensive search for him, first among the fallen, then among the prisoners, but in vain. Then, learning of his flight, he sent men in pursuit of him. They caught up with him in the island of Kos, where they executed him by crucifixion. Then, at the emperor's command, a warrior by no means lacking in intelligence and shrewdness, whose name was Oriphas, assembled an army called the Fortiers, because each man received 40 pieces of gold. He went against the other islands, killing the Hagarenes caught foraging, either in ambush or in open combat. He turned back the Cretans, and withstood their massive and irresistible onslaught. That is what happened so far. About the same time, a man named Euphemius, who was in charge of a unit in Sicily, fell in love with a maiden who had lived the monastic life since childhood. He made many efforts to satisfy his desires, with no respect for the law whatsoever. He looked to the emperor, who had dared to do the same thing, as his sole exemplar. He snatched the maiden from her monastery and took her home with him against her will. Her brothers went and reported the matter to Michael. He ordered the commander of the theme to cut off bold Euphemius's nose if he found the charges were true. When Euphemius learned of this, he bound those under his command to him with oaths, and also some of his fellow officers. He drove off the commander who came to execute the emperor's order, and fled to the ruler of Africa. To him he promised to put the whole of Sicily in subjection, and to pay much tribute, if he would proclaim Euphemius Emperor of the Romans. Agreeing to this offer, the emir proclaimed him emperor of the Romans and furnished him with a sizable body of troops. Thus, the emir became master of Sicily, which was delivered into his hands by this man. But Euphemius was not able to enjoy his imperial status for long, because his head was cut off in retribution for his apostasy and misdeeds. The way in which he was eliminated is worth reporting. As he was going around Sicily in imperial regalia, being proclaimed, he arrived before Syracuse. Drawing ahead of his company and bodyguard, he came to within a bowshot of the city and addressed the citizens, endeavouring to conciliate them with his words. 2 Syracusan brothers, however, noted that he was isolated. They put their heads together and came to an agreement. With one mind they approached him in a dissembling way, but scornfully, going through the motion of offering him the reverence due to an emperor. Totally unaware of their pretence, Euphemius readily accepted their acknowledgment and greeting. Then he amicably invited them to approach him, so he could embrace them himself. But as he bowed his head and brought his mouth near to the mouth of one of the brothers, this one seized him firmly by the hair, while the other brother cut off his head. Thus, Euphemius paid the just price for his folly. From then on, the Hagarenes became masters not only of Sicily, but of Calabria and of the greater part of Italy, where they overran and ravaged everything. When Michael had ruled the empire for 9 years and 8 months, he fell ill with dysentery and died. He had brought upon the Roman state all the evils we mentioned as the narrative progressed, through his disrespect for God and his ineptitude in state affairs. The whole of Dalmatia rebelled in his reign too. There was an ancient oracle referring to him, which went like this: "The reign of evil will afflict the earth, when Babylon is by a dragon ruled, a stammerer with too much love of gold." His corpse was buried in the great mausoleum of Justinian at the Church of the Holy Apostles, in a sarcophagus of green marble from Thessaly. Theophilos, AD 829 to 842. After the death of Michael II, his son, Theophilos, who was already of age, succeeded to his father's throne in the month of October, in the 8th year of the Indication. According to what he said, he wanted to acquire a reputation for being a zealous devotee of justice and a diligent observer of the laws of the state, but the truth of the matter is that he made this pretense in order to distance himself from the conspirators, thus ensuring that nobody made a desperate move against him. So, from the outset, he resolved to bring ruin and destruction on all those who had taken part with his father in the death of Leo V. To this end, he issued a command that everybody who enjoyed imperial titles, and all who had benefited from imperial munificence in any way whatsoever, were to assemble in the Magnaura, that is, at the Pentapergion. When that was accomplished, and everybody was gathered together as he had commanded, keeping the ferocity of his soul concealed, he spoke to the assembled company in a modest and gentle voice. "O, my people and my inheritance, it is the will and desire of my late father to bestow many titles, benefits, and other honours upon those who supported and defended his rule. Events overtook him, and it is to me, the successor of his throne, that he has left this undischarged debt, in order that he may not appear ungrateful to his supporters. So let each one of those men step forward from the crowd and show himself to us plainly, so that, knowing which of you are friends, we may reward you as you deserve." All those wretches who had participated in the slaying of Leo V were deceived and had their heads turned by these words, with the result that each one showed himself. Having thus netted his prey, Theophilos immediately ordered the epoch to apply the laws of the state to them, saying, "Go to it, epoch. You have authority from God and from our own sovereignty to pass judgment on these persons, and to reward them according to their deeds. not only for having stained their hands with human blood, but also because they slew the Lord's anointed within the sanctuary. Having made this pronouncement, he dissolved his first and truly amazing General Assembly. The wretched fellows in question were arrested by the epoch, and each of them underwent the punishment for murder. Theophilos also drove his stepmother from the palace, and obliged her to enter the monastery in which she was originally tonsured. Thus the oaths which the Senate had sworn to Michael were of no avail. This was how Theophilos started out, but what came afterwards is not unworthy of praise. Dedicating himself to the cause of justice, he inspired terror in every malefactor, but admiration in the righteous. In these because he showed himself to be a just man who hated evil, in those because of his rigour and severity towards them. He cannot, however, be acquitted of all evil. For while he kept faith with God, he kept faith a fortiori with the abominable heresy inherited from his father of those who opposed the icons. Thus, throughout his reign, he relentlessly afflicted the pious and all-holy people, allowing them not a moment of calm throughout his reign. This is why he was never successful in war, but was always worsted, and that is why he never came home in triumph as an emperor should. In his devotion to justice, and to what he believed to be faith in and zeal for Christ and his mother, each week he would ride out on horseback together with his bodyguard along the thoroughfare leading to the sacred church of the Mother of God at Blackernay. In this way he rendered himself accessible to all, especially to those who had suffered injustice, giving them a chance to rehearse their woes, free of any hindrance by the perpetrators of the injustice, in the fear of being punished by the emperor. It was also his pleasure to inspect the wares as he passed through the marketplace. He would inquire of the tradesmen when he was in the market how much they sold each item for. This was no casual inquiry, merely referring to one commodity, but to all foodstuffs, beverages, the fuel and clothing, and in short, everything that you find in a market. In everything he showed great care and concern for the common good, sometimes in the courts, sometimes, as we said, in his weekly excursions. Once, when he was looking down out to sea from the palace wall for the sake of diversion, he saw a merchant vessel of large tonnage, running before the wind in full sail, a ship of unrivalled size and unsurpassable beauty, at the sight of which he was very much taken aback. He inquired whose this merchantman might be, and what kind of cargo he was carrying. On learning that it belonged to the Augusta Theodora, he kept his counsel for the time being, and bided his time until the day on which he was accustomed to go to the sacred church at Blackernay. When Sunday came round and he knew where the ship had docked, for he had requested that information from somebody, he took the route which passed that way. He approached the vessel and stationed himself at the prow. Then he asked those present several times of what part of the cargo they stood in need, grain, wine, or some other commodity. After he had asked many times, they finished by replying, somewhat reluctantly, "Those who are under the protection of your rule and reign lack nothing." "But you are not aware," said the emperor, "that while at God's behest I have become emperor, my Augusta and wife is turning me into a merchant shipping magnate." Then he added bitterly, "Who ever saw a Roman emperor or his spouse indulging in commerce?" With these words he gave orders that at that very hour, merely allowing time for the crew to disembark, the ship was to be given to the flames, together with all its rigging and everything she was carrying. As for the sovereign lady, he assailed her with reproaches and threatened to take her life if she was ever detected doing any such thing again. The Empress Theodora originated from Paphlagonia, and she could boast of having as parents Marinos, a man of no mean distinction, and Theoctesta Florina. Both had been raised in piety, and neither had renounced their devotion to the holy icons, as everybody was doing at the time, but rather embraced them and clasped them to their breasts with zeal. When Theodora was crowned with the diadem, her mother Theoctesta was also promoted to the rank of girdled patrician. This Theoctesta had her own house close by the monastery of Gastria, and there she would receive Theodora's children, of which there were 5: Thecla, Anna, Anastasia, Pulcheria, and Maria. She gave them various gifts which are attractive to the female sex. Then, taking them aside, she would earnestly entreat them not to be feeble, nor to remain the women they were, but to play the man, and to think the kinds of thoughts which were worthy of and appropriate to their mother's breast. They were to hold in abomination their father's heresy, and to do homage to the outward forms of the holy icons. Whereupon she would thrust some of the icons, which she kept in a chest, into their hands, setting them against their faces and lips, to sanctify the girls, and to stir up in them a devotion to the icons. Now it did not escape Theophilos' attention that she was habitually behaving in this manner, nor that she was kindling a favourable attitude to the sacred icons in her grandchildren. For he inquired what they had received by way of gifts from their grandmother, and what she had done that had pleased them. The daughters whose intellects were already mature neatly sidestepped their father's inquiries, as though they were statements made to be refuted. But Pulcheria, who was still a little child, spoke of the kindnesses, the quantity of the fruits, and then she went on to mention the revering of the sacred icons, saying, her words reflected the simplicity of her mind, that her grandmother had many dolls in the chest, and she puts them to our heads and to our faces after kissing them. This put the emperor into a rage, but such was the respect and devotion he had for his wife that he was restrained from dealing very severely with his mother-in-law, even more so on account of the freedom of speech with which Theoteste addressed him. For she used to rebuke him openly, and remonstrate with him about the daily persecution of the iconodule confessors, and on the subject of the heresy already mentioned. She was almost alone in openly declaring the hatred which everybody had for him. All he did was to prevent his daughters from visiting Theocteste. A similar occurrence also befell the Empress Theodora herself. There was a pitiful fellow living in the palace, a eunuch named Denderus, not unlike Homer's Thersites. He said such odd things that people laughed at him. He was maintained in the palace to entertain people. Now one day he burst into the Empress's boudoir, and surprised her kissing the sacred icons. When the fool saw them, he asked what they were, and he came nearer to find out. Speaking like a peasant, the Empress said, "These are my pretty dolls, and I love them very much." The emperor, who was at table when this deformed young man came to him, asked him where he had been. The eunuch replied that he had been with Mamma, for this is what he called Theodora. Also that he had seen her taking pretty dolls from under her pillow in her chamber. The emperor took the point. In great wrath he left the table, and went to her immediately. He hurled verbal abuse at her, calling her, with his unbridled tongue, among other things, idolatress, repeating as he did so what the deformed one had said. The Empress, meanwhile, placating the Emperor's wrath, said, "O Emperor, you have misunderstood. The truth is not as you perceive it. I was looking at myself in the mirror, attended by my handmaids." Denderus saw the faces reflected in it, and from that he witlessly came and reported to you what you said. With these words she assuaged the Emperor's wrath. She condemned Denderus to a suitable punishment, convincing him never again to say anything about the dolls to anybody. So that once, when Theophilos was infuriated with the sovereign lady, and asked Denderus whether Mamma was still kissing her pretty dolls, setting his hands to his lips, the fellow replied, "Hush, Emperor, hush, not a word about the dolls." That is how the matter went. There was a brave soldier who had a high-spirited and well-trained horse. The commander under whom he served passionately coveted that horse, for it had many times brought the soldier safely from the battlefield. The commander attempted to gain possession of it, offering a great price, and when the man refused, he tried coercion. Since the soldier was still not persuaded to hand over his horse, The governor brought a charge of cowardice against him before the emperor, and had him expelled from the regiment in which he served. At that time, Theophilos was in search of an outstanding horse. Orders were sent out in all directions for such a beast to be found, and to be sent to him. Seizing the opportunity, the commander confiscated the man's horse, very much against its owner's will, and sent it to the emperor as though it were his own property. Then war broke out, and there was a need of more soldiers. The emperor directed that absolutely every man capable of bearing arms was to be enlisted. Thus the soldier mentioned above re-entered the ranks. Then a rout occurred in which he lost his life, for he had no horse capable of saving him. He fell, leaving a wife and children. Hearing of the emperor's love of justice, the wife, inflamed by devotion to her husband, and no longer able to provide for the needs of her children, went up to the capital. She saw Theophilos on the day when it was his custom to go to the sacred church at Blakeney, saw him in fact mounted upon her husband's horse. With a great burst of speed, she seized the beast by the bridle, saying that it was hers, and that it was none other than the emperor himself who was responsible for her husband's death. This greatly surprised the emperor. He ordered her to wait until he came back to the palace. As soon as he returned, he had her brought before him, whereupon he questioned her to discover more precisely the substance in what she had said. Taking up the story from the beginning, the woman told it to the end for the emperor's benefit. The commander was immediately ordered to appear, and a rigorous inquiry ensued concerning the horse, during which, at the emperor's command, the woman remained out of sight. When the governor insisted that the horse was his own property, and not something he had acquired by confiscation, the emperor suddenly produced the woman from behind a curtain, an infallible witness, contradicting what the governor said. When the accused saw her, he was thunderstruck, and stood there, speechless, for some time. Then he just managed to regain enough of his composure to embrace the emperor's feet in tears, and become a humble petitioner, having made a clean breast of all his misdeeds. And what did the emperor do? He declared that the woman and her children were to be brothers and sisters to the commander, of equal rank with him, and co-heirs of his fortune. He relieved the culprit of his command, and sent him into perpetual exile. That was how implacably opposed he was to those who seized others' goods, and those who sought to enrich themselves by unjust means. The same emperor was also involved in building, and he took particularly great care of the city walls. He tore down the lower ones and built them higher, making them insurmountable by the enemy. They stand to this day, bearing his title inscribed upon them. In addition to that, he drove the prostitutes from certain dwellings, and having cleared all that quarter, he built a very large and beautiful hostelry there, which bears his name. That is what he did to counteract sexual immorality, and yet it is said of him that he once fell prey to the beauty of a husband-maid who served the empress, and that he slept with her. This at a time when his life was not so well disciplined. When he realised what he had done, and that Theodora, fully aware of his fall, was very depressed, they say that he held his hands up to God, and declared on oath that this was the only time he had fallen, and that he begged forgiveness of his own wife. He built a palace for his daughters in the district called Tarkarianu, traces of the ruins of which can be seen in our own times. Wishing to render the power of the empire abundantly clear to the Saracens, either to make them fully aware of his munificence, or to render himself fearful to them, he sent his former teacher, John the Skylitzes, to the ruler of the Syrians. Loyal to the emperor, and of the same heresy as him, John was experienced in affairs of state, and highly skilled in debating. In addition to 40 centenaria of gold, he was entrusted with many things which are the wonder of the Roman Empire, and the astonishment of other people. The other goods were sent as gifts for the Armenians. The gold was provided so that John could be lavish and generous in his munificence. For if an ambassador scattered gold at will, as though it were sand, he who sent him would so much the more gain the admiration which he deserved. In addition to this, the emperor also gave him 2 golden vessels set about with precious stones, commonly called cherny bikestra. In this way he made every effort to promote and enhance his ambassador. As he approached Babylon, now known as Baghdad, John greatly distinguished himself by the words which smoothly flowed from his lips, greatly also by the wealth which proliferated about him. Nor were they small gifts which he gave to those who were sent to him or came to visit him, but large ones, as befits the emperor of the Romans. The ambassador gained the wonder and respect of the Saracens from the moment he crossed the frontier of the barbarians. When he had reached the ruler and given him the emperor's message, he withdrew to his place of residence. It was there that he demonstrated his magnanimity and his kindly skill in all things. In order to exalt and magnify the Roman state, to every person who, for whatever reason, great or small, came or was sent to him, he presented a silver vessel filled with gold pieces. On one occasion when he was banqueting with the barbarian, he told his servants to make one of those rich vessels mentioned above disappear without a trace. There was no small outcry at the disappearance of this object. The barbarians, who were deeply impressed by the beauty of it, were sick at heart, and undertook a great search and inquiry to find the stolen object. John then ordered the other vessel to be produced, and the one that was lost to be written off, at which the search was called off. This led the Saracen to wonder greatly. Responding in kind to this munificence, and not wishing to be left in second place, the ruler of the Arabs showered the ambassador with gifts in which he took no interest, but which he rejected before the ruler's face as though they were dust. So the ruler gave him 100 prisoners, newly released from prison, whom he had stripped of the mournful garb of imprisonment, and dressed in fine clothing. John praised the generosity of the giver, but even so he would not accept them. He said they should remain in comfort and at liberty with the Arabs until a fitting compensation were arranged and an equal number of Saracen prisoners, now languishing in Roman jail, be given in exchange. In these ways he reduced the Saracen ruler to amazement. He no longer treated John as a foreigner, but as a familiar friend whom he frequently invited to his home, showing him his personal treasure and the beauty of his palaces. He honoured him in various ways until the day he went back to the Romans. When John left Syria and returned to Theophilos, he described how things were there, and also persuaded the emperor to build the Bryas Palace, based on the Saracens' way of building palaces, deviating from their model in no detail of plan, nor in the diversity of its decorations. He proposed to oversee the project himself, and to be the architect of the building. He convinced the emperor, and the task was accomplished along the lines John described, except for the addition of one item, a church erected in the name of the Mother of God within the imperial residence itself. In the forecourt of this palace, a church with 3 apses was built. It far exceeded all other churches both in size and in beauty. The central apse was dedicated in the name of Michael the Arch-Commander, the apses to either side in the names of holy woman martyrs. In such like matters, Theophilos seemed and was thought to be magnificent and wonderful, but to those who revered the divine and pure icons he was very harsh and severe, striving to outdo all the tyrants who had preceded him in cruelty. Those predecessors were Leo V and his own father, Michael II the Stammerer. The latter directed that on no painted icon, if any such paintings there were anywhere, was the word holy to be written, because such a word was appropriate only to God, in which his reasoning was not very shrewd, for God applied the word God to men, which is higher than the epithet saint, for saint is a much more lowly title. so he would not have denied it to men. Nevertheless, that is what Michael II decreed. And the emperor before him, Leo V, completely forbade the veneration of icons. For his part, Theophilos ruled that there was to be no painting of icons. It was ignoble, he said, to be impressed with such objects. One should look only upon what is real and true, whereupon all the sacred figures in the churches were removed. Depictions of wild beasts and birds were set up in their stead, which showed the beastly and slavish nature of that emperor's mentality. Then the holy and sacred objects were thrown into the marketplace by sacrilegious hands and treated abominably. Then the prisons, which were intended to hold evildoers, were filled with those who honoured the sacred pictures, monks, bishops, layfolk, and icon painters. Full too, then, were the mountains and caves, full of those who were being put to death by hunger and thirst, as though they were evildoers. For the emperor decreed that the cities be out of bounds to the monks. He ordered them to be kept at a distance by all available means. They should not even dare to show themselves in the countryside. By these means he transformed the monasteries and places of retreat into glorious tombs, for the holy men were unwilling to betray virtue and their sacred habit, preferring rather to lose their lives by hunger and affliction. But there were some who held their cloth in low esteem, and on that score went down to destruction. Many of those who lived in an easy-going way took up a yet more dissolute and relaxed lifestyle, setting aside not only divine hymns and songs, but even the wearing of the habit. For the tyrant did not allow them to hold the assemblies that often are alone capable of restraining, like a kind of bridle, those who abandon themselves to their passions in a disorderly manner. However, not even then did all men refrain from speaking their minds freely and boldly. Many of the more zealous, several of them as individuals, and some in groups, such as the monks from the monastery of the Abrametes, appeared boldly before him, and making a reasoned case from the sayings of the Holy Fathers, Dionysius the Great, Hierotheus, and Irenaeus, demonstrated that it was not yesterday, nor in recent times, that the monastic way of life had been invented and established, but that it was something ancient, going back to the beginnings. They also pointed out that the figures of the sacred icons were something familiar to the apostles, since Luke, the sacred apostle, portrayed the figure of the Mother of God, and Christ, our Lord and God, left his own figure imprinted on a piece of linen without the intervention of hands. So then, these godly men who exposed the tyrant's mindlessness and provoked his brutality by speaking far too freely were exiled from the city after suffering much torture and many blows. They reached the sacred church of the forerunner, John the Baptist, known as Phoberos, on the Euxine Sea, and there, completely overwhelmed by their whip-inflicted wounds, they were deemed worthy of the eternal rest. Their venerable bodies were left lying on the ground, where they remained intact for some considerable time, until some pious souls took them up and buried them. These accorded them honours similar to those that are rendered to the martyrs who died for Christ, who is God. Exploits comparable with, and of the same kind as these, were performed by another monk who had recently attained the priesthood. Filled with divine zeal, he withstood the tyrant to his face, and among many other things, he cited the dictum of Paul the Apostle, which says, "If any man preach unto you any other gospel than that which you received, let him be anathema." The emperor had him severely flogged, and then, when he realized that the man stood even firmer in his convictions, he sent him to Jannes, who had been the tyrant's master and teacher, and whom he besought to convince the man by argument. But this noble athlete reduced Jannes to the dumbness of fish, not by sophistical and syllogistic demonstrations, but by the words of the apostles and of the Gospels. He promptly received another good beating, and was sent into exile. Later on he took refuge with Ignatius the Great, with whom he stayed for some time. He made some pronouncements about the emperors who were yet to come. for he had been found worthy to receive the gift of prophecy, and then he went to the Lord. In his hatred of the godly icons, the tyrant forced every likeness painter either to quit the society of men, or, if he chose to live, to spit on the icons and to tread them underfoot on the ground as an abomination. Lazarus the monk was arrested along with the others. In those days, he was a celebrated practitioner of the art of the likeness painter. The enemy of God first tried flattery to bring him into line, but perceiving him to be beyond the reach of any kind of fawning, he resorted to violence, his natural ally. He tortured him so severely that it was thought unlikely that he would survive. Grievously broken in body, he was confined in a prison. When the emperor learned, however, that he was no sooner restored to health than he started setting up the sacred pictures again, he ordered iron plates to be heated in the coals, and to be applied to the palms of his hands. The fire devoured his flesh to the point at which the athlete lost consciousness and lay half dead. But the grace of God must have determined that he survived to be a spark to ignite those who would come after. For when the tyrant learned that this saintly man was at his last breath, bowing to the entreaties of the empress and of others close to him, he released him from the prison, and concealed him in the church of the Forerunner. There, in spite of his wounds, the man painted an icon of the Forerunner. It was kept there for a long time, and it accomplished healings. This is what happened at that time. After the death of the tyrant and the restoration of orthodoxy, it was Lazarus who set up the icon of Jesus Christ, God and man. In the calque, with his own hands, he was invited by the extraordinary empress, Theodora, to grant pardon to her husband and to intercede for him. "O Empress," he replied, "God is not so unjust as to forget our love and our labour on his behalf, while holding in higher honour the hatred and the presumptuous folly of that man. But this comes later." The blood-stained tyrant, knowing that Theophanes the confessor and Theodore his brother were quite different from the many others so far as learning is concerned, summoned them to the banqueting hall of Lausicus to engage in public debate concerning matters of faith. "Come on then, you accursed ones," he said. "By what sayings of Scripture are you persuaded to worship the idols?" For that is how he spoke to the holy icons in his unbridled thought and speech. And to persuade the innocent common people to do likewise. To this he added some other discordant blasphemies against the icon of Christ our God, with a mouth that knew no shame. The blessed ones declared, "Let the mouth be dumb, which speaks iniquity against God." For his part, he concealed the lion for the time being, and played the part of the fox, asking what might be the pronouncements of the prophets, and the testimonies which enjoined the veneration of the icons. When one of the brothers, the blessed Theophanes, advanced something taken from the prophecy of Isaiah, Theophilos objected that the quotation was incorrect. Leafing through his own book, he showed them the alleged correct wording. The saint protested that he had tampered with not only that book, but also every other book which had come into his hands. He proposed that someone should bring him the book which lay in such and such a place in the patriarchal library at Tzimiskes to confirm what he was alleging. Someone was sent, and quicker than it takes to tell, brought the book. Quite deliberately, the emperor missed the passage in question as he leafed through it, and quite shamelessly jumped over the statement they were looking for as he went in search of one passage or another. The blessed Theophanes indicated this to him, and pointing with his finger, he said, "Turn 3 leaves, and you will find the passage we are looking for." The emperor could not tolerate being so boldly told he was wrong, especially when he knew there was truth in what the other said. He cast aside his mask of patience, revealing the beast within. "An emperor ought not to be subject to the insults of men like you," he said. He ordered them to be taken to the inner garden of the Lausicus, and to be beaten. They were to receive 200 blows with the heaviest rods, and on their foreheads were to be inscribed by barbaric tattooing some worthless iambic lines he had written. Here they are. When all the world went running to that town, where the all-holy feet of God the Word once stood to ensure the safety of the world, in that most pious place these did appear, who are an evil vessel of superstitious error. Which superstitious men, achieving there with impious mind the deeds of unbelief most horrid, were expelled as apostates and exiles. Thence they fled, sad refugees, unto the capital and seat of government, but did not leave aside their foolishness. Hence indicted and condemned, an evil perpetrator of the image, they are banished once again. This was quickly accomplished, and, for their part, the brothers acquired the confessors' and martyrs' crowns. But, as for that violent and most wretched of all wretches, it was revealed to everybody that he was a blasphemer, a persecutor, and the most false believer of all the false believers who might ever exist. He also took Michael, Syncellus of the Church of the Holy City, with many other ascetics, and shut them up in a prison, in the hope that prolonged affliction would bring them into subjugation. Such was his outrageous aggression against the saints, and that is how he spitefully insulted both the man who appeared on earth, who is truly God, and also that man's genuine servants. And this was not for a short time, or a limited period. His whole lifetime long he was maltreating them, and subjecting them to irremediable afflictions. He prided himself on being something of a poet and a musician. Thus he composed some hymns, and set some verses to music, ordering them to be sung. Among other things, he transposed Bless Ye the Lord of the fourfold along the lines of Give Ear, O Virgin of the eightfold, endowing it with a different rhythm. This he ordered to be sung publicly in the Church of God. There is also a story that he was so enamoured of music that he did not consider it beneath his dignity to conduct the singing with his own hand on high festival days at the great church, for which he gave the clergy £100 of gold. They say that the Palm Sunday anthem, Go out ye people, go forth O Gentiles, is the fruit of his intellect. His hair was very thin by nature. In fact, he was bald on the forehead, so he published an edict that everywhere men should cut their hair close to the skin, and that no Roman should be permitted to wear his hair below the neck. He who disobeyed this decree was to be given a sound whipping. Thus, the emperor prided himself on restoring the virtue of the ancient Romans. Being the father of 5 daughters, as we said before, but of no male heir, he thought he should find a husband for his youngest daughter, Maria, who was especially dear to him. The bridegroom he selected was a member of the Crenetae family, from the land of the Armenians. He was called Alexius, and Mosley was his surname. He was handsome and in the flower of manhood. First, the emperor honoured him with the titles of patrician and proconsul, then of magister, and finally Caesar. He gave him a considerable army and sent him to Longobardia to deal with a pressing problem. Alexius acquitted himself well in his commission, and did as the emperor expected, whereupon his popularity increased. But so too did the envy of men. Some gave it out that he was aiming at the throne, because sooner or later Alpha must take precedence over Theta. When the Caesar heard of this, he appeared to shrug off the slander, but he urgently entreated the emperor to permit him to renounce the world in favour of the monastic life. This the emperor refused to permit, for he would not have his daughter left a widow, so the Caesar went on quietly managing the affairs of state. Meanwhile, Michael was born to the emperor, and Maria, the Caesar's wife, departed this life. So greatly did her father revere her that her corpse was laid in a casket covered with silver, and the right of sanctuary was accorded to her tomb for men taking refuge there, no matter of what they might be accused. As for Alexios, he secretly renounced the world and took the monastic habit. It was only when he could not be prevailed upon to reverse his decision that the emperor reluctantly gave him permission, granting him the imperial monastery at Chrysopolis for a residence, followed by Bursis monastery and the one at Elias. While Alexios was residing at Chrysopolis, One day when he felt the need to take a walk, he found himself in the place called Anthemios. He decided to buy the place, and procuring an imperial decree, he built a magnificent monastery there, in which he spent his last years. When he departed this life, it was in that monastery that he was buried, together with his brother, Theodosius the Patrician, leaving considerable evidence behind him there of his virtuous way of life. When Imbrael, ruler of the Arabs, campaigned against the Romans, not to be outdone, Theophilos also went forth, setting all fear aside. He would have achieved great things indeed, had he possessed the experience in war and the nobility of those who were with him. Theophobus and Manuel. Manuel was known for his boldness, even to the enemy, for he had commanded the army of the Anatolikon theme under Leo, and was head groom under Michael, Leo's predecessor. This narrative will now show how, and under what circumstances, Theophobus, being of Persian descent, became acquainted with the emperor, and received his sister in marriage. Some time ago, a member of the Persian royal family arrived in the city of Constantine on an embassy. He begot Theophobus while he was there, not in licit wedlock, but secretly, and in hiding. Then he returned to his own people. Now the Persians have an immutable law that no person who is not of the royal family may take command and rule over them. But on account of frequent wars against the Hagarenes, the royal family had died out. There was a persistent rumour in Persia that there lived a member of the family by the name of Theophobus at Byzantium. It was spread around by the father who had engendered him. The Persian council of elders thought it would be a good idea to send some people secretly to search out the man they were looking for. They reached our city, and after a great deal of inquiry, found him with his mother in the Oxia. He was made known to and recognised by them, not only by his features, but also by the characteristics of his body and soul, and one of the neighbours attested to the woman's former liaison with the Persian, for there is no secret which is not common knowledge with the masses. The ambassadors now identified themselves to the emperor, and explained the object of their mission. They promised peace, a treaty, and submission of the entire nation, if he would agree to hand Theophobus over to them. Their promises were pleasing to the emperor, so once he was convinced that they were telling the truth, he received the man into the palace, where he had him brought up as a gentleman and given a liberal education. According to another story, it was not by an ambassador that Theophobus was engendered, but, due to the changes and chances of war, by the ruler, or one very closely related to the ruler, who had fled from Persia and come to the imperial city. Here he lived in penury, working for a woman who kept a tavern. He fell in love with her, and Theophobus was born to her in legal wedlock. After the father passed from the land of the living, the Persians learnt of his son by astronomy and divination. They say that these arts flourish in Persia. They learned that he was of the royal line and living in Byzantium, whereupon they arrived in haste at the city of Constantine. In this way he came to the notice of the emperor. When his distinction was made known to all the Persians by the returning ambassadors, everybody thought it would be a good idea to rise up in a revolt against the Hagarenes, and to side with the Roman Empire, in order to reap the good fortune of having a commander of the royal blood. And besides all this, it transpired that it was now the 5th year since the Persian commander, Babek, had rebelled against the Hagarenes with 7,000 men. Motivated by devotion to Theophobus and fear of the Hagarenes, he advanced into Roman territory. He came to the city of Sinope, and there he placed himself and all his men under the emperor's command. This led Theophilos to advance Theophobus to the rank of patrician, and to give him his own sister in marriage, enjoining each of the Persians, many of them he distinguished with imperial honours, to bind himself to the Romans with bonds of marriage. He also ordered what he chose to call the Persian Brigade to be entered into the military register, and to be numbered with the Romans who were campaigning against the Hagarenes. Putting his trust in these two men, Manuel and Theophobus, Theophilos went off to war against the Hagarenes. When the armies made contact, he held a council. Manuel said that it was not befitting for the Roman emperor to do battle with the Armenians. One of the generals, taking a portion of the army, should meet the enemy face to face. Theophobus wanted the emperor to be in the battle line. He advised a night attack on the enemy by the infantry, with the cavalry being brought in as and when needed. The emperor could not be convinced, it being the case that many were saying Theophobus was trying to appropriate for himself the glory of the Romans. That is why he was counselling them to fight by night. The general opinion was that they should give battle at daybreak. Either out of haughtiness or for fear of the emperor, Imbrael, the Armenians, took a portion of the army and withdrew. He sent out one of his generals, Abu Zarqa, with 80,000 men to carry on the war against the emperor. The armies approached each other, and there was an engagement in which many fell on either side. Finally, the regiment of the Skylitzes, under its domestic, wavered and fell back in retreat. The emperor with the imperial infantry and 2,000 Persians, including Theophobus, took his stand on a hillock and was surrounded by Saracens. There was heavy fighting around this hillock until evening. Those on one side hoping to take the emperor prisoner, those on the other warding off their attacks and holding on to prevent the emperor from being taken. When night had fallen, Theophobus deceived the Saracens by a trick. He ordered the soldiers to clap and shout, to play their stringed and brass instruments as though some relief column had arrived for them. This is indeed what the Saracens imagined. They retreated 6 miles for fear of being encircled. Taking advantage of the brief respite which this afforded, the emperor and those with him took to their heels, and contrived to find safety with that portion of the army which had fled from the field. The emperor limited himself to scolding the army which had abandoned him. He did nothing else unpleasant. But he awarded gifts and various honours to those who were with Theophobus. Thus, Theophobus became increasingly popular with the Persians. They requested that it should be only they, under his command, who should wage war against the Hagarenes. This, they strongly maintained, the emperor should allow. The emperor was so won over by their arguments that he willed no other person but Theophobus to command them. The following year, the emperor set out again with his forces and joined battle with the Hagarenes near Carcianon, where he put them to flight and captured not a few of them. He took 25,000 prisoners and returned to the capital in great triumph. One of the Hagarenes taken prisoner was bold in action and renowned for his extraordinary physical powers. He was known to the domestic of the Skylitzes, who testified that he was an accomplished horseman. From the saddle he could effectively manipulate 2 lances at once for striking down the enemy. Since it was the duty of the domestic to direct the victory celebrations at the hippodrome, this captive led the parade. When the emperor saw him, beguiled by his glowing reputation, he ordered him to mount, and to be given 2 lances, so that his excellence and skill might be demonstrated to the entire city. The exhibition took place, to the delight of the less sophisticated. But standing near to the emperor was Theodore Craterus, who shortly afterwards became a commander of the corps of the Holy 42 Martyrs. He scoffed at the Hagarene, saying that he had demonstrated nothing particularly brave or astonishing. The emperor took exception to this. "Could you do anything like that, you effeminate gelding? Having never learned to operate 2 lances, emperor, I cannot," was Craterus's reply. "Nor is there any need of such foolishness in war. But I have firm trust in God that I could unseat that fellow and knock him down from his horse using only 1 lance." This made the emperor really angry, he said, and he swore an oath on his own head to this effect, that he would put the saintly man to death unless he confirmed his words by deeds. Theodore leapt into the saddle, took a lance, and engaged the Saracen whom, before very long, he had thrown down from his horse. The emperor was chagrined to see the Saracen thrown down by a man who was a eunuch. Nevertheless, to please the populace, he congratulated him, giving him robes and raiment, thus acknowledging the man's sterling qualities. As spring was now arriving, Theophilos assembled an army again and went out against the Saracens. He took the holy Methodius with him, as was his custom when he went out to war, either for the sake of his learning and his ability to solve problems which baffled most men by the wisdom he possessed, or to ward off the possibility of an uprising under Methodius's leadership on account of the war being waged against the godly and venerable icons. For the man was held in considerable veneration by a select and God-fearing element of the populace. This is why the emperor thought it disadvantageous to leave him behind. Eventually, the two armies fell on each other, and the Ishmaelites got the upper hand for the time being. The emperor found himself surrounded, and in a very vulnerable position, about to be taken prisoner. When Manuel, who was in command of the army, learned of this, he spurred on his men and boldly charged into the midst of the danger, for he counted it a terrible thing for a Roman emperor to be taken in battle. He found the emperor in a perilous situation, despairing of getting out alive, and declaring that he did not want to abandon his men by taking to his heels. "Come now, emperor," he said, "follow me as I go ahead and find the way for you." Manuel set off, but the emperor was too afraid and did not follow, so he was obliged to turn back again. When the emperor missed his chance again, he came back a third time and threatened him with death if he did not follow. It was thus that, very late in the day, and with great difficulty, the emperor was saved. For this, the emperor caused him to receive honours commensurate with his service, showering him with gifts and addressing him as benefactor and saviour. Jealousy, however, began to develop towards such a man as this, and he was maliciously charged with high treason. He realised that he was standing in very great danger, and he was informed that they were going to blind him. This intelligence came from a man who was utterly devoted to him, a former servant of his, now Theophilos wine pourer. It caused him to throw off the imperial yoke and go over to the Hagarenes. They, to whom he seemed to be of great importance, awarded him highest honours. He was entrusted with a large army and sent out against some hostile neighbours, known as the Cormates. It was his will that he should have no followers other than the imprisoned Romans to campaign with him. He achieved great and glorious victories, and even took by storm a place named Khorasan. It was not merely the superior boldness of his force which confused the enemy, but the difference in language, the change in uniform, and the amazingly unconventional method of giving battle, which reduced the adversary to unwarranted timidity. It was not only against the enemy that he displayed his boldness. He was courageous in killing the wild beasts which were ravaging the countryside. Because he was the author of great benefits for the people, he was greatly beloved by the ruler of the Saracens and his council of elders. When Theophilos learned of all this, naturally he was not pleased. He left no stone unturned in his efforts to recall the man. By the hand of a mendicant monk he sent him a cross and a crucible, inviting him to return, and giving him a complete amnesty for his misdeeds by these means. Conveying the things he had received, the monk secretly delivered them into the hands of Manuel, whose heart burned within him after he received them. Trading on the confidence his former accomplishments had inspired, he let the Saracen ruler that he cherished a desire of campaigning against the Romans and of revenging himself on those who had slandered him before the emperor, dwellers of Cappadocia. He asked that the ruler's son be sent along with him to add credence to his proposal. Ishmael acceded to his requests and gave him permission to depart on campaign. When Manuel approached the Roman border, he let the commander of the Cappadocian theme know that he was there, and he was about to return to the Romans. He also intimated that the commander should set a detachment in such and such a place to lie in ambush, so that, when I come that way, he said, I can set off the Saracen vanguard to some other place while I run across to the Roman side. And that is what happened. As they were approaching the appointed place, the one agreed upon, he warmly embraced the son of Ishmael, saying, Go safely away to your father, child, for I am going to my lord and emperor. He got away from there safely, reached the capital, and encountered the emperor at the Church of the Mother of God at Blakeney. He was honoured with the title of Magister by him, and was thenceforth treated as his kinsman. That is what is known of Manuel. When Theodosius Melesianus, also known as Casisterus, as the narrative revealed above, was released from this life, after occupying the patriarchal throne of Constantinople for some considerable time, Jannes, the mentor of Theophilos, succeeded him on the throne. He received the high priesthood as a reward for impiety and unbelief. Theophilos was then seeking most diligently to know about those who would rule after him. A woman captured among the Hagarenes in one of the foregoing wars, who was talented in this kind of fortune-telling, came before the emperor. He asked what he wished, directing her to proclaim in which family there would be a long succession of emperors. Moved either by a divine frenzy or by a demonic force, she said, "O Emperor, your successor will be your son, together with his mother. But after them, the family of the Martinacioi will rule this empire for a long time." No sooner were the words out of her mouth than he tonsured Martinacios, even though he delighted in his company, and turned that man's house into a dwelling place for monks. This is not the only prediction of the woman in question, for she foretold many other things that were about to happen. She predicted the fall of Jannes from the patriarchal throne, also that the sacred icons would receive the honour and reverence which was their due. Theophilos was so disturbed at this that he frequently summoned the Empress and Theoctistos, the logothete of the Drome, and bound them with terrible oaths neither to deprive Jannes of the patriarchate, nor to see the restoration of the cult of the idols, as he called the sacred icons, after his death. The woman was not the only one to foretell these things, for Jannes, acting as a dish diviner, clearly showed him who was going to succeed to the office of ruler. Nor did the woman only answer the emperor's queries, she also indicated to Constantine, who at that time was the most powerful man among the Trifilioi, what was going to happen to him. She said that he and his sons would be deprived of their property and be clothed in clerical attire, which indeed happened later on, when Basil had taken over as ruler. To George, the logothete of the Stratiotekon, she predicted how he would come to his end in the U-turn of the Hippodrome. It was there that he was later beheaded, in the reign of Basil, having come to grief on a charge of rebellion. When spring began to lighten the sky, the Hagarenes and Theophilos sallied forth against each other, but, as each was exceedingly cautious of the other, they returned with nothing accomplished. On his return, Theophilos received an embassy from the Khan of the Khazars, requesting that the fortress known as Sarkel be built. This seemed to be a sure fortification, protecting them from the onslaught of the Patzinaks in the region of the river Tanias. The emperor acceded to the request and sent a man named Petronius to accomplish it. When this man came back, he gave the emperor his opinion that the only way he could safely rule Kherson was by appointing somebody there to be its commander. Until that time, none of our own people had been sent to command there. One of the local people, known as the Proteon, used to attend to municipal affairs. The emperor accepted his advice. The person he sent out to command the district was none other than this same Petronius. He sent an ordinance to the Proteon and to the other indigenous potentates, commanding them to give unswerving obedience to the commander. From that time, it was the practice to send commanders to Kherson. The following year, at the inception of spring, Theophilos went out against the Hagarenes in great force and with many troops. He advanced deep into Syria, stripping the land bare, pillaging and laying waste everything he came across. He took 2 cities by the rules of war and led their citizens captive. He even took by storm the city called Sosipetra, the homeland of the Amormumenes, who sent many letters pleading on its behalf. But though he pleaded for his homeland to be spared, the emperor paid no attention to the letters. When he had settled things there, Theophilos returned to the capital, leaving Theophobus behind. His orders were to make satisfactory arrangements for the army, and then to come to the emperor in all haste. But the Persians were exasperated by delays in their pay, so they detained him at Sinope and proclaimed him emperor against his will. Indeed, he prayed and besought them to abandon this initiative, warning them that on account of this uprising they were exposing themselves to harsher sufferings than ever. They paid no attention to him, but were heart and soul completely dedicated to the undertaking. As they paid no attention to him, but were heart and soul completely dedicated to the undertaking, he secretly let the emperor know what had happened. He gave him assurance with an oath that it was not himself but the Persians who were responsible for the uprising. The emperor accepted his version of the story and summoned him to the palace, restoring his former privileges. He also granted a pardon for all the Persians and an amnesty for their misdeeds. The Persians believed his promises and evacuated Sinope. The emperor knew he would have to disperse them, and not let so large a multitude stay together, since the entire host of the Persians amounted to 30,000 men. After careful thought, he transferred 2,000 of them to each theme, with instructions that they were to be under the orders of the commanders. This is because he no longer trusted the Persians, and why he put Theophilos to death a little later. But there was another reason for this, which will be revealed in due course. The Amor-Mumenes was so wounded in heart by the capture of his beloved homeland that he sent out a great decree that men of all ages from Babylonia, Phoenicia, Palestine, Seol, Syria, and even distant Libya were to be assembled, and that every fighting man was to inscribe on his own shield the word Amorion, signifying the forthcoming attack on that city. The entire army was concentrated around him at Tarsus. Then Theophilos advanced. He came to Dorylion, 3 days' journey from Amorion. Many were they whose advice was that the troops stationed in Amorion be withdrawn, and that the Romans retreat before the irresistible advance of the Saracens. Theophilos, however, thought this to be inglorious and unmanly. He thought a better and more valiant way would be further to fortify the city, and to preserve it by committing it to the discretion of a noble commander. So he dispatched the patrician Aetius, commander of the Anatolikon theme, with a sufficient force to repulse the enemy. He also gave him as army commanders those who would shortly die the death of martyrs: Theodore Craterus, Theophilos, Barboutzikos, and the others. These were not only commanders of this expeditionary force, but also of the corps of the 42 martyrs. When the Saracen ruler found himself with all his host at Tarsus, having consulted with his colleagues and taken the auspices, he judged it inexpedient to go directly to Amorion, but better first to test the emperor's strength by sending out his son with a portion of the army. His thinking was that if the son got the better of the emperor, victory would surely follow for the father. If the son failed, it were better to stay where he was. Having considered that advice and come to this decision, he dispatched his son, who took with him Amir, then the Emir of Melitene, 10,000 Turks, the entire army of the Armenians, and their commander-in-chief. He pitched camp when he came to a place called Dozaimon. Theophilos advanced to meet him, leading a valiant army consisting of Persians, Westerners, and Easterners. When he reached a place called Anzes, he wanted to spy upon the gathered host of the enemy to judge its strength before the battle and the attack. Manuel, the domestic of the Skylitzes, brought him to a high point from which he observed the enemy host and concluded that the Saracen force was superior to his own. "Look not upon the number of men, O Emperor," said Manuel, "but notice how the lances at each side bristle like reeds." But since the adversaries seemed to constitute the stronger army, it was his advice that an attack should be launched using trickery. Manuel, together with Theophobus, was in favour of a night attack, but the rest of the commanders thought the attack should take place in daytime. The emperor came round to their way of thinking. Since this was then the prevailing opinion, fierce fighting broke out at daybreak. The imperial units fought so vigorously that the Ishmaelites wavered and took to their heels. But by incessant use of their bows, the Turks deterred the Romans from pursuing them, which caused the battle to take on a different character. Unable to withstand the contentious hail of Turkish arrows, the Romans did an about-turn and abandoned the emperor. But neither the officers of the units nor the Persians permitted themselves such behaviour. They rallied around the emperor and made vigorous efforts to save him. They would have all been destroyed too, but as night fell, a light rain began to fall from the sky, causing the enemy's bowstrings to slacken. This gave the Romans a respite from the arrows and a chance to get away. During the night, when Manuel was inspecting the guard posts, he heard the Persians speaking in the Saracen tongue, making an agreement with the Saracens to betray the Roman encampment and to return to their native land. This information he immediately communicated to the emperor, urging him to flee to safety with a body of picked men, not wanting to be taken captive. "How can I do that," the emperor replied, "when those who remain on my account will be destroyed?" Manuel insisted, "To you alone it is granted by God, O emperor, to reach safety. Those will surely look to their own interests." So, late in the night, towards morning, the emperor fled and reached safety at a place called Ketone-Kun. There he was met by the deserters, declaring that they were unfit to live for having abandoned the emperor in the battle, whereupon each man offered to surrender his sword. The sight of this pierced the emperor to the heart. "Since by the grace of God I got safely away, do you also go your way in safety," he declared. The collusion of the Persians with the sons of Hagar gave the enemies of Theophilos, who had chosen to bring about his death, a second reason and an excellent opportunity for denouncing him. When the Amor-Mumenes heard of the victory, he concluded that he should advance on Amorion without delay. Having gathered his own army together and indicated to his son that he should do likewise, forth he went. When the armies met together, they set up a strong line of fortification. The city was surrounded with a deep ditch, then subjected to a vigorous and energetic siege. The Turks made constant use of their bows. The Saracens brought their siege engines right up to the walls. Yet the beleaguered Romans within put up a determined and heroic struggle, easily beating back the engines. While the unrelenting and incessant siege of the city was being prosecuted without interruption, Theophilos, who only just managed to get away from the disaster, arrived in Deryllion. There he stayed, waiting to see what the outcome would be. He tried to tempt the mind of the Amor-Mumenes to see whether he could dissuade him from continuing the siege. Ambassadors were sent to intercede with him. Off they went, loaded with rich gifts, and empowered to give serious undertakings. They reached the Saracen encampment, came before the ruler, and declared what messages the emperor had entrusted to them. But the ruler had fallen into a blind rage because of the capture of his homeland. He heaped insults on the emperor for his cowardice. He belittled and derided the embassy, and clapped the ambassadors in irons, waiting to see what the outcome of the matter would be. Now he intensified the siege. He divided the army into several companies so that they could attack in relays. The intent was that those within the walls, weary from the regularity and the intensity of the alternating attacks and the endless effort required of them, would eventually surrender. But the beleaguered ones continued to ward off the attacks, and all the efforts of the besiegers achieved nothing. The city would have escaped capture too, had not one of those within betrayed and handed over his homeland on account of some quarrel or other. This man, his name was Byzantines, had been corrupted with gifts, and had abjured the Christian faith. Being in secret communication with the Saracens, he showed them a place in the wall where they would find easy access when launching their attacks. And that is how the city came to be captured. Since it was taken under the rules of war, what account could suffice to declare the multitude of the slain and of the prisoners? The Saracens were beside themselves with anger because so many of their illustrious soldiers had lost their lives during the siege. Hence, They showed no mercy to those whom they encountered. The men were slain, the women were led away captive together with their children and youths. The finest of the buildings were put to the flames. In a very short time, the most distinguished of eastern cities had taken on the appearance of a deserted ruin. Also taken alive were the officers of the army corps, the patricians Callistros, Constantine, and Theodocratorus, and many other illustrious commanders, distinguished by the highest honours. When the city was safely in his hands, the Saracen ruler forced each of the ambassadors to inspect what had been done there, as though he revelled and delighted in those deeds. Then he sent them back, so they could themselves announce the disaster to the emperor. For his part, he promptly returned them to the Amormumenes, with a request that the persons of note taken captive in the siege be handed over to him, together with his relatives and all the other prisoners. He promised to pay 24 centenaria in ransom money for them. The Amormumenes received the embassy, and again he sent the ambassadors packing, heaping insults on them. Would it not be senseless if he, who had disbursed 1,000 centenaria to assemble his own army, were to hand back the prisoners for so small a sum? When the ambassadors returned empty-handed, Theophilos was dumbfounded by the overwhelming magnitude of the disaster. He rejected all food and drink, and almost took no nourishment, except water squeezed out from the snow. Then he fell sick with dysentery. Even when he fell into that pitiful state, he did not calm down, nor was he able to take the catastrophe of Amorion with equanimity. He sought for an occasion and manner of revenging himself on his enemy. Thus he sent the patrician Theodosius, a member of the Barboutzikos family, to the king of the Franks, to ask for some aid to be sent to him. Also for a fighting force to be dispatched to ravage certain parts of Africa belonging to the Amormumenes. But this embassy achieved nothing, for Theodosius died on the journey. Disappointed in this hope, and more severely oppressed by his illness, Theophilos had himself brought on a stretcher into the Magnaura, where he had assembled the Senate and the rest of the eminent citizenry. In doleful tones he recited and lamented his woes, beseeching the assembled company graciously to honour his memory by keeping faith and dealing kindly with his wife and son, preserving the throne for them, unassailed by any conspiracy. The assembly was deeply touched by the emperor's pathetic words. Groaning and wailing arose on all sides. Everyone interceded with the deity, praying for the emperor's health and life, and if he should die, which they certainly did not wish to happen, they undertook to surrender their lives if necessary for his lady wife the empress and the children, to keep the throne secure for them. This is what they promised. Shortly afterwards, completely consumed by his illness, the emperor paid the debt which all must pay, having governed the empire for 12 years and 3 months. As the narrative related, Theophobos' accusers acquired grounds on which to proceed against him in the way mentioned above. When Theophilos realised that his end was near, he cast Theophobos into the darkest of dungeons at the Bucolion. Then, when he was about to die, he ordered them to cut off the man's head and bring it to him. When he received it, he seized it by the hair with his hands and uttered his last words. From this moment, I am no longer Theophilos, and you are no longer Theophobos. There are those who accuse Oriphas, the Draungarius of the Watch, of slaying Theophobos. They say that he received no orders, but that he acted on his own authority. Michael III, the son of Theophilos, AD 842 to 867, and his mother Theodora, AD 842 to 862. After Theophilos had departed this life, it was his son Michael who, together with his mother Theodora, succeeded to the sceptre of the empire. He had the Magist Emmanuel, then domestic of the Scolae, and Theoctistos the patrician, logothete of the Drome, as his guardians and tutors, just as his father had stipulated in his will. Immediately after the death of Theophilos, These two got themselves away to the hippodrome, where they assembled the people and delivered speeches recalling to their mind the benevolence of the late emperor towards them. By using encouraging and flattering words, they were able to elicit the goodwill of the audience, the people promising to pour out their own blood for the safety of the emperor, and confirming this promise with oaths then and there. Once Theodora was in control of the empire, together with her son, immediately and first of all, at the suggestion of some God-fearing men, she closely examined the matter of the heresy of the enemies of the icons. This was widespread among the Romans from the reign of Leo the Armenian until the death of Theophilos. Theoctistus was in favour of its suppression, but Manuel held back for some time. Nobody dared to speak out boldly and make a speech expressly calling for the abolition of the heresy, because the greater part of both the Senate and the Synod, including the Patriarch himself, remained faithful to it. Manuel alone, prompted by divine intervention, was bold enough to make the move. As we said above, he hesitated at first on the question of devotion to the most sacred icons, but he subsequently proclaimed himself in favour of it. Here is the reason why. He had fallen dangerously ill, to the point that his life was despaired of. The doctor's skills had been exhausted. Hearing that he was already dead, some pious monks of Studius Monastery came to him. As they approached his bed, they realised that he was still alive and breathing, whereupon they promised him his life, a recovery and the restoration of his former health. He was incredulous at first, but the men insisted that he should have no doubt about the divine power which had revealed the matter to them. His illness had abated a little, and he said to them with a weak and feeble breath, "And how can this be for me, godly fathers? My mental forces are all gone, my body is wasted away and emaciated. Here I lie, devoid of flesh, a mere skeleton. There is no difference between me and a corpse, except that I am breathing. What hope is there? What reason to believe in my recovery and a return to my former health?" The holy men took up the argument and said to him, "With God all things are possible, and there is nothing that is impossible. We proclaim the good news that you will live, provided that you endeavour to extinguish the conflagration the enemies of the icons have ignited when you recover your strength, and that you restore the sacred icons to the status they enjoyed in the time of our forefathers." Thus they spoke. Then they went on their way, amazingly, and contrary to all expectations, for Manuel the illness now abated. The natural forces were restored unimpaired, and in a short time he recovered completely from his sickness. Happily released from his illness, he immediately went on horseback to the palace. Coming into the presence of the empress, he tried every means to persuade her to restore the sacred icons. She was already casting about for a pretext to do so. She was constantly being incited to do this by her own mother, and also by her maternal uncles, the patricians. Nevertheless, Theodora resisted Manuel's arguments, either out of respect for the oath she had sworn to her late husband, or because, as we said, she feared the multitude of those who had firmly adhered to the heresy. When Manuel persisted, Theodora replied, "O Magister, my late husband the Emperor, a stickler for precision, never did a thing in all of his life without careful examination of the matter." If this practice of revering the icons were not forbidden in the sacred laws and the holy scriptures, he would not have expelled it from the church. When she had said this, he lost no time in threatening her with the loss of her life and of the throne, her and her son too, unless she restored the godly decoration of the sacred icons to the churches. Terrified of these words, or in our opinion following her own desires, the empress now gave her full support to the matter. She directed that all those who were distinguished by intelligence and learning, members of the Senate or Synod, were to assemble in the palace of the Theoctistos to discuss and debate the questions of orthodoxy. Everybody, so to speak, gathered there. A great number of speeches were made, a multiplicity of attestations from the Holy Scriptures were produced, and the party of godliness carried the day. A decree went out for the immediate restoration of the sacred icons. Of those bishops, monks, and senators who had subscribed to the former disorder, the majority chose the better part, and changed their opinion in favour of the truth. As for those who were so deeply dyed in the tincture of godlessness that they could not change, they were driven from the city and sent into exile. The impious patriarch was deposed and expelled from the patriciate by a contingent of high-ranking men charged with the security of the palace. At first he refused their demand that he get out, assuring them that he would never willingly leave that church. They returned to the empress who had sent them and reported his disobedience. Then the patrician Bardas, the empress's brother, was sent to find out why, since he was not of the orthodox faith, he would not abandon the patriciate. But Jannes was a knavish fellow, cunning both in writing and in devising deceits, if anyone ever was. He marked his front, his back, and his backside all over with lead, as though some people had been whipping him. Then he cried out that it was at the hands of those who were sent to expel him that he had suffered, they that had laid it on with barbarous cruelty, and that the worst offender was Constantine, Drungarius of the Watch. He asked to be allowed a little time for his marks to disappear as a consolation. So much for Jannes. But Bardas had tumbled to his mischievous device, and he became very angry. He simply drove Jannes from the patriciate, willy-nilly. Once he was deposed, in his stead the empress gave the church the sacred and godly Methodius as patriarch, a man who still bore in his flesh the marks of having been a confessor and martyr. All of the pious clergy, laity, and monks, those too who led the ascetic life in the mountains, they all applauded his elevation with great rejoicing. They congregated in the capital, and with one voice condemned the heresy with an eternal anathema. Such then were the reforms which were effected at the beginning of the reign by the ever-memorable Theodora and her son. As for the unholy Jannes, he was shut up in a monastery, and somewhere there he saw a holy icon set up. It showed Christ our God, the Mother of God, and the archangels. He ordered his personal deacon to climb up and put out the eyes of the sacred pictures, for, he said, they did not have the faculty of sight. When the devout and sovereign lady heard of this, burning with godly zeal, she ordered that his eyes be put out. This did not happen, because certain kindly disposed persons interceded for him, but she dispatched some guards to punish him with 200 lashes. Jannes was a product of this great city, which takes precedence over all others, a scion of the Maurocarsianoi family. He was already somewhat advanced in years when the monastery of the victorious martyrs, Sergius and Bacchus, got him as hegumenus, like a serpent lurking in the church. This firm adherent of the godless heresy of the enemies of the icons had ascended the ecclesiastical ladder rather quickly. A lifelong adept in wizardry and dish-divining, he was held in high esteem by Michael the Stammerer, the father of Theophilos, either because they shared the same heretical opinions, or on account of the great reputation he had for learning. Jannes became the tutor to Theophilos. When the son took the reins of power into his own hands, he promoted him to be the proto-Syncellus, and subsequently Patriarch of Constantinople. This was because, by dish-divining and wizardry, he had been able to foretell some things. There was a time when an unbelieving and barbarous people, led by 3 commanders, were invading Roman lands. Not surprisingly, Theophilos was distressed, but Jannes exhorted him to put away his faint heart and to be filled with gladness. He need only pay heed to the patriarch's advice. This is what he advised. Among the bronze statues set up on the Euripos of the Hippodrome, there was one standing there, he said, representing a figure with 3 heads. Jannes now ordered an equal number of bronze hammers to be cast. These were to be taken in hand by 3 robust men who were to accompany him to the aforesaid statue by night. At his command, they were to strike the heads mighty blows with their hammers until the heads fell to the ground, as though they had been dealt a blow at one and the same time. Finding this proposal acceptable, the emperor ordered it to be carried out. When the men came with Jannes to that place at the darkest time of night, Jannes was in lay clothing to escape recognition. He uttered the magic words designed to remove the innate power from statues of that kind. Then he ordered the men to strike with youthful vigour. 2 of them, striking more forceful blows, succeeded in removing 2 of the statues' heads, but the third, striking less forcefully, made the head hang down a little, but did not sever it completely from the body. What happened to the leaders of the barbarians was similar to this. A great uprising took place among the invading people, followed by civil war, in the course of which 2 of the leaders fell, and the third was wounded, not mortally, but enough to invalidate him. Thus crippled, the people went back home. So much for wizardry. This wizard had a uterine brother of patrician rank, whose name was Arzabur. He possessed an estate on the left bank of the straits, close to the monastery of St. Phokas, built in a luxurious style, with arcades, bathhouses, and other charming pavilions. The wizard was a frequent resident there, and there he constructed an underground dwelling, similar to the cave of the Trophonius. To the rear he made a doorway affording access to those who would enter. It was in that workshop of iniquity that he received those who were willing. Sometimes nuns were kept there to be coupled with, or other women distinguished by their beauty, in whose ruin he participated. Sometimes heptoscopy, dish divining, magic, and necromancy were practised there, by which, with the cooperation of demons, he was often able to foretell some of the things that were going to happen. This property came later into the hands of the chamberlain, who razed it to the ground and transformed it into a monastery bearing the name of the great martyr Phokas. As we said, Jannes and his partisans were cast out and deposed, but even then they did not keep quiet. They still raged against the holy icons and sought to do some mischief to the devout. They pieced together a false accusation against Methodius in an attempt to bring that blameless man into disrepute, and thus to demoralize the multitude of the Orthodox. They corrupted a woman with a large amount of gold and promises if she would fall in with their plans. She was in fact the mother of Metrophanes, who subsequently became the Bishop of Smyrna. They persuaded her to denounce the holy man before the empress and the emperor's tutors, saying that he had consorted with her. An awesome tribunal was immediately constituted, of laymen and clerics. The devout were in evidence, cast down in grief and sorrow, while the impious, far from absenting themselves, were there in force, thinking that, as a consequence of the affair, the Church of the Orthodox was about to be plunged into unusual and severe disgrace. The false accusers were very confident, with broad grins on their faces, as though they had the means of making sure the accusation would be upheld. They led the woman into the midst of the assembly, where she spoke the words she had been taught to say before the judges. The members of the court gave black looks, the Magister Manuel most of all, at the prospect of the entire Orthodox community being in danger of becoming the laughing-stock of its enemies on one man's account. The holy Methodius was aware of all this. Wishing to frustrate the hopes of the godless, to relieve the devout of the burden of shame, and to ensure that he not be a stone of stumbling to the church, without paying any attention to the crowd, he shook off his garments, and this man, who was worthy of all respect and honour, exposed his private parts to the gaze of all the onlookers. It was now revealed to everybody that his genitals were atrophied by some disease, and totally incapable of performing their natural function. This greatly dismayed those who rejoiced in the iniquity and the false accusers, but it filled the devout with gladness of heart and rejoicing. They rushed upon him with uncontainable glee, embracing and hugging him. They simply were unable to control their excessive joy. One of his closest friends came up to him and quietly questioned the patriarch, wishing to know how it came about that his genitals were withered away. In reply, the latter explained the matter from the very beginning. I had been sent to the Pope in Rome in connection with the proceedings which had been instituted against Nikephoros, that most holy patriarch. While I was staying there, I was harassed by the demon of fleshly desire. Night and day after day, it never stopped titillating me and inciting me to the desire for sexual congress. I was so inflamed that I knew it was nearly all over for me, so I entrusted myself to Peter, the chief apostle, begging him to relieve me of that fleshy appetite. Coming to me by night, he burned my genitals by applying his right hand to them, assuring me that henceforth I would no longer be troubled by the appetite for carnal delight. Awaking in considerable pain, I found myself in the condition which you have now witnessed. Manuel would not believe what the patriarch had said. Suspecting a conspiracy, he handed the woman over for examination to get to the bottom of the crafty scheme. They immediately brandished a sword in her face and brought out the barbed rods, while experienced torturers were to hand. Terrified by all this, the wretched creature let the truth be known. She explained how the machination had been contrived, how she had herself been corrupted with a gift of gold and many promises, who the active agents were, and, in short, the complete knavery of the affair. She added that if somebody went to her house, he would find gold in a pouch in a chest filled with grain. One of the bodyguards was immediately dispatched. He returned with the gold, and thus the entire affair stood revealed. The false accusers would have been handed over to be punished accordingly, but the patriarch, imitating his own lord, had the forbearance to request that the charges be stayed. He asked that their only retribution and punishment should be that, each year, at the Feast of Orthodoxy, they should process with lights from the Church of the All-Pure Mother of God at Blackernay to the sacred Church of the Holy Wisdom, there to hear the anathema with their own ears. This procedure was maintained for the rest of their lives. Such was the way in which the heresy of the enemies of the icons was terminated, while the Church of the Orthodox resumed its proper embellishment with the restoration of the sacred icons. Once, when she was celebrating this Feast of Orthodoxy, that blessed Empress gave a banquet for all the clergy in the palace at the place called Tarkarianou. Present among the guests were Theophanes and his brother Theodore, the graptoi. As the banquet was drawing to a close, and the desserts were being set out, cakes and pastries, the Empress repeatedly glanced at the faces of those two fathers, examining the writing that was inscribed on their foreheads, all the while uttering sighs and shedding tears. Noticing this, one of the fathers asked her why she was looking at them so often. She said, "I am amazed at your steadfastness in enduring the inscribing of so many letters on your foreheads. The cruelty of him who did this to you deeply disturbs me." "It is on account of this writing," rejoined the blessed Theophanes, "that we will take issue with your husband, the emperor, before the implacable judgment seat of God." These words pierced the sovereign lady to the heart. With tears in her eyes, she said to the saint, "Do I not have your affirmation to this effect, and your written statement, that you not only grant my late husband forgiveness, but also declined to drag him into court and summon him to trial, the Patriarch and the rest of the throng of bishops calmed her down and soothed her distress. Then they rose up from the table and declared, Imperial Majesty, our statements and contracts are immutable and undeviating. As for the small-mindedness of this fellow, we should not exaggerate it. Thus was the Empress's pain alleviated. It was at this time that the Zalesian heresy arose, but it died out and disappeared together with its leader Zilix, who filled the office of a Secretis, for he and his followers converted to godliness. They were anointed with the sacred chrism and baptized. So much for the affairs of the city. When Bogoris, the ruler of the Bulgars, heard that it was a woman, together with a tender child, who was ruling the Romans, he became insolent. He sent messengers to the imperial city, threatening to break the treaties and to attack the Romans' territory. There was nothing ignoble or womanly about the reply of the Empress. You will have to reckon with me fighting against you, and if it be God's will, getting the better of you. And even if it is you who gets the upper hand, which is by no means impossible, the victory will still be mine, since it will be a woman, not a man, whom you will have overcome. These words took the wind out of the barbarian's sails. He fell silent and renewed the former treaties. Then the Empress and the ruler resumed diplomatic contact with each other, she for her part on account of one Theodore, surnamed Koufaras, a person of distinction who was very useful to the state, but who was a prisoner in Bulgaria. As for Bogoris, he was concerned about his own sister. Captured in a raid, she had lived in the imperial palace, where she was held prisoner for a long time. During her captivity, she had been initiated into the Christian faith, and had also learned to read. Subsequently released, her unbounded praise for the Christian faith was ever in her brother's ears. In this way, she sowed the seeds of faith in his heart. He had already been appraised of the divine mysteries by Koufaras. After the exchange had been effected, the woman having been delivered to her brother, and Koufaras given in return to the sovereign lady, the Bulgar ruler kept faith with his erroneous beliefs, clinging to his own religion, even though he had been instructed in and informed all about the divine mysteries. Then a severe famine afflicted the land of the Bulgars, and when all other help failed, the ruler called upon the god of the Christians for aid, the god whose law Theodore and his own sister had communicated to him, charging the entire nation to do likewise. The famine abated. Thus they all converted to the worship of God. Boris, being counted worthy of baptism, took the name of the Emperor of the Romans, Michael, when he received holy baptism at the hands of the bishop, who had been sent to him for that purpose. Something else happened which led the ruler to the right religion and confirmed him in it. He had an insatiable appetite for hunting, and he wanted to satisfy it, not only out on the chase, but also when he was relaxing at home, by looking at pictures of hunting scenes. Having just built himself a new house, he now engaged a painter, a Roman monk named Methodius. He told the monk to fill the dwelling with pictures, but, as though he were under the guidance of divine inspiration, he did not specify in so many words which and what kind of wild animals were to be portrayed. He told the monk to depict whatever he liked, so long as the scenes were sufficiently impressive to inspire consternation and terror in the beholder. Now the monk knew of nothing that was more awe-inspiring than the second coming of Christ, so this is what he painted there. When the project was finished, the ruler looked upon the choir of the righteous with their crowns at this side, then upon the cohort of the sinners being punished over there. When the artist had explained to him what the scene portrayed, he immediately renounced his own religion, received instruction in the holy mysteries, as we said, from a godly bishop, and was baptized in the middle of the night. When the rulers of the people and the common folk learned of his change of religion, they rebelled against their leader and sought to kill him. But with the few men who were with him and the sign of the cross going on before them, he was able to put the insurgents to flight. So amazed were they at this unexpected reverse that he was able to make them Christians. When the entire nation had been converted to the worship of God, he wrote to the sovereign lady asking to be given land because his subjects were in dire straits. In return, he promised to unite the two nations and bring about an eternal and irrevocable peace. The empress received this request with great gladness, and she gave him the land. It was deserted in those days, which stretches from the place called Sidera, which was then the border between the Bulgars and the Romans, as far as Delbeltos, which the Bulgars call Zagora. So that is how the whole of Bulgaria was converted to the worship of God, and the West enjoyed profound peace. The western regions now lived under cloudless skies and in stable piety. The empress rejoiced and was glad in this state of affairs. With the intention of improving it yet further, she addressed herself to the task of bringing back to the true religion those Manichees of the East, commonly called Paulicians, after the founders of the heresy. Alternatively, if she failed to convert them, she would completely obliterate them from among mankind, a decision which filled the world with many woes. For, far from discharging their commission with moderation, those who were sent to prosecute the campaign, Leo, son of Argyros, Andronikos, son of Doukas, and Pseudales, acted with great savagery. Some of the Manichees they hung on the gallows, some they put to the sword, while others they dispatched with various kinds of afflictions, and by diverse and multiform methods of torture, until 10 times 10,000 men had been destroyed, their possessions appropriated by the state. In this way, the remaining Manichees were brought to a state of insurrection. This is how they were provoked to revolt. Theodotus Melissenus was functioning as commander of the Anatolikon theme, and serving him in the office of proto-mandator was a man named Carbias, an adherent of the faith of the Manichees. When he heard that they had impaled his own father, he was outraged by this atrocity beyond sufferance, and deserted to Amma, the emir of Melitene, together with 5,000 of his co-religionists. Pledges of loyalty were exchanged, and before long these same men marched out to attack Roman territory. They undertook the building of towns, Argaun and Arma. Then, since they had grown to the point of overpopulation, because there was a steady stream of Manichees arriving, whom fear had driven into hiding, a third town was added. This one they called Tefriki. Setting out from these towns, they joined forces with Amma, emir of Melitene, and with Elim, emir of Tarsus. Then they made no end of ruthlessly invading and devastating Roman territory. Elim, however, went off with his army into a country of the Armenians, where he lost both his life and the entire army that was following him, while Amma fell foul of an uprising among his own people, at the instigation of his co-ruler, said to be the son of Skleros. His attention was entirely occupied with his own problems, and he did not have time to fight others until he was at liberty after successfully opposing his antagonist. Once that matter was attended to, he took advantage of the cessation of hostilities, and incapable of remaining at peace, joined up with Carbias and went out in full force against the Romans. He was opposed by Patronus, brother of the empress, serving as domestic of the Scolae. Strictly speaking, this command pertained to Bardas, his older brother, but it was he who in fact exercised it, not because the other was dilatory, but because his attention was fully engaged in his task as guardian of the young emperor. In his present office as commander of the Thracian theme, Patronus campaigned against Amma and Carbias, in due course, this history will reveal how he engaged them and what he accomplished. Now that the Emperor Michael was emerging from childhood and approaching manhood, he was anxious to take the administration of state affairs into his own hands. In this he was encouraged by Bardas, his guardian and uncle, the Empress's brother, who, for his part, was possessed by a burning desire to lay his own hands on the imperial office. He busied himself with nothing but that which might help him to attain what he was aiming for. However, to make the situation clearer to the reader, let us take up the story a little earlier. The two original guardians to the emperor living in the palace, Manuel and the logothete Theoktistos, were so much at loggerheads with each other that a charge of high treason was brought against Manuel. He was alarmed by this, and fearing the other's jealousy, came to the conclusion that it would be better for him to be out of the palace. Also, to refrain from participating in regular council meetings and matters of state. So he moved back to his own house, located near the cistern of Aspar. He subsequently transformed it into a monastery, and it was there that his remains were laid. He would arrive from there and take part in state affairs occasionally. Having effectively rid himself of Manuel, not by his own efforts, but by the intervention of Theoktistos, Bardas was now on the lookout for an opportunity to achieve his ends. Fully aware that Theoktistos was standing in his way, he turned his attention to getting rid of him. All the more so, because the logothete frequently reprimanded him for his clandestine affair with his own daughter-in-law. But this is what initiated the process by which he achieved his ends. The Emperor Michael's schoolmaster was an ill-bred and worthless fellow whose pupil wished to promote him yet higher in the ranks of the imperial officers. The son begged his mother and Theoktistos to appoint the man to a greater honour, but Theoktistos would have none of it. The business of the empire must be conducted in a befitting manner, not inappropriately, he declared. Bardas now seized upon this worthless schoolmaster as the instrument of his will, using him constantly to sow seeds of discontent in the emperor's mind against Theoktistos. One moment he would say the logothete was not running the government properly, at another time that he wanted to marry Michael's brother or one of his sisters to some man, put out the emperor's eyes, and remove him from the throne. Frequently harping on this theme, he added that prudent and immediate advice was now called for. Uncle and nephew frequently exchanged opinions concerning the situation, searching for a remedy, and finally they came to the conclusion that they would have to get rid of Theoktistos. That is the decision they came to in the end, and this is the plan they adopted to achieve their ends. Just as Theoktistos was about to leave for the Lauseiakon at the end of a reports session, the emperor would accompany him a short distance and merely cry out, "Seize him." As Theoktistos was emerging on his way out, he recognised the agreed signal when it was given. He thought he could get himself out of danger by fleeing, going towards the hippodrome by way of the chancellery, for that is where the offices of the secretaries used to be. But being one man surrounded by many, he was forced to remain where he was. And there stood Bardas with a naked sword, threatening to wound anybody who stood in his way or tried to come to the other's aid. Theoktistos was taken to the Skylitzes and thrown into a cell until the case against him was formulated. But in the end they decided it was not advantageous to let him live, for fear of the Augusta, so they sent a member of the Hetairae to brandish a naked sword at him. When he saw the man approaching, weapon in hand, he protected himself with a bench to escape being injured, but he was mortally wounded in the belly. His guts spilled out and he died. That is the way in which Theoktistos was eliminated. When Manuel heard of the murder, he came immediately to the palace, where he is said to have addressed these words, as one inspired, to Bardas. "To slay Theoktistos you bared the sword. Prepare yourself for slaughter day by day." After the slaughter of Theoktistos, Bardas himself assumed the office of prefect of the inkstand. When the Empress Theodora learned what had happened, she ran around with her hair down and filled the palace with lamentation, hurling reproaches and curses at both her son and her brother, calling down a similar death upon them. Finding her reproaches intolerable, and Bardas not deviating in the least from his goal, they decided to rid themselves of her too, so that in future they could do whatever without let or hindrance. This she perceived, for she was able to observe and to conjecture, but she did not think she should take any countermeasures, because she had a horror of killing and bloodshed. But she did decide to reveal to the Senate the wealth which was deposited in the palace, in order to restrict the prodigal expenditure of the son, and to make known her prudent stewardship. She convened the Senate and rose to address it, rendering her account in words like these: Fathers, lying in the imperial treasury there are 1,900 centenaria of gold, and about 3,000 of silver, which my husband acquired, or which I was able to accumulate after his death, in addition to many other assets of various kinds. I am communicating this information to you, so that if my son, your emperor, should claim after I have departed from the palace that I had left it destitute of riches, you will not readily believe him. When she had said this, she summoned the persons in charge of the imperial treasury, who confirmed what she had said. The Empress bid the Senate farewell, renounced all power and decision-making authority, then departed from the palace. Such were the extent and diversity of the imperial assets, but they did not in the least suffice for the insanity of Michael. He delighted more than any other man in horse races, nor did he consider it beneath his dignity to drive a chariot himself. Acting as godfather to the children of his fellow sportsmen, racegoers, and charioteers, he would pour out the imperial assets, presenting 100, 80, or at least 50 pounds of gold to each one of them. He presented a gift of 100 pounds of gold to a disreputable wastrel, whom he honoured by promoting him to patrician rank, a fellow named Himerius by antithesis, for he had a savage-looking face. He exceeded the Himerius in the days of Tiberius for flattery. Looking to his own advantage, he would speak in a rabid and disgraceful way at table, and shamelessly break wind in the hearing of the emperor and his fellow diners. Break wind, what is more, with sufficient force to blow out a candle. To this man the emperor gave 100 pounds of gold, and when he stood godfather for the son of his fellow charioteer, Skylitzes, him too he presented with 100 pounds of gold. Thus he did not draw on the public purse, or expend money on any of the things he ought to have done. Within a short time he had distributed so much wealth by this kind of inappropriate behaviour that when came the time for the distribution of imperial bonuses and salaries, there was no money available. So he melted down that famous golden plane tree, the 2 golden lions, and the 2 griffins, which were also of beaten gold, the solid gold organ, and other works of art, for which the Roman Empire was cause of admiration, weighing no less than 200 centenaria. All these he melted down, and gave the gold to be minted in the imperial treasury. He did likewise with the imperial vestments, of which some were of solid gold, others embroidered with gold. These he gave to the Idikos to melt down too, but they did not get melted down before he departed from the world of men, whereupon Basil became ruler, and he recalled the vestments. Of all that wealth, Basil found no more than 3 centenaria of gold, and 9 bags of small change. This he expropriated to the public purse, and complained to the Senate about the deficit, asking from where he was going to find the money to discharge his public obligations. The Empress Theodora was in the habit of going to the sacred church of the Mother of God at Blackernay, both to worship and to bathe with her daughters. On one occasion, when the emperor and Bardas, his nephew, knew that she was visiting there, they sent Patronus, who, as the narrative mentioned above, was her brother, to subject her and her daughters to monastic tonsure. For the time being, they banished them to the palace known as Takarianu, confiscating all the wealth they possessed, and stipulating that henceforth they were to live as private citizens, not in imperial style. The Empress Theodora had two crafty and contriving brothers, Bardas and Patronus, and three sisters, Sophia, Maria, and Irene, of whom Sophia was married to the magister Constantine Barboutzikos, Irene to the patrician Sergius, brother of Photios, who later acceded to the patriarchal throne, Maria to the magister Arzaber, a person of nobility and courage, outstanding among his contemporaries. All these women were beautiful and good-looking, falling only a little short of the apogee of virtue. Such were the relatives which Theodora left behind her when she died. However, the entire administration of public business now devolved upon Bardas alone, for he was held in higher esteem than all others by the emperor. Hence, he received the dignity of Choropalates, as though this was a reward for deposing his own sister. Bardas decided to campaign with the emperor, who had just attained manhood and left puberty behind, against the Ishmaelites, and against Amir, Emir of Melitene. When they arrived in enemy territory, they came before Samosata. Samosata is a city on the banks of the Euphrates, bristling with power and strength. This they proceeded to besiege. Feigning cowardice, the Saracens shut themselves within. As not one of them set foot outside of the walls, ostensibly for fear of the imperial army, the Romans left much to be desired in their security arrangements. On the third day of the siege, it was the Lord's Day, the first day of the week. While the bloodless sacrifice was being offered, and they were just about to partake of the divine mysteries, the Saracens threw open the gates and charged out, fully armed, and attacking the Romans on all sides. Thrown into confusion by the unexpected nature of this assault, the latter made a determined effort to flee. The Emperor Michael was only just able to mount a horse, and with great difficulty to get away. But all the baggage of the Emperor and the soldiers was captured by the enemy. Carbias, the commander of the Manichees, was clearly superior in courage to the others. He not only put to death many of the common soldiers, he also took several of the distinguished ones alive, no fewer than 100 commanders and lesser officers. Most of these were set free on payment of a ransom. The exception was the commander of Sion, who expired in prison. 2 years went by, and then Amir, leading an army of no fewer than 30,000 men, campaigned against the Romans again. Wishing to make good the former reverse, Michael raised an army of about 40,000 men from Thrace and Macedonia and went out to meet him. When Amir heard of this, taking a shortcut through difficult terrain, he advanced and fell on the unsuspecting emperor, turning him back with great might, and forcing him to resort to flight. He would have been taken prisoner too, had not Manuel, domestic of the Skylitzes, cut away through the enemy lines for him, and saved him. All the others were scattered, and it was each man for himself. In the second year after this war, Amir marched out again with 40,000 men, and attacked Roman territory. He ravaged and laid waste the Armenian theme, and also the coastal regions. And then, they say, he was afflicted with a similar delusion to Xerxes, for he ordered the sea to be chastised with whips for not allowing him to advance any further. Michael was grieved by these developments, but he did not dare set out again himself against Amir. So he put his mother's brother, Patronus, governor of the Thracian theme, in command of the Roman forces, with orders to move against the enemy in full strength. Patronus was then near Ephesus. Plunged into great anguish on receipt of his orders, he immediately leapt into the saddle and rode off to visit John the monk at Mount Latros. It was there that this man, famed for his virtue, was leading the life of an ascetic at that time. Patronus diligently inquired of the monk concerning the matter. The latter did not hesitate in the least at the question. "Go forth against the Saracens, my son," he said. "You will have God for your vanguard." Armed with the monk's prayers, he went to a place called Lekapenos, which is in an area locally known as Gyres. He set up an ambush in every direction, and then provoked Amir to an engagement. Amir was closed in on every side like a wild beast, and he was extremely apprehensive concerning the outcome of the situation. He sent for one of the Roman prisoners, and inquired what the name of that region might be, and of the place where he had encamped, also of the river which flowed by. When he heard that the region was called Lekapenos, the place Toson, and the river Gyres, he took this to be an evil omen for himself. The names signified disaster and destruction for his host. "It is inevitable that we will be turned back by the Romans," he declared. "However, there must be no wavering," he said to those who were with him. "We must rise up and acquit ourselves courageously in tomorrow's battle." When day broke, knowing that he was closed in on every side, and that attempting to break out would be in vain, he decided it would be in his best interest to move against the position which he could see that Patronus was defending. He charged at the enemy with loud noises and commotion. Realizing that he was attempting the impossible, he fell back a little, and then attacked again in force with a sudden rush, trying to create an escape route for himself. Failing again, he undertook the same stratagem a third time, and was then at his wits' end what to do next. He could see the Romans appearing in all directions, ready to attack both from the south and from the north at the same time. His fate appeared to be inescapable. He despaired of his life and threw himself upon those immediately in front of him with great violence. Thus he fell, mortally wounded, and not one of those who were with him survived. His son had been sent out foraging with a portion of the army. When he heard of the defeat, he hastily fell back on Melitene, but he was pursued by the Clycerok of the Carcianon theme and taken prisoner, he and his army. They were all handed over to Patronus, the commander-in-chief. Patronus came to the capital after achieving such a remarkable victory against Amir. He brought along the monk who had foretold the victory, singing the praises of his virtue. He praised and magnified him before both the emperor and his own brother Bardas. Patronus was raised to the position of domestic of the Scolae, but he died a short time later. Manuel also died before him, carried off by some disease. Left alone, Bardas directed and carried the responsibility for all matters of state, continually receiving imperial honours in exchange. He also aspired to the rank and honour of Caesar, for Michael cared nothing for affairs of state, only for theatre festivals and horse races. The worst of it was that he was not content with being a spectator. He would personally drive a chariot, making himself the plaything and laughing-stock of all. This is how he occupied himself, while Bardas dealt with affairs of state, contemplating the imperial office with a view to succeeding to it when the time was ripe. Bardas was, however, also a devotee of secular learning, the pursuit of which had, over a period of many years, become seriously dilapidated, shrinking away to almost nothing, thanks to the boorishness and ignorance of those in power. He assigned a location for each discipline, whatever was available for most subjects, but for philosophy, this being superior to all the other disciplines, a place was designated within the palace itself, at the Magnara. It was from this action that the disciplines began to be rejuvenated. However excellent and famous though this action might be, it is not strong enough to wipe the slate clean of Bardas's other deeds. To that great man and philosopher Leo was allotted the chair in philosophy. He was the nephew of the Patriarch John. He had been appointed to the see of Thessaloniki, but he too was deposed when the enemies of the icons were thrown out. He was holding no appointment when he was promoted to this academic post. This is how he first came to the notice of the Emperor Theophilos. Leo had mastered all the academic disciplines more thoroughly than any other man knew even one of them. Yet it was in a poverty-stricken dwelling that he lived and taught those who wished to be taught whatever they wanted to learn. Time went by, and many students made good progress in learning. There was one young man who had progressed to the highest degree in the discipline of geometry. He went on to be secretary to a commander. The commander went forth to war, and the young man followed him. There was a reverse, and the young man was taken prisoner of war. He was handed over to the slave of one of the nobility. Now the ruler of the Ishmaelites at that time, Mamun, took an interest in Hellenic learning and was especially devoted to geometry. One day, the young man's master was talking to him about the scholarly interests of the Amir Mumenes and about his passion for geometry. "I would like to hear him and his teachers," said the young man. "I would like to know what kind of geometrical knowledge they have." This came to the ears of Mamun. He gladly summoned the youth, and when he arrived, inquired whether he understood such and such a procedure. The barbarian was incredulous when the other assured him that he did, for he had pretended that in those days there was nobody other than his own teachers who was knowledgeable in geometry. When the young man declared that he would like to put their teaching to the test, there they were, quicker than it takes to tell. They devised triangular and four-sided figures demonstrating the principles of the elements and teaching him that this figure has such and such a name while another one has that name, but they gave no explanation of how or why they were so called. When the young man saw them priding themselves and thinking they were so clever at designating figures, he said to them, "O gentlemen, with respect to every account and fact, the reason why is of paramount importance. You seem to me to miss the mark entirely. You merely note the existence of a thing as you run off your comments, apparently unaware of the most important thing of all." This threw them into confusion. They asked him to analyse and declare why each figure was so named. He examined and explained the reason for each name, showing why this or another thing is given such and such a name, both in speech and in writing. As their minds were opened, and they came to understand what was being said, they were astonished, asking him whether there were any others like him at Byzantium. He replied that there were many there, and that he himself was the best of the students, but not of the teachers. They questioned him again about this teacher. Who was he, and was he still alive? He told them who it was, and assured them that he was still alive, although he lived a life of poverty, paying no attention to anything other than the pursuit of learning. Mamun immediately had a letter drawn up for Leo. It went something like this: "The tree is known by its fruit, and it is by the student that we know the teacher. Since you, who are so advanced in the study of the nature of things, remain virtually unknown to your fellow citizens, reaping no advantage from your knowledge and wisdom, do not disdain to come to us, and to share your wisdom with us. The entire race of the Saracens will bow before you when you arrive, and you will be deemed worthy of riches and gifts such as no other man was ever held sufficient to be accorded." He gave this letter to the young man, demonstrated his goodwill to him with gifts, and sent him to his teacher. He arrived safe and sound back in the capital, and finding the philosopher still alive, gave him the letter. Leo thought it might be dangerous to receive a written communication from the enemy without the knowledge of the emperor, so he went to the logothete of the Drome. This was Theokistos, who was later put to death by Bardas. To him, Leo declared how the prisoner, his former student, had returned and delivered the letter of the Amir Mumenes to him. So saying, he took out the letter and delivered it to the logothete's hands. That is how Leo, the philosopher, came to the knowledge of the emperor and into his favour. The student of whom we spoke publicly proclaimed the wisdom of Leo, which until then had remained unknown. The emperor summoned Leo to his presence without delay, enriched him, and urged him to give public instruction. He designated a residence for him at the sacred church of the 40 glorious martyrs. When Mamun despaired of Leo ever coming, he set out some problems in geometry, astronomy, and some other studies, asking for a clear explanation of the solution of each of them. Leo not only provided fitting resolutions, in order to amaze the ruler, he also sent him some indicators of what was about to happen. When the Amir Mumenes received the communication, smitten with affection for him, he cried out in wonder at the wisdom of that outstanding man. He sent off an immediate embassy to Theophilos, bearing a letter which went something like this: "I would have liked to come to you in person as a true friend, but this was denied me by the burden of empire which God has laid upon me, and the great number of people who are under my power and authority. So I beseech you to send me, for a short time, that renowned man of yours, distinguished in philosophy and the other disciplines, to share his learning with me. For I am consumed by a raging passion for his learning. Let our different races and religions be no obstacle, but rather, given the rank of him who asks, let his request attain its goal at the hands of reasonable and gentle friends. In grateful recognition of this kindness, you will receive 100 centenaria of gold and an unlimited peace treaty." When Theophilos received this letter, he came to the conclusion that it would be inappropriate if he were to hand out to the Gentiles that knowledge of the nature of things which distinguished the Roman race, and so he refused the request. But Leo he held in yet greater esteem, and promoted him to the Archbishop of Thessaloniki, having prevailed upon the Patriarch John to consecrate him. As we said above, Leo and John were related. After his consecration, the people of Thessaloniki held him in the highest honour for his innate wisdom and his acumen in all branches of learning, but they were amazed at him above all for the following reason. The land was sterile and bore no fruit in those days. Famine was strangling the inhabitants of Thessaloniki and the surrounding region. Every man thought that he had to choose between becoming a refugee from his fatherland or being destroyed by famine and a lack of the necessities of life. When he brought them some relief in their affliction, Leo also declared to them a season which the rising and indication of the stars established for him, a season at which he enjoined them to cast the seed on the ground. This brought about such a harvest that it sufficed for many years for the peasants who reaped the crops. Leo used to say that he had been taught grammar and poetry in the capital, but rhetoric, philosophy, the knowledge of numbers, and access to the other disciplines he had acquired when he was on the island of Andros. It was there that he made the acquaintance of an excellent man, Nikephoros, from whom he acquired only the rudiments, some theories, and a few starting points. Not finding as much as he wished, he began going around the monasteries, searching out the books which were in them. In this way he provided and studiously prepared himself for the ascent to the most advanced stage of this kind of knowledge. When he had satisfied his thirst for knowledge, he returned to the capital, and there he sowed the seeds of the disciplines in the minds of those who were willing to receive them. That is what happened at first. Then, when the heresy of the enemies of the icons had been overthrown, its supporters were deposed. These included the Patriarch John, the grammarian, and Leo too was deposed at the same time. This man whom Bardas had appointed president of the philosophy school, as we said already. A certain Sergius, who had been his student and was the father of the young man mentioned above, was appointed to teach geometry, while Theodigios, another associate of Leo, was named for arithmetic and astronomy. Generous living allowances were provided for them all. Prompted by his passion for learning, Bardas would often visit the school to encourage the zeal of the students, with the result that, little by little, he brought about a florescence of scholarship. Previously it had been completely snuffed out, with neither trace nor ember to be seen. When the same Bardas became Caesar, he constantly visited the courtrooms of the Hippodrome and caused the laws to be put back in force, the passage of time having led to their precise meaning being lost. However, Great and diverse though the benefits were which accrued from Bardas's good deeds, these were stained and cancelled out by his love of being first, which was like an innate deformity and blemish of which he could not be rid. And there was the disturbance which he created in the church, stirring it up and troubling it. This is why, instead of acquiring a truly glorious reputation, he received the opposite. When the thrice-blessed Methodius departed this life after occupying the Constantinopolitan throne for 4 brief years, Ignatius was enthroned as patriarch. He was the grandson of the Emperor Nikephoros on his mother's side, and the son of the Emperor Michael, who fell from power. After he fell from power, he was castrated and thus excluded from the succession. He became a monk, then Hegumenus of the monastery of Satrios. Promoted to the patriarchal throne, he debarred Bardas from church for having put away his wife without cause and cohabiting with his mistress in contempt of canon law. Though Bardas begged and pleaded, he was unable to obtain absolution, so losing all hope of doing so, he went on to the offensive. He threw Ignatius out of the church, subjected him to a host of unbearable sufferings, and finally locked him up in the tomb of Constantius V Porphyrogennetos, with the crudest of ferocious guards to watch over him. That holiest of men would have died from grievous mistreatment had it not been for a godly soul who took advantage of the absence of the gods for some reason or other to bring Ignatius out of the tomb and to minister to his needs in an appropriate manner. Then Bardas, inflicting the maximum amount of discomfort, exiled him to Mytilene. Many other bishops suffered a similar and even worse treatment for failing to acquiesce in what was happening and declaring that, whatever happened, they would accept no other patriarch. Still, they eventually gave way to Bardas's will, some coerced by threats, some beguiled with promises, abandoning virtue and glory for the love of riches and breaking ranks. Now, Bardas chose Photios to be patriarch, a man famed for his wisdom, who was at that time head of the chancery. There being present at that time representatives of the Pope of Rome, who had been sent against the enemies of the icons, Bardas and Photios persuaded them to be of their mind, so a synod was assembled in the church of the sacred apostles, at which they demoted Ignatius, recalled from exile, by public proclamation. Such were the wanton deeds engendered by Bardas's love of the top position. The Russian fleet was ravaging and overrunning what lies within the Black Sea and all its coastline. The Russians are a merciless and savage race of Scythians living to the north of the Taurus Mountains. They presented a severe danger to the very capital, but before long they experienced the wrath of God themselves and went back home. Then they sent a delegation of their people to the capital, begging to partake of sacred baptism, which they did. Another fleet, this one from Crete, ravaged first the Cyclades, then the coastline as far as the Proconnesus. There were also severe earthquakes. The worst of them shook the earth the day the Lord's Ascension was being celebrated. The wall by the Hexakionion was thrown to the ground. The earthquake dislocated some fine churches, illustrious dwellings, the Victory located at the Golden Gate of the city, and the statues standing close by St. Anne's Church in the 2nd District. Leo the Philosopher openly declared that the fall of the Victory foretold the overthrow of him who would hold power after the then emperor. Rivers and springs ran dry, and there were other calamities in every land. Although he took note of this, the emperor's whole attention was given to the horse races by the church of St. Mammas the Martyr, which lies close to the Stenon. The following story deserves not to be omitted, for it is eloquent both of this emperor's stupidity and of the diligence of his predecessors. Wishing to have the Saracens' incursions on Roman territory clearly signalled, so they could not launch surprise attacks, seizing land and taking prisoner the inhabitants of the villages, the former emperors built a fort on a strategic eminence at the Silesian gates. The name of the fort was Lulon. As soon as the garrison in that fort got wind of an attack, they would light a fire. When those who were stationed on Agarion saw it, they would light another fire, and then those on Mount Isiamon likewise. Seeing this, the men on Mount Aigillon would light up, and likewise those at the place called Mammus. Then Chiresios would follow suit, followed by Mochelios. Then Mount St. Arxentios would report the attack to those on duty in the great palace. This is how, by a succession of fires, the news was quickly delivered to the emperor. When those who lived in the countryside got the news, they would take refuge in walled fortresses and escape from the raids. Such was the procedure which was followed when, one day, just as Michael was getting ready to run a chariot race near the church of St. Mammus the Martyr, the fire at the lighthouse was lit. On seeing this, he was consumed with apprehensions as great as any other man might experience when in danger of his soul, fearing that his own chariot race might lack for spectators because of that signal of ill omen. That was how shamelessly he made a spectacle of himself. So, to ensure that no news of disasters occurring should cool the ardour of the spectators, he ordered that the fires nearer to the Queen of Cities were not to be activated. On another occasion, the perversity of the man must be more clearly exposed. He was standing in his chariot, and the starting gate was about to be raised. He was wearing the colours of the Blues. Constantine the Drone was driving for the Greens, Kelas for the Whites, and Crassus for the Reds. Then news arrived that Amir, the Emir of Melitene, was grievously pillaging Asia, that he was already approaching Malagina, whose citizens were anticipating even worse disasters than ever before. When the protonotarios learned of this, he went to report it to the emperor in great distress. "You silly head," said he, throwing him an ugly look not unworthy of a Titan. "How dare you speak to me of things like that at the time of this crucial race? Only one thing concerns me right now, to see the centre chariot not run to the left. That's the sum total of what I'm striving to achieve." That is how deluded he was, and how deranged in his reason. Nor was he so in thrall of this desire and passion that he was kept apart from other passions even more unseemly. For he even pursued moderation immoderately, so that his behaviour fell short of what is appropriate to and worthy of the imperial dignity. One day he met a woman on her way back from the baths, pitcher in hand. It transpired that he had stood godfather for her child at the sacred font. He got down from his horse, sent all the senators who were keeping him company to the palace which was close by, and taking with him some useless debauched specimens of humanity, whom he knew and maintained, went off with the woman. He took the pitcher from her hands and said, "Come on, woman, receive me as your guest without fear. I need some rye bread and white cheese." There she stood, rooted to the spot by what he had said, fully aware that she had nothing with which to entertain him. But in less time than it takes to tell, Michael took the towel the woman was bringing back from the baths, still damp, and spread it out on the ground, as though it were a tablecloth. Assuming the role of the woman, he himself was host, emperor, cook, waiter, and guest, all in one. When he had dined with the woman, off he went to the palace, walking, on foot, and complaining about the excessive foolishness and affectation of the former emperors, who in fact behaved quite appropriately. This all conspired to render the man hateful, and the wrath of everybody rose up, quite justly, against him. Worst of all was the crew of catamites who followed him around, ready for any shameless deed. These he held in honour and respect. To make a burlesque of the sacred mysteries and profane them, he dressed these fellows up in priestly robes woven with golden threads and in stoles. Then he obliged them to celebrate the divine and most holy mysteries in a sacrilegious, indecent manner. Their leader, a fellow named Grillos, he called Patriarch, the other 11 Metropolitans. The emperor himself played the role of one of the concelebrants, calling himself the Bishop of Colonia. When they had to sing in celebrating the mysteries, they performed their songs to the accompaniment of guitars. Sometimes they sang softly and melodiously, sometimes stridently, just as priests make proclamations in the sacred liturgy. They had golden vessels set with precious stones, which they filled with vinegar and mustard. This they administered to the communicants in mockery of the Immaculate Mysteries. On one occasion, this defiled rabble encountered the blessed Patriarch Ignatios in the street, walking in procession with the priestly hierarchy. When Grillos saw him, recklessly and shamelessly refusing to give way, he lifted up his chasuble, and together with the concelebrants who accompanied him, he made yet more vigorous use of the stringed instruments, casting insults and obscene remarks at those chaste persons. Another time, when his mother was still residing in the imperial palace, this most disgusting emperor sent for her, allegedly to receive the blessings of the patriarch, Grillos, pretending to be the blessed Ignatius. The most correct lady devoutly came forth from her apartments and prostrated herself on the ground, requesting a prayer. She did not yet in the least suspect anything, for the disgusting Grillos had kept his beard hidden thus far. Then he stood up, broke wind, and spoke some words which were just what might be expected of his mouth. She protested vigorously against what had happened, hurling curses at her son, and uttering a prophecy that, before very long, he would fall out of the good graces of God. But incorrigible is he who had once deviated from the path of righteousness. Thus he was very quickly overwhelmed by catastrophe, preceded by Bardas, who in turn was preceded by Theophilos, the prefect of the inkstand, two men who gratified his desires rather than try to detach him from those most unedifying displays, which, being his guardians, is what they should have done. This narrative has already told how Theophilos met his end. Now, there were signs which presaged the fall of Bardas, comets appearing and portentous visions in dreams. While he was asleep, Bardas seemed to be going to the great church with Michael, as though it were some important festival. When they arrived, and were entering the sacred church, he seemed to behold some person dressed in white, who went ahead of them, and brought him to the sanctuary railing. The one thing he noticed was an old man sitting by the patriarchal throne. He thought it was Peter, Prince of the Apostles. At the feet of this figure there grovelled the blessed Ignatius, imploring vengeance for the wrongs he had suffered. This aged one seemed to deliver a sword to one of those who stood by, saying, "The man who has angered God," that is how he designated the Caesar, "set him among those who were standing in the area on the left, and then cut him into pieces. As for the impious youth," by this expression he was clearly indicating the emperor, "count him with those on the right, but tell him that the same punishment is in store for him." Such was the dream. The narrative will show whether what was seen in the vision came to pass. Bardas had been arming himself for an expedition against Crete with Michael and the whole army, and paying a visit to the Church of the Mother of God. Odedgetria, he entered with lights to perform the rites of departure. As he was approaching the inner sanctuary, his mantle suddenly slipped from his shoulders. This brought him the realization that terrible things lay ahead of him. Moreover, the day before he was about to leave the city, either of his own volition or driven by what was to come, he assembled his friends in one place, treated them to a banquet, and besought them to be mindful of his friendship and the bequests he had made, as though he had already departed this life. When they had set out on campaign against Crete and were arrived at a place called Kouros in the Thessalian theme, his attendants went ahead and pitched the tents with great vigour and enthusiasm. Thus it came about, either by design or through ignorance, that they set up the emperor's pavilion on a plain while the Caesar's shelter stood higher, on a small eminence. Michael's partisans saw this as a godsend and exploited it to the Caesar's disadvantage, fanning the smouldering plots against him into flames. The superior strength of the Caesar disturbed them, and weakened their enthusiasm for the enterprise. It was his son Antigonus who was in command as domestic of the Scolae, and the rest of the generals respected his authority, his son-in-law, the husband of his daughter. Symbatrios, the logothete of the Drome, was believed to be incontrovertibly on his side, but in fact the emperor had secretly corrupted him. He it was and none other who contrived the assassination of his father-in-law by devising the agreed signal. He had just come out from reading the reports when he gave the signal for the assassination by tracing the sign of the cross on his forehead. The conspirators still hung back at the sight of the Caesar's bodyguard standing there. Alarmed now that Bardas might catch him in flagrant delicto and turn his sword against the emperor, Michael sent someone he trusted to put heart into the men with promises. The conspirators were so paralysed and afflicted by fear that the Caesar would have escaped the danger and parried the blow if Basil, the future emperor, who was then chamberlain, had not risen to the occasion. It was he who prevailed upon the conspirators to cast off their fear and get on with the deed. Bardas recognised death as soon as he saw the men entering sword in hand. He flung himself at the emperor's feet, but they dragged him away and hewed him limb from limb. Then they hung his genital organs on a spear and made a show of them. A great disturbance broke out, which put the emperor in danger, but Constantine, the Drongarius of the Watch, suddenly appeared with a considerable force in the midst of the disturbance and broke it up. He had the emperor reclaimed, affirming that Bardas's death was what justice demanded. Thus, Bardas quitted this life, and the Cretan expedition was abandoned, the emperor returning to Byzantium. This was the occasion for Basil to achieve the height of imperial power. Devoid of offspring and incapable of running the affairs of state, Michael adopted Basil as his son and honoured him with the dignity of magister. A little later, he set a diadem on his brow in the great church. Once Basil was firmly in command, he endeavoured to draw the emperor as far away as possible from the heinous deeds for which he was infamous, unaware that by doing so he was arousing resentment against himself. Michael couldn't tolerate the reprimands, and took it into his head to get rid of Basil, who was preventing him from getting his own way. He brought in one Basilikinos, an oarsman of the imperial barge, dressed him in purple and set a diadem on his brow. He then led him out before the Senate, holding him by the hand. As he was leading him out, he uttered words something like this: "O friends, I should already have promoted this man rather than Basil to the illustrious rank of emperor. I regret what I did. The rank is to be given to this man, for first, he has the appearance of a ruler, secondly, he is a fitting candidate for the crown, and everything else about him qualifies him for that distinction." It was this deed and speech which were the origin and cause of his undoing, but he added something else to them. Michael would become intoxicated from drinking unwatered wine, then, when he was drunk, command some very irregular things to be done. One man was to have his ears cut off, another his nose, and the head of a third. Basil prevented these things from happening, not only for the benefit of others, but also because he feared for his own person. Once Michael realised that Basil was opposing him, he devised a monstrous plot against him. It was this. He got somebody to throw a lance as though he were aiming at a wild beast, but in truth at Basil. This came to light because the man who was told to do it made a clean breast of it when he was at the point of death. He flung his javelin, but it went wide of the mark, and Basil was saved. Once he was saved, he determined to take action rather than to be the victim of it. Michael was slain in the palace of St. Mammas in the year 6376, at the third hour of the night. He had reigned 14 years with his mother, then 11 years alone, and although he had lived in such an unbridled and irregular manner, he was not completely devoid of praiseworthy deeds. He donated a chalice and paten to the great church, and also a new chandelier, far superior to the old one. Michael reigned first with his mother and then alone, for 24 years and 11 months. He acceded on the 21st of October, and was killed on the 24th of September. His body was laid beside the Emperor Leo, who is there at the Church of the Holy Apostles, in the Heron of Constantine the Great, in a green marble sarcophagus, which was of Justin the Great's time. His wife was Eudokia. Basil I Ketholas, the Macedonian, reigned 867 to 886. Once Michael was eliminated, as we indicated, Basil I Nikephoros secured sole rule for himself. Continuing from where it left off, the narrative will now clearly indicate who this man was, where he came from, and the reasons why he, who emerged from a humble and obscure background, was able to rise up to be the supreme commander of the empire. He was born in Macedonia, but he was an Armenian by race, a scion of the distinguished line of the Arsacids, which possessed the exclusive right by law of ruling over Parthians, Medes and Armenians. They had obtained this right because of the fame earned by the first Arsaces, who restored the Parthians' autonomy with proper honour, granting them a residence in the capital appropriate to their rank, after the Persians had previously taken that freedom for themselves. The descendants of Arsaces ruled over the aforementioned peoples for a long time. The last was Artaban, who, when he was expelled from his hereditary kingdom, took refuge in Byzantium together with his brother, Cleones. Leo the Great was ruling the Roman Empire at that time. He received them. When the Persian king heard of this, he sent a letter inviting them back and promising to restore them to their ancestral throne. They received the letter, and while they were discussing what to do about it, one of their attendants revealed all of its contents to the emperor, who promptly confiscated it. Now that the matter had become known to the emperor, and he realised that the wandering foreigners were men of extremely high standing, he housed them, together with their women and children, in a fortified town of Macedonia named Nicaea. Later on, when the Persian royalty had been destroyed by the Saracens, the reigning Emir Mumenes did something similar. He sent a letter inviting the descendants of the Arsacids living in Macedonia to come back home. This communication was detected by the Emperor Heraclius. Knowing that the invitation was by no means issued out of goodwill towards the people in question, but rather through them to bring the races of the Armenians and Parthians into subjugation, he transferred the strangers to Philippi, another city of Macedonia, and from there to Adrianople. They found that place to their liking, and multiplied while still preserving their national identity. Time went by, and when Constantine was reigning together with Irene, his mother, a man named Mictes, a member of the Arsacid tribe, came into the capital for some reason or other. There he chanced to encounter a fellow tribesman called Leo. They became acquainted with each other, and ended up being fast friends. When Leo realised that the other also had the blood of the Arsacides in his veins, and was living in Adrianople, he held the stranger's land in higher esteem than his own because of the virtue of the man, and bound himself to him in a marriage alliance by marrying one of his daughters. From this marriage was born the father of our hero, a man distinguished by his vigour and the rest of his physical appearance. A noble lady, said to be descended from Constantine the Great, made him her son-in-law by marrying him to her own daughter, an extremely fine-looking girl. She eventually gave birth to Basil, but not before he had given many signs of his imperial future. Given such parents, Basil was brought up with all the advantages of a leisured citizen, but Crom, the ruler of the Bulgars, was puffed up by his victories against the Romans. He collected a large army and laid siege to Adrianople. Nobody dared to lift a hand against him because, by virtue of his former good fortune in war, he seemed to be irresistible. After a siege of some length, he reduced the city to the point of surrender for want of the necessities of life, and then deported all of its inhabitants to Bulgaria as the terms of surrender stipulated, including Manuel, the bishop of the city. In this way, the parents of Basil were led away into the land of the Bulgars, carrying the infant who was still suckling at the breast. When they got there, the renowned bishop, the parents of Basil, and the people accompanying the bishop preserved in their Christian faith. They converted several Bulgars to the Orthodox faith even before the Bulgar nation had been brought to godliness. All over the Bulgar lands they sowed the seed of Christian teaching. Crom now came to the end of his life, and his successor was Murtagon, a man who greatly surpassed the late ruler in ferocity. He was fully aware of what was going on, and it filled him with wrath that the Bulgar race was being quietly converted to Christianity. He angrily summoned Manuel, the sacred chief pastor, to appear before him, together with the leading members of the community. First he tried to persuade them in a gentle way, speaking man to man, to abjure the orthodox and spotless faith of the Christians. But when he realised they were impervious to threats and promises, he severely tortured them and put them to a martyr's death. Thus did Manuel, the renowned chief pastor, together with the more distinguished members of his company, come to a martyr's end and affirm the quality of his life. Many other people related by blood to Basil were also found worthy of the martyr's crown. Then it came time for the remaining prisoners to be sent home, God in his heaven having striven to obtain their exodus. The Bulgar ruler had suffered a number of defeats. He could no longer resist the Roman forces, so he made peace instead of war, releasing the people from their captivity. When the prisoners were assembling prior to returning to their ancestral homes, the ruler came to inspect them, and seeing the young Basil, who was now leaving childhood behind and entering adolescence, called him to his side. He had observed the boy's noble glances, his gracious smile and gestures. It pleased him to take the boy in his arms and embrace him as he stood before him, and then to give him an apple of outstanding size. The boy received this gift without guile, confidently leaning against the ruler's knees, thus showing his nobility by his unaffected and natural manners. The ruler was quite amazed at this, but his subjects were secretly angered that a young man of such quality should be allowed to return home. Nevertheless, by the grace of God, those of the captive Romans who had survived were now released and sent home. The parents of Basil went off with them, taking along their beloved child. They say that many signs happened regarding him, indicating that he would be promoted to the summit of imperial authority. The other portents must be omitted from this discourse, or it will be spun out too long, but it would be unforgivable to pass over in silence the one I am about to relate. It was the height of summer. The child's parents went out to their own field to urge the harvesters on in their work. While they were with the workers, they tied some sheaves together to make a shelter in which the child could sleep, protected from the burning of the sun's rays. In this way they contrived for him to be unhurt by the burning heat of the sun, and also for his sleep to be unbroken by anything going on outside. Thus, having improvised a nest with what came to hand, and put the child to bed in it, they went to work. But the sun came around and shone its rays on the child, causing him some considerable discomfort. Then an eagle flew down, and shaded the child with its outstretched wings. Those who saw it raised a shout, for fear that the baby might be hurt by the animal. But when she saw the eagle keeping the child in the shadow of its wings, she did not immediately realise the significance of the prophecy, but rather picked up a stone from the ground and chased the eagle away. It flew off a short distance, but once the woman had returned to her husband, back it came, and took up the same stance as before, shading the child with outstretched wings. Again, a great cry went up from those who saw it. Again, the mother came to the child, scared the eagle away with a stone, and went back to the workers. After this had happened 3 or more times, she was finally just able to perceive the meaning of this sign from God, and to see in what was happening an indication of what was to come. The child was now reared with the greatest care by none other than his own parents. When Basil reached the age of a young man, his father departed this life, leaving the mother a widow and this young man an orphan. Distress and affliction followed. A swarm of concerns engulfed him. for the maintenance of the house and provision for his mother and brothers now became his responsibilities. Agriculture, it seemed to him, could be but little succour and help to him as a livelihood, so he was of a mind to go to the capital, and there to make adequate provisions for the needs of himself and of his loved ones. The desire of going to the capital possessed him, but his mother opposed him and held him back. She refused to allow him to do what he wanted to do, begging him to remain and care for her in her old age. She said that once she was dead, and he had accompanied her in person to the grave, then he could undertake the journey his heart desired. Yet even though she was so opposed to a separation, concerns about providing the necessities of life caused her to relent and let him go. Leaving Macedonia, he set out for the capital. Having travelled the intervening distance, he came to its golden gate, through which he passed towards evening. Worn out, he listlessly threw himself down to rest just where he was, which happened to be by the steps in the forecourt going up to the main entrance of the monastery of St. Diomedes. Subsequently, in the first watch of the night, Diomedes the martyr appeared in a dream to the hegumenus of the monastery, commanding him to go out of the main entrance of the monastery, call Basil by name, and bring back the one who responded into the monastery to be cared for. This was because the man in question had been anointed emperor by God, and was to restore and enlarge that monastery. Reckoning that what he had seen was no more than a dream, the hegumenus attached no importance whatsoever to the vision, and went back to sleep. Again he saw the same thing, a second time. Again he paid no attention to it, being slow of understanding and drugged with sleep. Then he saw the martyr a third time, no longer issuing his commands quietly and humbly, but uttering terrible threats of what would ensue if his message was not promptly attended to, and, or so it seemed, brandishing a whip. The hegumenus awoke in terror, and casting hesitation aside, went to the main entrance, calling out Basil, in accordance with the sacred command. Basil immediately replied, "Here I am, sir. What orders have you for your servant?" The hegumenus led him into the monastery, and offered him all he needed by way of care and attention, entertaining him with the warmest hospitality. When the hegumenus was assured of Basil's discretion, and that he would not reveal it to anybody, after charging him to keep the secret to himself, he revealed the martyr's prophecy to him, entreating him to bear the hegumenus and the monastery in mind once things had turned out as foretold. Basil put the matter out of his mind, thinking it beyond him. What he did do was to ask the hegumenus to introduce him to one of the nobles to whom he could be of service, to which request the hegumenus addressed himself enthusiastically. He presented Basil to a frequent visitor of that monastery, a kinsman of the Emperor Michael and of the Caesar Bardas, named Theophilos, but whom they called by the nickname Theophylitzes on account of his small stature. It was this man's concern to surround himself with vigorous, handsome servants, well known for their bravery. When he engaged such persons, he immediately dressed them in silk clothing, and rendered them magnificently splendid with their other accoutrements. Basil was enlisted among them, and he seemed to surpass the others so far in physical endurance and mental courage, that he was promoted to be the chief groom. Ever advancing, day by day, he became dearer to Theophilos, and an object of wonder, by virtue of his own superior qualities. His arm was strong, and he was valorous in spirit. Moreover, he carried out every order promptly and correctly. That is how it was for Basil. Meanwhile, his mother was dying to know what sort of a journey he had had, and whether he had discovered any relief from his adversity. Depressed and distressed though she was, in her sleep she saw a huge tree like a cypress standing in her atrium with an abundance of golden leaves on golden branches and a golden trunk. Her son Basil was seated on the top of it. When she awoke, she recounted the vision to one of those pious women, who encouraged her to rejoice on her son's account, for interpreting the dream, she declared that he would become emperor of the Romans. Adding this revelation to the previous ones, from then on, the mother was no longer anxious for him, but full of joy, nourishing optimistic hopes for him. At that time it happened that Theophilos, Basil's master, was sent to the Peloponnese on government business. Basil went with him, discharging the office which had been committed to him. When they came to Achaia, Theophilos went to pray in the church of St. Andrew the Apostle, who was the first to be called. Basil did not go in with him, apparently detained by his responsibilities. Later on, however, wishing to pay the usual homage to the Apostle, he seized the opportunity of going into the church alone. Now, in the sacred church of the Apostle, there lived a monk who had cultivated virtue all of his life. When Theophilos came in with such a retinue, the monk neither received him, nor stood up to greet him, nor even held him worth a few words. But later, when Basil came in alone, as we said, he rose up respectfully, as if for one of the high and mighty ones, and uttered an acclamation usually reserved for the emperor. When some of the people who were present saw this, they reported it to the lady who ranked first in that region, both by her way of life and her high birth, a lady named Danielis, after her husband. Since she knew the monk was clairvoyant and possessed the gift of foretelling the future, she did not ignore what was told to her. As soon as she heard it, she summoned the monk and spoke to him reproachfully. "All of the time that you have known me, spiritual father, and have known that I outdistanced all the people of this region in every way, never once have you risen respectfully on seeing me, nor offered an invocation for me. You have accorded neither my son nor my grandson a similar compliment. How is it, then, that just now, when you saw a man of no account, a penniless stranger earning his livelihood, you rose respectfully and greeted him like an emperor?" "I did not see this man just as any other man," the monk replied, "but as one preordained by Christ to be the emperor of the Romans at God's behest, so I rose and offered him an acclamation, for men must surely honour those who are honoured by God." When he had discharged his commission, Theophilos took the road back to the capital, while Basil remained in the same place, suffering from a physical illness. He received the treatment appropriate to his condition, and then prepared for the return journey. The aforementioned Danielis summoned him to her presence, where she showered him with gifts and considerable favours. All she sought in return was that he would bind himself to her son with the bond of spiritual brotherhood. Aware only of his own insignificance and the distinction of the woman, he declined her request on the grounds that she outranked him. But he acceded to her more persistent requests, and when she had obtained what she desired, she decided not to conceal the will of God from him, but rather to reveal and make plain his mighty acts, foretold and revealed in ways of which she was well aware. Taking Basil aside privately, she said to him, "You should know, young man, that God is going to set you up on high and appoint you master of the whole earth. I ask nothing more of you, but that you be loving and merciful to me and to my descendants when my prophecy comes to pass." He promised that, if God were to allow her prophecy to be fulfilled, he would, if it were possible, appoint her mistress of all that area. He took his leave of the woman and went off to join his own master at the capital. With the money accruing to him from this affair, he purchased enough land in Macedonia to ensure a generous livelihood for all of his relations, but he remained in attendance on his master. One day, Antigonus, commander of the Scolae and the son of the Caesar Bardas, prepared a sumptuous feast. His father, who was to be the principal guest, came to the banquet bringing many other kinsmen, friends, and acquaintances. There also came with him some Bulgar acquaintances and friends who happened to be staying in the capital. Theophilos, the master of Basil, was also a guest at this lavish feast, for he was a relative of the Caesar. When the wine was flowing freely and the banquet was in full swing, the Bulgars began to make preposterous statements and to brag about an athlete who was with them, celebrated for his physical strength. They boasted that nobody could stand up to him in wrestling. Theophilos said to the Caesar and before the assembled company, "If it please your highness, there is one of my servants who could do battle with this famous Bulgar. It would be a great dishonour for the Romans if this fellow were to return to Bulgaria unchallenged." The Caesar approved his proposition and ordered the young man to be brought forth before them. At this point, the patrician Constantine, the father of Thomas the Logothete, a close friend of Basil because they were both of the Armenian stock, noting that the place where the wrestlers were to contend was wet, scattered ashes and sawdust on the floor to prevent them from slipping on the damp surface. When this was done, Basil came to grips with the Bulgar, grasping and strangling him like a newborn child. He lifted him up as easily as though he were a truss of hay or a fleece of wool, and threw him on the table. This pleased the Romans no end, while it filled the Bulgars with shame. From that day, the fame of Basil spread throughout the capital, and his newly acquired distinction was on everybody's lips. Then, something happened which brought him even higher honours. The Emperor Michael had a stiff-necked and refractory horse, which exceeded every other horse that had ever been admired in size, comeliness, speed, and beauty of appearance. But if it were let off the rope, or otherwise set free, then it was very difficult indeed to bring it back to hand, giving the grooms much trouble to get it under control. On one day the emperor went out hunting, mounted on this horse. He managed to strike a hare with his staff, and then leapt from the saddle to kill the hare. Left unattended, the horse galloped and bounded away. A host of grooms, officials, and others of the emperor's retinue gave chase, but nobody was able to catch the horse. In his anger, the emperor ordered that, if the horse were taken, it was to be hamstrung. The Caesar interceded with the emperor, begging him not to destroy such a magnificent steed in vain, for only one fault. While this discussion was taking place, Basil ran to his master and said, "If I were to overtake the emperor's horse, and leaping from my own horse were to get astride of that one, would the emperor be mad at me for sitting in the imperial saddle and handling the purple bit and bridle?" Theophilos whispered this in the emperor's ear, and he commanded it to be done. Basil skilfully spurred on his own horse in the direction parallel to the emperor's, then suddenly leapt up and transferred himself to the imperial horse, to the immense amazement of those who were present and witnessed the deed. The emperor was astonished at Basil's competence and ability, not to mention his courage. He immediately took him from Theophylitzes. Another time, the emperor went out hunting near Philopation, and his head groom rode before him, bearing the emperor's flail on his belt, at his side. When the company made a disturbance, and let out a shout, an exceedingly large wolf leapt out of the bush. Basil raced after it and let fly a blow at it with the emperor's flail. As luck would have it, he struck the beast in the middle of the head, splitting it in two. Following the emperor in the usual manner, the Caesar, when he saw what had happened, privately remarked to one of his associates, "My friend, I do believe that this man will be the complete ruin of our dynasty. It is said that Leo the Philosopher prophesied this too. He called Basil by name and drew attention to some signs by pointing them out with his finger, foretelling, 'This one will be the ruin of your entire dynasty.'" Much as the Caesar was trying to ensnare Basil, he accomplished nothing, for it is exceedingly difficult to reverse something once it has been approved of by Providence. On another occasion, the emperor had crossed the water to go hunting at Armamenton. After the hunt, he sat down to a banquet together with his mother Theodora and some relatives and friends. The head groom was also invited at the emperor's command. Fastening her eyes upon him, the empress examined and inspected everything about him. Recognizing a certain portent and sign on him, she immediately suffered an attack of vertigo and fell down in a fainting fit. The emperor and his entourage were deeply disturbed. Water and fragrant myrrh were brought immediately, and by sprinkling her with these, they brought the sovereign lady back from her calamity. As soon as she had regained her senses and emerged from the shades, the emperor, her son, asked her what had brought this sickness upon her. Scarcely herself again, she replied to her son in these words, "O child, this fellow you call Basil will bring about the disappearance of our dynasty, for I saw in him a sign of which I was made aware and forewarned some years ago by your father. At the sight of it, my head spun, and I fell to the ground. But the emperor succeeded in assuaging his mother's fears, now using arguments to the contrary, now supplying information reinforced with oaths. Thus he was able to bring her back to her former state, and to comfort her by saying, 'My sovereign lady and mother, you should know that this is a generous man, of irresistible strength and with a spirit of incomparable nobility. He is faithful and devoted to us, and bears us no grudge whatsoever.' And thus Basil escaped from that bad turn of fortune." Damian the Chamberlain was a eunuch and a Scythian, holding the rank of patrician. He was very reproachful of the emperor's conduct, because it was not of the standard required. He was especially reproachful of the conduct of the emperor's uncle, the Caesar Bardas. Even the emperor, who was very dull and sluggish in the discharge of government affairs, was brought to the point of opposing the Caesar, and disallowed some of his acts, meaning to improve on them. This the Caesar would not tolerate. He secretly conspired against Damian. He brought many accusations against him before the emperor, and since he managed to give them an air of credibility, he succeeded in diminishing the emperor's high esteem of Damian and getting him relieved of his office. With him dismissed, the office of Chamberlain stood vacant for some time. The Caesar and his clientele proposed first this candidate and then another, but divine providence, which determines all things according to his will, rendered every endeavour and all devising of no avail. Some time later, the emperor appointed Basil to be chamberlain, promoted him to the rank of patrician, and married him to a woman who exceeded all others of her age in physical elegance, beauty, and sobriety. She was the daughter of Inga, renowned for his astuteness and nobility, a scion of the house of the Martinikioi. When this happened, the Caesar, raging with resentment, saw it as yet a further increase in the love which the emperor had for Basil. He feared for what was to come. He would often say to those who had prevailed upon him to get rid of Damian, "Thanks to your bad advice, I chased out the fox and let in the lion, who will now gobble up the lot of us in one bite." By the time the Emperor Michael set out against Crete, together with his uncle, the Caesar Bardas, this man was annoying the emperor a little more every day by his increasingly heavy hand in the affairs of state. In this way, he also gave the emperor's companions a pretext for intriguing against him. There is a place on the coast, just where the river Meander discharges its water into the sea, that is called the Gardens. It was here that plotting and planning by the emperor's friends took place. They were in a hurry to eliminate Bardas as soon as possible, so that they would not be overtaken by him and suffer worse than they might inflict. He was slaughtered clinging to the emperor's feet, as the narrative expressly stated above. It was the 1st day of April, the 14th year of the indication. As soon as Bardas was killed, the emperor dispersed the army and turned his thoughts to returning home to the capital. When he arrived at Byzantium, since he had no heir of his own, he adopted Basil and raised him to the rank of magister. This was intolerable to the malicious Symbatius, logotheme of the Drome and son-in-law of the late Caesar Bardas. Claiming that he could no longer live in the capital, he petitioned to be made commander of the Phrakesian theme, which appointment he received. A short time went by, during which the administration of the empire was severely mismanaged, because the emperor's mind was on anything other than the execution of state business. Also, the death of Bardas had laid bare his utter incompetence and simplicity. As Michael's associate, Bardas had watched carefully over affairs of state and the administration in such a way that the emperor's ineptitude was concealed. But once Bardas was slain and the entire responsibility for the empire fell on the emperor's throne, then his incompetence and his lack of natural capability for state affairs stood out, clearly condemned. The common people started and continued to complain about the emperor. Neither the Senate nor the body politic as a whole was pleased with the way things were being done. Even the army was troubled and disturbed. When the emperor was rendered cognizant of all this by those nearest to him, he realised that he was incapable of dealing with worldly undertakings, and feared that there might be an uprising. So he decided to take an associate with whom to share the power and the administration. As we said above, he had recently adopted Basil, and he knew him to be distinguished above many others by his courage and intelligence. He also knew that he was capable of compensating for his own deficiency in piloting the ship of state. Since, moreover, he was promoted to do this by the supreme deity, he conferred upon Basil the distinction of imperial honour, renown, and anointing on the holy day of Pentecost in the illustrious Church of the Wisdom of God. A public procession took place. Then he placed the imperial crown on Basil's head. This was on the 26th of May, the 14th year of the indication. When Symbatius heard of this, he did not take kindly to it. In association with the patrician Peganes, the commander of the Opsikion theme, he prepared to rebel. They acclaimed the Emperor Michael in order to win over the people, and to avoid the appearance of raising their hands against the autocrator, but they insulted Basil, heaping insolence upon him. This was in the summer. Then the arrival of winter disappeared their support, and the leaders of the madness fled for their lives. Symbatius to the strong and easily defensible fortress of Platia Petra in Asia. Peganes to Kotyaion. Nevertheless, shortly afterwards they were successfully assailed and brought before the emperor himself as prisoners. Their eyes were put out, Symbatius's right hand was cut off, Peganes' nose was slit, and they were then sent off into exile. All of the subjects of the Roman Empire rejoiced at the proclamation of Basil as emperor, for they yearned to see sitting at the helm of the empire a man who well knew from his own experience how the simple people were afflicted by the rich and powerful. Michael's regime was pain and grief to them, all softness and luxury, with nothing else to do but indulge in rioting and drunkenness, point-to-point horse racing, playing the fool, and other well-worn-out tricks. All this, as I stated above briefly in passing, emptied the imperial treasury prodigiously on catamites, harpists, dancers, and a host of other licentious folk. From this extravagance, the business of the Roman government came into a perilous state, and so did the emperor, for want of funds. At a loss as to what to do, he devised some unjust taxes to supply his needs. He laid unholy hands on the things which it was altogether prohibited for him to touch. He and a pack of defiled and licentious transvestites even went so far as to ridicule the Godhead. There was nothing unmentionable which was not committed in word or deed by him and the like-minded consorts who bore him company. Basil wished to turn him aside from this inappropriate behaviour, and tried many times to do so. He not only failed, but rather provoked the emperor to anger, and to devise sinister and monstrous intrigues against him, as we said above. Alarmed by the incessant plotting and scheming against him, Basil endeavoured to take the initiative before he fell victim himself. He provided himself with some associates, relations and soldiers, who were guards of the imperial bedchamber, and then slew Michael in the palace of St. Mamus, the great martyr. Thus, Michael came to the end of a life of undisciplined extravagance. Basil was immediately proclaimed sole ruler, first by the conspirators, then by the Senate, the imperial regiments, the entire army, and the people of the city. Immediately on acceding to the supreme command, he convened the Senate and the ranking dignitaries, and had the imperial treasury opened. Where there had once been so much wealth, there was now nothing more to be found than 3 mere centenaria. The emperor sought the record of expenditures, and found it in the care of an old eunuch. Once he could see where the money had gone, he put the matter before a meeting of those of high standing. They gave their unanimous decision that those who had received funds illegally were to return them to the treasury. Basil, however, very generously ordered that half of what each one had received was to be returned to the imperial paymaster. Thus there accrued to the public purse from those people 300 centenaria of gold. The emperor then went in public procession to the great church of the wisdom of the word of God, and on the way back he scattered a considerable amount of money to the crowd, money not from the public treasury, but from his own purse. There also accrued to him a large amount of unexpected money, from treasure coming to light that had been hidden in the ground. There was also found in the private apartments no small amount of gold, which the former Emperor Michael had collected when he had that renowned plane tree melted down, the 2 golden griffins, the 2 lions of beaten gold, the solid gold organ, various pieces of gold work for use at table, and even the robes for emperors and their ladies. He was going to use all that to satisfy his desires, but fate determined otherwise, and it passed to Basil. More about that, however, later. As soon as Basil came to power, first of all he chose and appointed to the leading positions men who could not be corrupted, and who had the reputation of keeping their hands clean from all bribe-taking. Then he turned his attention to justice, instituting equality among his subjects, and striving to prevent the rich from lording it over the poor. He promulgated regulations prescribing the total elimination of injustice. He appointed judges, providing them with living allowances and all kinds of emoluments. He ordered that they were to be in court every day, settling the differences between litigants. He also provided suitable locations for them. The Magnera, the building called the Hippodrome, and the gate known as Kalki, dilapidated by the passage of time, and now more in danger of falling down than ever, he refurbished and renovated. He stipulated a living allowance for the poorest litigants, so that they would not be obliged by want to withdraw from their cases. When he was free from military affairs, and from receiving the embassies which came from all parts, he too would devote himself to the hearing of cases. He would go down to what they call the Ketone-Kun to examine those who were under investigation by the treasury, to see whether anybody was being investigated unjustly. In this way he used to come to the assistance of those who were suffering undeservedly. They say that once, when he went down to perform this task just mentioned, there was nobody before the tribunal. Suspecting that somebody was preventing the needy from coming before him, he sent gendarmes into many parts of the city to seek for anybody who was in need. When they returned, saying that they had not been able to find any persons whomsoever, the emperor shed tears of joy and gave thanks to God. He did, however, notice that there was some opportunity for wicked men to act unjustly in the method of expressing fractions, half, sixth, twelfth, and so forth, when the scribes used the old shorthand signs. He decided to suppress this opportunity of cheating completely. So he stipulated that henceforth fractions were to be expressed by the simple letters of the alphabet which could be easily read by the peasants. He also took it upon himself to pay the cost of the parchment and writing materials, plus the scribes' fees. He also changed the direction of ecclesiastical affairs by expelling from the archbishopric Photius the usurper at a meeting of the synod. He was ordered into retirement until God should remove his legitimate predecessor from this life. Basil reinstated Ignatius, who had been wickedly and uncanonically removed by Bardas. Thus he conferred calm on the churches of God. Seeing, moreover, that the civil law was far from clear and in a state of confusion, he made haste to reform it in an appropriate manner. He deleted some laws because they were obsolete and reduced the number of the laws still in force. Death intervened too soon, so this undertaking was completed by Leo, his son and successor. In the first year of Basil's reign, there was a conspiracy against him, instigated by the patricians George and Symbatius. When the crime was detected and damning evidence came to light, they had their eyes put out for being the instigators of the plot. The entire company of the rest of the conspirators was paraded before the public and sent into exile. To cut short the machinations of other would-be emperors, he crowned Constantine and Leo, his own sons, and in the third year of his sole reign, he proclaimed emperor his third son also, Alexander. Stephen, the youngest of all his sons, he dedicated to and enrolled in the Church of God. As he also had 4 daughters, he dedicated these to the sacred monastery of the universally praised martyr Euphemia. When he had settled the affairs of state to his satisfaction, he hastened to make war on the forces which were hostile to the Roman state. The strength of the army had been diminished under Michael, the former ruler, by the reduction of pay and provisions. Basil now filled up the ranks by the recruitment of young men and marched out against the barbarians. First he marched to Tephrike, which was in the hands of Chrysochir, a man who, seeming to excel in boldness and cunning, frequently made inroads on Roman territory and pillaged it. The emperor directed his attack against this man and the city. The enemy, unable to withstand him, took refuge within the walls. The emperor overran and pillaged all of the land under Chrysochir and set up camp against the wall of Tephrike, thinking that he would take the fortification by a protracted siege. But when he realized that it was strongly fortified at all points, and that it was hopeless to reduce it by siege, and also that they were running short of everything that might be taken from the land, he lifted the siege after sacking the fortified towns near Tephrike, Arbara, Koptos, Sparthae, and many others. He gathered up the army and came back from there with glorious trophies and much booty. While the territory surrounding Tephrike was being laid waste and sacked, its neighbouring town, called Taras, which was in the hands of the Ishmaelites, and had a defensive alliance and joint enterprise with Tephrike, apprehensive of the danger it was in, sent a delegation to sue for peace, and asking to be enlisted as confederates fighting with the Romans. The emperor gave the delegation a mild reception, and the request was granted. Then there was Corticanos, an Armenian by race, master of Locana, who frequently sacked and devastated the Roman border regions. He delivered himself, his city, and his people under him into the emperor's hands. Meanwhile, the emperor sent a body of choice warriors against the town called Zapetra, and they took Samosata too, by falling on it in a sudden attack after passing through a narrow defile. The city was taken by surprise, many of the people were slain, and an innumerable host was led into captivity, while some Roman prisoners were freed of their fetters that they had worn for a long time. This expeditionary force put the adjacent territory to the flames and sacked Samosata. In the same forward thrust, they crossed the Euphrates, took all the people on the further bank captive, collected a great quantity of prisoners and booty, then returned safe and sound to the emperor, who was now encamped on the river at Zarnuk. Then the emperor broke camp and travelled the road to Melitene with the whole army. When he reached the Euphrates, he found it in full summer flood and quite impassable, so he had a bridge built by which he crossed over. Much of the countryside was sacked and laid waste. A fortified town, named Rapsakion, was taken. Then a portion of the army was detached with orders to overrun the territory between Arsinos and the Euphrates. They rushed through it with a remarkable rapidity, sacking a town called Karkekion, then Karkon, Amman, Murex, and Abdallah. The emperor himself pressed on to Melitene, well populated at that time and illustrious for its multitude of barbarians. When he approached the walls, he encountered some columns of barbarian infantry, which attacked him, snorting and yelling at him. The emperor engaged them boldly, himself at the head of his troops, and threw them back, while the other troops pursued the rest of them right to the city, killing so many of them that the intervening space was strewn and filled with corpses. More than a few were captured alive, the rest shut themselves up ingloriously within the walls. The emperor wished to take the place with siege engines, but then he realised how well the city was provided with towers, and with what defending forces the walls bristled. When he learned from deserters that they had an abundance of the necessities of life, and feared nothing from a protracted siege, he struck camp, and marched against the land of the Manichees. Everything, wherever they went, was reduced to ashes. The fortified towns known as Argauth, Koutakias, Stephanos, and Arak went up in flames. He then gathered up his army and made his way to the capital. He honoured the most distinguished of the soldiers and dismissed him, while he himself went on to the capital, passing through Thrace. He went in a solemn public procession from Hebdomon and through the Golden Gate, celebrating the most magnificent of triumphs, all the people acclaiming him with songs of victory and rousing cheers. He proceeded to the church of the personified wisdom of God. There he offered hymns of thanksgiving to God, and was adorned with the crowns of victory by Ignatius, the patriarch. Then he returned to the palace, where after a brief respite with his wife and children, he occupied himself again with matters of state. In the following year, Chrysokia, the chieftain of the Manichees, invaded Roman territory with a powerful army and devastated it. The emperor, as usual, sent the officer commanding the Skylitzes. He took with him the entire Roman army, but since he was afraid to risk the whole enterprise on one formal battle, he followed Chrysokia at a certain distance for the time being, putting a stop to some inroads and not allowing them to rampage through the countryside with impunity. Having met with some successes and some reverses, the barbarian was thinking of going back home and set off with a great deal of booty. The domestic of the Skylitzes detailed two of the commanders, those of the Koscianon and of the Armeniakon themes, and their forces, to go along with Chrysokia as far as the place named Bartheriax. If he were to send his troops against the Roman borderlands, said the emperor, then they had to let him know about it, but if the enemy made to go directly home, they were to let them be, and return to the main body of the army. Evening came, and the barbarian army was at Bartheriax, encamped at the foot of the mountain, when the commanders mentioned above, who occupied a more elevated position, were waiting to see what the future would bring. A contention and rivalry arose between the two thematic armies concerning the matter of seniority. Those of the Koscianon held that to them belonged the primacy for courage, while the men of the Armeniakon theme claimed it for themselves. The rivalry was becoming increasingly intense as each company gave free rein to its boasting when, so they say, this was said by somebody from the Armeniakon side, "Fellow soldiers, why this unseemly and pointless boasting, when we can prove our worth beyond all doubt by deeds? The enemy is at hand. It is possible for the better men to be revealed in action." The commanders bore these words in mind, and took note of the men's desire to show their courage. They were also aware of their advantageous position, in that they were about to attack from high ground, an enemy lying in a hollow. They divided their forces into two, of which one, consisting of about 600 picked men, led by the commanders themselves, was to attack the barbarian army. The remainder, the greater portion of the Roman army, was stationed on the heights in such a way as to appear even more numerous than it really was. It was agreed that when the smaller group attacked the enemy, the larger one was to raise a frightening pandemonium with loud shouts and braying of trumpets, to which the mountains would give echo. The smaller portion approached the enemy camp under the cover of night, unseen. The sun had not yet caressed the mountain tops when the agreed signal was given, and a great paean of shouting broke out, with the cries of "The cross has conquered," as they attacked the enemy, while the rest of the troops up in the mountains joined in raising the battle cry. The barbarians were immediately dismayed by the hopelessness of their situation. They did not take the time to get themselves organised, or to estimate the strength of the opposing forces. Unable on the spur of the moment to devise any plan to save themselves, they began to retreat. The pursuing Romans called upon the absent commanders and units plus the officers commanding the scolae, according to orders. The fugitives became ever more afraid and troubled as they were pursued to a distance of 30 miles, the intervening countryside being strewn with innumerable corpses. It was then that the ruthless Chrysochir, who was running away with a few of his followers, recognised the Roman who was pursuing him as a man named Pylades, whom he had once held prisoner at Tephrike, and with whom he had associated, and thus become acquainted because he was so cultured and charming. Having seen and recognised him, he turned around and said, "What harm have I done, you wretched Pylades, that you pursue me insanely like this, anxious to do away with me?" The other snapped back, "I have full confidence in God, sir, that this very day I am to deliver you the reward of your good deeds." Chrysochir rode on like somebody whose wits had been deranged by a stroke of lightning, while the other pursued him with the recklessness of youth. Just as the fugitive found himself facing a deep ditch over which he could not let his horse jump, he was struck from behind by Pylades, who had caught up to him, a blow in the side with a javelin. His head spun from the pain, and he fell from the saddle. One of his company, whose name was Diaconetses, leapt from his horse to tend the fallen man, laying his head on his own knees and lamenting what had happened. Meanwhile, Pylades was joined by others who dismounted and cut the head off Chrysochir, who was already in his death throes and giving up the ghost. They bound Diaconetses and set him among the other prisoners. Reports were immediately sent to the emperor, and the head of Chrysochir with them. With the fall of Chrysochir, the flourishing manhood of Tephrike withered away. Such was the conclusion of the Tephrike affair. In 1 hour the great multitude of the Manichaeans, lifted up to the very pinnacle of glory, was dissipated like smoke. Ignatius departed the present life, and the emperor immediately handed back the church to Photius. Then a plot was revealed to the emperor by one of the conspirators. The patrician, Romanos Korkakos, was at the head of it. When the conspirators had been arrested, Korkakos was blinded, while the others were beaten, tonsured, and sent into exile. The emperor himself repossessed the fortress of Lulom, which the Saracens had captured. To this he added the fortress of Meluos, which acknowledged the authority of the emperor. He also personally ravaged Karma, the Manichaeans' capital. When the light of spring began to shine, he set out on campaign against Syria, taking his oldest son, Constantine, with him. He reached Caesarea close to Argeon, the first city of Cappadocia, and there pitched his camp. He set the greater part of the army to work at military exercises, but sent a detachment out to reconnoitre, himself following in their train. The scouts and forerunners quickly traversed the desert regions, destroying the fortress called Silocastron and the one called Phirocastron, and taking their occupants prisoner. The occupants of the fortress of Philocros were so alarmed that they voluntarily surrendered themselves to the Romans. Arpabdali, the son of Ambron, the emir of Arnabazos, boldly played the barbarian as long as the emperor was a long way off, but when he drew near, he joined the fleeing garrison of Melitene, seeking safety in flight like them. The emperor destroyed Karsama, Carva, Ardala, and Arimasica. It was then that the renowned Seamus, the son of Tael, who held the unapproachable fastnesses of the Taurus from which he had been wasting the Romans' borderlands, fled to the emperor for refuge. Then the emperor crossed the river Onopnictes, the Saros, and came to Koukoussos with his army. He cleaned out the brush that was there, turned the pathless waste into a serviceable road and captured the hideouts that were there. When he got to Callipolis and Pardasia, finding very bad and hilly roads, he himself went at the head of the army, walking on foot to encourage his men. When he had passed through the passes of the Taurus, he attacked Germanesia. The opposing forces had all barricaded themselves within the walls, and nobody ventured to confront the Romans. The emperor set fire to and destroyed the desirable properties outside the city, then moved on to the city of Ardata. Here, too, the inhabitants would not fight out in the open, but hid within the walls, so the emperor laid waste and reduced to ashes all that was outside the walls. He then invested the small town called Geron. He let his soldiers pillage, then attacked the walls of the city, bringing up all kinds of machines. The siege was conducted with vigour because he had good hopes of taking the city, given the size of his forces, but he found that those within were putting up a stiff resistance and were bearing their afflictions boldly, so he declared a truce, and asked the defenders the reason for their confidence, and why they obviously considered him with so little regard, even though their city was about to be taken. One of the elders replied that they were informed that their city would not be taken by him. Fate dictated that it would be taken by somebody else of the same race, whose name was Constantius. This was why they were not dismayed by their affliction. The emperor showed them his son, and told them that his name was Constantius, to which the informants replied that it was not this Constantius who would overrun their city, but another, sometime later on, one of the Basil's descendants. These words angered the emperor. Now he intensified the siege, intending to condemn the prophecy as false by his deeds. But in spite of everybody's valiant effort, he could see that no progress was being made. Also the weather turned bitterly cold, to the intense discomfort of the men out in the open, so he raised the siege. As they were about to turn back, he disencumbered himself by commanding most of the prisoners who were impeding his progress to be put to the sword. Then he took the road to the capital, leaving the sons of Hagar greatly afraid. In anticipation of attack, he set up ambushes in the passes at suitable points and captured many who had been lying in wait to surprise him. For that reason, the resistance of the local chief, Abdelamelech, collapsed, and he sent a delegation suing for security and peace. The emperor acceded to his request, and from then on had him as a willing ally against his own people. Passing through Argion, he came to Caesarea, where he received news of victory from Colonia and Mesopotamia. He also took delivery of much booty and of many captive Kurds and Saracens, whom he had put to the sword, every one, because the army was already encumbered with much booty and many prisoners from Syria and Tephriki, and he did not want to take along the additional burden, an impediment to further action. When he came to Medaion and had distributed awards to those who had distinguished themselves, he sent them into winter quarters, and himself lightly armed went towards the capital. He received the customary crown of victory from the patriarch and triumphal songs from the multitude. With Tephrike going into decline, the vigour of Tarsus began to blossom and flourish, and once again the borders of Roman territory began to suffer severely. The general Andros, a Scythian in origin, frequently went against them, killing and taking prisoner many of those who came a-raiding. The emperor honoured him with the title of patrician and promoted him to the command of the Scolae. Now that he enjoyed higher authority and disposed of greater forces, Andros attacked and frequently defeated the people of Melitene and Tarsus in illustrious battles. There came a time when the emir of Tarsus sent a letter full of blasphemy to Andros, which said, "I will see whether the son of Mary or she who bore him will help you in any way when I march against you with my forces." When Andros received this abusive letter, he hung it on the icon of the Blessed Mary, declaring, Behold, mother of the world and of God, and do you, her son and God, behold now, this insulting barbarian disparages and abuses both of you and the people who are special to you. Having said these words, he assembled the Roman forces and marched out against Tarsus. He advanced to Podandus, and there joined battle with the enemy. The barbarian host was put to flight with great loss of life, the emir himself taking an early fall. Only a few, and those with great difficulty, found refuge in Tarsus. Andros buried his own people, then his opponents in a single mass grave, and he had a great column erected on it as a memorial for later generations, after which he returned to his base with plenty of booty and prisoners. He wrote to the emperor reporting the victory. But just as usually happens when envy is at work, evil men maligned him before the emperor, saying that just when it would have been easy for him to have taken Tarsus, he had failed to grasp the opportune moment through sloth and negligence. This was said so often that the emperor came to believe it and relieved the man of his command, appointing a man named Stypaites in his stead. This man promised, among many other impossible feats, that he would take Tarsus. He assembled the forces without delay and marched them off against Tarsus with no plan of campaign in mind whatsoever, indeed with no clear intention. When he got near to Tarsus, he stopped for the night at a place called Chrysobolon, but he made nothing worth calling an earthwork or a fortified encampment. The people of Tarsus received intelligence reports that he was heedlessly lying there, so they attacked him by night using the following stratagem. They had been reduced in numbers by their defeat at the hands of Andros and were insufficient for a formal battle, so they gathered together a large number of horses, to the tails of which they attached dried pelts, and set them on fire. At a given signal, they loosed these beasts at several points around the Roman encampment. Coming behind them, in charged the men of Tarsus with naked swords, making a great din, with trumpets and drums. Fear and trembling now afflicted the Roman army. Horses and men were equally afraid and kept running into each other, so that the barbarians were able to get the upper hand and inflict unlimited slaughter on the Romans, most of whom perished ingloriously, trodden down or smothered by their own people. When the men of Tarsus had carried off this unexpected victory and decimated the Roman forces, they broke out into barbarous howling of victory songs. So much for Eastern affairs. The narrative will now speak of the West. Here as elsewhere, things had been badly neglected for a long time during the reign of Michael. Nearly the entire area of Italy which belonged to the Roman Empire and the greater part of Sicily had been overcome by the Carthaginian forces, and the people there were now paying taxes to the barbarians. Likewise, those in Pannonia and Dalmatia and the adjacent Scyths, Croats, Serbs, Zacluboi, Tirbunitoes, Canalites, Diocletians, and Rentanoi had renounced the Roman yoke to which they had long been subject and asserted their autonomy. In due course, the Hagarenes of Carthage attacked too, with Soldan, Sorbas, and Calus in command, men acknowledged by their fellow countrymen to have given evidence of outstanding military experience. They dispatched a fleet of 36 warships against Dalmatia, and were able to take several of its cities, such as Butoma, Rosa, and Cartodekatora. Since everything was going to plan for the Hagarenes, they appeared before the metropolis of the entire nation, Ragusa by name, and blockaded it for some time, those within putting up a determined resistance. But in due course the Ragusans were worn down and reduced to a state of utter hopelessness. Compelled by necessity, they sent delegates to the emperor, entreating him to come to the aid of those who were in danger of falling into the clutches of men who denied Christ. The Emperor Michael died, however, before the delegates arrived, hence it was Basil whom they encountered. He gave them an attentive and entirely sympathetic hearing. He fitted out a fleet of 100 vessels, put a man in command of it whom he knew to have distinguished himself above many others in experience and skill, the patrician Niketas Eurifas, Dronagarius of the fleet, and sent him against the enemy. The Hagarenes, while still persevering with their siege of Ragusa, learned about the Ragusan delegation to the emperor from some deserters. Losing hope of taking that city in the immediate future, they now also began to be afraid that help might be arriving from the emperor, so they raised the siege and passed over into Italy, into what is now called Longobardia. They plundered into the fortified town of Bari and set up camp there, raiding the environs on a daily basis. Continually advancing in this way, they gained control of the whole of Longobardia, almost as far as that once great and glorious city of Rome. When the aforementioned races of Scyths, the Croats, Serbs, and the rest of them saw what had happened in Dalmatia as a result of Roman intervention, they sent delegates to the emperor requesting to be brought into subjugation under Roman rule. This seemed to the emperor to be a reasonable request. He received them with kindness, and they all became subjects of the Roman government, and were given governors of their own race and kin. The emperor now gave thought to the problem of disposing of the Hagarenes who were using Ragusa as a base from which to coast around Italy, continually devastating it. Knowing that Eurifas's fleet was inadequate for such a campaign, he began negotiations with Douloikos, king of Francia, and with the Pope of Rome, requesting reinforcements for his own troops, to take their place beside them in the struggle against the godless ones. He ordered the lands of the Slavs mentioned a little earlier, and also the inhabitants of Ragusa, to take their part in the campaign. When all these had gathered, and a great army was assembled, since the Roman admiral was a man of considerable military experience, it was not long before Bari was taken. The commander of the Franks fell upon Soldan and his force of Hagarenes, and led them off to the Franks' homeland in captivity. Such was the outcome of the emperor's first campaign in the west. As we said, Soldan was taken prisoner by the king. He was brought to Capua, where he spent 2 whole years, during which nobody ever saw him laugh. The king promised to give gold to anyone who could make him be caught laughing. One day, a fellow came to the king, announcing that he had seen Soldan laughing, and he produced witnesses to that event. The king summoned Soldan, and asked what circumstances had come about that he had laughed. "I saw a wagon," he said, "and noticed its wheels, how the lower part is raised up, while the upper part is brought low. In this I saw a metaphor of the instability and uncertainty of human happiness. Then I laughed at the thought of how we are puffed up by such an uncertain thing, and I also recognised that it was impossible that I, who had been brought low from such a great height, should not be raised up again to greatness from ground level." The king listened to this, and reflected on his own situation. He reckoned the speaker an intelligent man, who in the course of his former command and long life had experienced both good fortune and bad, whereupon he treated him as a free man, admitting him to his presence and conversation. Now Soldan was no fool, and very cunning. He devised an intrigue against the king, to drive him out of Capua, and permit himself to return to his own land. The rascal was aware that those 2 Italian cities, Capua and Benevento, had not been in the king's possession for long, and that they were not particularly loyal to him, and were always dreaming of being independent. Neither was he ignorant that it was a major concern of the king how to hold them firmly and securely in subjugation. So he went to the king and said, "I notice, O king, that it is a constant source of worry and concern to you, how you are to maintain a firm hold on these Italian cities. I will give you some advice. You should be aware, most noble prince, that you will never have an unshakable hold on these cities until you remove the leading inhabitants of them to the land of the Franks. For those who are enslaved against their will naturally long for freedom and will break out in revolt to attain it if they are given the opportunity. The king liked what he heard, and thinking it would be to his advantage, decided to do as follows. He had chains and fetters securely forged, as if there were an urgent need for them. Having taken the king so cunningly in his snare, Soldan now turned to the leading citizens, with whom he had also formed an acquaintance and maintained constant contact. To these he said, I wish to give you some top-secret information, which, if it were discovered, would, I fear, be my destruction, and put you in great danger. They swore silence, and to keep what he said unspoken. The king wishes to send all of you in chains to his own land of Francia, fearing that there is no other way for him to maintain a firm grasp on your cities. This is what he said, but they hesitated, thinking that what he said did not merit belief. When they asked for some credible confirmation of his allegations, he took one of the leading citizens and went off to the area of the blacksmiths and invited him to inquire what it was they were forging in such haste. When he learned that it was chains and fetters, the citizen returned with the information that the man was speaking to them in good faith. His words were true and also advantageous to the Italian cities. When the leaders and councillors of the said cities received this information, they began searching for an opportunity of striking a counter-blow against the king. One day, when he went out to hunt, they shut the city gates in his face, and would no more permit him to enter. Since he could do nothing about the situation for the time being, he withdrew to his own land. Then Soldan came to the leaders, demanding the reward for his revelation, which was to be set free, and to be allowed to return to his own fatherland. He was released as one who was supposed to have benefited the cities. He returned to Carthage, resumed his command, and mounted a campaign against Capua and Benevento. He established a fortified camp, and vigorously besieged the cities. Oppressed by the siege, the citizens dispatched an embassy to the king, begging forgiveness for their offence, and an ally in the fight. But he dismissed the embassy with scorn, saying that he rejoiced in their destruction. They were at a loss as to what to do, when the ambassador returned empty-handed. As there was nothing else they could do, and they were being severely oppressed by the shortages occasioned by the siege, they sent a messenger to Basil, the Emperor of the Romans, to ask for help. He received the envoy and quickly sent him back, urging them to hold fast, because shortly reinforcements would arrive for them and deliver them out of their oppression. But as the envoy was returning, he was taken prisoner by the enemy. Soldan had him brought before him, and said, There are two paths open to you, of which you should take the one more beneficial to you. If you wish to save your own life, also to receive many gifts and favours, say in my hearing, to those who sent you, that the Emperor of the Romans refuses to ally himself with you. Thus you will live. But if you insist on delivering your true message, sudden death awaits you. The messenger agreed to do what the emir wanted. Then, when he was a bowshot away from the wall, he asked for the leading citizens to be present. When they were in place, he began the following speech to them. O fathers, even though death is obviously at hand and the sword ready to strike, I will not conceal the truth. I only ask that you show your gratitude to my wife and children. I am in the hands of the enemy, my lords. But I have completed my embassy. You may expect help from the Emperor of the Romans forthwith. So be of good cheer. Your deliverer is coming, but not mine." Even as he was saying these and similar things, he was immediately slashed into little pieces by the sword of Soldan's servants. Nevertheless, Soldan was disquieted by the prospect of the arrival of relief from the emperor. He lifted the siege and went back home. But the cities of which we have been speaking thenceforth remained friends and allies with the Romans. Soldan completely destroyed only the illustrious Italian city of Iontos and led its population captive back to Carthage with him. The emperor built another city to replace it. It was washed on all sides by the sea, except at the point of entry, which is by a narrow strip of dry land that allows only a very narrow path for those going in it that way. As the town stood in need of inhabitants, he brought people from the town of Heraclea in Pontus to live there, and he called it Kallipolis. This explains why even today the inhabitants have the same customs, dress, and political institutions as the Romans. It was at this time that Esmon, the emir of Tarsus, exulting in his recent victory, fitted out 30 large vessels of the kind the Saracens usually call comparia, and launched an attack on the city of Europus. The emperor had received prior intelligence of this, so by imperial command, the commander of the Helidicon theme, Oniates, had raised an army adequate for the defence of the city from all over the theme. He put the walls in the necessary state of repair, and built machines for hurling stones and darts. In brief, he omitted no defence work capable of resisting a siege. When the fleet from Tarsus arrived, it drew near to the walls and attempted to dissipate the defending forces by constant discharges, but the men of Europus abounded in energy and enthusiasm. They valiantly drove the enemy off with their machines for hurling stones, missiles, and darts, to say nothing of the stones thrown from the walls by hand. Each day they inflicted heavy losses on the barbarians. Having watched out for a favourable wind, they now brought their own ships against the enemy, and burned many of them with Greek fire. In the face of this action, the barbarian was at a loss as to what to do, but knowing that the desire for and love of money can bring many a man to despise death, he set up a great shield before their line of defence and filled it with gold, saying that he would give this, together with 100 maidens chosen from the captives, to the first man who scaled the wall and conferred victory on his fellow countrymen. As soon as they saw this, the men in the city realised what was going on. They encouraged each other with fortifying and inciting words to resist boldly. Then at a given signal, they opened the city gates and launched a dauntless attack on the barbarians. At the first encounter, the emir received a mortal wound and fell. Many others there lost their lives with him, while the rest took to their heels. They were pursued as far as the remaining ships, and there a great massacre of the barbarians took place. Those who remained alive manned a few of the ships and shamefully fled to their homeland. Such was the end of the fleet from Tarsus. Then another fleet was raised against us, this one in Crete. When Soet, the son of Apocops, was ruling Crete, a warlike and energetic fellow named Photios was sent by him against the Roman Empire, with 27 comparia, and many Myoperones and Pentacontaries, usually known as galleys. Setting out from Crete, this Photius devastated the islands and shores of the Aegean, and advanced as far as the Proconnesus of the Hellespont. He enslaved the people, looting and burning wherever he appeared. He was met at the mouth of the Aegean, near Cardia, by the patrician Nicetus Arephus, Drongarius of the Admiralty, now commanding the Roman fleet. A furious battle ensued, in which he promptly disposed of 20 Cretan ships with Greek fire, dispatching the barbarians in them with the sword, or by fire and water. They who managed to survive the perils of naval warfare and the sea saved their lives by running away. But although the Cretans had been so badly defeated, they were by no means ready for a quiet life. Once again they launched an attack on the maritime possessions of the empire. With the aforementioned Photios in command, they fitted out pirate ships as war vessels, terrorising the Peloponnese and the adjacent isles. The commander of the Roman fleet, the patrician Nikephoros II Phokas, went out to meet them. Profiting from a favourable and steady wind, he reached the Peloponnese in a few days and tied up in the harbour of Kenkreia. He now learned that the enemy ships were devastating the western parts of the Peloponnese, Methone, Pylos and Patras, and the approaches to Corinth, whereupon he adopted a wise and expedient plan. His head swam at the thought of circumnavigating the Peloponnese by way of the capes Marlias and Tyneron, uselessly measuring off thousands of miles only to arrive too late. So he did what he could, suddenly and by night, putting all hands to work. He transported his ships over dry land across the Isthmus of Corinth to the sea beyond. Then he embarked his men and went into action. Thus he was able suddenly to fall on an enemy who had not the slightest idea of his whereabouts. His attack was so unexpected that it confounded their hopes with fear and threw their plans into confusion. They gave no thought to regrouping or fighting, but only to how they could immediately get away. He burned some of their warships and sunk others. Some of the barbarians he put to the sword, others he caused to drown in the deep. He executed the naval commander, and the remaining men were forced to disperse across the land. These he later netted alive and inflicted a variety of punishments on them, some of them, in particular those who had renounced their Christian baptism, he had flayed alive, saying that what was being taken away from them was nothing of their own, for they had shed it of their own free will. Other men had bands of skin most painfully torn off them, from their neck to their heel. Others he raised up with ropes, then let them down into vessels of boiling pitch, while on the rest he inflicted a diversity of torments. By doing this, he inspired fear in them, and made sure they would think twice before sending an expedition against the Roman Empire again. There was another naval force from the west, which crashed against the Roman Empire like a hurricane or a squall. The ruler of Africa fitted out 60 exceedingly large ships, and sent them out against the Roman government. They devastated as far as they went, and took many people prisoner, even as far as the islands of Kephallonia and Zakynthos. There was immediately dispatched a squadron of ships and other swift vessels under the successor of Nikephoros, a commander of the naval forces named Nasser. Taking a direct route and profiting from a favourable wind, he soon reached Methone, but he was prevented from attacking the enemy right away for the following reason. Many of the oarsmen had quietly deserted in small groups for fear of the danger which lay ahead, thus denying the commander the speedy action for which the situation called. He decided that he should not engage the enemy while his ships were so undermanned. He dispatched a swift messenger to advise the emperor of what had happened, and he arrested the deserters in less time than it takes to tell, and inflicted a punishment on them which was intended to strike terror in the hearts of the rest of the oarsmen. He ordered 30 of the Saracens being held prisoner in the praetorium to be brought out by night, and to be made unrecognisable by having their faces rubbed with soot. These were brought to the hippodrome and flogged, then sent off in disgrace to the Peloponnese under the pretence that they were the instigators of the desertion, and that they were being executed at the spot from which they had fled. And this is what happened. The 30 Saracens were impaled as though they were the deserters, and a great fear was instilled in the entire Roman fleet. Every thought of comfort and well-being was cast aside. The sailors begged the commanding officer to take action against the enemy in all haste. Meanwhile, Nasser brought his forces up to strength with some of the Peloponnesian fighting men, and being assured of the cooperation of the local commander, he was ready to attack. For their part, the Saracens had become very conceited, and held the Roman fleet in deep contempt because of its earlier inertia. Becoming overconfident, they fearlessly disembarked from their ships and laid waste the surrounding area. Then suddenly the Roman admiral made his appearance close by, and at a given signal launched a surprise attack on the enemy by night. The adversaries, not having the time either to regroup or to counterattack, were ingloriously slaughtered and their ships given up to the flames, together with those who were on board. Nasser the commander dedicated the undamaged ships to God as a kind of sacrifice, by granting them to the Church of Mophoni. The emperor congratulated him on what he had accomplished, and ordered him to advance yet further. As the morale of the army was high thanks to the foregoing successes, he went over to Sicily, and attacked all of the cities which were subject to the Carthaginians. These he pillaged and destroyed, capturing many merchant vessels, some of which contained valuable cargoes, including a great quantity of oil, which was so well priced that a measure, they say, sold for 1 obol. The same fleet sailed on to Italy, and was able to rendezvous with the Roman cavalry of the region, commanded by Procopius, the emperor's protovestiarios, and the patrician Leo Apostopes, commander-in-chief of the Thracian and the Macedonian themes. The fleet accomplished praiseworthy deeds, encountering and defeating a fleet setting out from Africa again off the island of Styli, and also freeing all but a few of the Haggarine-held forces of Calabria and Longobardia from the hands of the barbarians, and restoring them to Roman rule. Such then are the victories won with God's help by Nasser and the Roman fleet. He returned to the emperor loaded with booty and triumphal crowns. The infantry of Longobardia was not entirely capable of escaping the enmity of destiny, for although they served with courage and distinction, in the midst of their striving for victory, there arose enmity and jealousy which cost the highest-ranking commander his life. Leo had fallen out with Procopius over some trifling matter, and before a reconciliation took place, there was an engagement with the enemy. Apostopes, fighting on the right wing with the Thracians and Macedonians, carried the day against the enemy, and slew many Saracens. Procopius, however, on the other wing, with the Sclavini and the western troops, was sorely pressed by the adversary, as no relief was sent to the distressed wing by the co-commander because of their preceding quarrel. The troops of Procopius were put to flight, and he himself was slain. He fell fighting valiantly in the midst of the fray. Now Leo was desirous of performing some further illustrious deed to eclipse the shameful event which enmity had brought about. He took his own army, joined to it the troops under Procopius who had survived the rout, and laid siege to the fortress of Tarento, which was still in the hands of the Haggarines. He took it and sold the entire population into slavery. From the spoils he was able to make generous provisions for the soldiery, and to bring booty to the emperor, but he was not able to propitiate the emperor in this way. When Basil learned the reason for the slaying of Procopius, he dismissed Leo from his command, and sent him into exile, where he had his estate. At Ketone, Byanos, Leo's chief groom, and some others of those who waited on him, now laid a charge of treason against him. When his sons, Bardas and David, heard of this, First they slew Byanos, then, fearing the wrath of the emperor at this audacious act, they fled into Syria, taking their father with them. When the emperor learned of this, he dispatched the commanding officer of the Hetaira and some troops, with orders to intercept and arrest them. The envoys hastened their journey and apprehended them in Cappadocia, while they were only just on their way to Syria. Although the troops merely intended to prevent David and Bardas from going any further, they encountered resistance. An engagement took place in which Leo's 2 sons fell fighting, and he was taken alive and brought before the emperor. He was handed over to the courts and found guilty. He had one eye ripped out, one hand amputated, and he spent the rest of his life in exile in Mesembria. While the emperor was accomplishing these things in the west by the agency of his commanders, the Arabs in the south began to revive, and under the impression that the emperor was inactive, to think of launching another attack against the domains which bordered on the sea. Ships were built in Egypt and in the coastal cities of Phoenicia and Syria with a view to launching a naval offensive against the Romans. But first, spies were sent out to find out what the emperor was up to. Nor was the emperor by any means blind to what was going on. He knew all about what was happening in Syria. He too fitted out a fleet ready for battle, which he kept at the capital, waiting to see what would happen, and to make sure that it did not become undisciplined for want of something to do. As the poet says, pointless inactivity brings forth no good thing. He ordered the sailors to work at the construction of the church which was then rising at the imperial palace, to the name of our Saviour Jesus Christ, of the archangels, and of Elijah the Tishbite. At the same time, they were to remain in readiness, so that when the enemy fleet crossed the borders of Syria, they would be completely prepared to be sent out to withstand them. That is how the emperor dealt with the situation. As for the Saracen spy, he came to the capital, saw that everything was very well prepared, went back to those who had sent him, and reported what he had seen. In their alarm, they chose rather to remain quietly at peace. Fearing on account of their recent reverses that a Roman fleet might be sent against their territories, the Carthaginians built a good number of ships. When spring began, and no news arrived of any force being dispatched by the emperor, thinking that he must be otherwise engaged, they launched a campaign against Sicily. When they came before Syracuse, they laid siege to it, pillaging and laying waste all the surrounding countryside. When the commander of Sicily made this known to the emperor, he immediately sent out the fleet which was held in readiness to Sicily, even though its men were engaged in building the church, with the patrician Adrian in command. Sailing out of the capital, they had no easy voyage, and indeed only just made it to the Peloponnese, where they moored in the harbour called Hyrax at Monembasia to wait for a favourable wind. A long time Adrian delayed in this harbour, wishing neither to use the oars in periods of calm, nor to struggle against an adverse sea. Meanwhile, the Hagarenes intensified their siege, and took the city. Many of those inside were slain, the rest were taken prisoner. The city was utterly destroyed, the holy churches it contained put to the flames. That city, so famous and illustrious until then, which had repelled so many attacks by barbarians, was shorn of all its glory in the twinkling of an eye. Adrian got wind of what had happened in the following way. There is a place in the Peloponnese called Elis. It acquired its name from the adjacent thick forest. That was where the Roman naval force was stationed. There were shepherds who one night heard demons who inhabited that region telling each other that Syracuse had been captured and destroyed the day before. Word passed from mouth to mouth, and then came to Adrian's ears. He summoned the shepherds, interrogated them, and found that what he had heard was confirmed by their words. Wanting to hear with his own ears, he went to the place with the shepherds, and putting a question to the demons by means of them, he heard that Syracuse was already taken. Overcome at first by anguish and distress, he pulled himself together again, judging that he ought not to believe the deceptive words of demons, yet he carefully noted the day. 10 days later, some refugees arrived reporting the disaster of which they were eyewitnesses. When Adrian heard their account, he turned tail and quickly reached the capital with his fleet. There he fled to the great church for sanctuary, but this asylum did not protect him from prosecution. He was dragged out and sent into exile. Stephen Maxentius the Cappadocian was sent out as commander of Longobardia, with choice Thracian, Macedonian and Cappadocian troops. He arrived, but through lack of courage and too much love of comfort he achieved nothing worthy of report, and was relieved of his command. Nikephoros, surnamed Phokas, a man of nobility and action, was sent to replace him, bringing with him forces equal to the task and a corps of Manichees under the command of that Diaconitses who had served with Chrysochaia. Arriving at the appointed place, he joined forces with those under Stephen's command, and then gained many glorious victories against the Saracens. First he threw back the enemy drawn up in battle order, then he captured the cities of Amantia, Tropai, and Saint Severine. He also got the better of the enemy in many other battles and engagements. Such were the military events in the time of Basil. He also splendidly adorned the church of that greatest of martyrs, Diomedes, with extremely costly treasures and splendid offerings. He honoured it with grants of profitable estates, and in many ways promoted and enriched it. The son of Danielis, with whom he had entered into a bond of spiritual brotherhood, he promoted to the rank of Protospatharius, and granted him complete freedom of access to his person. As for Danielis, now an old lady, he sent for her, and since she was no longer able to ride a horse, she made the journey reclining in a litter, which was carried in relays by 300 strong young servants of her choosing. When she arrived at the capital, there was the customary reception in the Magnuria, at which she was brought before the emperor in great honour, and there she offered costly gifts it would be an offence against the canons of good taste to enumerate. She received hospitality befitting one so charitably disposed to Basil, and stayed in the capital for as long as she pleased. She then returned to her homeland. She did pay another visit to the capital after Basil died, and Leo his son received the right to rule. The old lady came again with gifts of a similar kind. She embraced Leo, and declared him in writing to be her heir in all of her worldly goods. Then she returned to her estates, and died shortly afterwards, but that was later. Many of the sacred churches had been damaged by previous disruptions and shaken by earthquakes, while some had been completely wrecked. The Emperor Basil took this matter in hand. Some he replaced with new buildings, of others he made good the damage, while in other cases he conferred additional beauty and ornamentation. First of all, the western apse of the great Church of the Wisdom of God, which is gigantic and towers into the sky, was badly cracked and in danger of falling down. By the skill of experienced builders, he bound it around, thus restoring it to solidity and stability. Within the great church, he depicted the image of the Mother of God with the baby cradled in her arms, together with the princes of the apostles, Peter and Paul, on either side of her. He also rectified the fissures and faults in the walls. He increased the income, which was rather diminished to the point that there was danger of the sacred lights being extinguished for want of oil. By the grant of a large estate known as mantaia, he provided perpetual light in the lamps, and he made provision for more generous salaries to be paid to the choir singers of the sacred church, out of the income from the estate. the sacred church of the holy martyrs Sergius and Bacchus had sadly declined from its former glory, the holy icons there having been effaced when John, formerly superior of the monks living there, became patriarch in the reign of the former emperor Theophilos. At the prompting of the blessed patriarch Ignatius, Basil decorated this church with sacred icons and made good the other deficiencies of the structure. They call this Hormisdas' church. It was first constructed by Justinian on the plan of the great church, as an inscription running round the inside of the church itself testifies. Other emperors have honoured the dead. Their labours were unrewarded, but he who now holds our sceptres, pious Justinian, honours with an illustrious house Sergius, servant of Christ, King of the universe, whom neither the flickering flame, the sword, nor any other tortures could hurt, but who was constant unto death for Christ our God, and merits heaven by his blood. May he always protect our ever-vigilant emperor, and augment the sway of Theodora, crowned by God, she whose piety enlightens the soul, whose ceaseless activity and unremitting good works brings relief to those who are crushed by poverty. The sacred church of the holy apostles, this too sadly declined from its former glory, he secured with buttresses and reinforcements to the dilapidated portions, rendering it, as the poet says, glorious in the flower of its youth. He restored the church of the Mother of God at Pegi, which had lost its original beauty. He rebuilt the other church of the Theoktos, the one called the Sigma, from its foundations, for it had completely fallen down in an earthquake, rendering it more substantial and beautiful than before. He also raised up from its foundations the church of St. Stephen, the first martyr in the Aureliani, which had fallen down to the ground, and the two shrines of the Baptist in Stabalia and in Macedonia, respectively. The one he completely, the other he largely rebuilt. The church of Philip the Apostle, and the one to the west of it dedicated to Luke the Evangelist, both of which had suffered severe dilapidation, he rebuilt from their foundations. Add to these the great shrine of Mokios the martyr, the sanctuary of which had fallen to the ground in such a way that the holy table was cracked. This too he took under his care and raised up what had fallen down. He restored to its former elegance the adjacent church of St. Andrew, the first called Apostle, which had also fallen down. He renovated the somewhat decrepit churches of St. Romanos, St. Anne in the Deuteron, of the great martyr Demetrius, and of the martyr Emilianus in the Rhabdos. Besides these, he restored the church of St. Nazareus, which was falling down, and he magnificently reconditioned the very beautiful church of Christ's resurrection and of St. Anastasia the martyr in the arcades of Dominius, replacing the wooden roof with one of stone. He restored the church of that great martyr Plato, which was falling down, and also turned his attention to the adjacent church of the victorious martyrs Hesphorus and Zoe. He snatched from the jaws of ruin the church of Acacius the martyr at Heptascalon, which was in danger of falling down, by reconstructing it. He similarly renewed in splendid fashion the church of the prophet Elijah at Petrion. Within the imperial palaces he raised up a novel foundation in the names of the Lord and Master Christ, Michael the Archangel, Elijah the prophet, and also of the Mother of God and of Nicholas the illustrious prelate. This is the exquisite church which is there now, and which they call the New Church. In beauty, comeliness, and magnificence it knows no rival and is beyond compare. Sufficient income was assured for the provision of light and for the needs of those who sing praises to God there. But what point is there in going on at length? The work is there itself, offering its peculiar beauty and magnificence to the beholder. He founded a number of other sacred churches within the palace in the name of the prophet Elijah, Clement the Martyr, Christ the Saviour, Peter the Apostle, and the Archangel Michael, to describe the beauty of which even the eloquence of poets would not suffice. He did a considerable amount of construction at the palace, generating as it were palaces within the palace. There is no need to list them all. The so-called House of the Manganese is the work of the emperor, and the new palace is another. These were built for the following reason. Basil was unwilling to disburse public funds for his own needs, so he built these mansions and provided a generous income for them from his agricultural product, so that there would always be an abundant and sufficient provision for his imperial banqueting and for the guests he entertained throughout the year. He built the palace of Pegii and renovated the one at Hieria, where he cleaned out the cistern which the Emperor Heraclius had filled with earth and transformed into a flower and vegetable garden. Heraclius did the same with the other cisterns within the palace, the one before the Magnara and the one between the refractory of Justinian and the Lauseiacon, because he learned from Stephen the Philosopher, who had studied the astrological conditions at his birth, that he would die by water, so he had the cisterns filled in, as we said. Basil cleaned out the cistern in the palace at Hieria and restored it to its original function, making it a reservoir instead of a garden, providing an abundant supply of limpid water. He built a very elegant church of the Theotokos in the Forum so that the merchants could have a house of prayer when their business detained them. He reconditioned and ornamented the church of St. Phokas in the Stenon, and establishing a residence for monks, he provided a sufficient income for the maintenance of those who were living the ascetic life there. He restored the great but ruined church of the Archangel at Sosthenion to the beautiful state which it now appears in. By promising them rewards, making them grants and exchanging gifts with them, he was able to render many of the Jews worthy of sacred baptism. He strengthened in their faith the Bulgarian race, only recently turned to the worship of God by a mission of exemplary monks and priests, who were distinguished by their virtue. He concluded a pact with the Russians. He was responsible for them partaking of the salvific baptism, and he sent them a bishop. The wonder which came about at the hands of the bishop who was sent is worth reporting. While the ruler was still clinging to superstition, as were his grandees and all of the people, he, wishing to compare their former religion with the Christian faith, summoned the bishop who had just arrived among them, and asked him what he was going to proclaim and teach to them. The bishop produced the sacred book of the divine gospel and explained to them some of the wonders worked by God during his human incarnation. Unless we and the Russian people have the opportunity of witnessing something similar, especially what you told us happened to the 3 children in the furnace, we will not believe you in the least. The bishop believed in the unerring word of him who said, "Whatever you ask in my name you will receive, and he who believes in the works that I do will do even greater than these." He said to them, "Even though it is not permitted to put the Lord God to the test, if you have decided with all your heart to come to God, ask whatever you like, and God will certainly do it on account of your faith, even though we be the most unworthy of men." Without hesitation, they asked that the codices of the divine gospel be thrown into the bonfire that they had lit, and if it were recovered undamaged, they said they would embrace the God who had been proclaimed to them by him. This was agreed to by the priest. He raised his eyes and his hands to God, saying, "Jesus Christ our Lord, glorify your holy name." And then in the sight of the pagan people, the book of the Holy Gospel was thrown into the inferno. The fire burned on for many hours, and when it finally died down, the sacred codex was found intact and undamaged, not harmed in any way by the fire. When the barbarians saw this, dumbfounded by the magnitude of the wonder, they spontaneously and without hesitation presented themselves for baptism. About that time, Constantine, the eldest of the emperor's sons, died of a fever, plunging his father into inconsolable grief, but the emperor suffered this with quiet dignity, even comforting his wife and children. The officers of the treasury urged the emperor to send tax inspectors into the themes so that the tax revenues would flow in more freely. He, pretending to approve this suggestion, ordered them to choose and instruct persons who would effectively discharge this duty, and then to bring them before him. The Genikos selected those whom he thought would perform such a task well, and then presented a list of the names of the chosen candidates. But he was held to be seriously at fault if he supposed ministers like that would be adequate for such a service. When, in self-defence, he said there were none better in the entire realm, the emperor went on. In my judgment, the effort required by the proposed undertaking is such that, if it were possible, I would go out myself to perform it. Since that is neither convenient nor possible, I have no choice but to put my confidence in the two senior magisters of the realm. Through time, experience, and the many offices they have held, and by which they have been put to the test in the course of a long life of political service. These have demonstrated their incorruptible integrity. It is by them, I feel sure, that this task will be discharged in a fitting manner. Do you yourself go, then, he continued, and inform them of the nature of the undertaking, and of my will. If they are willing to go, then I approve. When the magisters heard, they were dismayed. As grounds for an appeal, they protested their great age as a reason for not going, and the many services they had already performed for the administration, praying that this service be taken away from them. So the messenger came back empty-handed and reported to the emperor what they had said. He listened and then said, "Since it seems impossible for me to go, and the most distinguished magisters decline the mission, having no minister adequate for the undertaking, it is my will that the situation be left without inspection. It is better to take the chance that a few defraud the treasury, which is not a good thing, than to run the risk of somebody being punished in a compromising and ruinous way because of a false accusation." And because of this, through his entire reign, for the entire population under Roman rule in all of the themes, there was no new tax evaluation, or rather, to express it correctly, they were free and untaxed. After Constantine, the emperor's eldest son, had departed this life, as we mentioned, Basil transferred his affection and his hopes to Leo, his second son, for whom envy prepared a bitter blow. The following account will explain how. There was a monk among those whom the emperor held in great affection and trusted implicitly, a priest whose name was Santaburinus. Even though the emperor cherished him, the others did not think much of him, and for this reason he was often attacked by Leo, the emperor's son, as a deceiver and a charlatan, who would distort the emperor's reasoning from the better into less desirable ways of thinking. Santaburinus was wounded in his soul by this, and yearned for revenge against Leo for insulting him, so the monk pretended to be friendly towards him, and said to him one day, "O Emperor, since you are a young man and well loved by your father, why do you not carry a sword or a dagger when you ride out into the countryside with your father, so you can hand it to him if he needs to deal with a beast? Or if there is a secret plot against him, as there often is, you will not be unarmed, but will have to hand what you need to strike back at your father's enemies." Never thinking there might be guile here, or a plot was being rigged, Leo accepted the advice and was persuaded to carry a dagger slipped into his boot. Once Santabarinus realised that his plan had worked, he went to the emperor and said, "O Emperor, you ought to know that your son is plotting against your life. If you don't believe me, the next time you are out hunting, order his footwear to be brought to you. It will be found that he is bringing a knife, and that my information is perfectly correct." This was agreed upon. An imperial hunting expedition was announced, and the entire company rode out in the usual way. Leo, the emperor's son, went too, and when they came to a certain spot, the emperor pretended to need a dagger, and made a great fuss about finding one. Completely ignorant of his father's suspicions, the son innocently drew out the dagger, which he was carrying, and handed it over to his father. At this occurrence, the allegations of Santabarinus were instantly believed, while Leo's explanations were treated as vain and empty words. The emperor went back to the palace very angry with his son, and locked him up in one of the palace buildings, known as Margarites, removing his imperial insignia. He was incited by Santabarinus to put out the light of his eyes too, but he was prevented from doing this by the Patriarch and the Senate. But Basil still kept him in jail. Much time went by, during which the Senate often attempted to intercede on Leo's behalf, but for one reason or another was always prevented from doing so. Then a good way was found to accomplish what was intended. There was a bird in a cage hanging in the palace, to delight the eyes and the ears of those who saw or heard it. The animal was a parrot, a mimic, and a chatterbox. Either because somebody had taught it, or because it had picked it up spontaneously, this bird would often cry out, "Poor Leo, poor Leo." Once, when the emperor was holding a banquet and the leading senators were feasting with him, the parrot kept calling out the words mentioned above. The guests were saddened, and the feasting came to a halt as the guests sat there, occupied with their thoughts. When the emperor noticed this, he inquired why they were refraining from eating. With tears in their eyes, they said, "Sovereign Lord, how can we, who are so put to shame by the voice of this bird, touch our food? We, who are supposed to be rational creatures, and devoted to our sovereign. This animal, devoid of reason, calls upon its sovereign, while we, bestowed with delights, are completely unmindful of our sovereign who transgressed no law." If he had been found guilty of some crime, and it was proven that he had raised his hand against his father, we would raise our own hands against him in an insatiable lust for his blood. But if they cannot prove him guilty of the crime of which they accuse him, how long is the tongue of the false accuser going to have its way with him? The emperor was mollified by these words. He told the senators to bide their time for a while, promising to look into the matter himself. Soon after this he reconsidered, released his son from prison, and had him brought before him. He changed his clothes of mourning, cut his hair, which had grown too long during his affliction, and restored him to his former imperial dignity. Before very long, Basil fell prey to the disease of diarrhoea, which slowly sapped his strength. Having disposed of imperial business as seemed best to him, and publicly designated his heir and successor, he departed this life. He had co-reigned with Michael his predecessor 1 year, and then distinguished himself by governing the empire alone for another 19 years. Leo, the first in age of his surviving sons, inherited complete control of the government. The Emperor Basil reigned 18 years, 11 months and 4 days. He acceded on the 24th of September and died on the 29th of August. He was buried in the Church of the Holy Apostles in the Heron of Constantine the Great, in a green sarcophagus, gold and green. Leo VI the Philosopher, 886 to 912 AD. Once Leo became master of all that he surveyed, he cared little or nothing for any of the affairs of state. He chafed with anger at the memory of the recent intrigue which Santoborinus had contrived against him, and decided to take immediate vengeance. First, he brought up some not unreasonable accusations to make it seem as though there were good grounds for proceeding to the attack, and also to remove certain obstacles from his path. He was well aware that he could do no serious harm to Santoborinus as long as Photius was occupying the patriarchal throne, rightly suspecting that Photius would protect him and stand by him, lest he be the object of any despotic action. So the word was now put around that Photius had been eyeing the imperial throne for one of his relations, and had conspired with Santoborinus. But they could both see that there was no future to their project unless Leo was first put out of the way. That was why they brought the false charge against him that was mentioned above. Since he knew this, his first action was to remove Photius from the patriarchal throne. He promptly dispatched the Magister Andrew the Stratolartes, together with the Magister John Hagiopolites, who was Logothete of the Drome, to the great church. Their orders were to go up into the ambo of the church, and to read out the charges against the Patriarch Photius for all to hear. They were then to drag him from the throne and exile him to the monastery of Harmonianoi. Not wasting a moment, the emperor appointed Stephen of Synkelus, his own brother, as patriarch. Because the metropolitan of Heraclea had departed this life, Stephen was consecrated by Theophanes the Protophronus. The emperor then sent men in all speed to Eucata, where the above-mentioned Theodore Santoborinus was presiding over the aforementioned church, with orders to bring that man to him. While this was being done, he sent Andrew the Stratolartes and many other senators to the monastery of Philippikos at Chrysopolis. Their orders were to take clergy with candles, incense and lights, and exhume the assassinated Emperor Michael. They were to lay his body in a coffin of cypress wood, dress it up in a manner worthy of an emperor, and bring it into the city. There, accompanied by the emperor's brothers, Alexander and Stephen the Patriarch, the body was to be brought in solemn procession with sacred hymns and songs to the Church of the Holy Apostles, where it was to be laid in a marble sarcophagus, and that is what happened. Stylianos Zeuxis he promoted Magister and Logothete of the Drome. The emperor had already begun to frequent this man's daughter, even though the woman to whom he was legally married, the Augusta Theophano, was still alive. For her part, she saw and heard everything that was going on, but did not in the least allow herself to give way to the passion of jealousy. In a short time, the city of Hypsili, in the theme of Carcianon, was captured by the Hagarenes and all of its inhabitants taken prisoner. And a fire occurred in the southern part of the city, namely in Sidara. It reduced the church of St. Thomas the Apostle to cinders and ashes, but the emperor reconstructed it at great expense. Santoborinus was now brought into the city. Andrew the Stratolartes and the Magister Stephen, whom Santoborinus had often denounced before the Emperor Basil, proposed to the emperor that the libellous charges against the emperor himself be examined. They assured Leo that it would be possible to find proof that the Patriarch Photios and Santoborinus had devised and staged the comedy themselves, in order to elevate a relation of Photius to the rank of emperor. Imperial officers were dispatched to bring Photius and Santoborinus into the palace of Pegi, with instructions to confine them apart from each other. The Stratolartes Andrew himself, the Magister Stephen, the Magister Hagiopolites, together with the patricians Craterus and Guba, were chosen to be the examining magisters. They brought in Photius the Patriarch and respectfully seated him on a throne. When they were seated themselves, the inquiry began. The Stratelates said to the Patriarch, "Does your Grace know the monk Theodore?" "I know many monks called Theodore," he replied, "but I cannot know to which of them you are referring." When Andrew added the name Santaburinus, the Patriarch testified, "I know the man. He is the Bishop of Euchaeta." When Santaburinus was brought in, Andrew said to him, "The Emperor would ask of you, where are the moneys and properties which are his due as Emperor?" He responded, "They are in the possession of those to whom the Emperor of the day gave them. Since the Emperor who has lately come to power is calling for them, he has the right to search them out and take them into his possession." Andrew continued, "Well now, just tell me, whom did you wish to make emperor when you proposed to the emperor's father to put out the eyes of his own son, a relation of yours, or one of the patriarchs?" Santaburinus swore that he knew nothing about the things of which he was being accused. The Magister Stephen said to him, "O devious and crafty-minded one, then why did you lead the emperor to think one could condemn the patriarch on this score?" As soon as he heard this allegation, Santaburinus fell down and embraced the patriarch's feet, saying, "I beseech you, your grace, in the name of God, first to depose me, and to deprive me of the priesthood. Then let them take me and punish me as an evildoer. For my own part, I know nothing of this, nor have I communicated anything of it to the emperor." The patriarch raised him up and set him on his feet, saying to him, "By my own salvation, Monsignor Theodore, Archbishop you are both now and in the world to come." In anger, Andrew the Stratelates asked, "Deceiver and charlatan, did you not advise the emperor through me that you could condemn the patriarch on this score?" But he again denied any knowledge of this matter, and the leaders withdrew. The emperor was maddened with rage when his officials came back and told him what had been said, especially so because he could not find a charge against the patriarch that would stand up in court. He sent men to flog Santaburinus mercilessly, and exiled him to Athens. Then he sent others to blind him and deport him to the east. A long time afterwards he recalled him from exile, and made an allocation for his maintenance from the resources of the new church. He outlived Leo, dying in the reign of Zoe his wife, and of Constantine his son. In the second year of the reign of Leo, when Angion the Duke of Longobardia, and son-in-law of the King of Francia, heard of the death of the Emperor Basil, he broke his treaty of friendship with the Romans, and brought the entire region of Longobardia under his sway. When the emperor learned of this, he dispatched the patrician Constantine, the superintendent of his own table, against him with the western thematic armies. There was an engagement in which the forces of Constantine were soundly defeated and decimated. He himself only just escaped with his life. At that time, there was an eclipse of the sun about the 6th hour of the day. The stars even appeared. Violent winds blew. There were terrifying storms and dangerous lightning was seen. There were fire-bearing thunderbolts, by which 7 men were burned up on the steps of the church of St. Constantine in the Forum. Samos was besieged by the Saracens, and the commander, the patrician Constantine Paspalas, was taken prisoner. Prompted by his passion for Zoe, the daughter of Skylitzes, the emperor honoured her father with the newfangled title, which did not exist before, of Basiliopater, or father of the emperor. Zoe was then in the full flower of her charm and beauty. She had previously been married to the patrician Theodore Guniatzaitzes, but he was treacherously poisoned. She, moreover, became the emperor's concubine while his wife was still living. The following year, Stephen, the emperor's brother and patriarch, departed this life. Antony Caulias was appointed in his stead. That is what was happening in the capital. Then Simeon, ruler of the Bulgars, found the following pretext for breaking off his treaty with the Romans, as he wished to do. The Basiliopator had a slave, a eunuch named Musicus, who was friendly with some greedy merchants, to whom he sought to bring some profit. Trading upon his influence with Skylitzes, he had the goods coming into Constantinople from Bulgaria rerouted through Thessalonica, where he appointed those greedy merchants as customs officers. These then exploited the Bulgars who were importing goods by demanding increasingly heavy customs duties. This the Bulgars reported to Simeon, who brought it to the attention of the emperor, but he was so much under the influence of Skylitzes that he wrote it off as nonsense, which merited no response whatsoever. Now Simeon, who, as we said, was just looking for a credible pretext, exploded in rage, and took up arms against the Romans. When the emperor heard of this, he too prepared for war. He furnished Procopius Crinites, then serving as Stratolartes, with a large army of officers and men, plus Corticius the Armenian, and sent him out against Simeon. The armies met head-on in Macedonia, and the Romans got the worst of it. Crinites himself, the Armenian Corticius, and many others who had been taken from the imperial Hetaria, were butchered. Simeon slit the noses of the prisoners who were the emperor's retinue and sent them off to the city, to the disgrace of the Romans. Deeply ashamed by this disaster and by his humiliation at Simeon's hands, the emperor sent the patrician Nikephoros across the Danube to persuade the Turks and Hungarians, as they are called, to cross the river, and to devastate Bulgaria as best they could. Nikephoros made contact with the Turks, persuaded them to take up arms against the Bulgars, took hostages, and returned to the emperor, who meanwhile had decided to make war against the Bulgars by land and sea. He appointed the patrician and Drongarius Eustathius to command at sea, and as commander of the land forces, the patrician Nikephoros Phokas, whom he appointed domestic of the Skylitzes after the death of Andrew. As these forces converged on Bulgaria, the emperor, still hoping for peace, sent the questor Constantiniakos to Simeon, who promptly arrested him and threw him into prison, thinking that the man had not come to him in good faith. While Simeon was dealing with the army of Phokas, the Turks crossed the river and laid waste to all of Bulgaria. When Simeon learned of this, he abandoned Phokas and advanced against the Turks. They too were anxious to engage the Bulgars. They crossed the Danube, attacked them, and severely defeated them. Simeon was only just able to save himself in Dorostelon, also called Distria. The victorious Turks offered the emperor the opportunity of ransoming the prisoners they were holding, an opportunity he seized, and dispatched some citizens to redeem those prisoners. But Simeon was so enfeebled that, by the agency of the Drongarius Eustathius, he requested a peace treaty of the emperor, who acceded to his request. He sent Leokoiros Factes to arrange the truce. Phokas, domestic of the Skylitzes, and the Drongarius were ordered home with their forces, but when Leokoiros Factes arrived in Bulgaria, Simeon flung him into prison without even hearing what he had to say, and marched out against the Turks with a great army. On the occasion of this sudden and unexpected turn of events, the emperor could offer the Turks no help. Simeon put them to flight and overran all of their land. Arrogant and haughty in his victory, he wrote to the emperor that he would not make peace until the Bulgar prisoners had been returned, to which the emperor agreed. Thus, Theodore, one of the closest associates of Simeon, arrived together with Koiros Factes and took charge of the prisoners. When the Basilio-pater Zeuxis realised in what good stead Nikephoros Phokas, the domestic of the Skylitzes, stood with the emperor, he sought to make him his son-in-law. Suspecting that this would anger the emperor, Phokas would have nothing to do with it, which enraged Zeuxis, so he trumped up a charge against Phokas and had him relieved of his command, replacing him with Magister Ketone-Kun Abdalas, but after a short period of inactivity, Nikephoros was appointed as commander of the Phrakesian theme. He achieved many successes in all of his commands, and inflicted numerous defeats on the Hagarenes and other peoples, before he died at a great age, leaving 2 sons, Bardas and Leo. As Simeon was unwilling to stand by the terms of the treaty, the emperor decided that he would have to fight and deliver the Bulgars an annihilating defeat. He now ordered all of the thematic units and the professional troops of the east to cross to the west. He made the western forces ready for battle in addition to yet another by no means small army, and sent all of these forces against Simeon. He appointed the domestic of the Skylitzes, Ketone-Kun Abdalas, to be their leader and general, with the patrician Theodosius the Protovestiarius as his colleague. They encountered the advancing Simeon at Bulgarophygon. Battle was joined and the Romans were put to flight with heavy losses. The Protovestiarius himself lost his life, while the domestic shamefully saved his life and a few others in Bulgarophygon. At one time, the emperor went to what we call Damian's Fields with Zoe, Zeuxis' daughter, intending to stay there for a while. Zeuxis' son Leo, Christopher Xantzes, and some others mounted an uprising against him, but he was wakened in time because Zoe heard the din. Alerted, the emperor promptly embarked from Pegi and sailed to the palace. He dismissed John, Drongarius of the Watch, for being careless concerning the emperor's security, and Zeuxis was out of favour for a time, until the Magister Leo, surnamed Theodotarches, a friend of both, reconciled them. After the Augusta Theophano died, the Emperor Leo crowned Zoe, Zeuxis' daughter, and his marriage with her was blessed by a clergyman of the palace, who was promptly degraded. She lived 1 year and 8 months after being proclaimed and then died. When the sarcophagus in which her body was to be laid was being prepared, they found an incised inscription which read, "Daughter of Babylon, wasted with misery." Basil, the Emperor's Epictes, a nephew of Zeuxis, was contemplating the unspeakable against the emperor. He shared his secret with the Kobikolarios Simonas, a Hagarene by birth, placing him under oath not to reveal it. Simonas gave his word, and then revealed the whole plan, for he leapt into the saddle and went straight to the emperor. Taking him aside, he said, "O Emperor, I want to tell you something which will bring about my death if it is spoken, yours if it is kept silent," and he revealed Basil's whole plot. At first, the emperor would not believe it, so Simonas, hoping to convince him, proposed that 2 of the emperor's most trusted men be sent to his house. He asked that they remain in hiding when Basil arrived there, and that, while he was there, and they were speaking with each other, what was said by both of them be written down. To this the emperor willingly agreed. He sent Christopher, the Protovestiarius, and Kolokaros, one of his chamberlains, who hid themselves when they got to Simonas' residence, and waited to see what would happen. Unaware of what was going on, Basil arrived at Simonas' house and fell into the trap. The conversation was uninhibited, the unspeakable was openly discussed, and the emperor's envoys took down what was said in writing. Then, leaving the 2 conspirators at supper, they secretly left the house, went to the emperor, and gave him their notes. As soon as he had read them, he sent Basil into Macedonia, allegedly to distribute arms on behalf of his late aunt Zoe. He had Stypiotes arrest the Drongarius of the Watch and banished Nicholas the Hetyriarch from the city. He then had Basil brought back from Macedonia, subjected him to a trial, had him paraded through the city centre in disgrace, and then banished him to Athens. He subsequently convened a plenary session of the Senate and read out what Simonus had brought to light. The senators praised him and pronounced him deserving of the highest honour, whereupon the emperor immediately conferred on him the rank of Protos Batharios, and numbered him among his confidants. On the death of the Patriarch Antony, Nicholas the Mysticus was made Patriarch on account of his outstanding intelligence and wisdom. As the Emperor Leo was unable to perform the ceremonies as they are laid down in the formularies without an Augusta, he crowned Anna, the daughter of Zoe, daughter of Zeuxis. He married a beautiful and gracious maiden from the Opsikion theme, named Eudokia, and crowned her too. She was expecting and about to give birth to a child when both she and the embryo died. In honour of his first wife Theophano, the emperor erected a very beautiful church in her name, close by Holy Apostles. He built another church in the Topoi quarter dedicated to Saint Lazarus. Here he brought and deposited the body of the Saint Lazarus, and also that of his sister, Mary Magdalene. While the navy was occupied with the construction of these buildings, the Haggarine fleet succeeded in capturing Taormina in Sicily, and many Romans were slain. The island of Lemnos was also taken by the Haggarines, and a considerable number of people were led into slavery. On the day of mid-Pentecost, the customary procession to the church of St. Mochius was taking place, including the emperor and his entourage. When it came time for the offertory, just as the emperor was approaching the holy doors, a man leapt from the ambo and dealt him a blow on the head with a massive heavy club. He would have killed him immediately if the end of the club had not caught the hanging chandelier and lost something of its impetus. Blood was flowing freely from the emperor's head while the officials fled in disorder. Alexander, the emperor's brother, was not present at the offertory, allegedly taken ill, which led many to think that it was he who had hatched this plot. The emperor's attacker was arrested and subjected to prolonged torture, but he revealed nothing of any accomplice. They cut off his hands and feet and then burned him to death in the hairpin bend of the hippodrome. Henceforth, this procession was suspended, in spite of the repeated requests addressed to the emperor by Mark, the wisest of the monks, and Oikonomos of this monastery, he who contemplated the Pterorodion for Holy Saturday by Cosmas the Great. When the emperor refused his request, the monk said, "O emperor, do not be angry or dismayed, for it is foretold in writing by the prophet David that you should suffer when he speaks of all evil the enemy accomplished in your sanctuary. But those who hate you have made their boast in the midst of your feast. But you, Lord and Master, you are destined to rule the empire for 10 more years from now." And that is how it was. He died 10 years later on the very day on which he was wounded. The Emperor Leo took a 4th wife, Zoe Carbonopsina, who lived with him some considerable time uncrowned. When the sons of Hagar learned that the Bulgarians were wearing down the Romans by their incursions, they armed a fleet and sent it against the Roman shores. They appointed a renegade Christian, Leo of Attalia, to command the fleet. He had taken up residence in Tripoli, and that was how he came by the name by which he was known, Tripolites. The news of Tripolites reached the emperor at Boetius Market, where he had gone for the dedication ceremony of the monastery of Christopher, his protovicarius. The messengers added that the object of the onslaught was the capital itself, no less. The emperor dispatched Eustathius, at that time Drongarius of the fleet, with a fleet, but being unable to withstand Tripolites, he returned empty-handed. pursued by the Hagarenes into the Strait of the Hellespont and as far as Parian. When this was reported to the emperor, he succumbed to despondency and uncertainty. He handed over the naval forces to Himerius, the proto-Secretis, and sent him against Tripolites. Himerius sailed past Abydos into the Aegean Sea and anchored off Strabelus. Then he set sail for Imbros, past Samothrace, and discovered the enemy in the harbour at Thassus. But when he saw their superiority both in number and in strength, he dared not approach them. Reversing his direction, Tripolites then came to Thessalonica, blockaded and captured it, taking prisoner the commander, Leo Chatziachilus. There was much bloodshed and many went into slavery. A Cubicolarius named Rhodoeles had been sent to Sicily on business with £100 in gold. He fell sick and entered Thessalonica in the hope of being treated. When Tripolites laid hands on him, he tortured him at length because of the gold, and then killed him because he insisted that he had none. He had in fact deposited the gold along the way, and Simeon the Asecrates recovered it on his way through. When Tripolites declared his intention of razing the city to the ground, Simeon persuaded him to accept the gold and spare the city, and so it was. Tripolites took the gold and went back home. Such was the emperor's approval of what Simeon had done that he promoted him patrician and proto-Secretes. When the admiral Himerius learned that the Saracens were going back home, he took off in pursuit, putting into Crete. They gave the Cretans a portion of the booty and then returned home unharmed, leaving Himerius sitting in Lemnos, nothing accomplished. The emperor now sent two most valiant commanders to the east, Eustathius, a scion of the house of the Argyroi, and Andronikos of the Ducae, both of whom had gained many victories over the Hagarenes. The same Simonus who had been granted such illustrious honours by the emperor for revealing the conspiracy now fled the country with treasure and horses, under the pretence of visiting his monastery. He cut the hamstrings of the government horses at each relay stage. The emperor sent the Hetyriarch Basil Kmeteros and George Crinites after him. It was the Drongarius Nikephoros Comnenus who caught up with him as he was about to cross the river Halys and arrested him, his many prayers and promises of gifts notwithstanding. When Simonus could not prevail, he sought refuge at the cross of Serica, pretending that he was going there to pray. Then came Constantine, the son of Andronikos Doukas, who took charge of him and returned to the city with him. When they entered Constantinople, the emperor ordered the prisoner to be detained in the palace of the Caesar Bardas. As for Constantine Doukas, even though he knew full well that Simonus had been attempting to find refuge in Melitene, the emperor declared that he was not to say this before the Senate, but rather to say that he was going to say his prayers at Serica, for the emperor wanted Simonus to be pardoned. So, early in the morning he convened the Senate, brought Constantine into the midst of the house, and questioned him under oath in these words: "Before God and on my head, did Simonus flee to Syria or not?" Now Constantine, who had great respect for oaths, had been led to believe that it would be without oaths that he should conceal the truth, so he confessed before them all that Simonus had been heading for his own hometown of Melitene. The emperor angrily dismissed him and ordered Simonus still to be detained in the Caesar's palace. Some time later, he was released from there and restored to his former rank. A boy-child was born to the emperor by his fourth wife Zoe. At his birth a comet appeared, its tail towards the east, and it shone for 40 days. The patriarch Nicholas baptized the child in Hagia Sophia. Alexander, the emperor's brother, the patrician Simonus, and the leading senators received him from the holy font. The marriage of Leo with Zoe was solemnized by Thomas the priest, who was also degraded for this, and the emperor proclaimed her Augusta. This is the reason why the patriarch forbade the emperor to enter the church. Hence he traversed the right-hand section of the church to reach the Mitatorion. The patrician Simonus, the emperor's most artful collaborator in all things wicked and illegal, was appointed Parakoimomenos. It was he who put the emperor up to forcing the reluctant patriarch to receive him in the church. At the beginning of February, the emperor summoned the patriarch and instantly requested to be received. When he refused to grant him this request, they put him on a warship at the Bucolion and brought him over to Hieria. Then they conducted him on foot to the Galacrani monastery, which he had founded. Before very long, Euthymos the Syncelos was appointed patriarch, a man who possessed the highest degree of godliness and virtue. They say that at first he refused the patriciate, but was then persuaded to accept it by a divine revelation. It was the emperor's intention to proclaim a law permitting a man to have 3 or even 4 wives in succession, and many illustrious persons were in favour of this move. But the Patriarch Nicholas had opposed this with all of his might. In the month of June, the Emperor Leo was invited by Constantine Lips to come to the monastery he had renovated near the Holy Apostles for the dedication service and for a dinner. Suddenly a strong wind, they call Lips, blew up from the southwest, which shook many buildings. It disturbed and frightened the people so much that they all fled from their houses into the open air. Then a shower of rain put an end to this tempest. When the Haggarine fleet put out to sea against the Romans, the emperor placed Himerios, logothete of the Drome, in charge of the Roman fleet. Andronikos Doukas was ordered to accompany him to oppose the Haggarines, but Simonus was the implacable enemy of the house of the Douci, because he had been apprehended by Constantine. He succeeded in persuading one of Andronikos's friends to write him secretly not to go on board ship, because Himerios had a directive from the emperor at Simonus's instigation to blind him. On receiving this letter, Andronikos became reluctant to accompany Himerios, so the latter was obliged to set out alone to engage the enemy on October the 6th. Engage them he did, put them to flight and annihilate them. When Andronicus heard of this, he lost all hope. Giving up his things, his relations, and his servants, he went and occupied a fortress named Kabala, situated above Iconium, looking for an opportunity to rebel. Seizing every opportunity that presented itself of aggravating and worrying the emperor, Simonus would say, "I have known for a long time that this man was fomenting insurrection and that he should be nipped in the bud. But since the suitable and convenient chance of doing so has been lost by your procrastination, O Emperor, and the enemy is now slipping out of our hands, we must use the second best method, lest he secretly take further action rather than suffer punishment." Spurred on by these words as though with a spear point, the emperor sent Gregoras Eberitzes, domesticus of the Scolae, a brother-in-law of Andronikos, with a considerable force against Andronikos. On hearing this, and also that the Patriarch Nicholas, on whom he was counting greatly, had been thrown out of the church, he abandoned Kabala and fled with his entire household to the Haggarines. The Amir Mumenes gave him an honourable and magnificent reception, but when the emperor considered what a good strategist he had lost, and what a dangerous enemy he would find in him, he became depressed and ill-humoured, casting about for some means of restoring him to the Romans. A letter imperial was drawn up granting him a complete amnesty for his misdeeds, and the right to return to his home, where he would recover his former prosperity, plus a myriad of other gifts and benefits. The document was rolled up in wax to give it the appearance of a candle. Then they gave it to a Saracen whom they had brought out of the praetorium, and won over with opulent gifts, persuading him to go to Syria and hand the letter to Andronikos. As the Saracen was leaving, Simonus took him aside and asked him, "Do you know what you have there?" indicating the candle. When the other confessed his ignorance, he said, "The wax given to you is the destruction of Syria. If you have any concern for your race and co-religionists, deliver the candle into the hands of Uzir." To ensure the man performed the requested service, he showered him with a diversity of valuable gifts. When he arrived in Syria, the man handed the candle to Uzir, who took it apart and found the letter, read what was in it, and reported it to the Amormumenes. He immediately flung Andronikos and his company into prison, where for a long time they were severely mistreated. Some of them, unable to tolerate the hardship of imprisonment, were compelled to deny their own faith. It was in these circumstances that Andronikos departed this life. Before that, and with his knowledge, Constantine his son and some others who were with him were planning an escape. There were plenty of people still in jail with him because they refused to abjure their own undefiable faith. These people broke their bonds asunder, fled the prison, let themselves down with a rope, got some horses, and made good their escape. Sometimes they eluded their pursuers by turning and fighting the soldiers sent to apprehend them, sometimes by scattering gold. Thus they were able to reach the Roman boundaries. The emperor quickly summoned Constantine to his presence, showering him and his companions with diverse gifts. When the audience was over, just as Constantine was leaving the Chrysotriklinos, for that was where the emperor had received him, he called him back, lifting his eyes to the icons of Christ and the Mother of God above the door, and said this to Constantine, "Do not let your name betray you, Constantine, nor think to rule the Roman Empire because of it, for the empire is being kept by God for my son Constantine. This has been revealed to me by godly men empowered by their purity to foresee the future. Remain in the rank you have been assigned, and do not aspire insanely beyond your station. Otherwise be assured that your head, the head of a pretender, will pass through this door separated from your body," which is what eventually happened. After the death of Leo, Constantine did rebel. He was executed in the treasury, and his head was taken to the emperor through the aforementioned door, dripping with gore and blood. On the grounds of some suspicion, the emperor dismissed the magister Eustaios Argyros from his command. He was Drongarius of the Watch. He went to his home, where he died of poisoning, much regretted by both the army and the navy, where his heroic deeds were held in remembrance. He was buried in the Carseon on Theme in the monastery of St. Elizabeth, which Leo his grandfather had renovated. That Leo was the first to acquire the surname Argyros, either from his purity of life, the comeliness of his body, or from some aspect of his nobility. So outstanding was he among his contemporaries during the reign of the Emperor Michael III, that he alone, together with his household, dared oppose the Manichees of Tephriki and the Hagarenes of Melitene in battle, and easily defeated them. The mere mention of his name infused terror in every adversary. There came from Tarsus and Melitene to the capital the notorious Abulbakes, the father of Simonus, sent to arrange an exchange of prisoners. The emperor received them in great style, especially decorating the Manaura Palace for the occasion. He also lavishly adorned the great church and took them there, where he showed them all of the objects worthy of veneration, and also the vessels, vestments, and the like, which were used in divine worship. It was unworthy of a Christian state to expose to the eyes of persons of another race and of a different religion those things which are even hidden from Christian men whose lives are less than ordinary. When the father of Simonus saw the trust his son enjoyed with the emperor, and beheld his glory and honour, he would have preferred to stay. But Simonus would not allow him to forsake his hometown of Melitene and stay with him, demanding that he go back home, retain his own religion, and wait for his son's return at the first opportunity. At the time of the feast celebrating the descent of the Holy Ghost in tongues of flame upon the apostles, the emperor crowned his own son by the hand of Euthymius, the patriarch. Simonus, anxious to find for himself favour in the sight of the empress, presented to the Augusta to wait upon her Constantine, a eunuch originally from Paphlagonia, who was his own personal servant. Constantine became so beloved both by her and by the Emperor Leo that Simonus became jealous and spoke evil of him, hinting that he was too familiar with the Augusta. Believing this to be the case, the emperor sent and had him tonsured as a monk in St. Tarius's monastery. It was Simonus who executed the order. A little later, however, the emperor changed his mind and wished to have him back. So, again with the same Simonus as his agent, he transferred him to the Spiri monastery. Now, one day, the emperor went to Darmatris and was dining at Simonus's monastery when he saw Constantine. He ordered him immediately to take off the monastic habit and put on lay clothing. Also that, when he held a feast, it was by Constantine that the cup should be handed to him at dinner, and he returned to the palace taking the eunuch with him. But when Simonus noted the emperor's growing affection for Constantine, he devised a plot against him. This was the nature of it. He conspired together with Megistos, the Coitonetes, and Michael Zarethan to put together a very poisonous note against the emperor. It was Constantine of Rhodes, secretary to Simonus, who composed it. When it was written and sealed, they threw it into the Metatorion. As the emperor was going to the great church in a public procession, he came to the Metatorion, and seeing the letter introduced into that place where he usually prayed, took it up and read it. Great was the helplessness of those present, each man in doubt, and none knowing who had deposited it there. The emperor too was profoundly disturbed and wanted to discover the perpetrator. At that very time, a major eclipse of the moon took place, so the emperor summoned the metropolitan, Synodes Pantaleon, an adept in the science of astronomy, seeking to learn what the effects of this eclipse might be. As the adept was coming to the emperor, Simonus took him aside and asked him privately who was going to suffer misfortune. "You are," he replied, "but if you can come through the 13th day of June unscathed, you will suffer no further evil." Questioned on the same matter by the emperor, he said that the evil would befall the second person, which led the emperor to think the second person was his own brother Alexander. As the narrative proceeds, we will discover how this prophecy was fulfilled. Michael Zarethan came to the emperor of his own accord and advised him that it was Simonus who had composed the note, whereupon the man was immediately placed under house arrest and given the monastic tonsure. He was then brought to the monastery of the patriarch Euthymius, whence, derided and insulted, he was transferred to Martinacius's monastery. This happened before the time stipulated by the metropolitan elapsed. Leo appointed Constantine as Pantakoimomenos in Simonus's stead, and he also built for him a monastery at Nosia dedicated to the Saviour, of which he celebrated the consecration ceremonies together with Euphemius the Patriarch. The Hagarenes sailed out with 300 ships under the command of Damian, Emir of Tyre, and Leotripolites. In the month of October, Himerius the Logothete, admiral of the Roman navy, encountered them off Samos. Where the commander was Romanos I Lekapenos, battle was joined, but he and those with him got the worst of it. His ships were scattered, and he only just managed to get to Mytilene in safety. The emperor caught a disease of the bowels and remained in its grip for a considerable time until he was completely exhausted. He was scarcely able to deliver the traditional public discourse at the beginning of Lent, and when the Senate was in session he began to say something like this: "Worn out by disease, O friends, my carcass has melted away, and my strength has deserted me. I will not much longer be among you in the land of the living. Indeed, I will not live to celebrate the Lord Christ's resurrection. I now ask this one final favour of you, that you bear in mind the gentle disposition which I have had towards you, and in return remain faithful to my wife and son." Such was the emperor's speech. With weeping and lamentation, the Senate asserted that it would experience inconsolable grief at the loss of such a master and emperor, that it would remain loyal to his lady, and to our Lord and Master and Emperor his son, for whose sake we would, if necessary, die 1,000 deaths. Thus spoke the Senate. A last embrace was offered to the emperor, and the session was adjourned. But the emperor did not die immediately. Diseased and wasting away, he hung on until the 11th of May, when he was released from life, bequeathing the imperial sceptre to Alexander, his own brother. Seeing the man approaching him for their final meeting, he is said to have remarked, "Behold, evil times after 13 months." This emperor was very much given to learning, and especially the effects of astronomical occurrences. He set verses to music for singing in church, verses of great sweetness. Letters and other works of his are still extant, very learned and written in the old style. He was a devoted reader of Archimedes, more so than anybody else at that time. Having disposed of the imperial government in the way indicated, the Emperor Leo most intensely requested that his son Constantine be given a decent education and be raised in the way befitting to his rank, also that Alexander would designate him as his eventual successor, and so the emperor died. Alexander, 912 to 913 AD. Alexander, the brother of Leo, was still a young man, just going into his 20th year. When Leo died, he took over the direction of the empire with Constantine, the son of Leo, as co-emperor. As soon as he became ruler, he sent and brought back the patriarch Nicholas, the Mysticus, from Gallecranae, deposed Euthemius, and installed Nicholas for the second time. Seating him beside himself for a Silentian in the Magnoria, he confirmed the deposing of Euthemius. Those clergy who were supporters of Nicholas set upon Euthemius like wild beasts once he was deposed. They struck him with their fists, slapped him in the face, plucked out his reverend beard, beat him on the neck, and inflicted other unbearable tortures, calling him interloper, adulterer, and defiler of other men's wives. That reverend man endured all this humbly and quietly. He was exiled to Taragathu and died shortly after. He was brought into the city and buried in his own monastery. The cleric who had plucked out his grey beard on returning to his own house at the same hour found it burned down, and his daughter sitting paralysed and dumb beside it. She survived for several years, obtaining the necessities of life for herself by begging. The Emperor Alexander's former way of life was luxurious and unbridled, his passions being hunting and other licentious habitual practices, for he knew nothing of behaviour worthy of an emperor, preferring to devote himself to debauchery and immorality. From the time he came into possession of the empire and of plenary powers, he neither conceived nor accomplished anything worthy of note. When he became sole ruler, he appointed as rector a vagabond named John Lazarus, a wretched fellow not worth mentioning, who shortly after died a shameful death, he, a cleric, playing ball in the Hebdomon. Then there were his accomplices before he acceded to the throne. Gabriopolus and Skylitzes, partakers and ministers of his wicked deeds. These he showered with money and raised to the dignity of patricians. They say it was his intention, if God had not intervened, to promote Skylitzes to the imperial throne, and make a eunuch of Constantine, his own nephew. This he would have done too, if God first, and then those who remained faithful to Leo, the child's father, had not stood in the way. For these would say sometimes he is a child, sometimes that he was an infant and sickly, and in this way they were able to save the child by deflecting Alexander for a little, until death overtook him. While he reigned, a comet appeared in the west, which those who were skilled in such matters called the swordfish. They said it presaged the shedding of blood in the capital. The emperor put his trust in deceivers and wizards, and asked them about his reign, whether it would be of long duration. They promised him a long life if the bronze wild boar standing in the hippodrome were to receive from him the genitals and tusks that it lacked, for they pointed out that he was in competition with Leo, the lion, his brother. This made sense to that piggish man, and he provided the pig with the missing parts. While he was prey to such mad thoughts, he ordered that the holy tapestries, the sacred lampstands and candelabra be brought from the churches during the chariot races. With these he adorned the chariot races, thus profaning what had been dedicated to God, or rather dedicating it to idols in his vileness. He arrested Himerios the Logothete when the man returned to the capital from his defeat at the hands of the Hagarenes, and sent him into exile at the monastery of Calippa, threatening to treat him as an enemy for having often plotted against him in the days of his brother. Himerios survived a short time in exile, and then died, consumed by sorrow. The Bulgar ruler Simeon sent a delegation to inquire whether he would maintain the peace and continue to pay the subsidy which his brother, the former emperor, had paid, but Alexander shamefully sent the delegates away, uttering pompous, boasting and insolent phrases, making threats against Simeon under the impression that this would intimidate him. When the delegates returned to Simeon, he did not take Alexander's haughty insolence and threats lightly. He declared the peace treaty void, and decided to take up arms against the Romans. On the 6th of June, Alexander bathed, dined, drank plenty of wine, and when he had slept, came down to play ball. A pain arose in his entrails, which had been overloaded with an excess of food and excessive drinking. He went back into the palace, hemorrhaging from his nose and genitals. After one day he was dead, leaving as regent the Patriarch Nicholas, the Magister Stephen, the Magister John Alaides, John the Rector, Basilitzes and Gabrielopoulos. He bequeathed the throne to Constantine, his own nephew. When he was dead, he was laid with Basil his father. He governed the empire for 1 year and 1 month, just as his brother Leo had prophesied. Constantine VII Porphyrogennetos, 913 to 959 AD. Alexander died in the way we described, and the imperial authority passed to Constantine, the son of Leo, now in the 7th year of his life, but it was exercised by the regents specified above. Nicholas the Patriarch came to power as one of the regents and was directing the affairs of state, together with the others. Such being the state of affairs, and the realm being governed by regents, as we said, Constantine Doukas, the son of Andronikos, domestic of the Scolai, and a man invested with very great powers, was provoked by letters from friends and relations in the capital, which alleged that the empire was without a head, that it was being badly administered, and that it was in grave peril of falling into the greatest danger. The letters called upon him as a prudent and courageous fellow, the only one capable of adequately governing the illustrious Roman state, to return. They added that both the Senate and the people of the city were in favour of him, and that he should make haste to come as soon as possible. Nicholas the Patriarch was aware of and approved of these letters, they said. This was because the will of Alexander had not yet been published, and he was as yet unaware that he was named as regent for the child in it. Artabasdos was serving in that capacity, and for this he later became dean of the clergy of the great church. He was the father of Andreas, the famous portrait painter. Now Constantine had already been dreaming of becoming emperor, and was always aiming in that direction, to the exclusion of every other aspiration. When he received the letters, he was readily convinced, and quickly arrived at the capital, accompanied by a choice body of troops. He entered the city in the depth of night by way of the wicket gate of Michael the Protovestiarius, which is near the Acropolis. Then he went to the house of the Magister Gregorius Iberitzes, his father-in-law, and passed the night there, he and those who were with him. As soon as Nikephoros the Ascarites was made aware of Constantine's arrival, he immediately advised the patrician Constantine Elodikos, who happened to be a monk, and taking him along, went to be with Doukas that very night. A discussion took place, and then, before dawn broke, they went to the gates of the hippodrome with torches, many soldiers and a crowd of people, proclaiming Constantine emperor, but the people inside the hippodrome vigorously withstood them, and would not open the gates. Constantine's commander of horse, who had great confidence in his own courage and strength, undertook to open up the gates by a powerful but in truth disorderly assault, but was speared by someone within through the gap between the two gates. He died on the spot, but Constantine, even though he had been driven back, was besottled like a drunken man with the desire to be emperor, and was no longer thinking clearly. He got up and advanced towards the hippodrome. The slaying of his commander of horse may have been a bad omen for him, but it did not deflect him in the least from his pronounced intent. From the hippodrome, cheered on his way, he reached what we call the Chalky Gate, went through it, and came to the barracks of the excubitors. The Magister John Elidas, who was one of the regents, made the best choice he could in the circumstances from the Hetairia and the Elitas, armed them with whatever each man could lay hands on, and sent them out against Doukas. They approached the Doukas detachment and engaged it in a battle, in which a great slaughter ensued on both sides. Gregory, the son of Doukas, fell, as did Michael, his nephew, and Corticos the Armenian, which considerably disturbed Constantine. As he sped forward to encourage and fortify his own side, his horse, which he spurred on to bring him into the front line, slipped on the paving stones which were there, throwing its rider to the ground, while he lay there all alone, for all the others had dispersed. Somebody cut his head off with a sword and brought it to the Emperor Constantine at the run. It was already known to the regents that such a fate would befall him, this for a completely different reason. There was a certain Nicholas functioning as tax collector in Chaldea, who had spent some of the income and did not have the wherewithal to pay back what was owing. He fled to Syria, where he renounced our holy religion and took up astrology instead. He wrote a message on a black sheet and sent it to Thomas the Logothete. When the sheet was washed with water, the letters appeared. This is what they said: Do not be afraid of that flashy bird Ducas. He will rashly raise the standards of revolt, but will immediately be eliminated. When his revolt ended in this way, the Magister Gregory, the father-in-law of Constantine, fled immediately to the Church of the Divine Wisdom, together with the patrician Leocoros Factes. The regents dragged them out from there and tonsured them as monks at Studius's monastery. The patrician Constantine Aladios was mercilessly flogged with ox tendons, paraded through the city centre, and imprisoned at the monastery of Dalmatius. The patrician Leo Skylitzes and Ablazon, the sons of Arotus, were blinded and sent into exile. Theophilos the Epoch had Constantine the son of Eulampius beheaded in the hairpin of the Hippodrome, and others with him. Niketas the Asocrates and Constantine Lips were searched for diligently, but could not be found. The patrician Aegidas, famous for his courage, and other by no means undistinguished commanders, were impaled along the way from the statue of the heifer in Chrysopolis, all the way to what we call the Leucatian. Many another senator would have been destroyed without mercy and without cause by the regents mentioned already, if some of the judges had not spoken out boldly and restrained them from their unjust procedures, saying, "Since our emperor is a child and has no knowledge of what has taken place, how dare you take such action without his command?" The regents tonsured Ducas's wife and packed her off to her estates in Paphlagonia, and they castrated Stephen, her son. While these things were happening in the city, Simeon, the ruler of the Bulgars, invaded Roman territory with heavy forces, and reaching the capital, entrenched himself on a line between Blackernay and the Golden Gate. His hopes soared that he would now easily take the city. When he realised how strong the walls were, the number of men defending them, and the abundant supply of stone-throwing and dart-discharging devices they had to hand, he abandoned his hopes and withdrew to Hebdomon, requesting a peace treaty. The regents received his request favourably, whereupon Simeon dispatched his own Magister Theodore to hold peace talks. There were lengthy discussions when he came. Then the Patriarch and the regents, taking the emperor with them, came to the palace of Blackernay. When suitable hostages had been given, Simeon was brought into the palace, where he dined with the emperor. He then bowed his head before the Patriarch, who said a prayer over him, and placed his own monastic cowl, they say, on the barbaric brow instead of a crown. After the meal, although no peace treaty had been concluded, Simeon and his children returned to their own land, gratified with gifts. That is what happened in this matter. The Emperor Constantine was constantly complaining and calling for his mother. She had been expelled from the palace by Alexander, so they brought her back in, against their better judgment. Once she was in, she seized the reins of government and made a pact with Constantine the Parakoimenos, together with the two Gongylios brothers, Anastasius and Constantine, as her associates. On the advice of John Alades, those who had been close to Alexander were sent packing: John the Rector, Gabrielopolis, Basilitzes, and the rest of them. Zoe, the Augusta, appointed Dominicus, who seemed to be a man of action and was certainly under her thumb, as commander of the Hetairae. The Magister John Alades stepped down of his own accord, for he had a sickness from which he died. Now Constantine the Parakoimenos wanted to gather all of the reins of government into his own hands, with nobody opposing him, so he maligned the commander of the Hetairae to the Augusta, saying that he was trying to appropriate the position of emperor for his own brother. She, convinced by him, conferred the title of patrician on Dominicus. Then, when he came down to receive the customary blessing, she ordered him to remain in his home. John Gardias was appointed commander of the Hetairae in his place, and the eunuch Damian a recent arrival, as Drungarius of the Watch. The Augusta consulted those in authority on the problem of how to put a stop to the inroads of Simeon, who was devastating and plundering the regions of Thrace. John Bogus said that if he was granted the title of patrician, he would bring the Pachanax against the invader. He got what he asked for and went off to the Pachanax with gifts in hand. He made a treaty, received hostages, and returned to the city. The Pachanax had agreed to cross the Danube and make war on the Bulgars. It was then that the famous Asotios, son of the ruler of rulers, switched allegiance. It was said of him that if he took an iron bar in his hands by each end, he could bend and twist it by the strength of his hands, the force of the iron being overcome by that of his hands. The sovereign lady gave him a hospitable reception, but eventually arranged for him to go back home. After a long-drawn-out siege of Adrianople which accomplished nothing, Pancratoukas, an Armenian by race, appointed to defend the city, was corrupted with gold and delivered it into Simeon's hands. But shortly afterwards the patrician Basil, the prefect of the Inkpot, and Niketas Helidikos were dispatched by the Augusta and were able to buy it back again with gold and many gifts. In that year, Damian, the Emir of Tyre, launched an attack against the Roman possessions with many warships and considerable forces. He reached Strobolos and laid vigorous siege to it. He would have taken it too, if he had not fallen sick and died, whereupon the Saracens returned home empty-handed. The Empress Zoe could not tolerate Simeon's continual onslaughts. Wishing to put an end to them, she came to the decision, together with the Senate, that it would be advantageous to conclude a treaty with the Saracens and bring all of the forces in the east over into the west, then wage war with the combined eastern and western armies against the Bulgars and utterly eliminate them. The plan was approved. The patrician Radanos and Michael Toxeras were sent into Syria, where they came to an agreement with the Saracens. Relieved in her mind on that score, the Empress ordered the customary distribution of pay to the troops to take place. She committed the forces to the Magister Leo Phokas, domestic of the Scolai at that time, and ordered him to strike the Bulgars. All of the thematic and tagmatic troops were assembled at Diabasis. The plain of Diabasis is large and well suited for accommodating an army. The dean of the palace clergy was sent with the relic of the true cross, and all of the men were obliged to venerate it, swearing that they would die for each other. When the swearing was done, the entire army set off again against the Bulgars. John Grapson, a warlike man who had often distinguished himself by bravery in battle, was in command of the Tagma. Of the Excubitors, Olbian Marsoulis, a well-tried soldier, commanded the Hikonatoi. Romanus and Leo, the sons of Argyrus, and Bardas Phokas, commanded other units. Accompanying them was the Magister Melias with the Armenians and many other commanders of themes. The patrician Constantine Lips went along too, perhaps as an adviser to Leo, the domestic of the Scolai. On the 6th of August, in the 5th year of the Indication, the Romans and the Bulgars joined battle near the fortress of the Archelaus. The Bulgars were thoroughly routed, and many of them slaughtered. The domestic of the Scolai was perspiring freely and feeling faint, so he dismounted at a spring to wash away the perspiration and to refresh himself, but his horse broke free of his reins and went careening through the battle lines without a rider. This horse was well known, so when the soldiers saw it, they assumed that the domestic had fallen. They panicked. Their enthusiasm evaporated, and they halted their pursuit. While some of them actually turned back, Simeon witnessed all of this from some high ground, for his retreat had not been disorderly, whereupon he launched the Bulgars against the Romans, whose morale, as we have said, was broken. At first they were stupefied to see the Bulgars suddenly coming at them. The entire army turned tail, and there occurred a most horrendous running away, some being trodden underfoot by their own comrades, others slain by the foe. Leo the domestic was saved by fleeing to Mesembria. They were not only soldiers who fell, but also considerable numbers of commanders and officers in charge of units. Constantine Lips was slain, and also the Magister John Grapson, commander of the Excubitors. They sent out the patrician Romanos I Lekapenos, Strongarius of the fleet at that time, with orders to cruise the coastlines, to give support to Leo, and to ferry across the Pechenegs Phokas had brought as allies for the Romans. But a difference of opinion arose between Romanus and Phokas. The Pechenegs, seeing them at odds with each other, went back to their own country. Hence the help they were supposed to give evaporated, and was of no avail. Others say that the overthrow of the Romans came about, not like that, but in another way. When Phokas had put Simeon to flight and was following in pursuit, a report suddenly came to his ears announcing that the Drongarius of the fleet had taken off with the entire fleet, intending to seize the throne. He was thunderstruck by the report, for he, too, was looking for a chance to usurp the imperial power. He abandoned the pursuit and returned to the camp, perhaps intending to learn what was really going on. When word got around among the army that the domestic had fled, the rest of the pursuers were so discouraged that they did likewise. When Simeon saw them running away, for he was standing in a place well suited to observing the outcome of the struggle, he poured his entire forces into the fray and reversed the direction of the retreat. That is the second version of the story. Whichever of the two is true, the Romans were defeated, and the result was as stated above. After the defeat and the return of those who had survived the war, there was an inquiry into the affair of Romanus and Phokas. Things looked so bad for the Drongarius that a sentence of guilty was handed down to him by the judges, condemning him to have his eyes put out, because, either by negligence or with malicious intent, he had failed to ferry the Pechenegs over immediately, and because he had not picked up men returning from the defeat. He would have suffered that punishment too, had not the Magister Stephen, one of the regents, and the patrician Constantine Gongyles, who had a great deal of influence with the sovereign lady, intervened on his behalf. Puffed up and arrogant with his victory, Simeon took his entire army and led it against the capital, Leo Phokas the domestic, John the commander of the Hetairae, and Nicholas, the son of Constantine Ducas, had to go out again with what troops they could find to oppose him. They ran into a detachment of Bulgars sent out to forage at a place called Katasertai, clashed with and easily routed them. Another detachment almost immediately fell upon them, but this they withstood as well, easily and bravely. There followed a violent and long-drawn-out battle, in which the Bulgars were defeated, but Nicholas, the son of Ducas, was slain fighting manfully, and the Romans owe their victory to him. This was how the war turned out. Things were not going well in the city. Many of those in powerful positions were out of their minds, burning with the desire to appropriate the position of ruler, and the chief offender was Phokas. He was the brother-in-law of Constantine, the Parakoimenos, whose sister he had married, and Constantine was one of the most powerful of the eunuchs who then held sway in the palace. Leo Phokas thought that by putting a great deal of confidence in him, it would be easy to usurp the imperial throne, so Phokas was talked about far and wide. Nor did he go about the matter secretly, but quite openly. as though the throne were a family inheritance and a legacy coming down to him from his ancestors. He tended more and more to imagine that he would soon accede to the position as a legitimate successor. But Theodore, who was tutor to the Emperor Constantine, was frightened that the man's ambition was beyond control. Fearing the emperor might suffer some harm, he suggested to him that he secretly attach himself to the patrician Romanos, Drongarius of the fleet, a servant of his father, whose interests he had always served. Romanos would be with the emperor to protect him and, if necessity arose, to fight on his side and proffer assistance. When overtures to this end were first made, Romanos refused. Theodore's assistants tried again and again, but still he refused. Then the emperor himself wrote a letter, which he signed in purple characters, and sent it to him. Romanos yielded when he had the letter in his hands, and undertook to put a stop, in so far as he was able, to the designs of Constantine the Porphyrogennetos and his relatives. The negotiations and agreement had come about in such a way that there was whispering on the scene in marketplaces, in highways, and in byways. Porphyrogennetos was clearly no stranger to what was being planned against him, but he set no store by it, never for a moment thinking that anybody would dare to undertake a move against him. So he came out of the palace to make the customary distribution of pay to the sailors. While encouraging Romanos to put to sea without delay, he fell into a trap. Romanos came to meet him in a subservient manner, and by letting it be known that he was quite ready to perform what was required of him, gently and gradually led the Porphyrogennetos into his snare. Unable to perceive what was being planned, and conversing without guile or suspicion, the Porphyrogennetos drew ever closer to Romanos, asking whether there were good men and true to hand to row the imperial yacht. Romanos said that there were, and that they were indeed close at hand. Then, with a nod of his head, he ordered some of the finest-looking men to approach. Constantine inspected them, apparently approved of them, and made as though he would leave. But as they came abreast of the flagship, Romanos, who was walking next to him, laid hands on Constantine and said no more than this: "Take him." Romanos stood still while men trained for the task took him aboard the flagship, where they put him under lock and key. None of his retinue dared come to his aid. They all disappeared right away. When the news reached the Empress Zoe, both she and the senior officials were at a loss as to what to do. So she summoned the Patriarch Nicholas and the leading senators, and, after coming to a consensus with them, she sent a delegation to Romanos, wishing to learn the reason for what had taken place. When the emissaries arrived there, where the ship was moored, and were about to make an inquiry into the arrest of the Porphyrogennetos, the undisciplined men of the fleet rose up and drove them off with stones. Early the next morning the Empress came down to the Boucalion, sent for her son, and questioned his retinue how this insurrection had come about. When nobody said anything, the Emperor's tutor said, "This uprising took place because Leo Phokas has destroyed the army, while Constantine the Porphyrogennetos had destroyed the palace, sovereign lady." Intending to take over the reins of government from his mother, the emperor brought Nicholas the Patriarch and the Magister Stephen back into the palace. Next day they sent John to Bacchus to remove the Augusta from there, but she clung to her son with shrieks and tears, and moved him to feel compassion and pity, which a man ought to feel for his mother. He said to those who were taking her away, "Let my mother be with me," and they let her be, as soon as he said it. The emperor appointed the Magister John Gardias as domestic of the Scholai to replace Leo Phokas, whom he feared might break out in revolt. At John Gardias's request, Simeon, his son, and Theodore Zeuphinaza, his wife's brother, were appointed to command of the Hetairae. Deceived by oaths taken by the emperor, Leo went down to his residence. Then his relations were immediately expelled from the palace. He was overcome with grief and fear when he learned of this. He rode off at once to the naval station and reported the outrage and humiliation he had suffered to Romanus the Drongarius. Now they made common cause together, sealing the bond with oaths to each other and completing a marriage contract between their children, but they kept quiet about what they had in mind. Romanus sent an explanation of what had happened to the palace, swearing that neither insurrection nor mutiny had been committed. He said that he had forestalled an attack by Phokas and was apprehensive for the emperor's safety, and anxious that he come to no harm. For these reasons he would like to come up to the palace and provide a guard for the emperor. Nicholas the Patriarch neither trusted him nor believed what he said, so Theodore the Tutor told Romanus to make haste and bring all of the fleet into the palace harbour at Boucalion. When Romanus delayed and tried to keep out of it, they who were encouraging him to execute the secret plan prevailed upon him to do as he was commanded by the tutor, even against his better judgment, and indeed, setting sail on the very day of the feast of the Annunciation, the fleet arrived off the Boucalion in battle order. The Magister Stephen immediately quit the palace, while the patrician Niketas, who was related to Romanus by marriage, went in and expelled the Patriarch. Those close to the emperor sent the holy and life-saving relic of the true cross to Romanus, and when they had been assured with the most solemn oaths and deadly curses that they intended the emperor no harm, they permitted him to enter the palace with a few men. Up he came, and made an act of obeisance before the emperor, who received him and conducted him into the church of the lighthouse. These assurances were given and received, whereupon Romanus was appointed commander-in-chief of the Hetairae. He was immediately dispatched to Leo Phokas, telling him not to alarm himself or to lose courage, but not to enter into any shady conspiracy either, and to possess his soul in patience for a little while on his own estates, as provision was going to be made for him before too long. Constantine the Parakoimenos was coerced into writing a similar letter to him. When Phokas received these letters, he remained quietly at home in Cappadocia. In the 5th week of Lent, the Emperor Constantine was engaged to be married to Helen, the daughter of Romanus, and on the Tuesday known as Galilee, the emperor was married to her by the Patriarch Nicholas. Romanus was proclaimed Basilio Pater, and his son Christopher replaced him as commander of the Hetairae. Shortly afterwards, Leo Phokas was enticed by his relatives and his troops to foment an uprising. He summoned to his side Constantine the Parakoimenos, the Gongilius brothers Constantine and Anastasius, together with Constantine of Malia. He proclaimed to them that he was taking up arms on behalf of the Emperor Constantine, but Romanus put out crucibles containing a denial of Phokas's stated intent, confirmed by the Emperor's signature and seal. These letters he sent into Leo's camp by the hand of a woman of questionable virtue, who was later known as the Imperial for having performed this service. Other letters were sent with a churchman named Michael, containing promises of honours and gifts to the unit commanders and men of the army, the intention being to entice them to mutiny, but he was apprehended by Phokas, cruelly flogged, and cropped of his ears. But the woman eluded arrest, and spread throughout the army the statement she was bringing. Constantine, the son of Michael Baris, commander of the unit of the Hikonatoi, was the first to abandon Leo and go over to Romanus. He was followed by Balantes and Atzmaros, both of whom were governors of fortresses. Meanwhile, Leo Phokas arrived at Chrysopolis and terrified the people in the city by drawing up his army across the Bosphorus from the stone heifers standing on a column. Romanus then dispatched Simeon, the prefect of the Inkpot, in a galley to the army of the rebel, entrusting to him a crucible addressed to Leo and sealed by the emperor, which he was instructed to communicate to the army at large by any means within his power. The sense of the letter was as follows: Our Imperial Majesty having found no protector to hand so distinguished and faithful as Romanus, it is to him, after God himself, that we have entrusted the task of guarding our person in place of a father. And as he has shown us fatherly compassion, we have accepted him as standing in loco parentis to us. As for Leo Phokas, he has always fought against our rule, has always lain in wait for it, and now openly displays his hidden animosity. It is now our will that he be no longer domestic, nor is he judged to be one of our subjects, but an apostate and usurper, who has generated this uprising against our declared will, in order to arrogate the imperial government to his own person. As for you, our army, you should willingly perform your duty now that you know these things. Recognise us as your hereditary ruler, and segregate yourselves from this bitter attempt at usurpation. Simeon arrived at the enemy camp and published the crucible to the troops. As they read it and understood its intent, they all went over to the side of the father of the emperor, Romanus. Phokas tried at first to prevent the circulation of the crucible, but when he failed in that, seeing his forces gradually flowing away, he fell into a deep despair, and saved himself by taking to his heels. He came to the fortress of Attio with a few of his most trusty comrades, and when he was denied entrance there, they moved on to a village called Leo. There he was captured by Michael Barys, leading a number of others who had rallied to his support. John Touberkees and Leo Pastilas were sent to bring Leo to the capital, and while he was in their charge, they blinded him. Some say this was on secret instructions from Romanus, but sources close to Romanus deny this, claiming that the captors acted on their own authority, and indeed Romanus seemed to be dismayed, as though this had been done against his will. Such was the ending of the uprising of Leo. There was another conspiracy against Romanus, this one led by a certain Constantine Koutomartanos, David Koumoulianos, and Michael, curator of the Mangana. They armed some young men and instructed them to lay murderous hands on Romanus when he went out hunting. But when word of this leaked out, the instigators of the plot were arrested, deprived of their eyes, and paraded through the city centre. Leo Phokas also participated in this disgraceful procession, mounted on a mule. The Empress Zoe was accused of plotting against the life of Romanus too. She was expelled from the palace and tonsured at St. Euphemia's monastery. The patrician Theophylact, Theodore the Emperor's tutor, and Simeon his brother were expelled from the city and ordered to reside in the Opsikion theme on suspicion of contemplating action against Romanus. It was John Kourkouas, Drongarius of the Watch, who carried out the sentence of ostracism against these men by suddenly arresting them and transporting them over to the other shore in ships. On the 24th of September, Romanus was promoted to the rank of Caesar, and in the month of December, he was crowned with the imperial diadem at the behest of the Emperor Constantine, the Patriarch Nicholas placing it on his own brow. Romanos I Lekapenos, 919 to 944 AD. After Romanus had received the imperial diadem, he crowned Theodora his wife on the same day, Epiphany, and at Pentecost in the month of May, he had his son Christopher crowned by Constantine VII, who managed to give the appearance of doing it willingly, although he was being coerced. But he was distraught when not in the public eye, and deeply lamented this misfortune in private. only the two emperors, Constantine and Romanus, took part in the procession that day. In the month of July, the 8th year of the Indication, the Church was united. The metropolitans and clergy who had been at odds and differed with each other in support of the Patriarch Nicholas or Euthymius were reconciled. The Emperor Romanus exiled the Magister Stephen to the island of Antigone for aspiring to be emperor and tonsured him as a monk. Theophanes Teictetes and Paul the Orphanotrophus, his closest associates, went with him too. While a solemn procession was making its way to the tribunal, the emperor suddenly returned to the palace. They had received information that a conspiracy was afoot. The leading conspirators, the patrician Arsenius and Paul Manglabates, were arrested, blinded, deprived of their property, and sent into exile. That was the year in which the Emperor Romanus made Leo Argyrus his son-in-law by marriage to his daughter Agatha. Leo was a man of great nobility and distinguished appearance, endowed with wisdom and intelligence. Also in the same year, the affair of Rantacius took place. A native of the Helidicon theme, he attempted to slay his own father. Terrified by the disorderly conduct of his son, the parent boarded a vessel and sailed to Byzantium in the hope of persuading the emperor to put a stop to the son's recklessness, but on the way there, he was taken captive by the Saracens of Crete. Rentanios, now left in possession of his father's wealth, came up to the capital with it, hastened to the sacred church of the Divine Wisdom, where he installed himself and proceeded to dissipate his father's fortune. This did not escape the notice of Romanus, who decided, once he knew of it, to get him out of the church and discipline him. When Rentanius got wind of this, he forged an imperial letter supposedly from the emperor to Simeon, with the intention of deserting to the Bulgars. Condemned for this, he lost both his wealth and his eyes. At the death of Adralestus, he was succeeded as domestic of the Scolae by Pophos Argyrus. The Bulgars now advanced as far as Katasertai, so outmarched Pophos with his troops and made his camp at the place called Thermopolis. From there he sent out the unit commander Michael, the son of the patrician Leo the Fool, to reconnoitre the Bulgars, but from a lack of forethought he fell into an ambush of the barbarians. As no escape was possible, he opted to fight. Many Bulgars were killed or put to flight, but he too received a mortal wound and was carried back to the capital, where he died shortly afterwards. Then a plot against the Emperor Romanus was betrayed to him. Its leader was Anastasius the Sacellarius, allegedly working for the Emperor Constantine. The principal conspirators were arrested and each was punished as the Emperor Romanos thought fit, Anastasius being tonsured as a monk. This was the pretext for the demotion of Constantine to the rank of second emperor, Romanos being first, for he claimed this was the only way to put an end to conspiracies. Thus, for ephemeral gains and for a fleeting, corrupt reign, he distanced himself from God by perjury. That is what happened in the city. Simeon, for his part, again sent a powerful force against the Romans, commanded by Khan, one of his leading subjects, and Menikos, commander-in-chief of the cavalry, with orders to attack the city itself as soon as possible. When the Emperor Romanos learned of this advance, realising that when they came they might burn down the most beautiful of the palaces and dwellings close to the city, he sent John the Rector with Leo and Photos Argyros, leading a fairly large troop drawn from the imperial Hetarii and from the regular soldiers. With them was the patrician Alexius Moseley, Drongarius of the fleet, and his ships. In the 5th week of Lent, they drew up their men on the plains of Pegi and waited. The Bulgars came upon them there with a horrendous shouting and launched a furious attack on them. John the Rector ran away, while the patrician Photinus, the son of Platypus, and not a few others, died fighting for him. But the Rector got away by the skin of his teeth and boarded a galley. Alexius the Drongarius tried to do likewise, but was unable to get up. He fell into the sea under the gangway leading to the galley and was drowned, together with his first lieutenant. Leo and Porphyrogennetos fled to Castellion and were saved. As for the rest of the men, some were drowned as they fled from the enemy, some fell prey to their swords, while others fell into the hands of the barbarians. As there was virtually nobody to stop them, the Bulgars burnt down the palaces of Pegi and set fire to the entire straits. On the 20th of February, in the 10th year of the Indication, Theodora, the spouse of Romanus, died and was buried in the Myrleion. Sophia, the wife of the Emperor Christopher, was promoted Augusta. Then the Kuropalates Iber came from Iberia. He proceeded through the richly decorated forum and was received with great honour and glory. The emperor sent him to the Church of the Holy Wisdom of God to behold its beauty and magnitude. He was overcome by its loveliness when he came there, and astounded at the diversity of its adornment. He declared that this sacred spot was indeed the dwelling place of God, and returned to his own land. The Bulgars now made a further attack on Roman territory, and approaching the palace of the Empress Theodora, set fire to it there, as there was no one to withstand them. The Emperor Romanos gave a splendid banquet to which he invited the commanders of the army units. Among them there was a man whose surname was Skylitzes, an officer commanding the corps of the executors. When the banquet was in full swing, conversation turned towards the matter of the Bulgars, and the emperor gave a fiery speech, which elicited an enthusiastic response, urging them valiantly to go forth against the foe, and to fight for their own fatherland. They all declared themselves ready to march out and fight for the Christian cause. Early next morning, Skylitzes took up his arms, went behind the Bulgar lines, entered their camp, for most of the Bulgars had dispersed through the countryside in search of booty, and slew everybody he found within the camp. When the majority of the Bulgars learned of this from escapees, they returned to the camp and an engagement ensued, fresh Bulgars fighting against tired Romans. They were in good condition, while our forces were already worn down by the preceding battle before they received the first onslaught of the enemy. Together with a few of his men, Skylitzes put up a heroic fight and killed many of the foe, but when he was overwhelmed, he gave his horse rein and fled. Then, when he came to a river and was crossing it, his horse became bogged down in the mud. He was overtaken by the Bulgars and received a mortal wound in his thigh. The horse now got free of the mud, thanks to the care and cooperation of his attendants, sometimes fleeing, sometimes turning back again, he and his attendants and cavalrymen slashing at the Bulgars. He came safely to Blakeney. There he was laid in the Church of the Holy Casket and died the following night, to the great sorrow not only of the emperor, but of the army and all of the Roman people. There was yet another uprising against the emperor, this one in Chaldea, at the instigation of the local governor, the patrician Basil I. The leaders of the revolt were a man named Adrian Kaldos and the Armenian Tzimiskes, both very rich men. They captured a fortress called Pipety, and there they armed themselves against the emperor, but John Corcuas, commander of the Skylitzes, made a sudden appearance, for he happened to be staying at Caesarea, and dispersed the gathering. He blinded the most important of the men he arrested, and confiscated their property, but the poor and insignificant he let go scot-free, ordering them to go wherever they pleased. Tzimiskes alone remained in possession of a fortress built on a high hill. Having asked for and received the word of the domestic of the Skylitzes that he would suffer no ill, he came into the capital, where he was honoured with the rank of Manglabetos, and interred in the Mangana Palace, but he was detected trying to escape and deprived of his eyes. As for Basil, to whom the emperor was amicably disposed, he was tonsured as a monk and suffered no worse affliction. Simeon, the Bulgar chief, now advanced on Adrianople, and surrounding it with palisades and ditches, laid vigorous siege to it. The commander of the city was the patrician Leo, whom they called Leo the Fool on account of his rash impetuosity in battle. He valiantly withstood the siege, sometimes bravely driving the invading Bulgars from the very walls themselves, sometimes opening the gates and launching an irresistible onslaught against the foe, whom he easily repelled. But when shortage of grain began to afflict those within the city, and famine tormented them, as there was no hope of supplies from any side, victims of necessity, they surrendered the city, themselves and the governor, to the Bulgars. Once Simeon got him in his hands, he remembered all of the anguish Leo had caused the Bulgars. He punished him with innumerable tortures, and finally put him to a bitter death. Then he stationed a Bulgar garrison there, and withdrew. But when the garrison heard of the approach of a Roman army, they abandoned the city and fled. Adrianople passed back under Roman rule. It was then that Leo of Tripoli sailed out with a considerable naval force against the Romans. When he was moored off the island of Lemnos, the patrician John Radanos, Drongarius of the fleet, suddenly appeared and easily put him to flight, killing nearly all of the Hagarenes. Leo of Tripoli alone saved his life by fleeing. In the month of September, in the second year of the Indication, Simeon the Bulgar chieftain campaigned against Constantinople with his entire army. He devastated Macedonia, set fire to the regions of Thrace, and ravaged everything that came to hand. He pitched his camp close to Blakeney, and set about getting Nicholas the Patriarch and some senior officials to undertake peace negotiations. Each side took hostages from the other to ensure that no hostilities should ensue. As the Patriarch had confidence in the Bulgars' oaths, there followed a discussion as to which of the senators should accompany him. The patrician Michael Stepiotes and John the private secretary with executive authority were chosen, for John the rector had been maligned before the emperor and was expelled from the palace to have his layman's hair shorn in his own monastery. When the delegates came to Simeon and were about to open the peace negotiations, he sent them back, because, having learned that the Emperor Romanos was a man of intelligence and integrity, he wanted to see him in person. Romanos welcomed this proposal. He sent to the Cosmidian shore and had a secure jetty built out into the sea, at which the imperial vessel could tie up in absolute safety when it had sailed there. He hemmed it around with fortifications and ordered a raised platform to be set up in the midst of it, where they could speak with each other. But Simeon burned the church of the All-Holy Mother of God at Pegi, the one the Emperor Justinian built, and burned everything around it. From this it was clear that he was in no mood for peace. The Emperor came to the church of Blakeney together with the Patriarch. They entered the church of the Holy Casket, where intercessory hymns were offered to God. Then he left the church, taking with him the shawl of the Mother of God, escorted by protective weaponry. The squadron which accompanied the shawl was decked out in glorious arrays as it arrived at the appointed location. This was on the 9th of November. Simeon too appeared with numerous hosts in several formations of varying appearance. Some had golden shields and spears, some had silver shields, and some copper, while the rest were distinguished by whatever colours they chose. They had Simeon in the midst of them, and were acclaiming him emperor in the Roman language. All the officials and the population of the city saw from the walls what was happening. First, Romanos arrived at the jetty mentioned just now, and waited for Simeon. They exchanged hostages, and the Bulgar carefully inspected the jetty, to ensure that it connected to no trap or snare. Then they invited Simeon to dismount and come and join the emperor on the fortified platform. There they embraced each other and began the peace negotiations. They say that Romanos addressed Simeon in these words: "I have heard that you are a Christian and a God-fearing man, but I see deeds which are totally incompatible with this report. If you are truly a Christian, stop these unjust slayings. and this unholy bloodshed at once. Deal with us Christians as one who bears the name of, and truly is a Christian. Decline to soil the hands of Christians with the blood of their fellow Christians. For you too are a man, death lies ahead of you, resurrection, judgment, and the reward of what you have done in this life. You are here today, tomorrow you will dissolve into dust and ashes. If it is for love of wealth that you commit these deeds, I will give you your fill of riches. Only do you embrace peace and cherish concord so that you can live a peaceful life without bloodshed, and Christians can fully desist from raising weapons against Christians. Thus spoke the emperor. Simeon was put to shame by his humility and promised to make peace. They embraced each other and separated, the emperor showering Simeon with magnificent gifts. A portent occurred that day, which is worth reporting. They say that 2 eagles flew into the sky above where the emperors were conversing. They shrieked, paired up, and then separated, one flying towards the city, the other into Thrace. Those who prognosticate from the flight of birds were afraid of this, saying that it augured no good. Romanos and Simeon had parted without concluding a peace treaty, they said. When he returned, Simeon enthusiastically told his officials about the modesty of the emperor, likewise of his generosity and freedom with money. At Christmas, in the 2nd year of the Indication, the Emperor Romanos crowned his sons, Stephen and Constantine, in the great church. The Patriarch tonsured his remaining son, Theophilos, making him a cleric. He ordained him subdeacon and appointed him synkellos once he had taken his place in the sanctuary with the company of subdeacons. He promoted John the private secretary with executive authority to be patrician and to be proconsul. On the 15th of May, the 3rd year of the Indication, the Patriarch Nicholas died, his second patriciate having lasted 13 years, and Stephen, the Metropolitan of Emesa, was enthroned as Patriarch in the month of August. But the private secretary was accused of trying to appropriate the imperial throne at the instigation of the patrician Cosmas, logothete of the Drome, who wanted to make him his son-in-law by marrying him to his own daughter. He was expelled from the palace, but still allowed to come and do obeisance to the emperor, who held him in high esteem and was unwilling to be totally deprived of his company. His accusers, however, would not be silenced, and indeed produced evidence to support their charges. The emperor had the matter investigated and found that what they said of John was true. He was about to have him arrested and tortured when the secretary got wind of it and fled to the monastery, called Monokastanos, where he received monastic tonsure. Then the emperor tortured the patrician Cosmas the logothete at the Horologion and deprived him of his command. John the Protovestiarius was appointed to replace John as private secretary with executive authority. It was at that time that an earthquake occurred in the Phrakesian theme. Alarming fissures yawned in the ground, which swallowed up many villages and churches, together with many people. In the month of May, the 15th year of the Indication, Simeon the Bulgar chieftain launched an attack against the Croats. When he encountered them, he was worsted by them in the fastness of the mountains, and lost his entire army. An astronomer named John came to the emperor and said that if he would send someone to cut the head off of the statue standing above the apse of the Zerolophus and facing west, Simeon would immediately die, for his fate was magically linked to that of the statue. Convinced by this speech, Romanos had the head of the statue cut off, and in that very same hour, as the emperor precisely discovered, Simeon died in Bulgaria, carried off by a heart attack. On the death of Simeon, Peter took command of the Bulgars. He was the child of his second wife, the sister of George Sorsoubeles, whom Simeon had appointed guardian of his children. While he was still alive, Simeon obliged Michael, born by his first wife, to receive monastic tonsure. When the neighbouring peoples, Turks, Serbs, Croats, and the rest of them learned of Simeon's death, they immediately made plans to campaign against the Bulgars. The Bulgar nation was suffering a severe famine and a plague of locusts, which was ravaging and depleting both the population and the crops, so the Bulgars were very fearful of an incursion by these other peoples, but they were especially apprehensive of a Roman onslaught. So Peter took counsel with his entourage and decided that they had better launch a deterrent attack on the Romans. They penetrated into Macedonia, but when they learned that the emperor was moving against them, Peter the Bulgar chieftain and George, the guardian of Simeon's children, secretly dispatched a monk carrying a letter saying that they were ready to treat with the Romans if they chose to do so, and to enter into a marriage agreement with them. The emperor warmly welcomed this proposition when it arrived, and immediately sent off a monk named Theodosius and Constantine of Rhodes, a palace chaplain, in a galley to undertake peace negotiations with the Bulgars at Mesembria. They arrived, carried on the necessary conversations one might expect, and returned overland, together with a very distinguished Bulgar named Stephen. Later arrived the guardian George Soursubiles and other illustrious Bulgars. While they were in the presence of the emperor, they saw Maria, the daughter of the Emperor Christopher, and were highly pleased with her. She was indeed of outstanding beauty. They wrote asking Peter to come with all haste, this after they had reached a peace agreement. The Magister Nikephoros, the Emperor Romanos' co-father-in-law, was sent to meet Peter and bring him to the capital. When Peter reached Blackernay, the emperor came by water, embraced him, and warmly welcomed him. They said what needed to be said to each other to confirm the terms of both the peace agreement and the marriage alliance, Theophanes the Protovestarius serving as mediator. Then, on the 8th of October, out came the Patriarch Stephen, together with Theophanes the Protovestarius and the entire Senate, and blessed the marriage of Peter and Maria in the Church of the Most Holy Mother of God at Pegi, with the Protovestarius and Soursubiles as witnesses. When the wedding had been magnificently and extravagantly solemnized, the Protovestarius returned to the city with the emperor's daughter. On the third day of the marriage celebrations, the emperor gave a banquet at the jetty of Pegi, dining with Peter, while the imperial galley was moored there. The emperors Constantine and Christopher were at the banquet. In fact, the Bulgars caused quite a commotion by insisting that Christopher be acclaimed first, and then Constantine. The Emperor Romanos gave in to them, and ordered that it should be so. When everything that is customarily done in these circumstances had been accomplished, Maria and her husband departed and turned their faces towards Bulgaria. They were brought on their way as far as Hebdomon by her parents and the Protovestarius. This is the way that things happened in the city. The Magister John Corcoras, domestic of the Skylitzes, was ravaging Syria and sweeping aside all resistance. He took possession of many fortresses, strongholds and cities of the barbarians, and then came to the renowned Mytilene, which he besieged, reducing the inhabitants to such straits that they were contemplating coming to terms with him. So Apochaps, the descendant of Ammon, the emir of Melitene, came to him, together with Apostolath, the commander of its garrison. The domestic cheerfully welcomed them, and sent them off as honoured guests to the emperor. They met him and concluded a peace treaty, then returned to their own land, having joined the ranks of the Romans' friends and allies, ready to fight against people of their own race on Romans' behalf. But when Apochap and Apostolath died, this peace treaty was abolished, so the above-mentioned domestic went to war with them, taking with him the Magister Melias and his Armenians. First they made an armed assault to drive back within the walls those who had been so bold as to establish themselves in open country. Then they surrounded the city, vigorously besieged it, captured it, and placed it under martial law. They overran all of the surrounding territory and brought it into subjection under Roman rule. The emperor constituted Melitene and all of the adjacent populated area a curacy, by which means he brought a great deal of tribute into the public purse. The Magister Nikephoros, the father-in-law of the Emperor Christopher, was accused of having incited Christopher against his own father to depose him as emperor. He was ejected from the city and obliged to receive monastic tonsure. On the 15th of July, in the 6th year of the Indication, Stephen of Amasia died, having been patriarch for 2 years and 11 months. In the month of December, they brought in Tryphon the monk and ordained him as patriarch pro tempore, until Theophylos, the emperor's son, attained the canonical age. That same month, an intolerable winter suddenly set in. The earth was frozen for 120 days. A cruel famine followed the winter, worse than any previous famine, and so many people died from the famine that the living were insufficient to bury the dead. This happened in spite of the fact that the emperor did his very best to relieve the situation, assuage the ravages of the winter and the famine with good works and other aids of every kind. Peter, the chieftain of the Bulgars, was opposed by his brother John, with other powerful men of Bulgaria. John was apprehended, beaten, and imprisoned, while those acting with him suffered horrible deaths. Peter let the Emperor Romanos know what had happened, and he, when he learned of it, dispatched the former rector, John the monk, ostensibly for exchange of prisoners, but in fact to find John, and somehow or other get him to Constantinople, which is what happened. The ex-rector was able to abduct John, get him aboard a ship at Massambria, and come to the capital with him. Shortly after that, he put aside the monastic habit, got permission to marry a wife, and acquired both a house and a great deal of property. Now Michael, Peter's other brother, aspired to become the ruler of the Bulgars. He occupied a powerful fortress and greatly agitated the Bulgar lands. Many flocked to his banner, but when he died shortly thereafter, these people, for fear of Peter's wrath, entered Roman territory. They reached Nicopolis by way of Macedonia, Strymon, and the Helidicon theme, laying waste everything that came to hand, and there, finally, took a Sabbath rest. In due course, and after a number of reverses, they became Roman subjects. About that time, the piece of masonry which they call the keystone fell from the apse of the Forum, killing 60 men. There was also a terrible fire near the Church of the Most Holy Mother of God in the Forum. The arcade was burned down as far as the place called Syca. The Emperor Christopher died in the month of August in the 4th year of the Indication, and was buried in his father's monastery. When the time to which the Patriarch Tryphon had agreed came to an end, he was unwilling to vacate the throne as he had promised he would. He asked for reasons to be given, and charges to be laid against him, justifying his expulsion from the church. The emperor's hands were tied in the matter, and he was at his wit's end, when the Metropolitan of Caesarea, Theophanes the Hogskin as they call him, a real chatterbox, saw the emperor's dilemma, and his chagrin at being trapped and deceived. He promised to bring about what the emperor longed for in the end, and the emperor believed in his promise. Now Theophanes set about getting around the patriarch. He went to him and said, "Lord and master, the emperor's attacks on you are multiplying. He is seeking reasons for expelling you from the throne, but much as he tries, none does he find. How indeed could he find fault with one who is without fault? There is, however, one point that they allege. Those who would see you deposed. They claim that you do not know how to write. If we could refute this point, it would silence your accusers. To quote the proverb, they would prove it that they are wolves with open jaws. If you will take my advice, you will inscribe your name and priestly rank on a fresh leaf, this in the presence of the entire synod, and send it to the emperor. This way he will be convinced, and being disappointed in this hope, he will abandon his assault on your position. This seemed like good advice. The synod was summoned immediately, and when it was assembled, the Patriarch addressed it in these words: O sacred fellow ministers, those who wish to eject me from the throne unfairly have contrived in many ways to find a good reason for ostracizing me, and have found none. Finally, they have brought this charge against me. They say that I cannot write. So now, before the eyes of all of you, I am going to inscribe these letters for my accusers to see and know, hence to abandon their unjust harassment of me. When he had spoken, he took a fresh leaf, and in the presence of them all he wrote as follows: Tryphon, by the mercy of God the Archbishop of Constantinople, the new Rome, and ecumenical Patriarch. When he had written it, he sent it to the emperor by the hand of the Protophronos. This man took it in his hand, and attached another clean sheet above it, on which he wrote a letter of resignation, as of one unworthy and abandoning the throne to whomsoever might desire it. This resignation was presented to the synod, and Tryphon was put out of the church, bitterly decrying the deceit which had been practised against him, and reproaching the Protophronos. A year and 5 months later, which was how long was needed for Theophylact fully to attain the required age for the archiepiscopal ordination, in February, the 2nd year of the indication, Theophylact, the emperor's son, was ordained patriarch. A Macedonian whose name was Basil gave it out that he was Constantine Ducas. Many were deceived and rallied to him. He went around troubling the countryside and disturbing the cities, inciting them to revolt. Then he was arrested by a subordinate officer surnamed Elephantinus. He was brought before the emperor and deprived of one of his hands. Later, when he was released, he equipped himself with a hand of bronze and a huge sword. He stalked around the Opsikion theme, deluding the simpler folk into believing that he was really Constantine Ducas. And when he had gathered a large following, he broke out into revolt. He gathered a large fighting force, rebelled, and seized the stronghold known as Platia Petra, and laid up all kinds of provisions there. From that base he ravaged and pillaged the surrounding countryside. The emperor sent an army against him, which took both him and his followers prisoner. The emperor also made a detailed inquiry to discover whether any persons of significance were behind the insurrection, but when nothing definitive came to light, they had him put to the flames at the place called Amastrion. The Emperor Romanos married Anna, the daughter of Gabala, to his son Stephen, and invested her with the imperial diadem at the same time as she received the marriage crown. In the month of April, in the 7th year of the indication, the Turks ravaged Roman territory and overran all of the west, right up to the city. The patrician Theophanes the Protovasterius was sent out, and concluded an agreement with them. The emperor did not stint in pouring out money with which to ransom the prisoners. Constantine, the remaining son of the emperor, was married to a maiden named Helen, a member of a family in the Armenian theme, the daughter of the patrician Adrian, but she died a little later, whereupon Romanos married him to another, a maiden named Theophano, a member of the Mammus family. In the month of June, in the 14th year of the indication, there was an assault on the city by a Russian fleet of 10,000 ships. The patrician Theophanes, the Protovestiarius, sailed out against them with the fleet and tied up at the Hieron, while the enemy was moored off the lighthouse and the adjacent shore. Waiting for the right moment, Theophanes attacked in full force and threw them into disorder. Many of their vessels were reduced to cinders with Greek fire, while the rest were utterly routed. The surviving Russians passed over to the eastern shore and turned towards the spot called Skora. The patrician Bardas, the son of Phokas, was patrolling the shore with cavalry and picked men, when he encountered a considerable body of Russians sent out to forage, which he overcame and slew. And when Kurkuas, the domestic of the Skylitzes, arrived immediately after with the army, he found the Russians dispersed, wandering hither and thither, he dealt them a bitter blow. The atrocities which they had committed before they were defeated exceeded the horror of a tragedy. They crucified some of their prisoners and staked others out on the ground. Others they set up as targets and fired arrows at them. They drove sharp nails into the heads of any of the prisoners who were priests and burned down not a few sacred churches. But that was before. After they had been defeated at sea, as we explained above, and no less severely mauled on land, they sat quietly in their own ships, and as they were already running short of supplies, they decided to return to their homeland. But they were intimidated by the Roman fleet standing nearby, preventing them from sailing away. Seizing a chance, however, they cast off at a given signal and sailed off, but this did not escape the notice of the patrician Theophanes, the protovestiarius. Realizing what was happening, he immediately confronted them, and a second naval encounter took place. Again, the Russians were defeated. Some of their boats went down into the deep, some were destroyed by fire and sword, and others, along with their crews, fell into Roman hands. Only a few escaped the perils of war and reached their homeland. The emperor gave the protovestiarius a warm welcome and rewarded him by promoting him to be parakoimenos. Animosity arose among the other emperors against John Corcuas, domestic of the Skylitzes, because the emperor Romanos wanted to marry the domestic's daughter, Euphrosyne, to his own grandson Romanus, the son of his youngest son Constantine. The emperor was obliged to relieve the domestic of his command after he had exercised it for 22 continuous years and 7 months, conquering practically the whole of Syria and subduing it. Anybody who wishes to learn about his excellent record should consult the work composed by one Manuel, Protospatharius and Judge. He wrote in 8 books all about the brave exploits of this man. From these one will know what kind of a man he was in military matters. And his brother Theophilos, too, the grandfather of that John who later became emperor, dealt similarly with the Saracen towns of Mesopotamia when he became commander there, subjugating and subduing the sons of Hagar, and the patrician Romanus, the son of John the Domestic, when he became commander, seized many strongholds and was responsible for a great deal of booty accruing to the Romans. After John was relieved of his command, a relative of the Emperor Romanos, called Pantherius, was appointed domestic of the Skylitzes. To propitiate the deity for the oaths he had broken and in repentance of his misdeeds in breaking pacts, the Emperor Romanos undertook a number of good works, which it would be a severe task to list. In his fear, he paid the debts owed to the city by both rich and poor. They say he contributed 19 centenaria, and he burnt the promissory notes at the porphyry omphalos of the Chalky Gate. He paid the rents of all of the citizens, from the greatest to the least, and, as for the annual income which, for the salvation of his soul, he had settled on the monastery of the Myralion, recently founded by him, it is common knowledge that it is paid to this day. In the first year of the Indication, the Turks made another attack on Roman territory. Theophanes the parakoimenos went out, concluded a treaty with them, received hostages, and returned. In the second year of the Indication, the emperor sent Paschal, Protospatharius and commander of Longobardia, to Hugh, the king of Francia, hoping to engage his daughter to Romanos, the son of Constantine Porphyrogennetos. She was brought with great wealth and married Romanus. She lived with him for 5 years and then died. There was a terrific storm in the month of December. What are called the Demes collapsed and broke the steps below, as well as the balustrades. The city of Edessa was besieged by Roman forces, and when the people of Edessa were oppressed by the privation of the siege, they sent a delegation to the emperor, asking for the siege to be lifted, and promising to hand over the sacred Mandilion of Christ as a ransom. The siege was lifted, and the likeness of our god was brought to the capital, where the emperor had it ceremonially received by the Parakoimenos, Theophanes, with impressive and fitting pomp. In those days, a monstrous thing came to the imperial city from Armenia, a pair of Siamese twins, males sharing a single belly, but they were driven out of the city as an evil portent. Then they came back in the sole reign of Constantine VII. When one of the twins died, some experienced doctors tried to excise the dead portion, and they were successful, but the living twin survived only a short while, and then died. The Emperor Romanos held all monks in high honour, but this was especially true of the monk Sergius, nephew of the patriarch Photius, a man rich in virtue, and adorned with every excellence. He was always warning the emperor to watch out for his children, and not to let them grow up undisciplined, lest he himself suffer the fate of Eli. In the same year of the Indication, they expelled the Emperor Romanos from the palace, brought him to the island of Prote, and tonsured him as a monk. Exactly who put him out of office, and how they did it, will be related in the following pages. Constantine VII, 944 to 959 AD. As the Emperor Constantine had been left an orphan in very early childhood, affairs of state were conducted by his mother Zoe and the regents whom we listed above. Constantine the Parakoimenos exercised considerable influence over the empress, while the Magister Leo Phokas, domestic of the Skylitzes for the East, was his brother-in-law, having married his sister. Thus, Constantine effectively held all of the reins of state, and could direct it wherever he wished. Night and day he searched for a way of getting rid of the Emperor Constantine, and of transferring the imperial office to his own brother-in-law. When Theodore, the tutor of the Porphyrogennetos, realised this, he endeavoured, as we said above, to appropriate the elder Romanos, who was then the Drongarius of the fleet, and bring him into the palace, in the hope that he would be the protector and defender of the emperor. Romanos was brought in, and little by little gained possession of all of the levers of power. Not content with the powers assigned to him, though, he broke his oaths, and he had bound himself with the most awesome oaths that he would never aspire to be emperor, and proclaimed himself emperor. It was the Porphyrogennetos who placed the diadem on his brow, willingly to all appearances, but as Homer said, with a most unwilling heart. And it was not only himself, but also a short while later his son Christopher, whom Romanos proclaimed emperor. He let some more time go by, and then proclaimed his sons Stephen and Constantine. Now, although he was proclaimed emperor, he did not like the ranking. It displeased him to be in second place, so he expelled the tutor and any others who seemed to be opposed to him. And then he proclaimed himself first emperor, and took over the administration of all of the affairs of state. His sons ranked after him, and Constantine VII came last of all. By now, Constantine had only the appearance and name of emperor, for he was deprived of all of the privileges. Therefore, his constant endeavour and most fervent wish was to get rid of the usurpers, and assume his father's supreme command. He thought that this could not be brought about other than by setting the sons against the father. Now, it so happened that Christopher departed this life, but there were still Stephen and Constantine. He decided to sound them out, to see whether it would be possible to carry out his plan. He did not dare put Constantine to the test, for he was of a very intractable character, so he decided to direct his entire intrigue and approach to Stephen, who was of a more frivolous turn of mind, and more easily turned in the direction one desired. As his collaborator and co-worker, the Porphyrogennetos won over a very gifted man, who was wondrously skilled in contriving deceptions and intrigues, Basil, surnamed Patinos, enrolled in the corps of the Hetairae, a familiar friend of Constantine Porphyrogennetos from his youth up. With him he shared his plan, and through him he deceived Stephen into thinking he was his friend, misleading him with insidious phrases which confused his thinking by duplicity and artifice. Porphyrogennetos left no stone unturned to make Stephen like him, and when he had succeeded, he hung around him, filling his ears with speeches and advice which massaged his vanity, and shortly almost drove him out of his mind. "O Emperor," he would say, "why do you, who are in the vigour of youth, distinguished by the fervour of your soul and the power of your intellect, why do you only observe and not react to the fact that the affairs of state are hanging by a thin, antiquated thread, near to breaking point?" By which he meant Stephen's father. "Why do you not rise up against him, get rid of him as an obstacle to your own noble aspirations, and take the administration into your own hands? You, who are capable of governing not only the Roman Empire, but many others too. Come now, accept my beneficial advice. Rise up and take control of affairs of state. Contrive to put the Roman fortunes back on an upward course, and to abase those of the enemies of Rome. Demonstrate by actual deeds that it was not in vain or for nothing that your youth and the other spiritual advantages were given to you by God. You will have your brother-in-law the Porphyrogennetos to fight with you and aid you in this undertaking, he who ardently prays and beseeches God to be rid of the heavy burden of your father, and to see the empire governed by you." Stephen was taken in by these words and won over by a longing to rule. He fell prey to a burning desire to depose his father from the throne. Just as he was about to execute his designs, he breathed some cryptic remarks about what he intended to his brother, but that one was inflexible from the very first word and warned him not to have any confidence in their brother-in-law, urging him to remain faithful and loyal to their own family. So Stephen abandoned his brother Constantine as likely to be an obstacle rather than an advantage, and decided to go ahead insofar as it was possible to do so with his project. Besides the aforementioned Basil Porphyrogennetos, he took as his associates the monk Marianus, the son of Leo Argyrus, greatly honoured and trusted by the Emperor Romanus, and some others. When the time was ripe, he overthrew his own father on the 16th of December, in the third year of the indication, in the 6453rd year of the world, in the 26th year of his reign, and exiled him to the island of Prote, where he was tonsured as an unwilling monk. Immediately after the overthrow of Romanus, Stephen energetically took matters of state in hand, with his brother-in-law and his brother as colleagues, but as they were not always of like mind and sometimes actively disagreed, from this beginning the shoots of discord sprang forth. They regarded each other askance and with suspicion, Stephen the Porphyrogennetos and vice versa, and there arose among them reckless and boundless quarrels. Stephen made extraordinary efforts to rid himself of his brother and brother-in-law in order to be left in sole charge of the administration, but as the poet says, there are things hotter than fire, and he failed to notice that he was the prey rather than the huntsman. Once Constantine Porphyrogennetos realised that he was under attack, he did not hesitate to set his plan in motion, and his wife Helen strongly encouraged him to depose the brothers. He revealed the secret plan to Basil Porphyrogennetos, and by his agency rallied to their cause Marianus, Nikephoros and Leo the sons of Basil Phokas, Nicholas and Leo Torinicus, and not a few others. Stephen and Constantine suspected nothing, and were in fact arrested while they were at table, dining with Constantine Porphyrogennetos, and removed from the palace, this on the 27th of January, the same third year of the indication. They were put aboard ship and exiled, one of them to the island of Panormus, Constantine to Terebinthus. They were both tonsured clerics by Basil of Caesarea and Anastasius of Heraclea. Then a little later the emperor moved Stephen to the Proconnesus, and then to Rhodes, and finally to Mytilene, Constantine to Samothrace. Stephen bore the misfortune which befell him with good courage, and survived 19 years on Lesbos, but Constantine was of a less placid disposition and resisted with greater fervour than was called for. He often attempted to escape, and the second year after his fall from power he slew his jailer, and was himself killed by the other jailers, and in July, the 6th year of the Indication, Romanus their father paid the universal debt, and was buried at the Myrrhalion. Once he had purged his circle of suspicious elements, now girded with exclusive imperial authority, at Easter of the same year of the Indication, Constantine placed the diadem on the brow of his son Romanus, while the Patriarch Theophylos offered prayers. It had been expected that he would be a capable and energetic ruler, one who would devote himself to state affairs with diligence once he became sole ruler. In the event, he proved to be weaker than anticipated, and achieved nothing that measured up to the expectations one had of him. He was addicted to wine, and always preferred to take the easier way. He was implacable towards defaults, and merciless in inflicting punishments. He was indifferent to the promotion of officials, unwilling to appoint or promote according to birth or merit, which is the function of a truly admirable government. He entrusted a command, military or civil, indiscriminately, to whomsoever happened to be at hand. Thus it invariably happened that some base and suspicious character would be appointed to the heights of civil offices. Helena his wife was much engaged in this with him, and so was Basil the Parakoimenos. They were responsible for the buying and selling of offices. Yet Constantine was not totally devoid of good works, and the praiseworthy and wondrous qualities about to be recorded are enough to eclipse and obfuscate many of his shortcomings. On his own initiative, he brought about a restoration of the sciences of arithmetic, music, astronomy, geometry, and, superior to them all, philosophy, all sciences which had for a long time been neglected on account of a lack of care and learning in those who held the reins of government. He sought out the most excellent and proven scholars in each discipline, and when he found them, appointed them teachers, approving of and applauding those who studied diligently. Hence he put ignorance and vulgarity to flight in short order, and aligned the state on a more intellectual course. He also concerned himself with practical arts and handicrafts, and brought about great progress in those too. In addition to this, he was pious and reverent in his approach to God, never appearing empty-handed before him in the processions which tradition required to be made to the various churches, but offering splendid sacrificial gifts, such as befit an emperor who is the friend of Christ. He rewarded those who had worked with him to overtake his stepbrothers with the following benefits. Basil I Phokas was made magister and domestic of the Scholae for the East. Of his two sons, Nikephoros and Leo, the first was made commander of the Anatolikon theme, the other of Cappadocia, while Constantine the other son received the command of Seleucia. Basil Patinos was made commander of the Great Hetairae, Marianus Argyrus became count of the Stable, and Manuel Corticius he made Drungarius of the Watch. Romanus, the son of Stephen, who later became Sebastiophorus, the emperor castrated, likewise with Basil, who was born to Romanus the elder by a slave woman. He tonsured as a cleric Michael, the son of the emperor Christopher. The emperor now thought he had secured the empire with links of iron, and had shaken off all resentment. Yet, while he believed he was securely installed, he came within a hair's breadth of falling prey to two major offensives, which nearly cost him his life. Theophanes the Parakoimenos sought to bring Romanos the Elder back into the palace from the island of Prote, and there were not a few others who shared his purpose. Then there were others, Leo Claydon, Gregory of Macedonia, Theodosius, Stephen's head groom, and John the Rector, who aimed at bringing Stephen from Mytilene and installing him as emperor, but some of the conspirators let it be known what they were up to. Theophanes and his collaborators were exiled. Stephen's protagonists received a beating, lost their property to the state, had their noses slit, and were sent into exile. The Turks did not discontinue their raiding and ravaging of Roman lands until their chieftain, Bulosudes, came to the city of Constantine under the pretense of embracing the Christian faith. He was baptized and received from the font by the Emperor Constantine, who honoured him with the title of patrician and put him in possession of great riches. Then he went back to his homeland. Not long afterwards, Skylitzes, who was also a chieftain of the Turks, came to the capital, where he too was baptized, and where he too was accorded with the same honours and benefits. He took back with him a monk with a reputation for piety, named Hierophilus, who had been ordained Bishop of Turkey by Theophilos. When he got there, he converted many from the barbaric fallacy to Christianity, and Skylitzes remained faithful to Christianity. He made no inroad against the Romans, nor did he leave Christian prisoners untended. He ransomed them, took care of their needs, and set them free. Bulosudes, on the other hand, violated his contract with God and often invaded Roman lands with all of his people. He attempted to do likewise against the Franks, but he was seized and impaled by Otto, their emperor. The wife of the Russian chieftain who had once sailed against Roman territory, Olga by name, came to Constantinople after her husband had died. She was baptized and she demonstrated fervent devotion. She was honoured in a way commensurate with her devotion, and then she went back home. When the fiancée of Romanos, the daughter of Hugh, the king of the Franks, died still a virgin, as we said, his father the emperor engaged him to another woman, not the scion of a distinguished family, but one born of humble folk, whose trade was innkeeping. Her name was Anastasius, but the emperor changed it to Theophano. While the Emir of Tarsus was campaigning against the Romans, he sent a foraging party to the village of Heraclius. A priest named Femel was offering the unbloody sacrifice when he learned that the Saracens were approaching. He interrupted his liturgy and went out in the vestments that he was wearing, seized the church's sermon in his hands, and repelled the attackers. He wounded many with it, killing a few, and put the rest to flight. But he was inhibited from his ministry by the bishop, who could not be persuaded to forgive him, so he went over to the Hagarenes and renounced Christianity. He joined forces with them, and not only ravaged Cappadocia and the adjacent themes, but penetrated as far as what is called Asia Minor. It would be unpardonable to set down in writing all of the atrocities that he committed. After Bardas Phokas was appointed domestic of the Scolai, as we said, he did nothing worthy of record. Whenever he served under another, he showed himself to be a fine commander, but once authority over the entire land forces depended on his own judgment, he brought little or no benefit to the Roman realm. He was consumed by greed as if it were an illness that dulled his mind. It even happened that he once unexpectedly encountered the forces of Chamdan. Everybody deserted him, they say, and he would have been taken prisoner if his servants had not rallied around him and delivered him from captivity. He received a serious and deep wound on the forehead, and bore the scar of it to his dying day. His sons, Nikephoros and Leo, were well above taking any ill-gotten gain. They treated those under their command as favoured sons and greatly benefited the Roman realm. We will speak of the distinguished accomplishments of Nikephoros in the section devoted to him, in order not to interrupt the continuous flow of the history. As for Leo, he routed Apollosia, a distinguished man related to Chamdan, who was campaigning against the Romans with an innumerable host, arrested him, and sent him to Constantinople. One part of his army he had already eliminated in battle. The other part he now took into captivity. When Apollosia arrived at the capital, the Emperor Constantine exhibited him in a triumph, placing his foot on the man's neck, but then demonstrated his benevolence by bestowing honours and gifts on him. Chamdan took prisoner Constantine, the remaining son of Phokas, and carried him off to Aleppo, where he made every effort to convert him to their miserable religion, but failing in his efforts, he murdered him by poisoning. Bardas was deeply pained on hearing of this, and put all of the prisoners he held who were relations of Chamdan to the sword. This is why the Magister Paul Monomachus, who had been sent to conclude a treaty, returned empty-handed. Prey to unassuageable grief at the loss of his relatives, Chamdan set off on campaign against the Romans. With him he took the patrician Nikephoros Chalkoutzes, whom the emperor had dispatched as ambassador for peace negotiations, and took prisoner many a good man from among the bravest and most noble of the Romans. But Nikephoros secretly let Phokas know all of Chamdan's plans, and by which route he intended to effect his retreat, so Phokas was able to set up an ambush at a place to which there was only a narrow and steep entry between cliffs. Once Chamdan was there, and had advanced well into the narrow passage, he was surrounded by the forces laying in ambush. Men posted for this purpose rose up from their concealed positions, rolling great stones down on them, and shooting all kinds of missiles at them. Chalkoutzes was prepared for the event. He had corrupted some of the Saracens with gifts to facilitate his flight, and got away unnoticed with his entire entourage. An innumerable multitude of the Hagarenes fell. As for Chamdan, after slaying all of the prisoners he was holding, he and a few others managed to make an inglorious and disorderly escape from danger. In the 12th year of the reign of Constantine, in the 6464th year of the world, on the 27th of February, in the 14th year of the Indication, the Patriarch Theophilos departed this life after an episcopate of 23 years and 25 days. He was 16 years old when he took control uncanonically of the church. He fulfilled his episcopal rule under tutors for a while, thank goodness, and would to God it had always been so. For in those days he gave the impression that he was capable of behaving with dignity and the necessary restraint. But as he approached the age of maturity and was allowed to lead his own life, there was nothing disgraceful or even frankly forbidden to which he was a stranger. He put ecclesiastical advancement and elevation to the episcopate up for sale, and did other things which a true bishop would certainly have eschewed. He had a mania for horses and went out hunting much of the time. He also indulged in other unseemly activities which it would be both tedious and improper to set out in detail. But there is one which it would be right to mention as an indication of how crude he was. He had this absolute passion for acquiring horses. He is said to have procured more than 2,000 of them, and their care was his constant concern. He was not satisfied with feeding them hay and oats, but would serve them pine seeds, almonds, and pistachios, or even dates and figs, and the choicest raisins, mixed with the most fragrant wine. To this he would add saffron, cinnamon, balsam, and other spices, and serve it to each of his horses as food. It is said of him that once, when he was celebrating the great supper of God on the Thursday of Holy Week, and was already reading the prayer of consecration, the deacon charged with the task of caring for the horse appeared, and gave him the glad tidings that his favourite mare, he mentioned its name, had just foaled. Theophylact was so delighted that he got through the rest of the liturgy as quickly as possible, and came running to the Cosmedian, where he saw the newly born foal, took his fill of the sight of the animal, and then returned to the great church, there to complete the singing of the hymn on the sacred suffering of the Saviour. It was he who instigated the present custom of insulting God and the memory of the saints on greater festivals by performing the early morning service with indecent howling, bursts of laughter, and wild cries, whereas it should be offered to God with compunction and a contrite heart for our own salvation. He gathered a band of disreputable men, set over them a fellow named Euthemius Casnes, whom he promoted domestic of the church, and taught them satanic dances, scandalous cries, and songs gathered at crossroads and in brothels. Such was the life he led, that he lost his life by reckless riding, thrown from his horse at a section of the sea wall. He began to hemorrhage from his mouth. He sickened for 2 years, and then died, a victim of dropsy. On the 3rd of April, the same year of the indication, the monk Polyeuctus was ordained patriarch in his stead, a man born and raised in Constantinople, castrated by his parents, a monk of many years' exemplary experience. The emperor made him patriarch on account of his exceptional wisdom, the austerity of his way of life, and his indifference to worldly possessions. His ordination, however, was not performed by the Metropolitan of Heraclea, as was the custom, but by Basil of Caesarea, because Nikephoros, the bishop of Heraclea, had offended the emperor in some way, and was not permitted to perform the ordination. From this unusually severe blame was laid not only on him who had authorized and on him who had performed the ordination, but also on the one who was ordained for receiving an irregular ordination. He was nevertheless ordained and began speaking the truth boldly, condemning the greed of the relatives of Romanos the Elder, and when the emperor came to the great church on Holy Saturday, he urged the emperor to rectify his misdeeds, to which he reluctantly agreed. Basil, who later became Parakoimenos, born of a slave woman to Romanos the Elder, now came to the support of his stepsister Helena, the sovereign lady. He so worked upon Constantine that he not only came to regret the patriarch's appointment, but also encouraged Basil to search out a pretext for expelling him from the throne. In this he had the strong encouragement of Theodore of Cyzicus. Time seemed to make a special effort to produce similar patriarchs simultaneously. It fell to John, the son of Alberic, to direct the Church of the Western Romans, a man who inclined to every kind of wanton violence and evil. Otto, the emperor of the Franks, drove him out, and installed another pastor for the church in his stead. In the first year of his episcopate, Polyeuctus inserted the name of the patriarch Euthemius into the sacred diptychs, the one who received the Emperor Leo into communion after he had married his 4th wife. For this reason, some of the bishops refused to communicate with Polyeuctus for a while, but shortly afterwards they fell into line with their ruler's wishes, and this provided discerning people with an occasion for laughter. At this time, the venerated hand of John the Baptist was brought to the capital from Antioch, where it had been stolen by a monk named Job. The emperor sent out the imperial yacht when it reached Chalcedon, and out went the cream of the Senate, the patriarch Polyeuctus, and all of the clergy, with candles, incense, and lights, to bring the relic into the palace. Bardas, the domestic of the Skylitzes, campaigned against the Hagarenes of the east and overturned things wherever his foot trod. He captured quite a number of strongholds and laid siege to the renowned city of Ardata. It was the emperor's wish to intimidate the Saracens of Crete, who were incessantly raiding the shores of Roman territory, pillaging and ravaging them. He wanted to put a stop to their unchecked onslaught. He put a large army together and prepared a fleet of no mean dimensions and sent the entire force to the island under the command of the patrician Constantine Gongilius, an effeminate, sedentary fellow with no experience of warfare, one of the eunuchs of the bedchamber at the palace. He got to the island, but did nothing there worthy of a general. He failed both to make a secure encampment and also to post a guard and watch for protection against attacks by the barbarians. Hence, he fell into very severe danger. The islanders noted the inexperience and carelessness of the general and, when the time was ripe, launched a sudden attack on the army. In this they were easily successful. Many of the Romans were taken prisoner or put to the sword. The encampment itself was occupied while the Romans shamefully ran away. Gongilius would have been taken too, had not his attendants rallied around him, rescued him from being captured, then got him on board a ship and safely away. Romanus, the son of Constantine, had now reached the age of maturity. He could not bear seeing the way in which the affairs of state were handled by his father, so he decided to get rid of him by poison, and this with the full knowledge of his wife, the innkeeper's daughter. When Constantine was about to take a purgative drink, they secretly mixed a noxious substance with it and prevailed upon Nikephoros the butler to serve it to the emperor. It was standing before the sacred icons when Nikephoros was about to take it up, and, perhaps accidentally, perhaps on purpose, he knocked it over and spilled most of it. The remainder, which Constantine drank, proved itself inert and ineffectual, deprived of its power, because there was so little of it. Nevertheless, Constantine was only just able to survive, for the poison lodged in his lungs and tormented him considerably. In the 15th year of his reign, in the month of September, in the 3rd year of the Indication, in the 6468th year of the world, the Emperor Constantine set out for Mount Olympus, ostensibly to arm himself with the prayers of the fathers there, and so armed, to campaign against the Saracens in Syria, but in truth, it was to meet with Theodore, the Bishop of Cyzicus, who was staying there at that time, and to take counsel with him concerning the deposition of Polyeuctus. While he was there, on account either of some physical defect or of being poisoned by his son again, he fell ill, and had to return to the capital, which he reached towards the end of October, riding in a litter. On the 9th of November, he died, leaving his intention to depose Polyeuctus unaccomplished. He had lived a life of 54 years and 2 months. He had co-reigned with his father, his uncle Alexander, and his mother for 13 years, and then with Romanus the Intruder for 26 years. Subsequently, after Romanus fell from power, he had ruled alone for 15 years. When he died, he was buried with his own father. To his last breath, he was maliciously disposed towards Polyeuctus, and making plans to depose him. Some days before his death, and for some considerable time, as evening drew on, stones thrown from above would fall in the place where he was staying with great violence and a very loud crash. He thought they were coming from the upper stories of the Magnaura, and ordered guards to be posted there for many nights in the hope of catching whoever dared to do such a thing. But he failed to realise that this was a wasted effort. The happening was not the work of men, but of a higher power. Romanos II the Younger, 959 to 963 AD. After Constantine VII had departed this life and passed on to the hereafter, Romanus his son came to power. He appointed officials who were fervently loyal to him, and once he had assured his hold on the empire as securely as possible, he crowned his son Basil in the feast of Easter, still in the 3rd year of the Indication, by the hands of the patriarch Polyeuctus at the great church. The following year another son was born to Romanus, this one in the palace at Pegae, whom he called Constantine, after his father. Romanus was young and devoted to pleasure. He abandoned the supervision of every matter to Joseph Bringus, the Praepositos and Parakoimenos, for he himself would have nothing to do with anything but the pursuit of ribald behaviour in the company of silly young men who frequented prostitutes, wantons, actors, and comedians. There was a cleric, a eunuch, who, warned by the Emperor Constantine about his disorderly behaviour, had adopted the monastic habit and kept himself out of sight until the Emperor's death. But as soon as Romanus came to power, he made him throw off the monastic habit and put on the garb of a secular cleric, associating himself with the attendants of the imperial bedchamber. Now Polyeuctus, full of zeal, importuned and besought the emperor at great length to discharge this man from service, for having renounced the monastic profession. The emperor refused, claiming that John had never really taken the monastic habit or had the office of clothing said over him by any one of the priests. He had feigned the monastic way of life for fear of the emperor, and taken in by this, Polyeuctus let the matter drop, Joseph also having worked hard to attain that result. As for John, he lived a secular, disorderly life until the death of Romanus, after which he again assumed the monastic habit, but he did not change his state of mind. In this year, Romanus sent the magister Nikephoros Phokas, who had already been promoted to domestic of the Scolae for the East by the Emperor Constantine, and had achieved many victories against the Saracens of the East, completely subduing Charamnes, Emir of Tarsus, Chamdan, the Emir of Aleppo, and Izeph, the Emir of Tripoli, against the Saracens of Crete, providing him with an army of picked soldiers and a well-equipped fleet. Nikephoros Phokas made the passage to the island, and immediately on disembarking became embroiled with the Hagarenes who were there, and offering him resistance. These he put to flight, and safely disembarked both himself and his army. Then he set up a strong palisade surrounded by a deep ditch, fortified with stakes and staves. He moored the fleet in a calm harbour, and, when all was in order, set about laying vigorous siege to the cities of the island. For 7 months in all he employed every kind of siege engine. He threw down the walls of the cities and occupied the strongholds. On the 7th of March, in the 4th year of the indication, he ravaged the strongest city of all, known locally as Chandax, and took prisoner the emir of the island, Kurupes by name, together with Anemus, the most important person on the island after him. After he had subjugated the entire island, he was going to remain there for some time in order to set its affairs in order, but word went round that the Roman who had conquered the island would perforce reign over the entire empire. So as soon as it was known that Nikephoros had the upper hand in Crete, Romanus, at Joseph's insistence, recalled him from there, and when Nikephoros protracted his stay in Crete to ensure against it being overrun by the Arabs of the East, especially by Chamdan, the Emir of Aleppo, who was a fiercer warrior than the others, Romanus honoured Leo Phokas, Nikephoros' brother, with the title of Magister, and sent him out to discharge the office of domestic. He crossed the sea and encountered Chamdan at a place called Adrestus, where he not only repulsed him with great vigour, but virtually annihilated him. It would be impossible to state in numbers how many fell in this encounter, and as for the prisoners which were taken and sent into the city, they were so many that both urban and rural properties were filled with slaves. Only Chamdan, their chieftain, and a very few others with him escaped the danger and got away home. When Leo returned, he was most warmly received by the emperor, who accorded him the celebration of a triumph, and honoured him with fitting endowments. He also awarded promotions and distinctions to all those who had been his associate in valour. In the 2nd year of the reign of Romanus, many senior officials were arrested for plotting against him. The leaders and instigators of this conspiracy were the magister Basil Petinos and some other distinguished personages, the patrician Pascalius and Bardas Lips, also Nicholas Calcoutzes. Their plan was to seize the emperor as he was going to the hippodrome, the day when there was the horse racing, to put Basil on the imperial throne, and proclaim him emperor, but the plot was betrayed to the emperor by one of the conspirators, a Saracen by birth named Ioannikios. Before the appointed day arrived, they were arrested by Joseph, condemned, and ruthlessly tortured, with the sole exception of Basil. On the day of the horse races, they were paraded for public derision, sent into exile, and tonsured as monks. When they had suffered this humiliation for a short time, they were recalled by Romanus, who was now charitably disposed towards them. The exception was Basil Petinos, who had gone out of his mind and died in the proconnesus. Justice had overtaken him for the deceit he had practised on the Emperor Stephen when he betrayed him to Constantine. Romanus Saranites was the brother-in-law of Romanus the Elder by marriage to his sister. When he saw what had befallen Basil Petinos and the others, he was frightened that the same fate might befall him, for his elevated status attracted envy and suspicion, so he divided his fortune among his children as he pleased, distributed the rest of the money to the poor, assumed the monastic habit, and entered the monastery of Olegmoi. He remained there for many years and was held in high honour by subsequent emperors. In those days a man appeared whose name was Philorius, a bodyguard of the Magister Romanus Moseley, and a grandson of Romanus the Elder. He could ride around the track of the hippodrome standing upright on the saddle of a racehorse that was running at full speed, bearing in his hand a sword which he would turn like a windmill, without in the least declining from his upright position. In those days the cattle disease was raging, which had plagued the Roman Empire for some time, a disease known as crabra, that wastes and destroys bovines. They say that it originated in the days of Romanus the Elder. It is said that when he was constructing a palace in which to gain relief from the summer heat, close to the cistern of Bonos, the head of a marble ox was found while the foundations were being dug. Those who found it smashed it up and threw it into the lime kiln, and from that time until this time, there has been no interruption in the destruction of the bovine race in any land that is under the Roman control. Romanus was urged by his own wife to try to expel his mother Helena and his sisters from the palace, and to banish them to the palace of Antiochus. When Helena learned of this, she managed to change his mind by using tears and threats, as he was afraid of her curses. He let her remain where she was, but he had his sisters taken out and tonsured as nuns by John, the hegumenus of Studius's monastery. Once their brother was no more, they put aside their monastic habit and vegetarianism. Meanwhile, Helena was deeply pained by her daughter's fate. She lived a short while and then departed this life on the 20th of September in the 5th year of the Indication. She received an imperial funeral and was interred in the sarcophagus of her father. As we mentioned earlier, Nikephoros Phokas was commanded to return from Crete, but was refused permission to enter the capital. He was ordered to the east with his entire army. Chamberdan had been recovering from his recent defeat and was now ready for action again. He had assembled an army ready for battle, and it was anticipated that he would launch an attack on Roman territory. However, when Phokas arrived in Syria, he put the Hagarenes to flight in a pitched battle and severely crushed them, repelling them into the remoter parts of Syria. He pillaged the city of Beroia, all except the citadel. He acquired great riches, much booty, and many prisoners. He released the Christians who were being held prisoner there and sent them home. The Emperor Romanos died on the 15th of March in the 6th year of the Indication, in the 6471st year of the world. He had reigned for 13 years, 4 months, and 5 days. Some say he had precociously worn out his constitution with debauchery and excess, but according to another report, he was carried off by poison. Basil II Bulgaroctonos and Constantine VIII, 976 to 1025 AD. Romanus was succeeded as emperor by his sons, Basil and Constantine, together with Theophilos, their mother, who bore a daughter, whom they named Anna, 2 days before Romanus's death. Romanus was tall, but not so tall as his father. He was courteous and gentle in his ways, and not without brains. Even as a young man, his mind was sharp and quick. He would have been perfectly capable of governing the state if he had been allowed to do so by the attendants, but his closest companions encouraged him to give free rein to his youthful excess. In order to keep themselves in office running the state and free to acquire wealth for their own use, they portrayed him as a useless, idle fellow. In April of the same 6th year of the Indication, Nikephoros Phokas came to Constantinople at the sovereign lady's request. In spite of Joseph Bringas's repeated protests, he celebrated a triumph in the Hippodrome with the spoils of Crete and of Beroia. He also brought a portion of the raiment of John the Baptist which he had found conserved at Beroia. Bringas regarded him with fear and suspicion, but Nikephoros was able to lead him astray by deceiving him in the following way. Taking one of his bodyguards with him, he went to Joseph's house. Around supper time, he knocked on the door and told the doorkeeper to announce who had come. He was announced and invited in, whereupon he took Joseph apart and showed him the hair shirt he was wearing under his clothes. He told Joseph, and swore that it was true, that he would have embraced the monastic way of life, donned the habit, and delivered himself from worldly cares long ago, had he not been detained by his attachment to the emperors Constantine and Romanos. Now he was going to do what he had long intended to do. He implored the other not to be suspicious of him without grounds. Joseph fell at his feet when this was revealed, begged his pardon, and assured him that he would never again lend any credence to anyone who spoke ill of him. But Bringas was suspicious of the Emperor Stephen, who was still in the land of the living, exiled to Methymne, and endeavoured to have him imprisoned more securely. He, however, after receiving the holy mysteries on the feast of Holy Saturday, suddenly and unexpectedly died for no apparent reason. Yet even though she was living far away, it was Theophilos who procured his death. When the wife of Peter the Emperor of the Bulgars died, he made a treaty with the emperors ostensibly to renew the peace, surrendering his own sons, Boris and Romanos, as hostages. He himself died shortly afterwards, whereupon the sons were sent to Bulgaria to secure the ancestral throne, and to restrain the children of the counts from further encroachment. David, Moses, Aaron, and Samuel, children of one of the powerful counts in Bulgaria, were contemplating an uprising and were unsettling the Bulgars' land. After Bringas was beguiled by Nikephoros in the way in which we have explained, he let him go home. Afterwards he thought better of it and was very angry with himself for having had the prey in his net, and then been so foolish as to let it go. So he set about thinking by what subterfuge he might be relieved of his concern over the matter. The most effective measure he could think of was to write to the Magister I Tzimiskes, a high-spirited man of action and the most distinguished of the Roman commanders after Phokas himself, at that time serving as commander of the Anatolikon theme, and also to the Magister Romanos Korkuas, another distinguished general serving in the east. He would send them letters inciting them with promises of friendship, honours and gifts to overthrow Phokas. The letters were written, and this is their substance. If the addressees would rise up and depose Phokas, tonsuring him as a monk or removing him by any other way, John would receive the supreme appointment of domestic of the Scolai for the East, while Romanus would become domestic for the West. As soon as the letters had been delivered to the men in question, they immediately read them to Phokas, to whom they were very loyal, and besought him to react in no uncertain way or to devise some noble and audacious stratagem. They threatened to kill him with their own hands when he delayed and procrastinated. Since he feared that his life was in danger, he permitted them to proclaim him emperor on the 2nd of July, the same year of the Indication, and he was indeed acclaimed emperor of the Romans by the entire army of the East assembled by Tzimiskes. That is one version of the story. There is another version, which is more likely to be true, according to which Phokas had long been labouring under the impression that he ought to be emperor, and that he burned not only with this passion, but also with the desire for the Empress Theophilos, whom he had encountered when he was staying in the capital. He frequently sent his most trusted servant Michael to her, which in fact Bringas noted, and consequently became suspicious of him. When news of his acclamation reached Constantinople and everything was in a state of disarray, Joseph, who was effectively in charge of everything, was very worried, and at a loss as to what action to take, for he himself was by no means beloved by the citizens on account of being so unapproachable. When Nikephoros Phokas came with his entire army right down to Chrysopolis, acclaimed all the way, Bringas decided to set up some other emperor, under the impression that in this way he would somewhat abate the fervour of the army's advance. When the acclamation of Phokas took place in the way we described, his father Bardas, who was living in the capital, took refuge in the great church, while Leo, Nikephoros' brother, managed to escape even though he was held under tight security and joined his brother. These events caused Bardas to lose heart and reduced him to inactivity, for he was totally incapable of flattering and swaying public opinion in adverse circumstances. It would have been necessary to massage the crowd's attitude with soft and flattering speeches, while he tended rather to prickle and aggravate them. Everybody came running to the great church, and to put fear into the multitude, he spoke arrogant and savage words, saying, "I will put an end to your impudent and disgraceful behaviour. I will make you pay 1 piece of gold for as much grain as you can carry in your bosom." Less than 1 full day after he had said that, it was a Sunday, the 9th of August, in the evening of the same day, Basil the Philosopher of the Emperor Constantine, who held antipathy and hostility to Joseph, mingled his own servants with his friends and relations, and sent them into many parts of the city, to the houses of those who were opposed to him. From the first hour of Monday unto the 6th, they ravished and destroyed many citizens' houses, of which Joseph's was the most significant, and not only the houses of distinguished men and officials who seemed to be of the opposition, but many other lesser folk too. There was no numbering the many houses that were overthrown. Whoever had a difference with another person would take a band of desperadoes with him and slaughter that person with nobody intervening on his behalf. Many men were murdered in this lawless time, and while this was going on in the squares of the city, in the main thoroughfares, the marketplaces, and the back streets, they were acclaiming Nikephoros the Conqueror. This drew Bardas, the father of Phokas, out of the great church, where he had pitiably sought refuge, for he perceived that he was no longer in danger. But Joseph the Philosopher, formerly so high and mighty, now took his place as a humble supplicant, fearing for his life. The partisans of Basil the Philosopher prepared some ships, took the imperial galley, and passed over to Chrysopolis with the entire fleet. There they brought Nikephoros on board, and conveyed him to Hebdomon, from where they and all the city population bore him in procession through the Golden Gate into the capital, with cheering and applause, with trumpets and cymbals. When they arrived at the great church, they contrived to have the patriarch Polyeuctus place the imperial diadem on his brow. Polyeuctus did indeed crown him in the amber of the great church of God on Sunday the 16th of August, the 6th year of the indication. Nikephoros II Phokas, 963 to 969 AD. Nikephoros dispatched the Skylitzes, a studite monk named Antony, to expel Theophilos from the palace, and sent her to the Petrion palace. Shortly after that he sent Joseph the Philosopher into exile in Paphlagonia, then before long transferred him into a monastery known as Ascletis in Pythia, Thessaly, where he lived for 2 whole years and then died. Nikephoros also promoted his own father Bardas to the rank of Caesar. On the 20th of September, he put aside all pretense and play-acting by taking Theophilos to be his lawful wife. It was then that he started eating meat again. He had been abstaining from it ever since the death of Bardas, the son born to him by his first wife. The son had been horse-riding on the plain, sporting with his own nephew Plusus, when he was accidentally but mortally wounded with a spear. Only Nikephoros and God know whether this was really an abstinence or merely an affectation to deceive those in power. The marriage was celebrated at the new church in the palace. When it came to the point of entering the sanctuary, Polyeuctus, leading the emperor by the hand, approached the sacred enclosure and entered the sanctuary himself, but forced the emperor to remain outside, saying that he would not allow him to enter the sanctuary until he had performed the penance required of one who marries a second time. This offended Nikephoros, and he never ceased being indignant with Polyeuctus until the day of his death. Now a rumour went around in all directions, a rumour that disturbed the church in no small way, that Nikephoros had stood godfather to one of Theophilos' children at his holy baptism. Taking this rumour as an opportune pretext, Polyeuctus demanded that Nikephoros either separate from his wife as the canon required, or that he stay away from church, which in fact he did, clinging to Theophilos. Polyeuctus summoned the bishops residing in the city together with the leading senators and invited their opinion on the matter. They all said that the canon in question was a law of Constantine V Porphyrogennetos, and that in their estimation it need not be observed. They put their signatures to a statement to that effect and delivered it up to him. When Polyeuctus still delayed in administering the emperor to communion, the Caesar, Basil I Phokas, asserted that his son had not stood godfather. And Stylianos, the dean of the clergy of the Great Palace, who was reputed to have first put the rumour in circulation, came before the Synod and the Senate, and swore that neither had he seen Bardas or Nikephoros stand godfather, nor had he told anybody that he had, whereupon Polyeuctus, fully aware that Stylianos had perjured himself, withdrew the charge of marrying the mother of his godchild. He who had been demanding the penance for a second marriage now turned a blind eye to that grave offence. In the first year of his reign, Nikephoros dispatched the patrician Manuel against the Saracens in Sicily with an army and navy of considerable size. Manuel was the illegitimate son of his father's brother Leo, the aforementioned domestic of the Skylitzes, who was blinded by Romanos the Elder. Nikephoros felt that he would be assailed by disgrace if the Roman Empire were to pay tribute to the Saracens during his reign. We must quickly explain what this tribute was that was paid to the Saracens and how it started. When the city of Syracuse was taken by the Saracens of Africa in the time of Basil I the Macedonian, the whole of the island also fell under their control. Its cities were devastated. Palermo alone was spared as the Hagarenes maintained it as a base for operations against the land on the opposite side of the water. From there they sailed out to ravage the islands as far as the Peloponnese. The chances of them attacking were greater than ever before. The Emperor Basil was at a loss as to what to do. He searched for a servant capable of undertaking this mission, and the choice fell on the domestic of the Skylitzes, Nikephoros, surnamed Phokas after a distinguished ancestor. He was the grandfather of the Emperor Nikephoros, a noble and wise man, devout in his relations with God, just towards his fellow man. He sailed to Italy with an army of sorts and promptly put the Saracens to flight, forcing them to bide their peace in Sicily. The Italians are said to have built a church to perpetuate the memory of his excellence, not only for having secured their freedom, but in gratitude for another deed which is worthy of recording. When the Romans were about to return with their commander, they were holding many Italians whom they intended to take overseas as slaves. Nikephoros became aware of this, but did not say a word. He gave no hint of what he intended to do until they arrived in Brundisi, from where they were to cross to Illyria. When they got there, he personally supervised the embarkation of each one of the soldiers in preparation for the crossing. By this intervention he permitted the local inhabitants freely to occupy their own land. Thereupon Italy remained at peace until the time of Constantine Porphyrogennetos and his mother, when the Saracens stirred themselves again and, since there was nothing to stop them, overran Italy. Those in power realised that they were incapable of withstanding the Saracens both in the east and in the west, for the Bulgars had just broken the peace treaty, so they decided to negotiate with the Saracens in Sicily. An agreement was reached by the commander of Calabria, Eustathius, one of the imperial chamberlains, that an annual tribute would be paid to the Saracens of 22,000 pieces of gold. When the treaty had been made, the patrician John Muselin was promoted commander of Calabria, but he governed the people of that land with such a heavy hand that they slew him and went over to Dandolf, the king of Longobardia. This was just after Romanos the Elder came to rule over the Romans. He judged it expedient for soldiers and ships to be sent there to recover the portion which had been separated from the whole. The patrician Cosmas of Thessaloniki was sent, a man known to Dandolf. When he had crossed to Italy and made contact with Dandolf, he advised him to withdraw from the land of the Romans and to become a friend of the emperor, thus gaining a friend and an ally in place of an enemy. At first, Dandolf would not accept his advice. Then Cosmas, a wise and intelligent man, said to him, "I have to give salutary advice to a friend, but if you are unwilling to heed me when I offer advantageous counsels, you will quickly learn how great a mistake you have made when, after plunging yourself and all of your men into the most severe danger, you come to grief, for you cannot withstand so great and strong a power." Dandolf realised the patrician was showing him the path that he should take. He accepted his exhortation and concluded a treaty. He instructed the rulers of the apostate themes to return to their former allegiance and acknowledge their own emperor. When they had returned to obedience, a profound peace reigned over the affairs of Italy and of Longobardia. Simeon, the chieftain of the Bulgars, became overconfident on account of the many victories that he had won against the Romans, and began to dream of becoming their emperor. He sent to Fartlum, hereditary ruler of the Africans, urging him to dispatch a fleet against the imperial city, promising that he would come through Thrace, leading a powerful army. Then, when the two forces came together, they would besiege the capital by land and water, and share her riches equally, whereupon he would return home, leaving Fartlum at Constantinople. The Bulgars sailed to Africa unnoticed, where Simeon's proposal met with approval. They took some eminent Saracens to ratify the agreement with them, but on the way home they ran into some Calabrians, who sent them to Byzantium together with the Saracens. When the Emperor Romanos the Elder saw them and learned all about their common strategy, he realised what a sea of troubles he would have experienced had it not been realised. He considered it necessary to restrain the Saracens from their present endeavour by means of magnanimity and benefits. He flung the Bulgars into prison, but honoured the Saracens with extravagant gifts. He even sent sumptuous presents to their ruler, and returned the men unharmed. He told them to declare to their master that this was the way the Roman emperors knew how to reward their enemies. He apologised for the annual tribute, saying that the delay was not due to a postponement or deferment of payment, but to the disturbance which at that time had the region in its grip. The Saracens went running back to their own ruler, reporting on how they had fared when they were with the emperor, and singing the praises of his benevolence to them. They handed over the presents they had brought to Fartlum, and he was so pleased with everything he heard that he remitted half the tribute that the Romans owed him, cutting 11,000 from the 22,000 pieces of gold. That is how much the Romans gave to the Saracens from that time until the proclamation of Nikephoros. And as long as the land had wise and just rulers, their subjects led an untroubled life, and the tribute owing to the Saracens was easily paid. But once the task of ruling was entrusted to unjust and greedy men, their subjects experienced hard times, and the treaty with the Saracens no longer held fast. Then came Chroinites Kaldos, appointed commander of Calabria by Constantine VII Porphyrogennetos. The Saracens of Africa and Sicily were then at the point of being completely exhausted, both by famine and also by their war against the Saracens of Cyrene. Motivated by pure greed, Chroinites aided them to recover while he severely maltreated those under his authority. What he did was to buy up all of the necessities of life at a ridiculous price from the people of the land, and then sell them dearly to the Saracens, who paid his price without arguing. They distributed gold generously, pressed as they were between the two millstones of famine and war, but Chroinites was relieved of his command by Constantine. Having suffered the confiscation of his fortune, he grew old and died in disgrace. Now during the war, the Romans had accepted deserters fleeing from Carthage, and these the Carthaginians made no effort to reclaim. In fact, they had even waived the annual tribute, perhaps for fear that the Romans would take offence and prevent the purchase of the necessities of life, thus putting the Saracens in danger of being destroyed by famine. but afterwards, when the war was over, they demanded both the deserters and the tribute, and, when nobody paid any attention to them, they broke the peace treaty. Each day they sailed over and ravaged Calabria. Constantine, who was now emperor, had not the slightest wish to treat the Saracens as gently as his father-in-law had done, nor to renew the peace treaty. His preference was to have the matter decided by war, so he assembled a battle-worthy force, put the patrician Malachinas in charge of it, and sent it off to Calabria with orders to join forces with the commander of the region, Pascalius, who was mentioned a little earlier. Together with him, they were to wait in readiness for the war which the Carthaginians and Sicilians were threatening. Marcoiannes was put in command of the fleet there. When the soldiers arrived in the land, they inflicted a myriad of evils on the people there. They went looting and committing other atrocities which even the enemy would hesitate to perpetrate. When the emir of the Saracens, Arbulkari, heard this, for Fartloom was already dead, he encouraged his men, and urged them to have no fear of an army which could treat its own people in such a brutal way. He provoked a great battle, and gained a splendid, glorious victory, in which even the senior officers only just escaped being taken alive. After this, the Emperor Constantine sent John Pilatos, the Arcecratus, to hold peace talks with the Saracens. As it was not their custom to take advantage of their victories, but to conclude a peace while they held the upper hand, they were willing listeners, and a short-term peace agreement was concluded. However, once this expired, they sallied across and went ravaging in Calabria again, so Constantine sent another expedition against them by land and sea. The navy was under the command of Crambias, that was his surname, and of Meroleon, that is Leo the Mad, while the patrician Marianus Argyrus was in charge of the land forces. They arrived at Hydros, drew their boats up onto the shore, and prepared for the voyage to Sicily. Now the Saracens were disturbed by the rumour of this, rumour which makes mountains out of molehills, and reports things as yet more terrifying than they really are. They were frightened that the sudden appearance of the enemy nearby might betoken some disaster for themselves, for they were as yet unprepared. Panic-stricken, they abandoned their camp, fled out of Reggio, and passed over to Sicily. As they were approaching Palermo, they encountered a severe storm. Their boats were capsized by the waves, or rather by Christ who is God, blasphemed by them, and they all perished. Then they made a treaty with the Romans, and peace was maintained until the accession of Phokas. As soon as he was proclaimed emperor, considering it indecent to pay tribute to the Saracens, he sent Manuel against them with a contingent of troops, as we said. Manuel was quite young, and better suited to be in the ranks than to be in a position of command. He was also addicted to several bad habits, and paid no attention whatsoever to those who gave him good advice. By getting himself and the entire army enclosed in some rugged and inaccessible part of Sicily, he brought about its entire destruction. The Drongarius of the fleet, the patrician Niketas, a eunuch, was taken alive and sent off to Africa as a prisoner. Such was the catastrophe which befell Manuel, and that was how he was responsible for the annihilation of the whole army. In that year, the emperor sent the Magister John Tzimiskes, already appointed domestic of the Scolae for the East, against Cilicia. When he came to the town of Adana, he encountered a considerable number of hand-picked Hagarenes gathered from all over Cilicia. He joined battle with them and thoroughly routed them. Some of them were hewn in pieces according to the rules of war, but a portion of the army, about 5,000 in number, dismounted and took refuge on foot on a very rugged and precipitous mountain. Taking full advantage of their location, they stoutly repelled their assailants. John surrounded them, and since there was no approaching them on horseback, he ordered his men to dismount, and then he advanced together with them on foot. He prevailed against the foe and slew every one, for not a man got away, and blood ran down the mountainside onto the plain, just like a river. It is on account of this incident that the mountain is called the Mountain of Blood. This accomplishment enhanced the reputation of John yet more. It was the beginning of the complete defeat of the Saracens. In July of the second year of his reign, in the 7th year of the Indication, Nikephoros advanced against Cilicia with a massive army of Romans, together with Iberian and Armenian allies. Theophano and her children were with him too. He left her in a fortress known as Dresion before entering Cilicia, and then advanced into that region, where he destroyed the cities of Arnazabos, Rossos and Adana, in addition to no small number of other fortresses. He hesitated to approach Tarsus or Mopsuestia, as winter was already drawing on. He left an adequate detachment there and withdrew to pass the winter in Cappadocia. At the beginning of spring he advanced into Cilicia again, where he divided the army into two parts. He left his brother Leo to besiege Tarsus with one part, while he took the other one and advanced on Mopsuestia. There he conducted a vigorous siege, and with famine working in his favour, was able to take part of the city. This city is divided in two by the river Sarus, giving it the appearance of two cities. The one part he took, as we said, but, when it fell, the Saracens fled into the other one, burning everything in the captured half. The emperor intensified the siege, and the other half fell to him. Nobody escaped from there. But now Leo, the emperor's brother, who was besieging Tarsus, suffered a setback. He sent out a detachment of the army under the command of Monasterius to gather forage and other necessities of life. They had posted no guards and were well spread out, when the men of Tarsus sallied forth by night without them being in the least aware of it. These fell on the dispersed soldiers and brought down no small number of them, including Monasterius himself. But when the people of Tarsus became aware of the fall of Mopsuestia, exhausted by siege and famine, they sent a delegation to Leo. They begged the emperor to let them go unharmed if they would surrender the city. Having permitted each man to carry away a specified amount of booty, he took possession of all the remaining wealth of the city himself. 3 days after the city was taken, a very large fleet arrived from Egypt to relieve Tarsus, filled with grain and other necessities of life. It was prevented from approaching land and discharging its cargo by the soldiers, who had been posted by the emperor to guard the coast. Since they were unable in these circumstances to be of any use, the ships returned. Many of them were wrecked either by stormy winds or by the attacks of the imperial warships. After pillaging and burning down the remaining cities of Cilicia, the emperor returned to Constantinople in October, the 9th year of the Indication, bringing the gates of Tarsus and of Mopsuestia with him. These he had covered with gold on the surface, and made an offering of them to the city. One pair was set up on the Acropolis, the other on the walls by the Golden Gate. He also offered to God as a gift and as a tithe of his expedition the precious crosses captured when Sithpiotes, then domestic of the Scolae, was besieging Tarsus, and brought his entire force to utter destruction by lack of foresight. These were deposited in the all-sacred Church of the Wisdom of the Divine Word. In that same second year of his reign, Nikephoros restored the entire island of Cyprus to Roman rule and expelled the Hagarenes from it by the hand of the patrician Nicetas Chalkoutzes, the commander. In the third year of his reign, the emperor made another expedition against Syria at the beginning of spring. When he arrived before Antioch, he did not attack it, in the hope that the mere mention of his name would terrify the inhabitants of the city in their trepidation at what had befallen the cities of Cilicia. So he passed it by, and penetrated into the inner parts of Syria, where he devastated many cities and much land down the coast towards Lebanon, returning in the month of December. Now the men of Antioch were confidently ready to do battle, because a considerable number of men from the surrounding countryside had come into and reinforced the city. The Roman army was suffering from a shortage of supplies, and had to contend with extensive marshes, from which there was no regress, caused by incessant rain falling from the sky, so the emperor retreated empty-handed, and came back to the capital. Along with him came the tile which bore an imprint not made with hands of the features of Christ our God, found in Hierapolis, when it was taken, and a lock of the hair of John the Baptist, matted with blood. That is the kind of man Nikephoros was, Such was the strategy he employed, and that is the extent to which he increased the Roman domains, for he captured more than 100 cities and fortresses in Cilicia, Syria, and Phoenicia in Lebanon, of which the largest and most significant were Synnephrion, Arnabazos, Ardana, Mopsuetia, Tarsus, Pargras, Laodicea, and Aleppo, while he obliged Phoenician Tripoli and Damascus to pay tribute. Nevertheless, he was hated by all men, and everybody longed to see his fall. This narrative will list the reasons why in due course. When Nikephoros was returning to the capital from Antioch, as he was crossing the Taurus mountain range, at a place in the heart of the mountains known locally as the Black Mountain, he built a fortress on a practically impregnable hilltop. He gave Michael Baucis the title of patrician and left him in the fortress, naming him commander of the Black Mountain. His orders were to keep constant watch and to use every means to prevent the people of Antioch from coming out to obtain the necessities of life. He also left a slave named Peter, one of his eunuchs, whom he appointed camp commander in Cilicia, with orders to disperse the army for winter, and to await his return in the following spring. It was said that the emperor could have taken Antioch by assault, but that he did not want to, that he purposely delayed and postponed taking it out of fear engendered by a rumour that was going the rounds. In fact, everybody was saying that the emperor would die at the same time as Antioch was taken. It was indeed because of this that he did not approach Antioch himself, and that he ordered Peter and Baucis to take no action against it whatsoever. After making these arrangements, he returned to the capital, as we said, but Baucis was lying close to Antioch, and he yearned to obtain an immortal reputation for himself. Paying scant attention to the emperor's stipulation, day and night, he was racking his brain to find a way of capturing the city. He went a number of times, and held treaty negotiations with the men of Antioch, but they were quite conceited, and they rejected his proposals, so he secretly befriended one of the Saracens, by the name of Aulax, whom he corrupted with gifts and promises, until he was able to discover the dimensions of one of the western towers of Antioch, known as Calas. Then, with him, he had ladders constructed capable of reaching the top of the towers, and, on a moonless, rainy night, he surreptitiously leaned the ladders against the wall. Up he went with 300 of his men, and slew those guarding that tower, and the one next to it. When the 300 had a secure hold on the two towers, he promptly sent a messenger to the camp commander, urging him to make haste and come up with the entire army, for the city was already taken. When Peter received the message, he hesitated and delayed, fearing the emperor's wrath and the punishment he might suffer for disobeying his order. But Baucis insisted, sending one messenger after another, demanding his speedy arrival, and letting it be known that he would not hold out much longer against the forces surrounding him. For when the men of Antioch learned that the towers had been seized, they came running out from all sides and tried to retake them. They hurled missiles of every kind, used various engines, lit fires underneath, and took other actions such as men have to take when they are in danger of being destroyed, together with their wives and children, and of losing a city superior to all the other cities of the east. The camp commander, fearing that the Roman state might suffer the loss of so many such brave men, and of such a city through his disobedience, reluctantly and against his will, made haste, and arrived with the entire army. He found the troops with Baucis in a very sorry state, for they had been surrounded for 3 days and nights. But when the men of Antioch heard of his approach, they lost heart and relaxed their efforts. Seizing his chance, Baucis went down to the gate, cut the bar of the retaining device with his sword, and opened the gates. Peter entered with his entire force, and that was how Antioch the Great, the illustrious, was taken. Nikephoros ought to have rejoiced at the capture of such a city when he heard of it, and left his own fate in the hands of God. On the contrary, it made him sick at heart. He brought charges against the camp commander, and as for Baucis, not only did he refuse to acknowledge his initiative and courage and grant him rewards befitting his excellence, he roundly insulted him, reviled him, relieved him of his command, and obliged him to remain at home. For this and other reasons which we are about to mention, Nikephoros came to be hated and abominated by everybody. Even at the very beginning, when there was a movement in his favour, his soldiers were committing thousands of confiscations, and he did nothing to stop them. "It is hardly surprising that a few misbehave in such a large body of men," he remarked. Then, when he entered the city, many citizens, both high and low, were plundered without him doing anything to bring the culprits to justice. He simply overlooked their misdeeds, and took pleasure in the atrocities the undisciplined troops permitted themselves, mistreating the very citizens who had made no small contribution to his rise to power. Then, when he went off on one of his many expeditions, he maltreated his subjects atrociously, not only by imposing additional taxes and requisitioning all kinds of supplies, but also by unimaginable plundering. In addition to what has been said, he also suppressed a portion of the customary perquisites of the Senate, allegedly because he was short of money for the wars, and he completely suppressed the income which some of the God-fearing emperors had instituted as grants to religious houses and churches. He even promulgated a law that churches were not to increase their real estate holdings, for, he wickedly alleged, the bishops were disposing of income which should be going to the poor and the soldiers were in need. But worst of all, he made a law to which some feeble-minded and flattering bishops subscribed, that no bishop was to be elected or consecrated without his knowledge and his permission. And when a bishop died, he would send out an imperial agent with orders to control the expenses of the diocese, and he would confiscate the income in excess of expenses. He made some other regulations which could by no means whatsoever be justified by need, of which it would be beyond the wit and tongue of a powerful narrator to give a detailed report. He endeavoured to establish a law that soldiers who died in war were to be accorded martyrs' honours, thus making the salvation of the soul uniquely and exclusively dependent on being in action on military service. He was pressing the patriarch and the bishops to agree to this doctrine, but some of them vigorously withstood him and frustrated his intent. They produced as evidence the canon of Basil the Great, which requires a man who has slain his enemy in battle to remain 3 years excommunicate. He reduced the gold coin and devised the so-called Tatarion. From then on, there were 2 sizes of gold coin. For the collecting of taxes, he demanded the heavier one, but used the small one in his expenditure. And, though law and custom required that every coin bearing the emperor's effigy, even if it were of short weight, should be of equal value, he stipulated that his own should be preferred, thus lowering the value of others. For this reason, his subjects suffered greatly from the exchange rates, and the worst of it was that, although the government oppressed them like this, the supply of commodities on the market was by no means assured. But it was the building of the palace wall which distressed the people more than any of the other things, exceedingly onerous though these were. There were many structures of size and beauty around the palace which he tore down in order to rise up an acropolis, a tyrant's dwelling over against the wretched citizens. He built warehouses and granaries with kitchens and bakehouses, which he filled with provisions. It was foretold to him that he would die within the palace. Apparently he was unaware that except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. When the wall was finished, it happened that he died the very day on which the overseer of the building project brought the keys and handed them over. In addition to the above, there was something else which even further intensified the hatred in which he was held. At the very feast of the Holy Easter itself, a skirmish occurred between members of the navy and some Armenians, in which many lives were lost, and the Magister Sicinios, the epoch, was almost killed. From this event the rumour went around that Nikephoros was exasperated with the citizens whom he suspected of being responsible for the skirmish, and that he was going to punish them by setting a trap for them on a day when the hippodrome was functioning. And in fact, shortly afterwards, when the horse races were taking place, Nikephoros ordered some men to take naked swords and make pretence of fighting each other, as though they were enemies, to entertain the audience. He wanted to show the citizens what a military skirmish was really like, perhaps to frighten them too. But when the skirmish took place, the audience, knowing nothing of why it was being done, assumed that the current rumours were proving to be true. They charged up the exit ramps, which were all steep and treacherous, fell one on top of another, and many died. They would have all died, trodden underfoot by one another, if they had not noticed that the emperor was sitting on his throne, fearless and serene, when the mob saw him sitting there, unmoved, and realised that what had taken place was not what he intended. They put an end to the stampede. On the feast of the Ascension of Christ, Nikephoros went in solemn procession to Pegi, and on the return journey he received relatives of those who had lost their lives in the hippodrome at the bread-makers' square. They began rebuking him in an insulting manner. They called him an unpunished murderer, a defiled assassin, stained with the blood of his own people. They were pelting him with dirt and stones all of the way to the forum of Constantine the Great. He would have been transfixed by fear if some more honourable citizens had not intervened, driven off the miscreants, and accompanied him to the palace, singing his praises along the way. It was for this reason, that is, when he learned that the citizens were hostile to him, that he built the palace fortress. But there was no escaping his destiny. It was just when he thought that he had set everything to right, that his life was snatched away. We shall tell how at the appropriate moment. In June of the 4th year of his reign, in the 10th year of the Indication, the emperor set out to visit the towns of Thrace, and when he came to the Great Dyke, as it is called, he wrote to Peter, the ruler of Bulgaria, to prevent the Turks from crossing the Danube to raid Roman land. Peter paid no attention to this, but rather took every opportunity of doing the opposite. So Nikephoros raised Kallikiros, the son of the Prince of Kherson, to the rank of patrician, and sent him to Svendoslav, the ruler of Russia, to persuade him with promises of gifts and honours to campaign against the Bulgars. The Russians agreed, and set out against the Bulgars in the month of August, in the 11th year of the Indication, the 5th year of Nikephoros' reign. They waylaid too many of the Bulgars' cities and lands, collected a large amount of booty, and then returned to their own lands. They campaigned against Bulgaria again in the 6th year of his reign, and did similar or even worse things than the first time. At the 12th hour of the night, on the 2nd of September, in the 11th year of the Indication, there was an exceptionally severe earthquake, which badly damaged Paphlagonia and the Onoriod. There were fierce burning winds in the month of May, the same year of the Indication, which destroyed the crops, even the vines and trees, with the result that in the 12th year of the Indication there was an intense famine. The emperor, who ought to have been concerned for his subjects' well-being, now shabbily sold the imperial grain, profiting from the misfortune of those in need, and he congratulated himself as though it were some great deed, that when grain was selling for 1 gold piece a bushel, he ordered it to be sold for 2. He certainly was not following in the footsteps of the Emperor Basil of Macedonia. When he came to the Church of the Great Apostles on the Sunday of Renewal, he saw some pious and decent citizens who were clearly depressed and downcast. He had them brought to him, and asked them why they were not wearing festal robes at the celebration, but rather wore the gloomy look of men whose city was in great adversity. One of the citizens answered him, "It is right and proper that you, your majesty, and those around you should wear festal robes and rejoice, but not for those whom the expectation of death is here." But maybe you are unaware that 2 bushels of grain are selling for 1 piece of gold on account of the ferocity of the winds." At these words the emperor heaved a great sigh, and shed sympathetic tears. He comforted them with generous aid, then went back up to the palace, where he convened a meeting of the administration of civic and imperial affairs. These he upbraided with many bitter reproaches and curses for not telling him about the shortages of grain. He immediately put the imperial and public grain reserves on the market, stipulating that 12 bushels were to be sold for 1 piece of gold. God approved of this good work, and provided great abundance for men. But this was said to the credit of that emperor. Nikephoros rejoiced not in coming to the assistance of his subjects, but rather in seeing them afflicted. And not only he, but his brother Leo too, who by trading in commodities filled the world with a host of varied woes. The citizens very willingly derided them for their sordid swindling. Once, when the emperor came onto the plains to exercise the army, a grey-haired fellow came by, and tried to enlist himself in the army. Nikephoros said to him, "Why are you, old fellow, in such a hurry to get yourself enlisted as one of my soldiers?" He boldly replied, "Because I am much stronger now than when I was young." "How can that be?" asked the emperor. "Because it used to require 2 asses to carry as much grain as you could purchase for 1 gold piece. But under your government, I can easily carry 2 gold pieces worth of grain on my shoulders." Aware of the joke, the emperor went on his way, not in the least troubled by it. After the cities of Syria and Cilicia were taken, the Saracens burned alive John, the Archbishop of Jerusalem, because it was at his instigation that Nikephoros might have been going to arrive there. They also burned the exquisite church of the Holy Sepulchre. The Antiochans did likewise, slaughtering their Archbishop Christopher. The brothers Gregory and Pancratius now took refuge with the emperor, having fled from their own country of Taron. He raised them to the rank of patrician, and granted them estates which produced good revenues. There was an eclipse of the sun on the 22nd of December at about the 3rd hour. The stars could be seen. Having terminated her relations with Nikephoros, the Empress Theophilos sent one of Tzimiskes' men to summon him. Tzimiskes was kicking his heels on his own estate, the emperor having previously relieved him of his commander's domestic on suspicion of something or other, and commanding him to remain confined on his own estate. The messenger brought him from there, for the adulteress had arranged for him to receive letters permitting him to make the journey. He arrived at Chalcedon. The emperor, when asked whether he should enter the capital, replied that he should wait a while. But on the night of the 11th of December, in the 13th year of the indication, in the 6478th year of the world, the empress sent and brought him into the port that had been hollowed out below the palace, from which she had him and all those with him brought up in a basket. There was the patrician Michael Baucis, the Taxiarches Leo Abelates, and of Zemeckis' most trusted comrades, Atsipothiodorus, and 2 others. Up they went, and entered the emperor's bedchamber, sword in hand. When they didn't find him in the bed where they expected him to be, they thought they had been betrayed, and would have leapt to their deaths, if they had not come across a small palace attendant from the woman's quarters, and been led by him. They chanced upon the emperor lying on the floor, on a mattress of scarlet-dyed felt, and on a bearskin, which he had received from his uncle, Michael Melanos, the monk. He had only just gone to sleep, and was not in the least aware of the arrival of those who were about to slay him. Tzimiskes roused him with a kick. When he was awake, he placed his right elbow on the ground, and raised his head, just as Leo Ablantes struck him a terrible wound with his naked sword on his unprotected head, for his head covering had fallen off as he was getting up, and his skull was split. Then they got him up out of the bed, and brought him to Tzimiskes, who was sitting on the imperial bed. They abused him, they reproached him, they cursed him, but the only thing he said was, "Lord have mercy," and "Mother of God, help." Finally, when the palace footmen got wind of what was going on, and a group began to form of would-be attackers, they slew him. They cut off his head, and showed it through a window to those who were rushing to his assistance. They were so taken aback by this that it allowed Tzimiskes' party to do all they wanted to do, without fear or danger of reprisals. It is said that 10 days before his death, the emperor found a document lying in his chamber, warning him to protect himself, as he was the object of a conspiracy led by Tzimiskes. Also that, in the evening before his murder, some clergymen gave him a letter, the purport of which was, "Protect yourself, O Emperor, for no small danger is being prepared for you this very night." There are others who say that the emperor thought the letter was a petition and read it not, others that he read it but was indifferent concerning his safety, because his own destiny stood in his way, and after he was dead the letter was found bearing that writing. Yet others claim that he read it and ordered the protovestiarius to look into it and check the security. He also wrote to his brother Leo, who was at home, to collect an armed band and come to the palace as quickly as possible. When Leo received the missive, he didn't open it right away, as he was playing at dice with some people and enjoying a run of good luck. He put it under a cushion in his couch. He came across the letter when the game was over, and when he had got the sense of what the writing meant, he put together a company such as the occasion called for, and set off to the palace. But when he got to the western end of the hippodrome, he heard some people saying to each other that the Emperor Nikephoros would be dead by now, and there were voices in the highways and in the byways acclaiming John. He was immobilized by this unexpected turn of events, and could think of no bold stroke, so he came as quickly as possible to the great church, together with Nikephoros, his son. That's what they say. True or false, I cannot tell, but Nikephoros certainly died, murdered in the palace. He was 57 years old at the time. In the evening of the same day, he was buried at John's command, in the very late evening. They put him in a wooden coffin that came to hand, and brought him to the sacred church of the apostles in the middle of the night, and buried him in one of the imperial sarcophagi there in the Hieron, where the body of the divine and ever-memorable Constantine lays. This is what he looked like, his features inclined to dark rather than pale. He had thick dark hair, black eyes that were thoughtful and concerned, beneath thick eyebrows. The nose was of average size and thickness, slightly turned up at the end. The moustache, no larger than it ought to be, merged into the beard on the cheeks, which was of loose texture and grey. The body was stooped but robust, the chest and shoulders unusually wide. His strength and vigour equalled the famous Hercules, and he outstripped every man of his generation for wisdom and intelligence. John, the Bishop of Melitene, inscribed these words on his sarcophagus: "Who once sliced men more sharply than the sword is victim of a woman and a glaive. Who once retained the whole world in his power, now small, is housed in but a yard of earth. Whom once it seems by wild beasts was revered, his wife has slain as though he were a sheep. Who chose no sleep but little in the night, now sleeps the lasting slumber of the tomb, a bitter sight. Good ruler, rouse yourself. Take footmen, horsemen, archers to the fight, the regiments and units of your host, for Russians, fully armed, assail our ports. The civs are anxious to be slaughtering. While every people does your city harm, who once was frightened by your graven face, before the gates of your Byzantium, do not ignore these things, cast off the stone, which now detains you here, and stone the beasts. Repel the Gentiles, give us, built in stone, a firm foundation, solid and secure, or if you would not leave your tomb a while, at least cry out from the earth against the foe, for that alone might scatter them in flight. If not, make room for us there in your tomb, for death, as you well know, is safety and salvation. for we, the Christian folk, Nikephoros, who vanquished all but Eve. That is how it goes. John I Tzimiskes, 969 to 976 AD. After the death of Nikephoros, John Tzimiskes assumed responsibility for the Roman government, with Basil and Constantine, the sons of Romanos II, as co-emperors. Basil was in the 7th year of his life, Constantine in his 5th. John immediately summoned Basil the Philosopher by night and made him his associate in power. It was in no small measure owing to this man that the Emperor Nikephoros gained the imperial throne, for which he was appointed President of the Senate, a position which did not exist before. Nikephoros was the first to name anybody to it. John made this man his associate because he had been involved in affairs of state for many years, under Romanos I the Elder, his own father, and then under his half-brother Constantine VII Porphyrogennetos. Many times he had campaigned against the Hagarenes, and he was especially skilled in smoothly adapting himself to difficult situations. He quickly took matters in hand and expelled all those who remained in favour of Nikephoros. He exiled Leo the Kuropalates to Lesbos, and his son Nikephoros the Vestes to Imbros. He wrote to Basil the Younger, then Duke of Chaldea and Colonia, relieving him of his command and transferring him to Amasia. And he dismissed those others who held civil or military commands from their positions, appointing his own men, supporters of the new emperor. He permitted those whom Nikephoros had exiled to return, especially those bishops he had exiled for refusing to sign the bill by which the emperor sought to restrict and humiliate the church, as the narrative has already reported. After taking these measures, in that same night the emperor, accompanied by only a few men, went to the great church without the slightest apprehension. His intention was to receive the diadem at the hand of the patriarch, but when he was about to enter the church, Polyeuctus would not allow it. He said that a man whose hands were dripping with the steaming blood of a newly slain kinsman was unworthy to enter a church of God, that he had better start showing deeds of repentance and thus gain permission to tread the floor of the house of the Lord. John quietly accepted a penance and obediently declared that he would perform it all. He did, however, advance the justification that it was not by him that Nikephoros had been killed, but by Balantes and Atsipothodorus, and they at the instigation of the sovereign lady. On hearing this, the patriarch ordered her to be ejected from the palace and sent to some island, Nikephoros' murderers to be banished, and the bill by which Nikephoros sought to throw church affairs into disarray to be torn up. Nikephoros immediately expelled the two men from the city and banished Theophilos to the Proconnesus. She subsequently escaped from there and secretly fled to the great church, from which she was expelled by Basil the Philosopher and exiled to the Domitia monastery, newly founded by the emperor, in the Armenian theme, but not before she had roundly upbraided the emperor and Basil, whom she called a Scythian and a barbarian, leaving the marks of her knuckles on his temple. Her mother was exiled at the same time, she to Mantineon. The bill was brought in and ripped up. The church then enjoyed her former liberties. Once these measures had been taken, John promised that in propitiation for his sins he would distribute among the poor whatever he had possessed as a private citizen, whereupon Polyeuctus allowed him into the church. On the feast of the Nativity of Christ our God, he entered the great church and received the imperial diadem. The empire was now considerably disturbed, both in the east and in the west. The cities which had been taken from the Hagarenes in Cilicia, Phoenicia, and Seol Syria were contemplating revolt, for after their capture, Nikephoros did not have time to set them in order and assure their security. The ill-advised project of inciting the Russians against the Bulgars had now turned into a gravely dangerous threat to the empire, while a 5-year famine afflicting Roman lands was now sorely oppressing the towns. The emperor gave careful thought and attention of how these ailments might be remedied, and the resulting apprehension for the future be eliminated. Meanwhile, a most virtuous monk named Thomas was appointed archbishop for Antioch on the Orontes, which was without a bishop. This was the monk who foretold the emperor's proclamation and warned him not to be in a hurry, as God was going to raise him up to imperial heights. But he had to beware, lest by foolishly rushing to possess the throne, he destroy his own soul. He also requested that the Manichees who were ravaging all of the East and corrupting it by spreading their miserable religion should be transported to the west and settled in some remote wilderness. This was done later on. They were transported and settled at Philippopolis. 35 days after the proclamation of John, Polyeuctus departed this life, and the monk Basil I was appointed in his stead, a man who had demonstrated virtue to perfection. Such were matters in the city. The capture of Antioch and the other cities which we listed above was an affront to the Saracens all over the world, and to the other nations who shared their religion. Egyptians, Persians, Arabs, Elamites, together with the inhabitants of Arabia, Felix and Saba. They came to an agreement and made an alliance, whereupon they assembled a great army from all parts, and put the Carthaginians in charge of it. Their commander was Zochar, a man of vigour and military skill, with an accurate understanding of land and sea operations. Once all the forces had been brought together, they marched out against the Romans, numbering 100,000 fighting men. They approached Antioch by Daphne and laid vigorous siege to it, but those within resisted courageously and with excellent morale, so the siege dragged on for a long time. When this concentration of peoples was made known to the emperor, he quickly dispatched letters to the commander of Mesopotamia, ordering him to gather up the forces he had there and go to the relief of the besieged. He also sent as commander-in-chief, who came with other forces, the patrician Nicholas, who was one of the emperor's personal eunuchs. Nicholas met up with the other force and engaged the myriads of barbarians whom he decisively put to flight and dispersed in a single battle, thus restoring the security of the cities under Roman rule. We have already described the way in which the Russian people occupied Bulgaria and were holding the two sons of Peter, Boris and Romanos, as prisoners of war. The Russians now had no wish whatsoever to return to their homeland. They were charmed by the fertility of the place, and without paying any attention whatsoever to the agreement concluded with the Emperor Nikephoros, they thought it would be to their advantage to remain in that country and take control of the land. They were further encouraged in this by Kallikiros, when he said that if they would accept him as Emperor of the Romans, he would withdraw from Bulgaria and make an eternal peace with them. He would pay them the subsidies to which they had agreed many times over and hold them to be his allies and friends for life. Gratified by these words, the Russians treated Bulgaria as conquered territory, and when the emperor sent an embassy promising to fulfill all the obligations that Nikephoros had undertaken, they would not receive it. They returned answers brimming with barbaric arrogance. This obliged him to seek a military resolution of the situation. By letter, he promptly ordered the eastern forces to cross over to the west, and he appointed as commander of these forces the magistrate Bardas Skleros, whose sister the emperor had legally married while he was still a private citizen, with the rank of general. He was going to set out himself at the beginning of spring. When the Russians and Sviatoslav, their chieftain, learned that the Romans had crossed over, they made common cause with the Bulgars whom they had already made their subjects, taking as their allies the Pachanacs and the Turks, settled in the west, in Pannonia. When all the army was assembled, its fighting force numbered 308,000. They crossed the Haemus mountain range, burning and laying waste the whole of Thrace, then set up camp before the walls of Arcadiopolis, where they waited for battle to be joined. But when the Magister Bardas Skleros realised how short he was of men, his entire army numbered about 12,000, he decided to get the better of the enemy by military cunning, to gain the upper hand over so great a number by skill and dexterity, which indeed he did. He enclosed himself and his army inside the walls, and no matter how much the enemy invited him to come out and fight once and for all, he paid no attention. He stayed where he was, giving the impression that he was afraid, and watching the enemy doing whatever they liked. This behaviour earned the great contempt of the barbarians, for they thought that it was really because he was afraid that he had enclosed the Roman units within the walls, and that he dare not come out. They began to disperse without caution. They became negligent about camp security, and careless as to the posting of proper guards. They passed their nights in drinking and drunkenness, with flutes and cymbals, in barbaric dancing, with not a care for the precautions which ought to have been taken. Bardas seized the opportune moment. When he had carefully studied the matter of how the enemy might best be attacked, and had stipulated the day and hour, he set up ambushes and traps by night in some suitable places. Then he dispatched the patrician John Alacasius with a small detachment, whose orders were to advance and reconnoitre the enemy. He was to remain in frequent contact, and to keep the commander informed of wherever he might be. When he encountered the enemy, he was to give battle, but as soon as blows were struck, he was to turn his back and give the impression of running away. He was not to flee full tilt, giving the horses their bridle, but gently, and without breaking ranks. Then, whenever it was possible, his men were to turn about and set upon the enemy again. Their orders were to keep on repeating the operation until the enemy was well within the ambushes and traps. At that point they were to retreat in disorderly and headlong flight. Now the forces of the barbarians were threefold. The first third consisted of Bulgarians and Russians, the second was Turks only, the third Pachinacs, likewise alone. When John came on, he chanced to encounter the Pachinacs. He pretended to run away as he was ordered to do, but made quite a leisurely retreat. The Pachinacs for their part came in pursuit, breaking their ranks in the hope of utterly annihilating them. The Romans, however, now making an orderly retreat, now turning to defend themselves, drew closer to the ambuscades, and when they were in the midst of them, gave their horses their heads, and fled for all they were worth, with the Pachinacs strung out in a disorderly pursuit. Then the Magister suddenly appeared with the whole army, and taken by surprise, the Pachinacs halted their pursuit. This, however, was not with the intention of running away, for they stood their ground, waiting for whatever might befall them. Those who were accompanying the Magister violently attacked them. Then so did the rest of the army which was following in good order and rank by rank, with the result that even the bravest of the Scythians fell. The Roman forces were now completely parted, and the Pachinacs fell right into the trap. The two wings came together again, which meant that the enemy was perfectly surrounded. They resisted for a short time, and then surrendered. Almost all of them were slain. Thus Bardas put them to flight. He then learned from the prisoners that the rest of the Pachinacs were biding their time, unwearied and drawn up in battle line. He directed himself to them forthwith. At first, when they learned of the other Pachinacs' misfortune, their morale had collapsed at the unexpected nature of the disaster, but they rallied each other and reintegrated those who had been dispersed as they took to their heels. Then they launched an attack on the Romans, the cavalry leading the charge, the infantry following behind it. At the first onslaught, the impetus of the cavalry was interrupted by the Romans, who seemed to be irresistible. The horsemen turned back and were forced up against the infantry. When they got back to where they were before, they regrouped and waited the coming of the Romans. For some time the battle hung in the balance until a Scythian who outstripped the others in the size of his body and the courage of his soul leapt on the Magister himself as he was riding by, encouraging the ranks, and with his sword dealt him a blow on the helmet. But the sword slipped off, and the blow achieved nothing. Then the Magister dealt him a sword blow on the helmet. So strong was his arm, and such the temper of the steel, that the blow was powerful enough to slice the Scythian in two, all the way down. The patrician Constantine, the Magister's brother, came to his brother's aid, and tried to wound in the head another Scythian who was coming forward even more recklessly to the aid of the former one. But he leaned his body to one side, and Constantine missed his mark, hitting the horse's neck and severing the head from the throat. As the Scythian fell, Constantine dismounted, seized the fellow's beard in his hand, and cut his neck. This deed heartened the Romans and put new courage in them, while it filled the Scythians with fear and dread. They quickly lost their courage, they turned their backs and shamefully fled in grave disorder. The Romans pursued them and covered the plain with dead, but more were taken alive than fell, and all but a very few of the survivors were wounded. Nobody would have escaped the danger if night had not fallen, whereupon the Romans halted their pursuit. Of those tens of thousands of barbarians, very few survived, while 25 Romans fell in the battle, but almost everybody was wounded. Skleros had not yet completed the war against the Scythians, nor had the Romans yet cleansed themselves of the gore of battle, when letters arrived from the emperor summoning him to the imperial presence. When he arrived there, he was ordered to pass over into Asia with an army adequate for the conflict which awaited him. For Basil I Phokas had absconded from Amasia, where he had been condemned to reside, accompanied by some relations, friends, and acquaintances, to whom he had secretly sworn he would come to Caesarea in Cappadocia. Then they were to assemble no small force under the command of Theodore and Nikephoros, the sons of the patrician Theophilos Persecutionos, also those of another patrician, Simeon Ampulas. Then Basil I Phokas would assume the diadem and the rest of the imperial insignia, and raise the standard of revolt against the emperor. His father Leo the Choropalates had already gained some supporters, some with gifts and others with promises of honours and lands, the Bishop of Abydos serving as his agent in this matter. Leo himself intended secretly to travel from Lesbos to the district of Thrace, together with his son Nikephoros. When the emperor learned of this, for the bishop was arrested, and being unable to refuse the mass of evidence produced against him, brought everything out into the open, the Choropalates was handed over to the justices, and it was their unanimous opinion that he and his son should die. The emperor, being of a gentler nature, condemned the both of them to perpetual banishment and the loss of their eyes, but it is said that the emperor secretly instructed the executions not to harm their eyes in this way, merely to go through the motions of blinding them, and in fact to leave them in the light of their eyes. But they were to conceal the fact that they had these instructions from the emperor, and attribute the deed to themselves, as though they had given them the gift of sight out of compassion, and that is how the matter of the Choropalates came to an end. Skleros crossed Asia and came to Deryllion. First he tried to see whether with promises of benefits he could persuade Phokas and his associates to refrain from what they were planning. In fact, he had orders from the emperor to do everything in his power to keep his hands clean of the blood of his fellow countrymen. But when he realised that this was wasted effort, for the rebels treated his overtures with ever-increasing arrogance and impertinence, he judged it to be time for action. He mobilised the army and advanced on Caesarea. When Phokas's associates realised this, they abandoned their hopes of an uncertain future in favour of an advantage in hand. When night fell, they accepted the gifts proffered to them by the emperor and deserted to Skleros. Diogenes Adrolestus came first, then Ampulas and the sons of Theodulus, who had fomented the entire uprising, followed by all the rest, until Phokas was left alone with his own servants. Abandoned and devoid of all support, he was plunged into bitterness and sorrow against those who had incited him to revolt and then betrayed him. Sleep overcame him, as night had now fallen, and as he slept, it was as though he raged and fretted against them who had wronged him, and that he lectured God, saying, "Plead thou my case, O Lord, with them that strive against me." But as he was about to recite the rest of the psalm, he heard a voice telling him not to go any further, because Skleros had anticipated him and appropriated the rest of the poem. He stood up trembling, in the realization that there was no hope left for him. He mounted and fled to the fortress of Tyropion, together with those who were still with him. When this was made known to the Magister Bardaskleros, he sent swift horsemen to overtake and capture him before he could enter the fortress. They gave vigorous pursuit and overtook him on the plain, just as he was approaching the foothills of the fortress. One of the pursuers, more daring and brave than the others, Constantine Charon, outstripped his fellows, and riding full out, overtook Phokas, who was protecting his men in the rear, ready boldly to receive whatever might befall him. Charon recognised him at a distance and began hurling unseemly and indecent insults at him, calling him ignoble and unmanly, demanding that he stand and take the reward of his rebellion. When he heard the insults, by no means unaware of who was speaking, Phokas drew rein and turned to him, saying, "O man, you ought to take into account the unstable nature of human fortune, and not insult or revile a man borne down by its caprice. Rather should you have pity and compassion for me in my misfortune, for my father was Choropallates, my grandfather Caesar, my uncle Emperor, and I, who was myself once duke and numbered among the highest in the land, I am now fallen to the ultimate degree of calamity and disgrace." "O wicked man," said the other, "it is permissible to say things like that to children who can be led astray, but you do not deceive me with such fables." And he spurred on his horse, and increased his speed. Phokas seized the mace hanging on his saddle, met him head-on, and dealt him a blow on the helmet, which killed him instantly, for the helmet was not able to withstand the force of the blow. Then Phokas reined about and continued on his way. The rest of the party riding in pursuit came up to where Charon lay dead, and they were so amazed at the irresistible force of the blow that they all deserted from the chase, nobody daring to go any further. No longer in fear of his life, Phokas entered the fortress. Skleros came along afterwards. He sent him frequent messages and wrote to him swearing that he cared for him as a kinsman. His brother Constantine was in fact married to Sophia, Phokas's sister. He counselled Phokas to approach the emperor and gain his benevolence by giving himself up. When he had received sworn assurances that no evil would befall him, Phokas delivered himself and those who were with him into Skleros's hands. The worst the emperor did to him was to force him to receive holy orders and to banish him to the island of Chios. But he commanded Skleros and the lightly armoured units to cross over into the west again in all haste. John took to himself as wife Theodora, the sister of Romanos II and daughter of Constantine Porphyrogennetos, which pleased the citizens greatly, for it kept the imperial power within the family of Basil I. In the second year of his reign, as he was about to campaign against the Russians, John conciliated the soldiers with bounties and appointed commanders known for their skill and experience in military matters. He gave careful attention to other preparations to ensure that the army not go short of anything. He also concerned himself with the fleet by the agency of Leo, then Drongarius of the fleet, but afterwards Protovestiarius. Old vessels were refitted. New ones were built to put a fleet worthy of the name on the water. When everything was to his satisfaction, at the beginning of spring, he made departure offerings to God, took his leave of the citizens, and left the capital. When he came to Radestus, he was met by 2 Scythian ambassadors, who gave the appearance of fulfilling an embassy, but in fact had come to spy on the state of Roman affairs. In response to their grumbling and complaints about mistreatment, the emperor ordered them to pass through the entire camp and to inspect the ranks, for he was under no delusion as to why they were there. When they had been all around and seen everything, he enjoined them to take themselves off and tell their commander with what a well-organised and disciplined host the Roman emperor had come fortified in order to make war on them. When he had thus dismissed the ambassadors, he himself took some swift soldiers, 5,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry, and ordering all the rest of the army to follow at a more leisurely pace under Basil the Parakoimenos, he crossed the Haemus mountains, made an unforeseen advance into enemy territory, and pitched his camp close by the city of Great Preslav, where the palace of the Bulgar kings lay. This happened so unexpectedly that the Scythians were dumbfounded and reduced to inactivity. Kaloikeiros chanced to be staying there, he who was the cause and prime mover of these present disasters, and who could not even bear to hear the sound of the trumpet. When he later became aware that the emperor was present to supervise the war in person, he secretly left the city and fled to the encampments of the Russians. When they saw him and learned of the emperor's arrival, they were disturbed in no small way, but they pulled themselves together when Sviatoslav made a rallying speech and uttered the bombastic phrases the situation called for. Then they came and pitched camp over against the Roman camp. Meanwhile, the force that was with the emperor came onto the plain before the city and suddenly fell on the enemy, taking them completely unawares. They surprised 8,500 fully armed men engaged in training outside the city. These resisted for a time, but then, overcame, they turned and fled. Some were ingloriously slain, some reached safety inside the city. While this was happening, the Scythians inside the city saw the unexpected arrival of the Romans and subsequent engagement with their own troops. They each did what they could, seizing whatever weapon came to hand, and rushed out to help. The Romans met them as they advanced, disorganised and well spread out, and they massacred them. The foe was unable to resist even for a short time, but turned in flight. However, a detachment of Roman cavalry ran ahead of them and closed off their path leading to the city. They were overtaken as they dispersed over the plain in flight. They were annihilated until every piece of level ground was covered with bodies, and even more of them were taken prisoner. Svengelos, commander-in-chief of the army in Preslav, he was second in rank to Sviatoslav among the Scythians, was now apprehensive for the city itself, and not without reason. He had the gates closed and secured with bars. Then he went up onto the walls and repelled the attacking Romans with every kind of missile, including stones. The siege was relaxed when night fell, but with the morning there came the president of the Senate, Basil I Porphyrogennetos, with the host that he was bringing up in the rear, and this made the emperor very happy. He went up onto a hillock to make himself visible to the Scythians, while the host, now assembled in the same place, surrounded the city. He urged the Scythians at some length to abandon their obstinate resistance and not rush to their destruction, but they would not be persuaded to come down from the walls. Full of righteous indignation, the Romans intensified the siege, forcing back the defenders, who were above with arrows, and leaning ladders against the walls. A valiant soldier, his sword held high in his right hand, his shield held over his head, was the first to climb up one of the ladders. Then, repelling missiles with his shield, and driving off with his sword attackers and those who got in his way, he penetrated beyond the parapet, scattered the people there, and thus opened the way for those who were coming up after him. One did likewise, then another, followed by many others. As the Romans got in formation, the Scythians were overcome and began throwing themselves down from the battlements. Many other Romans went up the ladders in different places and onto the walls with all the zeal of the first ones. The Scythians were in such disorder that some Romans effortlessly evaded them and came to the gates. These they flung open wide and admitted the army, and in this way the city was captured. The Scythians who fled down the alleyways were apprehended and slaughtered. The women and children were taken prisoner. Boris, the king of the Bulgars, was taken still wearing the royal insignia, together with his wife and children. They were brought to the emperor, who received them graciously, calling Boris the emperor of the Bulgars. He released all of the Bulgars they had captured, leaving them to go free wherever they would, saying that he was not come to enslave the Bulgars, but rather to free them. It was only the Russians whom he regarded as enemies and intended to treat as adversaries. The more dauntless of the Scythians occupied a fortress within the palace, which was in the city, 8,000 of them in all, and for some time they were able to seize and kill many of those who were reconnoitring and looking for spoils, without anyone becoming aware of it. When the emperor learned of this, he sent a sizable detachment against them, but the men he sent were reluctant to, indeed dare not, attempt an assault, not because they were afraid of the Russians, but because the location was very well fortified and impregnable. The emperor soon solved that problem. He seized his weapons and set off on foot, ahead of everybody. When the soldiers saw that, they all took up their weapons and every man tried to catch up with the emperor. Then, shouting and bellowing, they attacked the fortress. The Russians resisted the attack courageously, but the Romans started fires at a number of points and thus overcame the defenders. Unable to withstand the heat of the fire and the strength of the Romans, they flung themselves down the precipice and escaped. Many lost their lives in the fire, others from falling down the precipice. The rest either fell victim to the sword or were taken prisoner. That is how the city was taken. Its resistance did not even last 2 full days. Once he had captured it, the emperor rebuilt it. He stationed an adequate garrison there with appropriate supplies of the necessities of life. When he celebrated the day of the Holy Resurrection, he renamed the city Ioannopolis after himself. Then the next day he set out for Dorostelon, also known as Distria. Sviatoslav was deeply troubled when he heard that Preslav had fallen, which is hardly surprising, but that did not in the least diminish his arrogance. He rallied his comrades, demanding of them that they now show themselves to be men of even more mettle. He set things in order to the best of his ability, slaying those Bulgars of whom he was at all suspicious, around 300 of them, and then set out against the Romans. The emperor captured the cities that lay on his route and posted governors in them. He plundered many fortresses and buildings, handed them over for the soldiers to take the spoils, and then went his way. When the scouts let it be known that some Scythians were approaching, he dispatched a company of picked men, and put Theodore of Mysthia in command of their numbers, with orders to advance ahead of the army, look out for the main body of the enemy, and to keep the emperor informed. If they drew near, they were to test the strength of the enemy by skirmishing with them. He himself came after them with the whole army in order of battle. When the men with Theodore came into contact with the enemy, they launched a violent assault on them, but the Russians would advance no further for fear of an ambush. Many of them were wounded and some fell. Then they broke ranks and dispersed into the neighbouring mountains and the thick, dark forests which covered them. By way of the mountains they reached safety in Distria. They were 7,000 in number, while the number of the Romans who attacked them and put them to flight was 300. When the Scythians were reunited around Sviatoslav, they set out with him and set up camp 12 miles before Dorostelon, together with their whole army. There were 330,000 of them, eagerly and confidently awaiting the arrival of the emperor. Exulting in their recent victories, the Romans were looking forward to a decisive battle, knowing that they had God on their side. He who has no wish to come to the aid of princes with unclean hands, but always helps the victims of injustice. Thus the Romans were eager and bold, not only the outstandingly courageous, but also the faint-hearted and timorous, all of them champing at the bit to be in action. When the armies came within sight of each other, the emperor and Sviatoslav each encouraged his own men with heartening words, addressing them in appropriate language. Then when the trumpets gave the signal for battle, the hosts charged each other with equal ardour. At the first encounter, such was the impetus of the Romans' charge that they killed many barbarians and broke their ranks, but there was no retreat on the part of the enemy, nor any definite rout by the Romans. What happened was that the Scythians regrouped and came at the Romans again, hurling cries. For some time the battle was equally matched, but when it drew on towards evening, on that day the Romans rallied each other and somehow stiffened their determination with exhortations. Then they charged the Scythians' left wing, and put down many of them by the irresistible nature of this manoeuvre. The Russians now concentrated their forces there where the danger lay, at which time the emperor dispatched reinforcements from those who accompanied him, and he himself came after them, the imperial insignia openly displayed. His lance at the ready, he spurred on his horse and rallied his troops with frequent shouts. A bitter contested battle ensued, in which there were many reverses of fortune. It is said that 12 times the balance tipped this way and that. Then, not by any means without having put up a stiff resistance, the Russians broke into disorderly flight before the dangers which confronted them, and scattered over the plains. The Romans gave pursuit and slew those whom they overtook. Many fell, and more were taken prisoner. Those who succeeded in getting out of danger found refuge in Dorostelon. The emperor made offerings for the victory to George, the gloriously triumphant martyr, for it was on his feast day that they had charged the enemy, and then himself set out for Dorostelon, or Distria, on the following day. When he arrived there, he established a well-fortified camp. He did not yet lay siege to the city, for fear that the Russians might have been able to escape in their ships, since the river was unguarded, so he remained in camp, awaiting the Roman fleet. Meanwhile, Sviatoslav put the Bulgars he had captured alive. They numbered about 20,000 in iron fetters and other kinds of restraints, for fear that they might mutiny, and he made preparations in anticipation of a siege. Once the fleet had arrived, the emperor attempted an assault on the walls. Frequent sallies of the Scythians were repulsed, but one day, when the Romans were dismissed for supper and evening was drawing on, the barbarians split into two sections, cavalry and infantry, and poured out of the city gates. The one to the east, which Peter the camp commander had been stationed to guard with Thracian and Macedonian troops, and the one to the west, the security of which was entrusted to Bardas Skleros, with the troops of the east. Out came the Scythians in battle order, and this was the first time they had been seen on horseback. In the previous battles they fought on foot. The Romans withstood their charge and opposed them vigorously. For some time it was an equal contest, but eventually the Romans, with their superior qualities, thrust the barbarians back and shut them up inside the walls. The barbarians suffered many casualties in the battle, especially of horsemen, but not a single Roman was wounded, except for 3 horses that fell. Trounced like this, and shut up within the walls, the barbarians remained awake as night fell, mourning all night long for those who had fallen, with a wild and frightful wailing. To those who heard them, it sounded like the roaring and bellowing of wild beasts, rather than the grief and lamentation of humankind. At daybreak, all of those who had been detached to guard the various fortresses were summoned back to Dorostelon, and they came in haste as soon as they were called. Now the emperor concentrated all of his forces and advanced onto the plain before the city, where he tried to goad the barbarians into a fight, but they did not come out, and so he returned to the camp and bided his time. A delegation now came to him from Constantia and the other fortresses established beyond the Danube. They sought an amnesty for their misdeeds, in return for handing over themselves and the strongholds. He received them kindly, dispatching officers to take charge of the fortresses, and with sufficient troops to secure them. When it was already evening, all of the city gates were flung open, and the Russians, in far greater numbers than before, fell upon the Romans, to their great surprise, for it was now night. At first, the Russians seemed to have the upper hand, but shortly after, it was the Romans who were prevailing. And then it happened that Sphangoulos went down, fighting heroically, but the Russians faltered when they were deprived of him, and their impetus was slackened. They gave no ground, however. They held fast all night long, and the following day until high noon. At that point, the emperor sent a detachment to cut off the barbarians' retreat from the city, and once the Russians realized this, they turned and fled. When they found their way into the city blocked, they fled over the plain, where they were apprehended and slain. When night fell, Sviatoslav threw a deep trench all around the city wall to prevent the Romans from easily approaching it when they attacked. But he knew that, having secured the city like that, he had to expect a very severe siege. The better part of the army lay wounded, and famine was afflicting them, for they had already consumed all of their supplies. Since the arrival of any relief from outside was prevented by the Romans, one dark and moonless night, when heavy rain was falling from the sky, atrocious hail pelting down, thunder and appalling lightning all around, he embarked in drachas with 2,000 men, and went off to forage. Each one gathered whatever he could of the necessities of life, grain, millet and so forth. Then they returned upstream towards Dorostalon in their drachas. When they were sailing upstream, they saw a considerable number of soldiers' orderlies on the river bank. Some of them were watering horses, some reaping hay, while others were collecting wood. They disembarked from their vessels, quietly made their way through the woods, and then fell on the unsuspecting orderlies, who had not even seen them. Many of them were killed. The rest were obliged to disperse through the nearby bush. The barbarians got back into their ships and, profiting from a favourable wind, returned to Dorostalon. This greatly disturbed the emperor when he heard of it. He was particularly incensed with the commanders of the fleet for not having noticed the embarkation of the barbarians from Dorostalon. He threatened them with death if any such fault should ever occur again, even once, and for their part, they kept very careful watch on both banks of the river. When the emperor had spent in all 65 days on the siege, fighting every day without respite, he thought that he should reduce the city by blockade and famine. To this end, he cut all the roads with ditches, at which he stationed guards to prevent anybody from going out in search of supplies. He then sat down to wait. That is how things were at Dorostalon. Although Leo the Choropalates and Nikephoros his son appeared to have been mutilated, their eyes were still unharmed, as we said above. They now made a further attempt to seize the throne. They had corrupted many of those sent to guard the city and the palace guards. When all was ready for what they had in mind, they hired a ship, went on board, and sailed away from the islands on which they had been condemned to reside. They arrived on the shore opposite the city, at an estate called Pelamis, and from there they came into Byzantium at first cockcrow. But one of the conspirators revealed the affair to Leo, Drungarius of the fleet, who was charged with the security of the palace, together with Basil the rector, who dispatched an adequate detachment to arrest the Choropalates and his son. When they learned of this, they took refuge in the great church, but they were dragged out of there and sent to the island of Prote, where their eyes were really gouged out. At that time, something else came to light, which is well worth reporting. A plaque of Troconesian marble was found, lying around in the garden of one of the senators. On the good side of it, two human figures were portrayed, one of a man, the other of a woman. On the upper margin of the plaque was inscribed an epigram which went something like this: "Long live the friends of Christ, John and Theodora." Some people were astonished to see the actual state of affairs so accurately portrayed, but others thought the matter was not so innocent of deception and chicanery. Maybe the proprietor of the estate was seeking to get into the good graces of the emperor by this artifice. Which of these people spoke the truth, I cannot say. The Scythians were severely oppressed by famine within the city, and afflicted by the siege engines outside, especially in the quarter which the Magister John, the son of Romanos Corcoas, was stationed to guard, for the rock-hurling machine which was there inflicted no small damage on those within. So the Scythians selected some of their most heroic heavily armed men, mingled with some light-armed infantry, and sent them against that machine, to see whether they could incapacitate it. When Corcoas got wind of this, he took the strongest men who were with him, and hastened off to help. When he was in the midst of the Scythians, his horse fell, wounded by a missile, bringing him down too, and he was killed, cut to pieces. The Romans charged on, enraged by the Russians, and prevented the machine from being damaged. They drove the Scythians back, and shut them up in the city. Then in the month of July, the 20th day, the Russians sallied forth in great numbers, engaged the Romans, and did battle with them. They had someone encouraging them and urging them on in the battle, a man who was a great celebrity among the Scythians. His name was Eikmor, and he was the most honoured man after Svengelius, who had been killed. It was not because he was born of a noble lineage that he was held in such high honour, nor merely because he was well liked. He was revered by all for nothing other than his excellence. Arnemas, the son of Kurupes, the emir of the Cretans, was one of the emperor's bodyguard. When he saw Ikmor engaging so valiantly in the fray, encouraging the others to do likewise, urging them on, and throwing the Roman battle lines into confusion, he was neither dismayed by the stature of the man, nor afraid of his strength. His heart burnt within him, and turning his horse this way and that, he drew the sword which was hanging at his thigh, and charged the Scythian with an irresistible force. He struck him on the left shoulder about the clavicle with his weapon, and cut his neck in such a way that he severed the head together with the right arm, and he fell to the ground. The Scythian lay prostrate, while Arnemas, for his part, returned to the camp unhurt. Great shouting greeted this deed, the Romans cheering the victory, the Scythians uttering unseemly groans, their resistance weakening. When the Romans fell on them again, the Scythians were put to flight and ingloriously sought refuge in the city. Many of them fell that day, trodden underfoot by others in the narrow defile, and slain by the Romans when they were trapped there. Sviatoslav himself would have been taken too, if night had not fallen and delivered him. When those who had escaped the danger were within the defence works, they raised a mighty lamentation over the death of Ikmor. When the Romans were robbing the corpses of the barbarians of their spoils, they found women lying among the fallen, equipped like men, women who had fought against the Romans together with the men. The war was going badly for the barbarians, and they had no hope of any ally, for their fellow countrymen were far away, and the barbarian nations close by refused to help for fear of the Romans. They were running short of supplies too, and there was nowhere that they could obtain provisions, as the Roman fleet was keeping a strict watch on the banks of the river. But all kinds of goods accrued to the Romans day by day, as though from a bottomless well, while their cavalry and infantry forces were being ever augmented. Nor were the barbarians able to run away by embarking in their vessels, because, as we have said, the waterways were heavily guarded. A council was held. Some were of the opinion that they should take advantage of the night to steal away, others that, since there was no other possible way of retreating, they ought to seek pledges and guarantees from the Romans, and then take off for their homeland. Others also gave their opinion, each one saying what he thought the situation demanded, but while they all wanted to see an end once and for all of the war, Sviatoslav was rather in favour of meeting the Romans in one more encounter. Then they would win either way, having fought well and triumphed over the enemy, or lose, having preferred a noble and happy death to a life of shame and disgrace. Life would be unlivable for them if they sought safety in flight, for they would then be despised by the adjacent peoples who formerly lived in acute fear of them. The opinion of Sviatoslav won the day. Everybody agreed to risk the extreme danger of losing their lives and all their troops. Accordingly, they sallied forth from the city on the next day in full force, closed its gates so that nobody could turn back and find refuge in the city, and charged at the Romans. A violent battle ensued, in which the barbarians fought courageously, as the sun was very hot, and they were suffering from thirst, for they were heavily armoured, and it was towards high noon. The Romans began to give ground. When the emperor became aware of this, he and his retinue rushed to their aid, he himself wading into the thick of the battle, ordering skins filled with wine and water to be supplied to the soldiery, who were suffering from the sun and from thirst. This they could use to overcome their thirst and the heat of the sun. Then, pulling themselves together, they charged the Scythians with a violent impetus, but the foe boldly withstood the shock of their attack, and the battle stood undecided, until the emperor noted how narrow the place was, and that it was due to this factor that the enemy's resistance was possible. The Romans had so little elbow room that they were unable to display the kind of performance which was appropriate to their valour, so he ordered the commanders to retreat towards the plain, withdrawing from the city, thus giving the impression of running away. They were not, however, to be in a hurry, but to take their time and retreat only little by little. Then, when they had drawn their pursuers some distance from the city, they were to suddenly turn about, give their horses their heads, and attack those men. The Romans did as they were commanded. The Russians, thinking the withdrawal of the Romans was a retreat, urged each other on, and came in pursuit with loud shouts. When the Romans approached the appointed spot, they turned about and boldly charged the foe. Now there ensued a bitter conflict, in the course of which there fell the commander, Theodore of Mythia, his horse injured by a lance. An intense action was fought around him as the Russians tried to kill him, and the Romans strived to stop them from doing so. In fact, as Theodore fell from his horse, he grabbed one of the Scythians by the belt, swinging him this way and that by the strength of his arm, like a light shield, fending off the weapons aimed at him. Little by little, and walking backwards, he made his way to where the Romans were. Finally, the Romans fell on the Scythians, forcing them back, and delivered the man from danger. Then the forces disengaged from each other, the battle remaining completely undecided. The emperor realised that the Scythians were fighting with more tenacity than before. He was concerned about how much time the action was taking. He was also moved with compassion for the wretched Romans who were faring so badly in the war, so he came up with the idea of having the matter decided by single combat, and indeed he sent a delegation to Sviatoslav challenging him to fight alone, for, he said, it was better for the decision to be made by the death of one man than to massacre and gradually wear down the people. The winner would take all. But the Scythian would not accept the challenge. He answered derisively that he could look after his own affairs better than his enemy, and that, if John was weary of life, there were 10,000 other ways of dying. Let him embrace whichever one he chose. And with this effrontery, he fell to preparing for action even more vigorously. So, abandoning the project of single combat by challenge, the emperor took every measure to close off access to the city for the barbarians, sending the Magister Bardaskleros with the regular troops under his command to attend to this. Then he ordered an attack on the enemy by the patrician Romanus, who was the son of the Emperor Constantine Lekapenos, the son of Romanos the Elder, and Peter the camp commander, with the forces under their orders. These men charged and fought valiantly, but the Scythians offered stiff resistance, so that the battle saw many turns of fortune. Indeed, it hung in the balance for some time. That was when Anemus, the son of the Emir of Crete, turning his horse this way and that, spurred it forward, and came with impetuous determination right up to where Sviatoslav was. Cutting his way through the enemy ranks, he unhorsed the Scythian with a blow to the middle of the head with his sword, not a mortal blow, on account of the armour the man was wearing. Anemus was now assailed on every side and killed, the victim of many blows. This was a heroic death. He was greatly admired even by the enemy. The Romans are said to have benefited from enhanced supernatural aid at that time, for a storm arose in the south and blew into the Scythians' faces, preventing them from performing in battle in the way they would have preferred. And a man appeared to the entire Roman army, mounted on a white horse, thrusting forward, routing the enemy ranks, and throwing them into confusion, a man previously and subsequently unknown to anyone. They say he was one of the two gloriously victorious martyrs named Theodore, for the emperor always used the icons of these martyrs as allies and protectors against the foe. And it also happened that the engagement in question took place on the very day of which we are accustomed to celebrate the memorial of Saint Theodore the Commander. At Byzantium, a trustworthy woman confirmed that the apparition was due to a supernatural force, for she had a dream the day before the engagement, in which it appeared that she was in the presence of the Mother of God, and heard her say to a soldier, "Sir Theodore, John my friend and yours is in distress. Go quickly to his assistance." She reported this to her neighbours at sunrise. So much for visions. Anyway, the Scythians were driven back again, and finding that the city gates had been closed by Skleros, they dispersed over the plain. Some of them died as they trod each other underfoot, while even more of them were slaughtered by the Romans, and almost all of them were wounded. To honour the martyr and repay him for his timely aid, the emperor tore down the ground of the church in which his sacred body lies, and built a larger and more beautiful new one, which he endowed with splendid estates. The name of the place was changed from Euchaneia to Theodoropolis. Sviatoslav had now tried every possible device and had been worsted every time. Realising that there was no hope left for him, he contemplated coming to terms. He sent a delegation to the emperor, asking for assurance that he would be counted among the allies and friends of the Romans, that he would be allowed to return in safety to his homeland with his men, and that any Scythian who wished to do so could freely visit the empire for trade purposes. The emperor received the delegation, and repeating the famous saying that it was the custom of the Romans to conquer their enemies with alms rather than with arms, agreed to all of his requests. When the treaty had been ratified, Sviatoslav asked to speak with the emperor, and this was agreed to. When he arrived for the interview, they met each other, spoke of whatever they pleased, and then parted. The emperor also conceded this at Sviatoslav's request, that a delegation be sent to the Pachynaks inviting them too to become friends and allies who would not cross the Danube to prey on the Bulgars, but who would allow the Russians to pass through their lands unharmed on their way home. It was Theophilos, Bishop of Eucata, who discharged this mission. When the Pachynaks received the delegation, they agreed to all the other terms, but they would not allow free passage to the Russians. Once the Russians had sailed away, the emperor turned his attention to the fortresses and cities along the banks of the river, and then he returned to Roman territory. The archbishop of the city, the synod, and all the distinguished citizens met him bearing crowns, amid paeans of praise and victory songs. They had prepared a most splendid carriage, drawn by 4 white horses abreast, into which they invited the emperor to step, in order to celebrate his triumph. He, however, not wishing to be arrogant, but rather to appear modest, while he accepted the proffered crown, rode the triumphal path on a white horse. He placed the royal insignia of the Bulgars in the carriage, together with, but above them, the icon of the Mother of God, protectress of the city, and ordered it to precede him. When he arrived at the forum, surfeited with cheering, he offered thanksgivings for the victories to the Mother of God and to her son. Then, in full sight of the citizens, he stripped Boris of the Bulgar regalia, a crown of gold, a tiara of woven linen, and scarlet buskins. From there he proceeded to the great church, where he presented the Bulgar crown as an offering to God. He next promoted Boris to the rank of magister, and then went to the palace. When Sviatoslav was making his way back home, as he passed through the land of the Pachynaks, he fell into ambushes readily prepared to take him. He and the entire host that accompanied him were completely annihilated. So angry were the Pachynaks with him for having made a treaty with the Romans. In gratitude to Christ the Saviour for his victories, starting afresh, the emperor rebuilt the church above the vault of the Chalki, sparing nothing that might enhance its splendour and beauty. He also excused all taxpayers from the tax called Ketone-Kun. He also ordered that the image of the Saviour be inscribed on the gold and copper coins, something which had not happened before, and on one of the sides there was written Roman letters saying Jesus Christ, King of Kings, a practice which subsequent emperors retained. Charges were laid against the Patriarch Basil, and he was deposed by the synod. Antony the Studite was promoted in his stead. In the month of August, in the 3rd year of the indication, a comet appeared, called Bearded, and it remained visible until the month of October. In the 4th year of the indication, it presaged the death of the emperor, and the irreparable damage which was to befall the Roman lands through civil war. The cities which, as we said above, had been appropriated by the emperor Nikephoros and made subject to the Romans, had now kicked up their heels and thrown off Roman domination. So the emperor set out against them, and advanced as far as Damascus. Some of them he won back by persuasion and negotiation, others with arms and violence. Then, when he had restored everything to a state of decency, he turned back towards the capital. When he came to Anazarbos, as he was proceeding along the Podandos, and through the other areas, inspecting what he came across, he noted that the properties were affluent, the estates prolific in every respect. He asked the people that he encountered whose land this might be, and learned from his interlocutors that it belonged to Basil the Parakoimenos. This estate and that one were recently added to the Roman lands by the Emperor Nikephoros, the one over there by the domestic of the Skylitzes, the next one by such and such, the one after it by you, and all these estates have been given to Basil. Yet of these acquisitions he saw nothing worthy of note which had been left to the public treasury. He was deeply troubled, and heaved a great sigh, saying, "O gentlemen, what a terrible thing it is if, when the public funds are expended, the Roman armies are reduced to penury, the emperors endure hardships beyond the borders, and the fruits of all this effort become the property of one man, a eunuch." Thus spake the emperor, and one of those present reported what the emperor had said to Basil, which provoked him to wrath, so that, henceforth, he was looking for an opportunity to rid himself of the emperor. In due course he won over the emperor's usual wine-pourer with flattery, and bribed him with gifts. He prepared some poison, not the most deadly, or one which speedily brings on ill effects, but one of those that gradually sap the strength of those who drink them. This toxin was served to the emperor in his wine. He drank it and gradually fell ill, losing his energy. Finally, boils broke out on his shoulders, and there was a copious hemorrhaging from his eyes. He returned to the capital, and departed this life after reigning a little more than 6 years, and as many months. He left to succeed him in life Basil and Constantine, the sons of Romanos. This is what he looked like. He had a white face and high colouring. His hair was fair but thin. He let it hang down over his forehead. His eyes were lively and clear, his nose narrow and well proportioned. His moustache was red and stretched out a long way at the sides, while his beard was of normal length and thick. He was not tall, but his chest and back were broad. He was enormously strong, the dexterity and vigour of his arm was irresistible. He was possessed of a heroic soul, fearless and intrepid, displaying supernatural courage in so small a body. He wouldn't hesitate to charge a whole rank single-handed, after which he would speedily return to his own ranks, having slain many victims. He surpassed all of the men of those days in jumping, handball, javelin throwing, and archery. He would line up 4 saddle horses, take a run at one side, fly through the air like a bird, and end up astride on the 4th horse. He could shoot arrows through a ring, and hit his mark. He would put a leather ball at the bottom of a glass vessel, spur on his horse to great speed, and hit the ball with a stick to make it jump up and fly while the vessel remained in place, intact. He loved giving, and giving on a grand scale. Nobody who asked for anything ever went away empty-handed, unless Basil the Parakoimenos restrained him. He did have this fault, that sometimes he allowed himself to drink more than was proper, and he was violently excited by the pleasures of the flesh. He was 45 years old when he began to reign, and he had lived in all 51 years when he died. The Bishop of Sebastia says that Basil II began to reign on the 11th of January, and he is to be believed.